Hesitating briefly, he ultimately refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded. In their daily lives, Jiang Yun and Jiang Tian did not frequently interact, and Jiang Tian had not committed any heinous acts against him, merely bullying him from time to time. Presently, Jiang Tian's plight was already quite dire. Leaving him outside would likely inflict far more suffering than consigning him to prison. "All right, I will leave this matter in your capable hands," Jiang Yun stated nonchalantly. "I shall refrain from further involvement." As he spoke, Jiang Yun had already begun to make his way outside. Beside him, He Hu nodded gravely and, with a smirk, assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. I will ensure this scoundrel does not escape unscathed. I will teach him a lesson without permanently maiming him." Jiang Yun chose not to elaborate further. Initially, he intended to head to the Lin Group, but he suddenly changed his mind and swiftly took a taxi to the nursing home. Under the guidance of the staff, Jiang Yun soon found himself meeting Zhao Lanjun. Upon inhaling the unpleasant odor wafting from the ward, Jiang Yun's expression soured considerably. He instinctively covered his nose and glanced at the room's furnishings. While the room was relatively tidy, it contained 4 beds, and Zhao Lanjun occupied one of them. Beside each bed was a trash can, some of which contained remnants of vomit. Despite the window being open, the stench remained pungent. Suddenly, a disjointed voice reached Jiang Yun's ears. It's you? Chapter 93. Blood sample. Following the sound, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Zhao Lanjun, who lay on the hospital bed, and remarked, "I did not expect you would still recognize me. It seems your recovery is progressing reasonably well." At that moment, Zhao Lanjun's face was a picture of distress. Clenching her fists, she regarded Jiang Yun with cold eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Unfortunately, half of her body was already beyond her control. Even though she was filled with rage and had much to express, the words remained trapped within her, and she was powerless to act. Jiang Yun, crossing his arms, spoke with a calm demeanor. "I understand that you are feeling quite uncomfortable, but you must realize that having a place to reside is the greatest mercy I can extend to you. Consider the actions you and Jiang Tengfei have taken against me. Now reflect on what your own son has done." In an instant, Zhao Lanjun's eyes brimmed with tears, and she began to weep loudly. Jiang Yun chose to ignore her and continued, "Rest assured, for the remainder of your life, I shall take care of you and ensure you live your twilight years in peace. Although you currently require assistance in daily living, I am more than capable of covering your nursing expenses. I will not allow you to perish from hunger. Furthermore, the doctors have indicated that, while your body is no longer under your control, you can still live for several more decades. Consider this. Countless people toil each day merely to survive, while you lie in bed, provided with food, drink, and care. Is that not a most wonderful circumstance?" To kill the spirit that moment, Zhao Lanjun yearned for nothing more than to end her life, for existing in such a state was hardly preferable to death. Noting her despair, Jiang Yun was about to say more when his phone suddenly rang. He stepped aside to answer. "Lu Qianqian? What brings you to contact me?" "There's been an incident at the Lin Group. You must come quickly." Lu Qianqian's voice was fraught with urgency. Hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression darkened significantly. Without further inquiry, he dashed out of the nursing home. Meanwhile, at the airport, Zhang Shan and Jiang Chengying sat in the lounge, awaiting their flight. "Uncle, are we truly leaving like this?" Jiang Chengying sighed, then replied, "Why don't you return first?" "I get along reasonably well with Jiang Yun, and I wish to converse with him further and experience the beauty of Ning City. To leave now feels somewhat regrettable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan's expression shifted, and he shot Jiang Chengying an exasperated glare, retorting, "The old man has made it abundantly clear that Jiang Yun, this debauched scion, is unworthy of our Jiang family's association. You should refrain from associating with him. He's nothing more than a commoner." Jiang Chengying sighed in resignation. It appeared he would have to wait for another opportunity to reconnect with Jiang Yun in Ning City. Just as they rose to approach the boarding gate, a sharply dressed man stepped forward from behind Jiang Shan, respectfully stating, "Sir, I just received a call from the old man. He has instructed us to remain in Ning City for the time being, and to find a way to acquire Jiang Yun's blood sample." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan frowned slightly and inquired, "Why is that?" The old man did not elaborate, but he did emphasize that we must assist Jiang Yun in maintaining control over the situation in Ning City and to cultivate a temporary friendly relationship with him. We will strategize further once the blood sample results are available. The man spoke with utmost respect. "Excellent. Does this mean I shall have the opportunity to meet Jiang Yun?" Jiang Qingying exclaimed with excitement, then added, "Great. Let's quickly check on where my brother is. We should join him at once." Jiang Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the blood sample. Could it be? Were the rumors surrounding the Jiang family indeed true? Meanwhile, within the Lin Group, all the senior executives were gathered in the conference room, their gazes fixed upon Lin Shui. The individual seated closest to Lin Shui spoke up, "President Lin, I understand that you are the largest shareholder of the company and possess decision-making authority. We have no right to dictate your actions, but I sincerely hope you will consider the company's interests and prioritize the greater good by stepping down." Several high-ranking officials echoed this sentiment. Indeed, there are many mouths to feed within the company. If you do not depart, it will spell doom for us all. The Lin family has issued a death edict. You must leave promptly. Yes. Consider it an act of goodwill towards the company. We will liquidate your shares in full, ensuring you incur no losses. Standing to the side, Lu Qianqian rushed to Lin Shui's side, biting her lip as she spoke. "What do you mean by this? Is this a coup?" The first speaker retorted coldly, "Lu Qianqian, this matter does not concern you. Are you unaware of the ultimatum from the Lin family? In one night, they nearly obliterated our Lin group. If we persist in our obstinacy, it won't be long before we all face ruin. By stepping down now, President Lin, you can at least liquidate your shares. This is a win-win solution. You, a mere secretary, have no voice here. Leave at once." The surrounding executives chimed in, urging her to vacate. Lin Shui clenched her fists tightly, her expression darkening as she found herself in a dilemma. Beside her, Lu Qianqian grasped her hand, imploring, "President Lin, please do not heed their words. Even with the Lin family's ultimatum, we are not yet at our wits' end. If you sell your shares now, all your prior efforts will be rendered futile." Lin Shui remained silent. She too was weighing the pros and cons, but could she truly allow hundreds of employees within the Lin family to become collateral damage? Exchanging glances, one of the individuals spoke again, "President Lin, for the sake of everyone, you must not hesitate any longer." As soon as these words were uttered, a loud crash resonated from outside the conference room, followed by the door being kicked open. "What do you think you are doing? Who grants you the authority to dictate how Xiaoxue should operate?" Chapter 94. A turn of events. Upon hearing that voice, everyone turned to see Jiang Yun stride into the room, disregarding the others as he approached Lin Shui, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, his tone soft and gentle. "Silly girl, why didn't you call me to help you with this situation? Your shoulders are far too delicate to bear such burdens." Lin Shui felt warmth spread through her heart and instinctively leaned into Jiang Yun's embrace. Yet she was acutely aware that even with Jiang Yun's presence, what difference could it possibly make? The situation remains unalterable. Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed through the room as a shareholder rose to his feet. With a disdainful glance at Jiang Yun, he coldly remarked, "Useless waste, who do you think you are? Don't assume everyone is unaware of your misdeeds. A mere good for nothing. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't embarrass yourself any further." The other shareholders nearby chimed in, echoing his sentiments. "Indeed. Leave at once." Jiang Yun, instead of showing anger, merely smiled and then, with piercing gaze, addressed the assembly in a chilling tone. "Before coming here, I conducted an investigation into the Lin family's affairs. Although the Lin family has been in Ningqing for ages, they possess no industries or resources. Even if Lin family members take over the Lin Corporation, they merely view it as leverage against Xiaoxue. It won't be long before the Lin family departs from Ningqing, at which point the company will cease its normal operations. Your shares will be rendered worthless. As for the workers, they may not even receive their wages. Upon hearing this, the shareholders hesitated. The first speaker scoffed again. Nonsense. The Lin Corporation still has numerous contracts, and with so many orders, the company can continue to operate without Lin Xiaoxue. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he leaned on the table, his eyes filled with icy resolve, and then articulated each word carefully. A bunch of fools. I suspect you remain ignorant of how those orders were secured, don't you? Whether it's Chaola Baba, Lise, or Duan's, they are interested solely in Xiaoxue and me. Without the two of us, do you think those three parties would continue to collaborate with you? Are you not overestimating yourselves? His words struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue. Their intent to pressure Lin Xiaoxue was to safeguard their interests, but if the company truly became a mere shell, and the Lin family regarded them as expendable, they would be utterly doomed in the end. It would merely be a futile endeavor. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause resonated through the room as the elderly patriarch of the Lin family, leaning on a cane, entered. After casting a glance at Jiang Yun, he smiled approvingly. I must admit, you possess quite the talent for swaying hearts. No wonder Xiaoxue is so devoted to you. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the Lin patriarch, their expressions filled with respect. The conference room fell into an eerily silent stillness. Jiang Yun's countenance darkened, his fists clenching tightly. Are you going to strike me? The Lin patriarch spoke with a dispassionate tone. At that moment, Lin family's third uncle hastily moved aside to fetch a chair for the elder, then respectfully took his place behind him. After all, I am but an old man. If you wish to take action, then feel free to direct it at me. Lin Xiaoxue, startled, glanced at Jiang Yun and quickly grasped his arm, whispering urgently, Don't should a confrontation ensue, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, how could I possibly engage with such a scoundrel? Jiang Yun stepped closer to the Lin patriarch, his voice calm yet resolute. People often claim that the elderly have turned wicked. In my perspective, it is merely that the wicked have aged. Be assured, while you conspire together, I will remain above your petty squabbles, and even if I part from the Lin Corporation, Xiaoxue and I will find happiness together, ensuring you do not get your way. The Lin patriarch snorted dismissively, playing with the beads in his hand. He replied coolly, Do you believe that will persuade me to spare you and Lin Xiaoxue, or alter my stance? Jiang Yun, you are gravely mistaken. I must advise you to watch your step in the future, lest a sudden vehicle meet you with fatal consequences. A blatant threat. The assembly gasped collectively at the Lin patriarch's words. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxue rushed to Jiang Yun's side, her realization of the patriarch's terrifying nature dawning upon her. If he were to die, the entire Lin family would follow suit. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the tension. The Lin patriarch was about to erupt in fury when he noticed Jiang Shan and Jiang Qingying entering, causing his anger to dissipate gradually. The Lin patriarch promptly stood, regarding the Jiang family duo with respect. Mr. Jiang, what brings you back? Stop trying to ingratiate yourself here. Jiang Shan disregarded the Lin patriarch entirely, walking over to Jiang Yun's side, and coldly stated, Jiang Yun is one of us. Should anyone dare oppose him, they are deliberately antagonizing the Jiang family. And I presume you are all aware of how the Jiang family treats its adversaries? The Lin patriarch stood agape, panic seizing him as he stammered, Mr. Jiang, did you not say before that we could handle Jiang Yun as we pleased without interference from the Jiang family? But why have you suddenly changed your mind? Lin family's third uncle nodded in agreement. I did make that statement, but I cannot speak for the entire Jiang family. Jiang Shan's demeanor was defiant, exuding an air of authority as he coldly asserted, I am here today to reaffirm the Jiang family's stance. The Lin patriarch trembled with rage, realizing he was so close to coercing Lin Xiaoxue back into the Lin family's fold. only to have the Jiang family members unexpectedly alter their position. Truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying hastened to Jiang Yun's side, a warm smile gracing his lips. Brother, fear not with us here. The sky will not fall. A mere branch of the Lin family cannot overturn the world. Though Jiang Qingying's voice was soft, it resonated throughout the conference room. The Lin patriarch felt his dignity trampled beneath their feet. Chapter 95. The Futility of Kneeling and Apologizing. Mr. Jiang. Old Master Lin desired to continue his discourse, yet Jiang Shan resolutely waved his hand, his demeanor unyielding. Do I need to reiterate myself? After a moment's silence, Old Master Lin sighed and dismissively gestured towards his nephew from the Lin family behind him. The opportunity had slipped away. It was pointless to linger any longer, as it would only lead to public disgrace. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Lin family edifice. Lin's third uncle glanced at Old Master Lin and quickly inquired, Father, are we truly departing in this manner? Everything is in position. We are merely a step away from what? Old Master Lin glared, nearly shouting, Did you not observe the members of the Jiang family returning? They now stand beside Jiang Yun. If we persist in our confrontation, it will yield us no advantage. Even those in the capital will forsake us. Lin's third uncle nodded, falling silent, his heart laden with regret. They had been so close to compelling Lin Shui to yield. Yet the Jiang family had intervened. Following their dejected departure, the conference room of Lin's buzzed with activity. Jiang Yun refrained from initiating any greetings with Jiang Shan. He discerned that Jiang Shan's sudden change of heart signified he had ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could these so-called elites extend goodwill unexpectedly? Jiang Yun returned to Lin Shui's side and called out to several departing shareholders and company executives, gesturing towards a few of them as he spoke. Immediately divest all your shares to me. Otherwise, I shall dilute your shares to the point of worthlessness. The expressions of those few transformed drastically, exchanging furtive glances, yet none dared to voice their dissent. Given Lin's current advantageous circumstances, selling their shares now seemed utterly irrational. No, very well, Jiang Yun smirked coldly, that I shall contact Boss Xia and Sister Duan this very moment. I am certain they would be eager to invest in Lin's. Then you shall pay dearly for your actions. Please no. At last, one shareholder could no longer endure. He rushed to Jiang Yun's side, weeping profusely to Mr. Jiang. This is all a misunderstanding. We were merely coerced by the Lin family and had no choice. I beseech you, spare me. I have an elderly parent and children to support. The others joined in, desperate to retain their positions at Lin's. That I am offering you a chance. Jiang Yun's gaze flickered. He recognized the speaker as the one who had previously been the most vociferous against him. Likely bribed by old Master Lin to spearhead the opposition, that he spoke coolly. Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I may grant you forgiveness. Kneel. The shareholder hesitated, but ultimately succumbed, kneeling before Jiang Yun, prompting those behind him to follow suit. Witnessing this, Jiang Yun's smile deepened. Had I known this would be the outcome, why bother in the first place? The assembly remained hushed, reminiscent of children reprimanded by an educator. Jiang Yun let out a disdainful snort before dismissively gesturing. Leave. There was no necessity for civility with such individuals. The man at the forefront was the first to rise, offering a nod to Jiang Yun before swiftly vacating the conference room, closely followed by the others. As serenity enveloped the space once more, Lin Shui approached Jiang Yun, inquiring, Are we truly permitting their departure? Work and marriage bear a striking resemblance. Once trust is shattered, restoration becomes a formidable challenge. Retaining such individuals merely invites strife. Jiang Yun responded, casting a glance at the receding figures. Why should we extend them such clemency? Have Lu Qianqian reach out to a headhunting firm immediately to enlist a new cadre of management. And we shall systematically supplant them. This time, Jiang Yun resolved to adopt a merciless stance that if they harbored such intentions, why allow them to prostrate themselves before him in supplication? Lin Shui shook her head in resignation. This is merely their just recompense that a sly smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips that I merely provided them with a plausible solution. I never guaranteed that kneeling would absolve them of today's offenses. Lin Shui chuckled bitterly. You are truly astute. Yet she no longer wished to entangle herself in this affair. Her heart had been thoroughly wounded by those shareholders and executives. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan observed Jiang Yun and Lin Shui with keen interest, his gaze narrowing slightly, as this seemed at odds with his understanding of the situation that wasn't Jiang Yun supposed to be a capricious youth. Yet his approach to matters mirrored that of a seasoned expert, decisive and unyielding. Jiang Qingying, standing nearby, appeared unfazed. Instead, he offered Jiang Yun an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, well done. These individuals require a thorough lesson. Otherwise, they shall never learn." Jiang Yun snapped back to attention, glancing at Jiang Shan before stepping forward to inquire. "What brings you back, Mr. Jiang? And what prompts your sudden offer to assist me? I relish conversing with astute individuals." Jiang Shan replied flatly, taking a seat and getting straight to the point. "There exists no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And I abhor circumlocution that I have returned to request a vial of your blood. That am why blood." Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, regarding Jiang Shan with suspicion before asking, "Why? You need not trouble yourself with the particulars." Jiang Shan's tone remained resolute. Jiang Qingying swiftly approached Jiang Yun, murmuring, "Brother, I am only aware that uncle has abruptly altered his stance, and this was all at the behest of the old master. You ought to acquiesce to his desires, lest you incite the ire of both uncle and the old master, which would undoubtedly place you in a precarious predicament." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 96. Everything became clear indeed. "You are a perceptive individual," Jiang Shan acknowledged, casting a glance at Jiang Qingying before issuing commands that I have matters requiring my attention. Thus I shall return to the hotel. You will escort him to the hospital to procure a vial of blood for testing, and I expect to see the results post-haste. Understood, Jiang Qingying responded promptly. After observing Jiang Shan's departure, Jiang Yun drew Jiang Qingying closer and inquired, "Speak the truth. What is transpiring? Why the sudden necessity for my blood?" With a sigh, Jiang Qingying replied, "Brother, the old master communicated directly with uncle. Although I was present, I am unable to divulge the particulars. Had I any inkling of the situation, I would have informed you without delay." Jiang Yun sank into profound contemplation. What conceivable purpose could his blood serve? Lin Shui, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and proposed, "Might it be that they seek to authenticate your identity? Although your parents are no longer among us, a test could potentially reveal your lineage to the Jiang family. That if that is the case, it would be magnificent." Jiang Qingying exclaimed, his fists clenched in exhilaration. "Does this imply that uncle is inclined to accept you? Then you shall accompany us back to the capital, and we will not be parted." Jiang Yun regarded Jiang Qingying's innocent expression before retorting, "Can you not engage in critical thinking? If they truly wish to reinstate me within the Jiang family, they would have initiated a blood test upon uncle's arrival. It is evident that his previous visit was solely intended to escort you away. There was no hidden agenda, that I suspect there are matters of which we remain oblivious." Jiang Qingying sat despondently to the side, feeling as though a deluge of icy water had been poured over him, extinguishing his spirits entirely. Lin Shui placed a comforting hand upon Jiang Yun's shoulder, declaring, "Regardless of what transpires, we shall confront it together. After all, we are each other's pillars of support, and they cannot inflict harm upon us. You two brothers may continue your discourse. I have some matters to attend to," Lin Shui stated before making her exit from the conference room. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying arrived at the hospital that I in this moment. Jiang Yun must temporarily stabilize the situation to regain his composure and formulate a strategy to confront the Lin family. Therefore, regardless of the underlying motivations, blood must be drawn. "Brother, all the procedures have been completed. We may proceed now," Jiang Qingying exclaimed as he hurried over, visibly exhilarated. Very well, Jiang Yun nodded. However, just a few paces out, he abruptly halted and turned his gaze towards the corridor beside him. That direction was the morgue. Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly, and he hastened towards Duan Xiuhua, who was seated in that corridor. Sister Duan, what brings you here? Upon hearing his voice, Duan Xiuhua first froze, then, upon recognizing Jiang Yun, offered a bittersweet smile. After wiping away the remnants of tears from her eyes, she glanced towards the morgue and said, "He is gone." Oh. Jiang Yun felt an ominous premonition wash over him and hurriedly inquired, "That my son?" Duan Xiuhua began to sob anew, her tears cascading to the ground like pearls from a shattered string. Gritting her teeth, she shook her head and lamented, "Why must the heavens treat me thus? I had only just reunited with my son, only to discover that he has been diagnosed with late-stage blood cancer. The cruelest irony is that as his mother, I am unable to provide a compatible bone marrow match." Jiang Yun was taken aback, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could it be that the old Master Zhang's ailment prompted the Jiang family to alter their stance abruptly, merely to ascertain if he could serve as a match for the old master's bone marrow? Without lingering excessively on this notion, he cast his gaze upon Duan Xiuhua's mournful visage and took a seat beside her. Uttering, "Sister Duan, death is an irrevocable reality. Please accept my heartfelt condolences. Nevertheless, from my understanding, even in the face of a diagnosis of blood cancer, the circumstances seldom escalate with such alarming rapidity." His words faded into silence. Yet Duan Xiuhua grasped the underlying implication. She managed a self-effacing smile and responded, "Late-stage blood cancer necessitates chemotherapy to prolong life, yet my son could not endure the weight of this burden and, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, tragically chose to leap from a building. This is also my fault. Had I discovered him sooner and sought appropriate treatment abroad, perhaps he might have glimpsed a flicker of hope." Jiang Yun sighed, remaining taciturn. All of this was the hand of fate. "Sister Duan, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall certainly assist you in any capacity I can." "Thank you," Duan Xiuhua replied listlessly, her gaze following Jiang Yun as he turned to depart. As he walked away, Jiang Yun glanced back at Jiang Qingying and inquired, "Have you all had your blood drawn recently?" "Yes," Jiang Qingying replied, tapping his forehead. "Had you not mentioned it, I might have entirely overlooked it, that I am uncertain of the old master and the others' intentions. Nonetheless, every member of the Jiang family has undergone blood draws." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback and quickly pressed, "What is the old Master Zhang's mental state like?" A bitter smile crept onto Jiang Qingying's face as he continued, "To be candid, I have not laid eyes on the old master in quite some time. For the past few months, he has sequestered himself within his chamber, allowing only my uncle and his private physician entry. Any matters that arise are relayed through my uncle or via direct phone communications." In that instant, the pieces fell into place for Jiang Yun. It appeared that the old Master Jiang might have succumbed to a terminal illness. A surge of excitement welled within him. If he could emerge as the cure for the old Master Jiang, he and Lin Shui would have secured their stronghold. "Let us proceed. We must obtain the test results without delay." Jiang Qingying regarded Jiang Yun with bewilderment, perplexed by the dramatic shift in his demeanor. Before long, Jiang Yun had completed his blood draw. As he pressed a cotton swab against the puncture on his arm, he turned to Jiang Qingying and queried, "When can we anticipate the results?" Chapter 97. Lin Shui goes missing. Jiang Qingying glanced at his watch, estimating the time. "If all proceeds smoothly, we should receive the results by this afternoon." This afternoon, despite Jiang Yun's fervent anticipation of the results, a shadow of concern crept over him regarding Lin Shui's solitary management during this pivotal juncture for the company. "Brother, should you have pressing matters to attend to, feel free to depart. I shall remain here, awaiting the results." A mere fleeting glance was sufficient for Jiang Qingying to grasp Jiang Yun's sentiments. "Could it be that you are already yearning for your sister-in-law? You two are inseparable. It has been but a brief separation. And here you are, pining for her. With a swift kick, Jiang Yun retaliated against the teasing glimmer in his gaze. Very well. You may linger here. I shall return to seek you out later. For the moment, blood had been drawn, ensuring at least a semblance of stability for the Jiang family. The Jiang family stood as the sole bastion capable of contending with the Lin family. And Jiang Yun felt the oppressive weight of immense pressure, acutely aware that relationships were not easily preserved. Should the venerable Master Jiang truly be afflicted with an ailment, it would be prudent for him to serve as the remedy. However, should he not be, it would herald calamity. Given the Jiang family's disposition, they could swiftly turn belligerent, and the Lin family would undoubtedly come seeking retribution, leaving Jiang Yun increasingly fraught with anxiety. Just as he was poised to return to the company, he fortuitously crossed paths with Duan Xiahua once more in the hospital parking lot. She sat ensconced in her car, the window lowered, her visage marred by sorrow. "Where are you headed? Allow me to offer you a lift," Jiang Yun proposed. Upon spotting Jiang Yun at the entrance, Duan Xiahua hastily wiped her tears and waved with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yun entered the vehicle, exhaling deeply, uncertain of how to offer her solace. "Worry not on my account. I am not as delicate as you may presume. Indeed, had Sister Duan been an ordinary individual, she would not have been capable of sustaining such a vast enterprise." Jiang Yun's eyes mirrored a sense of self-deprecation. Rather than fretting over others, it would be far wiser to prioritize his own welfare. The journey from the hospital to the Lin group would require at least half an hour. And Jiang Yun's right eyelid twitched incessantly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling sense of apprehension enveloped him, as if a tremendous weight bore down upon him. This foreboding was too potent. It could not augur well. How peculiar! It is not rush hour, yet the traffic is so congested. Even Duan Xiahua frowned, her patience waning as she surveyed the interminable line of vehicles. Just as the car ahead of them advanced a short distance, Duan Xiahua pressed the accelerator, only for the entire vehicle to lurch unexpectedly. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes reverberated from behind, and Jiang Yun turned to behold smoke billowing from the rear of their car. "How are you driving?" A rear-end collision had occurred with a Maserati, and an irate woman stormed out of the vehicle, her finger jabbing furiously in their direction. "Because you obstructed the road, my car has sustained a significant dent. You shall bear the consequences for this." "Are you jesting with me?" Jiang Yun was utterly exasperated. Not only had this woman collided with them, but she also possessed the audacity to deflect the blame onto him. Losing his composure, Jiang Yun extracted a bundle of cash and flung it towards her, saying, "Here is your recompense. Might you kindly step aside?" To his astonishment, the woman not only rejected the money but also wrenched the car door open, yanking Jiang Yun out. "Who do you presume yourself to be? Do you truly believe I am lacking in funds? Today, I demand an explanation from you." This woman was undeniably insufferable. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Yun, and he sensed a scheme taking shape. It was far too coincidental that he found himself ensnared in traffic precisely as he was returning to the company, only to encounter this troublesome woman. It felt as though someone had orchestrated this entire situation. Shoving her aside, Jiang Yun swiftly re-entered the vehicle, urging Duan Xiahua, "Hurry, drive." Duan Xiahua was already on edge. This was her inaugural experience with such a predicament. Just as she was about to call for assistance to teach the woman a lesson, she noticed Jiang Yun's grim countenance and resolved not to delay further, flooring the accelerator. "Hey, I'm commanding you to halt." The woman shouted that if you do not stop, I shall lay myself in front of your vehicle. Duan Xiahua narrowed her eyes. She had encountered all manner of scenarios and was undaunted by anyone attempting to obstruct her vehicle. As the woman advanced, Duan Xiahua deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, skillfully evading her and driving past. Stunned, the woman stood frozen, contemplating, "No way, this woman is such a proficient driver." Swallowing hard, she fished out her phone and dialed a number. "I cannot stop them. They have already passed." Throughout the journey, Duan Xiahua dared not squander time. That be why the time Jiang Yun arrived at the Lin Group, he hastened directly to the conference room. Upon reaching the door, he encountered Lu Qianqian exiting. Where is Lin Zong? Where has she gone? Lu Qianqian appeared bewildered. Lin Zong mentioned she was feeling unwell and departed early. Departed? Jiang Yun listened with skepticism, then dashed down the stairs. Panting heavily and drenched in perspiration, I asked something amiss. At a glance, it was evident that Jiang Yun's complexion was far from favorable. Duan Xihua recognized the gravity of the situation. Whatever had caused Jiang Yun to appear thus was likely connected to Lin Shui. Though she could not be entirely certain, the two hastened back to the villa area, and this time, Duan Xihua felt an unsettling apprehension, deciding to follow Jiang Yun upstairs to ascertain the situation. However, upon reaching the floor, they discovered the door ajar and the room in disarray, bearing the unmistakable signs of a struggle. Lin Shui. They scoured every corner, yet Jiang Yun could not uncover any sign of her. His heart racing with trepidation that he would not succumb to panic just yet. In light of such a grave incident, there must be surveillance in the vicinity that could unveil who has been present. Duan Xihua reassured him, "Be the way. Shuyu resides just across the street. I shall seek her out and inquire about the situation." Just as she was poised to descend the stairs, an abrupt noise erupted from the closet behind them. The closet door flung open, revealing a pallid hand, soon followed by Qin Shuyu, who painfully emerged. "Annie, save me." Qin Shuyu was drenched in blood, leaving a harrowing trail upon the floor, a sight utterly appalling. Jiang Yun's countenance darkened at the sight. Who could have inflicted such cruelty upon her? The most pressing concern was that Lin Shui was still unaccounted for. What would transpire if Lin Shui fell into the clutches of such a fiend? "Shuyu, what has befallen you?" Duan Xihua exclaimed, hastily assisting the injured girl to her feet, cradling her tenderly. "What were you doing at Lin Shui's residence? What on earth transpired?" Qin Shuyu's gaze was vacant. Her eyes fixed blankly on Jiang Yun as she managed to utter with great difficulty, "Hurry. Hurry to save Lin Shui. She has been abducted. When I arrived, I chanced upon her being taken away. And that is how I ended up in this state. Thank goodness you arrived. I feared they had returned, and I had to conceal myself." Chapter 98. The truth revealed it was still broad daylight. With such a plethora of security personnel in the vicinity, how could a home invasion and kidnapping transpire, leaving the scene in such disarray? Jiang Yun's mind raced with conclusions. It appeared to be the handiwork of someone familiar. Otherwise, Lin Shui would have had ample opportunity to cry out for aid. Gazing at the severely injured Qin Shuyu, Jiang Yun felt a swell of gratitude. Though this woman often seemed at odds with him, at this critical juncture, she had risked her life to safeguard Lin Shui, and he would forever remember that act of kindness. "Sister Duan, please escort her to the hospital swiftly. Leave the remainder to me." Perhaps I already have an inkling of who has taken Lin Shui. Just as Jiang Yun was about to depart, the hem of his garment was suddenly tugged, and he found himself confronted by Qin Shuyu's fierce gaze. "You worthless scoundrel! You must retrieve Lin Shui for me, or I shall never forgive you." Jiang Yun retorted, "Cease this nonsense. She is my wife. If I do not care for her, who shall?" As Jiang Yun reached the first floor, his phone buzzed in his pocket, the caller ID displaying Jiang Qingying. "Brother, your test results are in." Instinctively tightening his grip on the phone, Jiang Yun's heart raced. News from the capital indicated a 99 match with old Master Zhang's requirements. "I just returned to the hotel, and Uncle informed me." I knew it. Jiang Qingying was rather naive, unable to grasp the gravity of the implications, who required an entire afternoon to receive test results. With the formidable influence of the Jiang family, acquiring such intelligence should take but a fleeting moment. The orchestrated efforts to intercept vehicles were merely a precursor to this stratagem that it appeared that the Jiang family desired something from him, yet remained cautious of relinquishing their advantage, thus resorting to perilous tactics. Jiang Yun narrowed his gaze slightly, inquiring, "Where is Jiang Shan?" "Have him answer the phone." After a brief interlude, it seemed the call had been redirected, and soon a raspy voice made itself known. Jiang Shan seemed to be in relatively high spirits, remarking, "Jiang Yun, this is indeed fortuitous news. At the very least, you are not entirely devoid of value to the Jiang family." With a contemptuous snort, Jiang Yun abhorred himself for not having uncovered this sooner, thereby allowing the Jiang family to seize the upper hand. "Oh, you masqueraded your return to the hotel as a ruse, intending to abduct my wife? I'm most curious about what has befallen old Master Jiang to render you all so disarrayed." The other party appeared hesitant to divulge further, replying enigmatically, "I shall provide you with an address. Let us deliberate the subsequent matters with patience. You are aware that Cheng Ying is rather gullible, and you would not wish for him to be cognizant of our discord, would you? How exasperating, even at this late hour." This individual still wished to assume a position of authority. Upon receiving the address, Jiang Yun's countenance darkened as he steeled himself to proceed. The appointed meeting venue was a CAF, and upon entering, Jiang Yun swiftly discerned Jiang Shan and approached him with purpose. "Speak. What are your intentions? I must be of significant importance to you. Should a single hair on my wife be harmed, I shall not let this transgression go unpunished." He sat down forcefully, glaring at the man before him with fierce intensity. Jiang Shan, with an inscrutable expression, lifted a cup of coffee and took a measured sip, responding with indifference, "Were it not for your bone marrow's compatibility with that of the old master, your life would be as inconsequential as a blade of grass." Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Yun felt the veins on his forehead throb. He suppressed his wrath, reminding himself to maintain his composure. "If I am not mistaken, the old master is ailing and in need of a bone marrow donor, correct? You do not truly believe that by abducting Lin Shui, I would acquiesce and offer my marrow, do you? How naive." Jiang Shan's demeanor faltered slightly, his gaze turning frigid as he spoke with conviction. "The individual is in our custody. How you choose to react is contingent upon you. Moreover, donating bone marrow will not cost you your life. If you are willing to assist the Jiang family through this predicament, you will be rewarded with great honor and riches." What is a mere Lin family conglomerate in comparison? Just as he had surmised, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, realizing that his suspicions were indeed validated. The Jiang family sought this for their own advantage. "What distinguishes you from a common thief? You have even harmed my friend. How can I place my trust in you?" Yet Jiang Shan remained undeterred, as though the situation could be effortlessly dismissed. "That woman has obstructed my ambitions that I directed my associates to adopt a more assertive approach. Rest assured, the Jiang family shall bear her medical expenses. You need only to deliberate on your decision. The longer you hesitate, the less likely you are to encounter Lin Shui again." Suddenly, Jiang Yun's countenance transformed dramatically, his heart racing to his throat, yet he compelled himself to maintain his composure. "Very well, I am prepared to contribute, but I have one stipulation." Jiang Shan, now losing his patience, placed his cup down with a frown. "You ought to recognize that you currently possess no authority to negotiate terms that are no authority." A frigid smile crept onto Jiang Yun's visage as he waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, then we shall bide our time. We can afford to wait. However, can old Master Jiang afford such a luxury? His ailment is grave, and I suspect he cannot endure much longer. Should you dare to inflict harm upon Lin Shui, I shall resolutely resist, and we shall see who emerges victorious. The barefoot fear, not those shod in fine shoes." He refused to accept that the Jiang family could sustain this predicament, that if they truly possessed the means. Why the urgency for the test results? Why abduct Lin Shui immediately as leverage, if not out of fear of him? Witnessing Jiang Yun's defiant demeanor ignited Jiang Shan's ire. "Speak. What is your condition? If it lies within the Jiang family's capabilities, we may contemplate it." Sensing that he had successfully baited his opponent, Jiang Yun exhaled in relief. It appeared he had won this gamble. "This should not pose a challenge for your family. I have long harbored disdain for the Lin family. Eliminating a collateral branch should be a trivial matter for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan grasped the implication. "You wish to leverage the Jiang family's influence to clear your path. That is unacceptable. My duty is to ensure you provide your marrow, not to invite further complications. As Jiang Yun's expression darkened, Jiang Shan hastily added, "However, I can convey this to the old master and await his directives." It seemed this was the only recourse available. Having reached this juncture was already Jiang Yun's limit. How long must I remain in suspense? If it takes too long, before he could complete his thought. Jiang Shan stood to make a phone call. Just 5 minutes to that moment. A delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. And no need that a mere Lin family does not warrant troubling old Master Jiang, does it? Chapter 99. Coming to claim a person, Jiang Shan was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the woman as he momentarily paused, the hand holding the phone faltering. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this revelation, Jiang Yun was taken aback. He distinctly observed a fleeting expression of concern traversing Jiang Shan's visage. "You are..." Jiang Yun meticulously examined the woman before him, endeavoring to retrieve any semblance of recognition from his memory. The woman merely bestowed upon Jiang Shan a courteous smile before folding her arms and addressing Jiang Yun. "Permit me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Xian, that in terms of familial connection, I ought to be regarded as your younger sister. However, I am not a member of the Jiang family. Rather, Grandfather Jiang is my great-uncle, and my grandfather is a sibling to Grandfather Jiang's uncle. That I wonder, do you grasp the essence of my words?" Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Are you speaking in riddles?" Yet he had already discerned Jiang Xian's identity, that a subtle smile graced Jiang Xian's lips as she continued, "Instead of engaging in a battle of wits with me, perhaps you should reflect upon your wife. Uncle Jiang, it appears your negotiations have reached their denouement. Now, let us escort him to the hotel." Jiang Shan harbored lingering doubts, yet he had not anticipated that even this ancestral figure from the Jiang family would be involved, insinuating that the elderly gentleman would likely remain uninvolved. "Rest assured, the conditions he proposed, I, Jiang Xian, can guarantee. The old man will not hold you accountable." After contemplating her words for a moment, Jiang Shan nodded and rose to procure the vehicle. What manner of person is this woman? With but a few utterances, she can sway Jiang Shan. Jiang Yun was engulfed in suspicion regarding Jiang Xian's true identity, yet he still trailed behind the two. Within the confines of the car, Jiang Xian settled into the back seat, casting a glance at the restless Jiang Yun before remarking with a smile, "You need not fret. We are transporting you to the hotel to reunite with your wife. Until you affix your signature to the agreement, I can at least assure you that no harm shall befall her." Jiang Yun was taken aback and queried, "What agreement?" "A mutual contract," Jiang Xian replied with an affable smile. "You are the lifeline for old man Jiang. Should anything transpire to you, he would not endure either. It would indeed be quite the spectacle to bring your wife here, but would they not necessitate your signature to donate your bone marrow in order to liberate her?" The Jiang family is truly meticulous. However, Jiang Yun was also beset by doubts. Until now, he had merely suspected that the elderly gentleman was ailing. Without knowing the particulars, after digesting Jiang Xian's words, he continued his inquiry. "The Jiang family possesses hundreds of billions in assets. What could I possibly do for old man Jiang? Is it solely due to my bone marrow?" "Indeed," Jiang Xian responded earnestly. "Grandfather Jiang has been diagnosed with leukemia, and every member of the Jiang family has undergone blood tests, yet none match his bone marrow. Now do you comprehend your significance?" Jiang Yun snorted coldly, realizing that wealth cannot procure everything. Indeed, at least not health. Jiang Xian responded with an exuberant demeanor. In comparison to the women surrounding her, Jiang Xian was undeniably far more forthright. "The Dio continue," she encouraged. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's gaze was drawn to Jiang Xian, and he continued, "The Jiang family has dispatched Jiang Shan to negotiate the terms regarding the bone marrow. What is your intention in seeking me out?" After all, Jiang Yun did not perceive himself to be of such significance that numerous members of the Jiang family would orbit around him. "To establish familial ties," Jiang Xian replied with a smile. "Since the Jiang family has located you, it signifies that your return to the Jiang family is imminent." Even if you cannot ascend to the position of head of the Jiang family, you will still attract their attention. Securing a managerial role in a subsidiary should not be beyond your grasp. Jiang Yun fell silent, yet he began to ponder. After all, once he journeyed to Beijing, it would entail a temporary severance from all that he held dear in Ningxing, that he remained unaware of Lin Shui's sentiments. Upon his arrival, Jiang Yun had no opportunity for further inquiries, as he observed that the car had already come to a halt. Jiang Xian then exited the vehicle, casting a glance at the hotel before smiling. Lin Shui is inside. Jiang Yun nodded and proceeded upstairs, while Jiang Xian lingered in the car, rolling down the window to call out, "Brother Jiang Yun, you may proceed with Uncle Jiang. I shall attend to matters concerning the Lin family. After you and Uncle Jiang have signed the agreement, a surprise will undoubtedly await you." Jiang Yun responded with a casual HM. Ascending the stairs without a backward glance, following Jiang Shan, the two swiftly entered a room. The moment the door swung open, Jiang Yun's breath quickened. Inside the room, Lin Shui sat to one side, though she bore no restraints. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, she hurriedly ran toward him. "Wife." Jiang Yun embraced Lin Shui, gently caressing her hair, and reassured her, "Husband is here. Do not be afraid." Lin Shui nodded slightly, remaining silent. That moment, two men in black suits appeared at the door, obstructing the entrance. Jiang Shan glanced at Jiang Yun and coolly stated, "Come over to sign this agreement, and you may take her home." After seating Lin Shui in front of Jiang Shan, Jiang Yun briefly scanned the contents of the agreement before signing decisively. He then snorted coldly and slammed the agreement onto the table, stating irritably, "Isn't it merely a matter of donating bone marrow? Yet you have taken my wife captive. Should you not provide me with an explanation? What explanation do you seek?" Jiang Shan retorted, "At the very least. An apology for my wife?" Jiang Yun replied calmly, "Jiang Yun, you would do well to comprehend whom you are addressing." Jiang Shan suddenly slammed the table, glaring coldly at Jiang Yun, and continued, "You expect me to apologize? I am your elder. If you do not offer an apology, then our discourse shall reach an impasse in that moment." Jiang Yun rose, taking Lin Shui's hand, and prepared to exit the chamber. However, the bodyguard stationed at the door remained steadfast, denying him passage. "Step aside." Jiang Yun's voice was frigid. He had become the lifeline of old man Jiang and felt no obligation to extend courtesy. Yet the two bodyguards remained unmoved, resolutely blocking the entrance. "Are you both deaf?" Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, his tone frigid. "Enough. Let him go," Jiang Shan interjected calmly, content as he gathered the agreement. "Jiang Yun, return home and collect your belongings. We shall proceed to Beijing without delay. I shall grant you 3 days to attend to these trivial matters. I trust you possess sufficient intelligence. While I harbor no intent to harm you, I can certainly locate your wife. You should grasp the implications of that." "Yes," a blatant threat. Jiang Yun tightened his grip on Lin Shui's hand as they made their way outside. Downstairs, Jiang Xian's vehicle had already departed. Jiang Yun hailed a taxi, providing the name of their residential community as they journeyed home. Along the way, Lin Shui nestled against Jiang Yun, her expression troubled. "I am sorry for the distress you have endured." Jiang Yun gently caressed Lin Shui's head, whispering a few words of comfort in her ear. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Lin Shui softly inquired, "By the way, how is Qin Shiyu?" Chapter 100. Old Master Lin seeks reconciliation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun recalled the injured Qin Shiyu and promptly retrieved his phone to dial Duan Xiaohua. "Sister Duan, where are you and Qin Shiyu?" Jiang Yun asked directly to the first hospital. Duan Xiaohua's voice was laced with urgency as she quickly added, "How are matters on your end? And where is Lin Shui?" "Lin Shui is fine. I shall head to the hospital to meet you." As he spoke, Jiang Yun relayed a new destination to the driver, directing them to the first hospital. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the hospital's main entrance. Duan Xiaohua stood nearby, and upon seeing Jiang Yun and Lin Shui alight from the vehicle, she hurried towards them, exclaiming, Thank goodness you two are safe. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Duan. Jiang Yun glanced at Duan Xiuhua and sighed. It is entirely due to my troubles that you have faced such difficulties. Not at all, Duan Xiuhua waved her hand, guiding them into the hospital as she continued. You can rest assured. Shiyu is well and merely requires some time in the hospital to recuperate. That a sense of relief finally washed over Jiang Yun. Sister Duan. Outside the hospital room, Jiang Yun suddenly turned to Duan Xiuhua, asking, have you resolved your son's affairs? Having recently endured the heart-wrenching agony of losing a child, Duan Xiuhua found herself struggling to manage her own affairs while simultaneously offering support to him. This poignant reality stirred deep emotions within Jiang Yun. Once a life is extinguished, the significance of all else diminishes profoundly. Duan Xiuhua's countenance darkened as she shook her head. The housekeeper is already attending to the arrangements. Jiang Yun nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. He had engraved Duan Xiuhua's benevolence upon his heart. After all, such selflessness is a rare virtue. Their conversation continued. Jiang Yun's phone rang once more. He stepped aside to take the call, greeting the caller with a simple hello. Upon recognizing the unfamiliar number, his expression soured significantly. That on the other end of the line, Jiang Xian jubilantly exclaimed, Brother Jiang Yun, a delightful surprise awaits you at the Lin family. Hearing this, a faint smile graced the corners of Jiang Yun's lips. It appeared that Yi Xian had successfully resolved matters on her end. After concluding the call, Jiang Yun turned to Duan Xiuhua, expressing his gratitude. I must pay a visit to the Lin family. Please oversee matters here at the hospital for the time being, and do not hesitate to reach out if anything arises. Understood, Duan Xiuhua nodded, watching as the two departed. The moment they exited the hospital, Jiang Yun's excitement was palpable. Lin Shui, who accompanied him, inquired, What is the matter? You shall find out soon enough, Jiang Yun replied with an enigmatic smile. At that instant, Lin Shui struggled to envision any event that could potentially bring her joy. She sighed, having assumed that with Jiang Tengfei no longer an obstacle, they could swiftly forge a happy life together and become a family of three. However, she had not foreseen the tribulations posed by the Lin family, nor the encroachment of the Jiang family into their lives. Indeed, it felt as though they were ensnared between a wolf and a tiger. Sensing her turmoil, Jiang Yun gently patted Lin Shui's shoulder, offering reassurance. Rest assured, this will undoubtedly bring you satisfaction. I hope so, Lin Shui replied somewhat dismissively. Half an hour later, they found themselves standing at the threshold of the Lin family estate. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, Lin Shui's expression soured, her mind inundated with memories of past encounters, especially the visages of old Master Lin and the third uncle of the Lin family, causing her teeth to clench in indignation. Jiang Yun took her hand and guided her into the hall. Brother Jiang Yun. Jiang Xian turned upon hearing footsteps behind her, beaming as she approached, her gaze settling on Lin Shui, with a radiant expression. She remarked, I presume this enchanting lady is my sister-in-law. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied, acutely aware of Lin Shui's discomfort and her unwavering attention directed toward Jiang Xian, that he swiftly added, This is Jiang Xian, a member of the esteemed Jiang family and my blood relation. His words served as a bridge, alleviating Lin Shui's lingering uncertainties. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's introduction, Lin Shui smiled warmly and extended her hand towards Jiang Xian, saying, Greetings, I am Lin Xu Yi Xian, then interjected. Sister-in-law, you are truly radiant. It is no wonder my brother holds you in such high regard. That a slight cough escaped Lin Shui as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Yet she refrained from elaborating further. Brother Jiang Yun, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the elder Lin, who stood nearby. As she continued, he has willingly acknowledged his past mistakes and is prepared to entrust the management of the Lin family to you. Entrust it to me? Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, old Master Lin contemplated briefly, stepping forward to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. After casting a glance at Jiang Xian, he earnestly declared, I believe that if the Lin family is entrusted to your capable hands, our family business shall undoubtedly flourish. Furthermore, even without relying on the principal branch of the Lin family, we can still reclaim our status in the capital city," he added. Lin Shui regarded old Master Lin, her expression one of bewilderment. Why had this elderly gentleman so suddenly altered his stance? Standing beside her, Jiang Yun comprehended the situation all too well. It was evident that Jiang Xian had exerted influence, prompting old Master Lin's unexpected readiness to relinquish control. Given the elders' willingness to transfer authority, it was only reasonable for them to accept the responsibility. Jiang Yun crossed his arms and offered a simple nod of acquiescence. Lin Shui did not hesitate to respond in agreement, opting not to engage further in conversation with old Master Lin. Xiao Shui, Lin family's third uncle, stepped forward, casting a glance at Lin Shui before stating, "I am aware that I have erred greatly in the past, yet I trust that you will find it within your heart to forgive me. Will you not? I vow never to repeat such misdeeds. Moreover, I shall be your steadfast ally, aiding you in ensuring the prosperity of the Lin family." Before Lin Shui could formulate a reply, Jiang Yun interjected, positioning himself before Lin family's third uncle with an air of cold authority. "There is a matter that requires clarification. Who has desecrated the grave of Xiao Shui's parents?" Chapter 101. Touching her with familial affection, Lin family's third uncle instinctively glanced at Jiang Xian, who then stepped forward, clapping her hands. Moments later, two bodyguards clad in black suits escorted a disheveled man into the room. After pinning him before Jiang Yun, Jiang Xian revealed, "Brother Jiang Yun, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The desecration of sister-in-law's parents' ancestral grave is in no way connected to old Master Lin. This is solely the result of the actions of the man before you." Jiang Yun's gaze fixed intently on the man, and after scrutinizing him for a considerable time, he turned to Lin Shui, inquiring, "Do you recognize him?" Lin Shui lightly shook her head. "This man is the second son of the Lin family, yet he has never garnered the favor of old Master Lin, remaining in obscurity all these years. Now, upon discovering your discord with the Lin family, he seeks to exploit the turmoil for his own advantage." As the truth unfolded, Jiang Yun's countenance darkened further. He strode towards the second son of the Lin family, seizing his collar with a fierce grip before delivering a punch to his face. The hall resonated with anguished cries, and the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. After venting his frustrations, Lin Shui approached him, gently pulling him aside. She softly advised, "Since the events have already transpired, it is futile to dwell on them further. Nor should we waste our breath on such a person that I simply cannot comprehend." Jiang Yun, his eyes reddened, pointed at the pitiable second son of the Lin family, growling, "How can such treacherous individuals exist in this world? They neither harm the innocent nor disturb the resting places of others. Do they not grasp this? Moreover, those graves hold your elder brother and sister-in-law." The second son of the Lin family remained silent, his head bowed. Jiang Yun spat at him in disdain and turned his attention back to Jiang Xian, expressing gratitude. "Thank you that you're welcome," Jiang Xian replied with a warm smile, her voice gentle. However, Jiang Yun's impression of her was far from favorable. That a person capable of wielding influence over the Jiang family was undoubtedly not as uncomplicated as she appeared. Choosing not to engage further with Jiang Xian, Jiang Yun cast a cold glance at old Master Lin, stating coolly, "Take care of yourself." With that, he grasped Lin Shui's hand and began to walk towards the entrance of the Lin family estate. Closely followed by Jiang Xian, as they departed, the Lin family hall descended into a hushed silence. Old Master Lin gestured for the bodyguards, who promptly escorted the second son of the Lin family out. In that moment, a flicker of determination ignited in old Master Lin's murky eyes. He did not bear the countenance of a defeated man. "Father, what shall we do now?" the Lin family's third uncle inquired, furrowing his brow as he recognized the depth of Jiang Yun's connections, that he had assumed the Jiang family would disregard him. Yet they had unexpectedly altered their stance and even dared to suppress them for his sake. "Old Master Lin's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied coolly, We are but a branch of the Lin family, that if the Jiang family wishes to suppress us, it would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Yet now that we have entrusted power to Lin Shui, shall we not find ourselves at her mercy in the future? The third uncle of the Lin family clenched his fists, greatly unsettled by the prospect of being governed by a mere girl. However, old Master Lin, with an air of composure, lifted his teacup and chuckled. Things are not as dire as you perceive. Jiang Yun has now been embraced by the Jiang family, and with their considerable resources. It will not be long before Jiang Yun and Lin Shui make their way to the capital. At that juncture, they will undoubtedly reap both fame and fortune. Moreover, as we remain close to them, we shall naturally bask in their glory. Furthermore, the primary branch of the Lin family in the capital will likely reach out to us. Clearly, old Master Lin's perspective was far more strategic than that of the Lin family's third uncle. Although the latter wished to voice his concerns, old Master Lin preemptively stated, during this time, remember to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Shui. She has lived independently since childhood and longs for familial affection. Your attention towards her will be mutually beneficial. The third uncle of the Lin family quickly acquiesced and watched as old Master Lin took his leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian had also parted ways. But he did not escort Lin Shui home. Instead, he promptly contacted Jiang Qingying at the Jinwei Hotel in the city center. Jiang Qingying arrived fashionably late. Upon spotting Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian seated by the window, he approached them with a smile, though his awkwardness was palpable as he said, "Brother, sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to. There is no need for such formality between us." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Compared to Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian, he favored interactions with Jiang Qing. By the way, brother, you and sister-in-law have yet to dine, correct? Allow me to treat you today. We should find a fine establishment to enjoy a meal, perhaps to celebrate the resolution of recent matters? Jiang Qingying suggested with enthusiasm. There's no need to go through such trouble. I have some matters to attend to shortly. Jiang Yun declined outright, as it was indeed a tumultuous time, and he needed to meet with Duan Xiuhua as soon as possible. Very well, Jiang Qingying's eyes sparkled. Brother, feel free to express your thoughts. They had only been reunited for a few minutes, and it was evident from Jiang Shan's repeated glances at his watch that he had pressing matters to address. Jiang Yun lightly tapped the table with his fingers before he inquired, "What exactly is Jiang Xian's identity?" Jiang Xian. Upon the utterance of that name, Jiang Qing's demeanor shifted ever so slightly, and he then took a sip of water and, after a brief moment of contemplation, responded, "A genius. Your appraisal of her is notably elevated," Jiang Yun remarked with a smile, shaking his head in mild regret, for that was not the information he had been seeking. "It is not merely my perspective," Jiang Qingying replied, his brow furrowing. "That be why virtue of lineage. Jiang Xian is my elder sister. However, our bond is rather tenuous, as she belongs to the family of my second grandfather, and our interactions during our upbringing have been minimal. You are aware of the intricate dynamics that often characterize large families. Nevertheless, Jiang Xian has received abundant acclaim from numerous elders." After a moment's reflection, Jiang Qingying elaborated, "Jiang Xian possesses remarkable acumen in the realm of business and is exceedingly astute. She has ascended to the role of vice president at the headquarters through her own diligence. Were it not for her gender, she could very well have emerged as the future heir of the Jiang family." Jiang Yun immediately discerned the underlying implication. This indicated that Jiang Xian's overtures towards him were likely aimed at fostering a favorable rapport for potential future endeavors. That if that were indeed the case, then this woman was undeniably formidable, possessing such foresight, and certainly a worthy adversary. However, it remained ambiguous whether Jiang Xian was a friend or foe. "Brother, has Jiang Xian caused you any difficulties?" Jiang Qingying inquired abruptly. "Not in the least," Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head. "That in fact, she has rendered me considerable assistance, even aiding in the resolution of matters concerning the Lin family." "That is reassuring to hear," Jiang Qingying nodded. "Brother, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to inform me." Regardless of the circumstances, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. Jiang Yun regarded Jiang Qingying for a significant duration before posing the question. What compels you to be so kind to me? Their exchanges had been sparse, and Jiang Yun found it difficult to fathom that individuals hailing from an esteemed lineage could genuinely forge connections rooted solely in familial ties. For, as Jiang Qingying hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Yun, he continued, "You leave me with a delightful impression, instilling a sense of security reminiscent of that of a benevolent elder brother, a sentiment I have yet to experience within the Jiang family. It appears you possess an essence of humanity." Jiang Yun chuckled softly, now fully grasping Jiang Shan's sentiments. Indeed, Jiang Qingying was remarkably innocent. After checking the time, he rose, taking Lin Shui by the hand, and approached Jiang Qingying, bestowing a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Fear not. Even should there come a day when I find myself at odds with the Jiang family, we shall forever remain brothers." Jiang Qingying offered a bittersweet smile. "I fervently hope that day never materializes." Without further ado, Jiang Yun guided Lin Shui out of the hotel. He merely needed to discern Jiang Xian's intentions, for all else held little significance. Presently, the Jiang family appeared as a vast enigma. He was scarcely acquainted with anything pertaining to them, nor was he aware of the implications of dealings with the Jiang clan. However, one fact remained indisputable. Old Master Jiang still required his bone marrow for treatment, and wielding such leverage afforded him a modicum of security. Indeed, having a brother is a true blessing. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lin Shui glanced outside, her gaze lingering on Jiang Qingying in the distance. "Do you not also possess a younger brother?" As Jiang Yun ignited the engine, he laughed. "Moreover, my bond with Jiang Qingying pales in comparison to that which you share with yours." Lin Shui let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking her head. "That fellow only knows how to confine himself indoors and engage with his computer. He remains oblivious to the fact that our parents' graves have been disturbed, that I fear he may one day perish before the screen." Jiang Yun merely smiled, offering no retort. As the car roared to life, he dialed Duan Xiaohua's number. "Sister Duan, where are you?" During this tumultuous period, Duan Xiaohua found herself grappling with a profound low in her life. Burdened by a succession of overwhelming events, Jiang Yun was deeply touched to witness that, in spite of her hardships, she continued to assist him in managing his affairs at a Ningxing cemetery. Duan Xiaohua's voice resonated with a palpable sorrow. "Sister Duan, I have resolved my matters here. I am on my way to meet you." Before Duan Xiaohua could articulate a response, Jiang Yun had already terminated the call. Half an hour later, at Ningxing cemetery, Jiang Yun parked the vehicle and, accompanied by Lin Shui, emerged. Along their journey, they had discovered a clothing store where they donned black suits and long dresses. Jiang Yun had also replaced his tie with a black one. At that moment, the vicinity surrounding the cemetery was teeming with luxury vehicles, while the interior was already bustling with individuals that as they traversed through the cemetery, they merged with the throng until they located Duan Xiaohua. There she stood before a grave, softly weeping, encircled by a multitude of individuals extending their condolences. "Sister Duan." Jiang Yun approached her gently and said, "Since the event has transpired, please accept my heartfelt condolences." "I am all right," Duan Xiaohua replied, wiping her tears upon noticing Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, then guiding them to a more secluded area. Once they reached a less populated spot, she turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, "Have your matters been resolved? Has the Jiang family continued to trouble you?" Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude. Duan Xiaohua's son had tragically passed away, and during such a heart-wrenching time, her burden must have been heavier than anyone else's. Yet, she still thought of him. "That I have reached an agreement with the Jiang family. For the foreseeable future, they will not pursue us any further," Jiang Yun stated calmly. "Sister Duan, you have been an immense source of support to me during this time. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, that I will do everything within my power to aid you. My heart feels like a desolate sea. There is nothing left for me to do." Duan Xiaohua's gaze appeared vacant. She glanced toward her son's grave and continued, I have resolved that once Shu Yu is discharged from the hospital, I will transfer all business affairs to her. I no longer wish to involve myself in these matters. I am utterly exhausted. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. That sounds prudent. I am confident that Miss Qin will manage everything with competence. However, as he mentioned Qin Shuyu, a flicker of concern crossed Jiang Yun's expression. But how is Miss Qin faring? Has the doctor provided any indication of when she might be discharged? Her condition remains stable, Duan Xiuhua reassured him with a gentle smile. You need not fret. I have procured the finest specialist for Shu Yu, and her injuries are merely superficial. That it is not as grave as you might apprehend. With a little time to recuperate, she shall make a full recovery. Jiang Yun felt the tension in his body dissipate significantly and remarked, That is a great relief. Should anything befall Miss Qin, I would carry the weight of guilt and remorse for the entirety of my existence. Sister Duan, if you require no further assistance from me here, I shall take my leave. Once I have fulfilled my current obligations, I shall meet you in the capital. Duan Xiuhua refrained from probing further. Her thoughts elsewhere as she replied, Very well. The moment they exited the cemetery, Lin Shui abruptly turned to Jiang Yun and inquired, Are you truly preparing to depart with the Jiang family? Indeed, Jiang Yun revealed with unwavering honesty. I have entered into a bone marrow donation agreement with Jiang Shan, and I must proceed. Chapter 103. The troubles of Qin Shiyu. Jiang Yun found himself grappling with a dilemma of his own. The members of the Jiang family were far more formidable than the esteemed Lin. Should he find himself at odds with them, both he and Lin Shui would encounter a perilous situation unlike any they had previously faced. In fact, they might discover themselves without sanctuary, that he feared that Elder Jiang would stop at nothing to ensure his own survival. Xiao Shui. Suddenly, Jiang Yun turned his gaze to Lin Shui, who was seated in the passenger seat. His voice softened considerably. If I were to journey to the capital, would you be inclined to accompany me? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shui responded, Of course, no matter where you venture or what trials you encounter. I shall steadfastly stand by your side, never retreating an inch, for we are family. I in this world, aside from our future child, you are of utmost significance to me. Jiang Yun was profoundly touched, nodding in agreement. As they conversed, he had already navigated towards his home, and soon they arrived at their doorstep. As twilight descended, the two shared a modest breakfast before retiring early for the night. The following morning, before Jiang Yun had even stirred, a voice called from outside, Brother Jiang Yun, are you awake? That voice belonged to Jiang Xian. Jiang Yun turned over, glancing at the time with a furrowed brow. Damn, why is she here so early? What could she possibly intend? After donning a garment, he descended the stairs. Jiang Xian stood at the door, cheerfully brandishing the breakfast she had brought. Isn't my little sister quite considerate? Coming over first thing in the morning to deliver your meal. Very considerate indeed, Jiang Yun replied impatiently as he swung the door open. So considerate it disrupts one's slumber. What time is it? Still in bed? Jiang Xian regarded him with a radiant smile, then leaned in closer to whisper. Brother, it appears that you and sister-in-law were rather occupied last night, perhaps with aspirations of welcoming a child. At this remark, Jiang Yun's visage turned a deep shade of crimson, that he cast an irritated glance at Jiang Xian and retorted. Enough with the frivolities, speak plainly. If there is nothing further, please leave the breakfast and take your leave. That I have something to convey, Jiang Xian swiftly replied. Jiang Shan is preparing to depart, and Jiang Qingying will accompany him. Considering your own obligations, I shall remain here with you for a few days before we return to the capital together. It is for the best that Jiang Shan takes his leave. His presence makes me uneasy, Jiang Yun admitted candidly. Jiang Xian stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Brother Jiang Yun, you truly ought not to be so transparent. Even if you harbor disdain for Jiang Shan, it is unwise to display it so overtly. Such behavior only breeds animosity. Jiang Yun paid her no heed. He had never possessed a favorable opinion of Jiang Shan. Just as they were about to enter, they noticed a car parked across the street, from which Qin Shiyu emerged, supported by a bodyguard. Take your belongings inside. I must speak with a friend, Jiang Yun stated. opting not to engage further with Jiang Xian as he hastened towards Qin Shuyu. "Miss Qin, how do you fare?" he inquired with a smile as he approached her. Qin Shuyu's complexion appeared wan. She squinted slightly and replied coolly, "What is it?" Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Yun would have dismissed her entirely, for she consistently maintained an air of detachment. However, the current circumstances were different, and her injury was directly linked to him. Despite his discomfort, he knew he must suppress his emotions. "That I heard that Sister Duan has completely entrusted the family business to you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will stand by your side to assist in alleviating any troubles," Jiang Yun offered with a smile, recognizing this as the only form of aid he could extend. Qin Shuyu merely nodded in acknowledgement and did not elaborate further as she made her way inside her home. Jiang Yun sighed in resignation before returning home. That moment, Lin Shui completed her morning routine and was seated at the table with Jiang Xian, sharing a meal. Upon seeing Jiang Yun return, Lin Shui smiled and said, "Come and have something to eat." "You go ahead," Jiang Yun replied absently, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards Jiang Xian, not wishing to see her at all, though he could not allow that sentiment to manifest overtly. After a brief wash upstairs, he approached the window and noticed several luxury cars parked across the street, their occupants briskly making their way towards Qin Shuyu's residence. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering to himself, "Could it be that they are all here to present gifts?" Ultimately, Qin Shuyu was on the verge of assuming a pivotal leadership position within the Duan family. Yet, in the very next moment, he observed the individual who had been a steadfast supporter of Qin Shuyu exiting the villa and dismissing the others. Jiang Yun hastily pulled open the window, fortuitously catching the tumble below. "Qin Shuyu, do you genuinely perceive yourself as someone of significance? Regardless, while Sister Duan may have acquiesced to your rise, we certainly do not. The company does not solely belong to Sister Duan. How dare you, a mere girl, presume to exert control over us? You must be deluding yourself." Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly, acknowledging the uproar that in an instant. He rushed downstairs and swiftly made his way outside. "What is this uproar about?" Lin Shui inquired, bewildered by Jiang Yun's abrupt departure. Yet, Jiang Yun paid her no mind, quickly reaching the entrance of the villa. The men lingering nearby exhibited no desire to depart. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's approach, they continued their raucous jeers directed at the Qin residents. "What are you lot doing here?" Jiang Yun asked, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "What concern is it of yours?" One of them retorted, casting a disdainful glance back at Jiang Yun, embodying an exceedingly haughty demeanor. "Qin Shuyu is my friend, and Sister Duan is also my ally. Their affairs are intrinsically linked to my own. So tell me, does it not concern me?" Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. "That I do not care why you are here, but given that Qin Shuyu is injured, you had best refrain from disturbing her. Otherwise, I shall ensure you come to regret your actions." Chapter 104. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Are you attempting to intimidate us?" The men exchanged glances before the foremost individual scoffed. "We are shareholders of the Duan family. What are you, that you dare to address us in such a manner? Before we lose our tempers, you'd better make yourself scarce. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness." The others echoed in agreement, their expressions frosty. Jiang Yun's demeanor shifted slightly, and before he could respond, the pallid-faced Qin Shuyu emerged from the house. She first cast a glance at Jiang Yun, then directed her gaze towards the men before her. "What brings you to my home?" Qin Shuyu's demeanor was resolute, though her voice lacked the forcefulness of her words, hinting at a facade of bravery. The foremost man snorted derisively and declared, "Sister Duan has suddenly vanished, and we have received word of a transfer of the company. Who knows what is truly occurring here? In any case, unless you present all the relevant contracts and provide us with an explanation today, we shall not depart. Sister Duan has transferred the company to Qin Shuyu." Jiang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. However, his greater concern lay with the enigma surrounding Sister Duan's sudden disappearance. Yet, the immediate priority was to resolve the current predicament. Regarding the company's matters, once I recover, I shall personally clarify everything with you. Qin Shiyu responded with an icy demeanor. Allow me to reiterate my request for the final time. I implore you to vacate the premises at once, or I shall be compelled to call upon security. The assembly exchanged furtive glances, remaining mute, yet exhibiting no inclination to withdraw, that a collection of individuals incapable of grasping human discourse. Jiang Yun observed coolly, then retrieved his phone, poised to make a call that TO address such individuals. A direct and assertive approach was warranted. Simply summon security to effect their removal. What did you just utter? Suddenly, the man at the forefront directed a fierce glare towards Jiang Yun. Advancing towards him. All present are shareholders of the Duan family, each possessing their respective shares. With the abrupt shift in ownership of the Duan family, they naturally yearn for clarification. Their pent-up exasperation is tangible. Yet they find themselves taken aback by Jiang Yun's audacity to provoke them. Jiang Yun, arms crossed, spoke with deliberation. It is precisely those who cannot comprehend human speech to whom I am addressing my remarks. The expression of the man at the forefront shifted dramatically, but before he could articulate a response, another man beside him interjected. I recognize this fellow. Is he not the one connected to the Jiang family? It is rumored that this lad indeed bears some blood relation to the Jiang family. Yet he was mercilessly cast aside, as they do not acknowledge him in the slightest, that I in an instant. Laughter erupted among the gathering, that I recall now. Is not this chap named Jiang Yun? Quite a bit has transpired around him of late. Another individual stepped forward, adding, however, this is my inaugural encounter with him. I must confess, he appears rather unfortunate, and no wonder the Jiang family disavows him. Even I would hesitate to invite such a person into my abode, with such a dismal countenance. Who can say whether he might not bring misfortune upon us? At that moment, all gazes converged upon Jiang Yun, causing Lin Shui's expression to darken significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu, positioned nearby, clenched her fists, yet lacked the fortitude to contest the crowd before her. Just then, Jiang Yun emitted a cold laugh and remarked, merely a gathering of failures who cannot reach the grapes yet claim they are sour. Who are you addressing? The man at the forefront shot a frosty glance at Jiang Yun, bolstered by their numbers. They felt no trepidation towards him. Jiang Yun, undeterred, twisted his neck and retorted coldly, I am referring to you lot. A band of scoundrels. Are you not aware that Qin Shiyu is injured? She is but a girl. And yet you brutish men dare to press her. You ought to feel shame. As a man myself, I believe you have sullied our gender. The man's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. Before he could respond, a derisive voice rang out from the rear of the crowd. Indeed, you all have tarnished the dignity of manhood. How can such individuals exist in this world? Upon hearing that voice, all eyes turned to behold Jiang Qingying and Ingzi making their approach. Undeterred by the icy glares from the onlookers, Jiang Qingying strode confidently to Jiang Yun's side, crossing his arms with a mischievous smirk. Brother, you appear to be in rather high spirits this early in the morning, engaging in disputes with these curs. Jiang Yun nearly erupted into laughter at his words. The crowd trailing Jiang Qingying frowned slightly, and the man at the forefront raised his hand to seize Jiang Qingying's arm, coldly reprimanding, Whom are you addressing in such a manner? In the following moment, Jiang Qingying's countenance darkened, but before he could retort, Ingzi deftly delivered a swift kick to the man's wrist. A piercing scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, reverberated through the air. With fluid grace, Ingzi executed another kick, propelling the raucous man away, before mechanically returning to Jiang Qingying's side. His expression devoid of emotion. The onlookers' faces turned grim, exchanging furtive glances yet remaining silent, instinctively retreating a few steps. Unfazed by the crowd, Jiang Qingying fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yun and cheerfully proposed, "Brother, I arrived early and have yet to partake in any sustenance. Shall we venture inside for a bite? Let Ingzi manage this situation on his own." Jiang Yun, casting a glance at Ingzi, grasped Jiang Qingying's intention to have Yingzi impart a lesson to the crowd. However, he hesitated, aware that resorting to violence could lead to unforeseen consequences. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped in front of the group, surveying them before stating coolly, "Depart at once. Otherwise, do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility." Exchanging glances, the crowd dared not linger and swiftly retreated towards the villa area, revealing themselves to be a pack that preys upon the vulnerable. Chapter 105. No trouble without Three Treasures Hall. After witnessing the crowd disperse, Jiang Yin turned to Lin Shui and smiled. "Since my dear brother claims to be famished, let us procure a few buns from the fridge for him to warm." "Buns?" Lin Shui regarded him with curiosity. Jiang Qing also chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at the opulent villa surrounding them and murmuring, "Brother, while I may not know much about you, I am aware that sister-in-law is a distinguished businesswoman. Are you truly planning to offer me but a few buns?" Jiang Yin paid him no mind, instead approaching the door of Qin Shiyu's residence, pointing at the lock and inquiring, "Are you not going to invite me in for a moment? Do not forget, had I not arrived in time, no one would have come to your aid." Qin Shiyu scoffed softly, glancing at Lin Shui and the others who had already entered the opposite villa. Before responding coolly, "If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards your dear brother. What role do you play in this? You are truly heartless." Jiang Yun found no inclination to argue with her. Knowing that Qin Shiyu's injury was partially tied to him, that he then directly asked, "Where is Sister Duan?" "She has returned to her hometown," and at the mere mention of Duan Xiehua, Qin Shiyu's countenance darkened. It is important to note that she has recently endured the heart-wrenching loss of her son. Now, she merely seeks a tranquil sanctuary, free from disturbances. Prior to her departure, she entrusted all her shares to me. However, owing to the abrupt nature of the incident, many senior executives remain oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. Once I regain my strength, I shall take the helm of the company personally, thereby alleviating many of the issues at hand. During this tumultuous period, Qin Shiyu found herself besieged by challenges, particularly with Duan Xiehua unexpectedly bequeathing the Duan family to her, which considerably heightened her burden. She was acutely aware of the significance the Duan family held for Duan Xiehua. When Duan Xiehua founded the Duan family, it was with the intention of bequeathing a vast empire to her son. Little did she realize that upon locating her son, and before any aspirations could materialize, he had already departed from this world. Thus, the Duan family lost its essence. Perhaps this was the reason Duan Xiehua so resolutely entrusted the family to her. Jiang Yin shook his head, arms crossed, and remarked, "Your perspective is rather naive. Do you truly believe that managing a company is so simplistic? Those shareholders have already begun to make their presence known. Once you step into the Duan family, they will likely continue to besiege you." Qin Shiyu scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, "I possess the majority of shares in the Duan family and am the unequivocal controlling shareholder. What could they possibly do to me? Should they dare to oppose me, I shall expel them all from the company." Her fierce demeanor resembled that of a formidable woman in command. Regrettably, Jiang Yun merely shook his head and smiled, casting a glance at Qin Shiyu through the door as he slowly articulated, "By then, it might not be them departing, but rather you do not be under the illusion that possessing absolute shares will elevate you above them. They have been entrenched in the company for years and comprehend its intricacies far better than you. Acting recklessly will only serve to erect greater barriers for you." Qin Shiyu lapsed into silence, contemplating her strategy. "How about this?" Suddenly, Jiang Yin spoke again. "I consider myself a friend of Sister Duan, and since you are her niece, your affairs are also of my concern. Having observed the situation, I cannot remain a passive spectator. You appear to be in good spirits. Why not allow me to accompany you to the Duan family and assist you in swiftly establishing your authority? It would also clear numerous obstacles from your path." Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a cold smile graced her lips as she replied, "I believe you should first attend to your own matters. Do you genuinely think you can command respect from the Duan family?" How utterly laughable! She had amassed a wealth of information concerning Jiang Yun from Duan Xiuhua. Perceiving him merely as a parasite subsisting off Lin Shui, I may indeed lack the requisite capabilities. Yet, a subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips. He was not incensed by Qin Shiyu's demeanor. Rather, he gestured toward the vehicle parked nearby and stated, Jiang Qing hails from the esteemed Jiang family in the capital, and I have recently reconciled with the Lin family. However, with the formidable influence of these two factions, subduing the shareholders of the Duan family would be a trivial endeavor. Qin Shiyu hesitated momentarily. Her gaze riveted upon Jiang Yun for an extended period before she ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Your compliance is rather prompt, Jiang Yun remarked, shaking his head with a smile that he had anticipated that Qin Shiyu would require a moment of pretense. Nonsense, Qin Shiyu retorted, pointing to her abdomen. If it were not for the troubles plaguing your family, would I have sustained injuries? Everything you do now is merely to atone for my suffering. Why should I decline? Jiang Yun shook his head with a rueful smile, and in the blink of an eye, he was already making his way toward his villa. Observing his retreating figure, Qin Shiyu crossed her arms and let out a soft snort, muttering to herself, This fellow isn't as intolerable as I had envisioned. Yet he remains a rather unsavory character. Visions of Jiang Yun alongside Song Xiaoyan surged in her mind, prompting Qin Shiyu to stamp her foot in exasperation. And two words erupted from her lips, scoundrel. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun had returned to his villa. Upon noticing the table adorned with an array of pastries, he washed his hands and seated himself at the dining table. Casting a glance at Lin Shui beside him, he inquired, My dear wife, why are you being so generous to him? Preparing such an abundance of food, are you not concerned about making him ill? Lin Shui merely covered her mouth and chuckled, offering little more in response. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying, seated nearby, shot an irritated look at Jiang Yun, exclaiming, Brother, what do you imply by that? Is it not only fitting for my sister-in-law to treat me well? Do you not grasp the principle that a sister-in-law is akin to a mother? Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, directly probing, Let us not beat around the bush. What brings you here so early to seek me out? Well, Jiang Qingying mused for a moment, then grinned, bringing a bun closer to Jiang Yun. In truth, I came to ask when we would embark for the capital. I ask this your own initiative. Jiang Yun regarded Jiang Qingying with suspicion. Aware that the young man had ulterior motives, that of course not. Jiang Qingying squinted and smiled, scratching his head as he continued. Actually, Uncle and Jiang Xian instructed me to come and inquire. But fret not. Even though I am merely conveying their message, I am unequivocally on your side. Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily, refraining from responding to Jiang Qingying. After all, he had already reached an agreement with Jiang Shan to depart for the capital in 3 days, with less than 48 hours remaining. Nevertheless, the fact that Jiang Shan had dispatched Jiang Qingying to subtly inquire suggested that the old man was keen for him to return to the capital to aid him with his ailment. This implied that, despite having formalized an agreement, the initiative still resided firmly in his grasp. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, You may return and inform Jiang Shan that I still have numerous matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I shall accompany you back to the capital. Jiang Qingying furrowed his brow slightly. Brother, what else remains to be done? Tell me, and I shall attend to it immediately. Even if you choose not to speak, I will seek your assistance. Jiang Yun offered a faint smile, patting Jiang Qingying on the shoulder. Here is the plan. After we conclude our meal, you shall return and fetch Jiang Shan, waiting for me downstairs at the Duan family residence. I will join you shortly. Jiang Qingying did not press for further details and nodded in agreement. After the meal, Jiang Qingying departed first. Lin Shui's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun as she inquired, Are you truly intending to go to the capital? At this pivotal moment, retreat was no longer an option. Jiang Yun delicately tapped his fingers against the table, recognizing that although he could employ various justifications to postpone matters briefly, such actions would be futile and would not alter the inevitable outcome. After a brief pause for contemplation, he continued, Previously, Jiang Shan had already taken you away. while you emerged unscathed, it served as a stark warning to me. The Jiang family wields significant influence and is capable of anything. Should I continue to delay, they might take further action against you. Both the individuals from Ningqing and the Jiang family were acutely aware that Lin Shui represented his Achilles heel, a reality that had been unequivocally validated. Lin Shui sighed and shook her head. So it all hinges on me. Foolish girl, Jiang Yun replied, the gravity etched upon his features gradually dissipating as he moved to sit beside her. He gently patted her shoulder before pulling her into his embrace, smiling softly. We are husband and wife. There is no need to delineate such stark boundaries between us. Moreover, even if they do not threaten me through you, I am determined to enter the capital to infiltrate the Jiang family and uncover the truth behind my parents' abandonment, as well as their eventual settlement in Ningqing. Lin Shui nodded gently, reaffirming, no matter what you undertake, I will unconditionally stand by your side. Excellent, Jiang Yun murmured, planting a soft kiss on Lin Shui's forehead before gazing out the window at the adjacent villa. With a smile, he added, you should prepare and swiftly escort Qin Shiyu to the Duan family. I have matters to attend to and will join you later. Lin Shui nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yun departed the villa. Half an hour later, he found himself seated on a sofa within a repair shop. The hall was abuzz with activity, and all present regarded Jiang Yun with respect. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted from the second floor, and soon, He Hu descended, his countenance radiating enthusiasm that in a few strides, he stood before Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Mr. Jiang, should you require anything from me, a mere call will suffice. There is no need for you to make the journey. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. All right, there is no need for such formality. I am here to present you with a new opportunity. He Hu paused, gazing at Jiang Yun in bewilderment. Quite simple, Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. I presume you have heard considerable chatter about me of late. During this interval, Jiang Yun had risen to prominence in Ningqing, and He Hu had undoubtedly caught wind of various rumors, all originating from the Jiang family in the capital. To be candid, I am indeed affiliated with the Jiang family in the capital, and I intend to return there shortly, Jiang Yun stated plainly. Thus, I merely wish to inquire whether you would be inclined to accompany me to the capital. Me? He Hu was taken aback, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Mr. Jiang, please do not jest. While I aspire to follow you to the capital to forge a remarkable career, what could I possibly contribute? In a straightforward manner, Jiang Yun snapped his fingers and proposed the establishment of a security company. A security company? He Hu mused, lighting a cigarette and momentarily lost in contemplation, clearly weighing the viability of the suggestion. Indeed, Jiang Yun harbored his own intentions. Upon entering the capital, he would find himself in a precarious position, necessitating the presence of trustworthy allies. Otherwise, should he sever ties with the Jiang family, he would find himself without an avenue of escape. Moreover, the recent incident involving Lin Shui's abduction served as a stark reminder. He could not afford to act carelessly. I shall not press you for an immediate response, Jiang Yun continued. You have 48 hours to deliberate. If I do not receive word from you, I shall interpret it as a sign that you do not wish to accompany me to the capital. He Hu nodded in acknowledgement. After checking the time, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Qingying's number. Have you and Jiangshan arrived? On the other end, Jiang Qingying promptly responded. Not only have we arrived, but my sister-in-law and the Lin family are also here. Brother, when shall you join us? A slight smile graced Jiang Yun's lips. The moment was ripe to address the affairs of the Duan family. In the next instant, Jiang Yun ended the call and made his way toward the exit of the repair shop. He Hu took a deep drag from his cigarette, watching Jiang Yun's figure recede, murmuring to himself, should I go or should I not? Half an hour later, Jiang Yun stood at the base of the Duan family's edifice, where several vehicles were stationed nearby. Upon noticing Jiang Yun's arrival, Lin Shui and the others promptly emerged from their vehicle. Jiang Qingying, in particular, was the first to approach Jiang Yun, a faint smile adorning his lips as he inquired, "Brother, what do you make of this scene? Not too shabby, is it?" Jiang Yun cast a glance at the assembled crowd and, shaking his head in exasperation, gently tapped Jiang Qingying on the head before retorting, "What in the world is transpiring? You bring so many people with you, and anyone unaware would presume we are here to engage in a brawl. Isn't this to enhance our presence?" Jiang Qingying responded, arms crossed, casting his gaze towards the Duan Corporation's office building. He reminisced about the events of that very morning and muttered, "Had you not intervened, I would have addressed them all this morning." Jiang Yun, however, paid him no heed as the crowd of onlookers continued to swell. He swiftly approached Lin Shui, his face alight with a smile as he exclaimed, "So you have all gathered here." "Indeed." Lin Shui nodded, stealing a glance at Qin Shuyu beside her before whispering, "Shuyu is not in the best of spirits. We ought to resolve matters here promptly to ensure she can return home to rest out of course." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, making his way towards the Duan Corporation's office, having lingered there for some time. Jiang Qingying and his companions had drawn the attention of the employees within the Duan Corporation, who stood around in a state of bewilderment at the unfolding drama. As Jiang Yun and his entourage strode purposefully towards the elevator. A nearby security guard, wiping the sweat from his brow, hastily approached and inquired, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" "Step aside," Jiang Qingying retorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at the guard before delivering a sharp reprimand. "Do not be so rude," Jiang Yun admonished Jiang Qingying. "We are here to resolve an issue, not to incite chaos." Shifting his focus, Jiang Yun turned to the security personnel, calmly instructing, "Summon your superiors to meet us. Inform them that the new general manager of Duan Corporation has arrived." The guards exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. New general manager. Although Duan Xiaohua had transferred control of the company to Qin Shuyu. She had been absent from the office due to Shuyu's health issues, leaving most employees oblivious to the leadership change. Noticing the guard's inertia, Jiang Qingying stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap to one guard's face. Scolding, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what my brother said? Go upstairs immediately and inform the shareholders and executives to come down and greet us. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to wreak havoc here." The guards nodded hastily before rushing towards the elevator. Jiang Yun and his companions stood in silence, awaiting a response. As time passed, several executives began to descend from the upper floors. Upon witnessing the gathering in the lobby, the foremost man paused momentarily, particularly taken aback upon spotting Jiang Qingying, whose presence instilled a pang of trepidation in his chest. They had only met that morning, and he still felt a lingering unease in Qingying's presence. In an instant, Jiang Qingying had closed the distance, coolly addressing the man. "What is your true identity? Why do you seem to appear everywhere?" The middle-aged man awkwardly cleared his throat before mustering a forced smile, declaring, "I am a shareholder of Duan Corporation and a distant cousin of Duan Xiaohua and Duan Qing, that I in a swift and decisive motion." Jiang Qingying struck Duan Qing across the face, pointing an accusatory finger at him as he barked. "To my knowledge, your newly appointed general manager is also related to Duan Xiaohua. Is that not so? You scoundrel! Not only have you failed to support her ascent, but you have also orchestrated her tribulations. And now, you dare to assert your kinship?" Taken aback by Jiang Qingying's audacious conduct, the middle-aged man could only manage a nervous smile, intimidated by the cadre of bodyguards flanking Qingying. "Spare me your justifications." Jiang Qingying waved dismissively, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yun. "Brother, I feel compelled to impart a lesson to this man. Perhaps you should intervene and address them with composure to avert any unfortunate incidents." Upon hearing this, several senior members of Duan Corporation instinctively retreated a few paces, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Jiang Yun observed their reactions, a cold smile emerging on his face as he discerned that they were merely a band of bullies eager to prey upon the vulnerable. His attention then turned to Qin Shuyu. As he addressed the assembled executives, "I have perused the contract in Shuyu's possession and comprehend her association with Duan Jie. She has orchestrated matters thus. I expect your cooperation in her endeavors and implore you to refrain from causing any disturbances. Should I uncover that anyone dares to oppose Qin Shi further, I will not hesitate to take decisive action. The executives exchanged furtive glances, yet none dared to voice a dissenting opinion. Did you hear that? Jiang Qingyin growled, his fists clenched as he scowled. Are you all incapable of uttering a single word? Were we in the capital, I would cast you all into the river to feed the fish. Enough, Jiang Yun interjected, his gaze shifting to it would be prudent for you, a scion of the Jiang family, to temper your demeanor. After all, we are in Ningqing, not the capital. Exercise caution, lest someone schemes against you. These words, the faces of those present paled, particularly the Duan executives, who appeared thoroughly intimidated. This was precisely Jiang Yun's intention, to instill trepidation within them. Is this young man genuinely from the Jiang family in the capital? Duan Qing instinctively inched closer to Jiang Yun, inquiring with a hint of apprehension. Rumors had circulated regarding the arrival of a young master from the Jiang family in Ningqing. Yet they had remained unaware of his identity and were now eager to avoid any blunders. Jiang Yun crossed his arms, speaking slowly. What do you think? Do you believe I would jest with you? With a faint smile, Duan Qing quickly approached Jiang Qingyin, bowing respectfully as he exclaimed, I had no inkling you were the illustrious young Master Jiang. Had I been aware of your camaraderie with Qin Shiyu, even had Duan Jie refrained from endorsing her for the role of general manager, we would have offered our unwavering support. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyin cast a scornful glance at Duan Qing and waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Do not squander your words on me. My purpose here is to convey that should I discover anyone persisting in making life difficult for Qin Shiyu, they will find themselves at odds with the Jiang family. I trust you comprehend the extent of the Jiang family's influence? As he spoke, Jiang Qing surveyed the lobby, his tone frigid as he added, To annihilate a mere Duan corporation would be but a trifling endeavor. Indeed, indeed. Duan Qing nodded vigorously, clearly cowed and eager to avert any further confrontation. Jiang Qing snorted in response, dismissing Duan Qing as he returned to Jiang Yun's side, lowering his voice to inquire, Brother, what further tasks remain? Nothing more, Jiang Yun replied, gesturing for them to depart, that he felt a pang of awkwardness at having brought such a large entourage to the company, as onlookers might misinterpret them as a band of ruffians. After exchanging farewells with Jiang Yun, Jiang Qingyin departed with his entourage. Jiang Yun approached Qin Shiyu, speaking softly, Now that we have the Jiang family's presence to deter them, they are unlikely to trouble you further. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Qin Shiyu nodded slightly, though she chose not to elaborate. Shall we return now? Jiang Yun, cognizant of Qin Shiyu's disapproval, opted not to pursue the matter further, shifting his gaze to Lin Shui, that a gentle smile graced Lin Shui's lips as she replied, Very well. Soon, the group had entered their vehicle, while Duan Qing and the others escorted Jiang Yun to the exit before returning to the lobby. A nearby shareholder approached Duan Qing, remarking, I had no inkling that Qin Shiyu held such a formidable position. Had we known, we would never have opposed her. Indeed, Duan Qing glared at the man, firmly admonishing. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to covertly create difficulties for Qin Shiyu, and we must offer her unwavering support in all her endeavors. Should anyone dare to offend Qin Shiyu, they shall not blame me for my lack of civility. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet no one spoke. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian sat facing each other. Soon after, Jiang Xian's phone rang, prompting her to rise and step aside to take the call. Upon her return, she leisurely lit a cigarette and glanced at Jiang Shan, contemplating how troublesome Jiang Yun could be. What is it now? Jiang Shan exhaled a weary sigh, massaging his temples. The venerable master had already made numerous calls, urging them to commence their journey. Yet the ultimate decision rested with Jiang Yun. As the 3-day deadline loomed ever closer, an unsettling worry crept into his mind. Might Jiang Yun renege on his promise? Should they fail to retrieve Jiang Yun, his own predicament would become exceedingly precarious. Not long ago, Jiang Yun had paid a visit to the Duan family, leveraging Jiang Qingying's name to exert pressure, ostensibly to aid a neighbor from his kin. Neighbor? Jiang Shan's brow furrowed in confusion. What scheme was Jiang Yun concocting? Was he deliberately sowing discord among them? Would he next anticipate the Jiang family to assist an elderly woman in crossing the street? After releasing a cloud of smoke, Jiang Xian unveiled a subtle smile, shaking her head gently. Calm yourself. Do not be so incensed that I firmly believe Jiang Yun is undoubtedly astute, although I remain uncertain of his true intentions. He has made us a promise, and thus, he is likely to return to the capital alongside us. Just maintain your composure. Jiang Shan snorted derisively, his brow still tightly furrowed. What if the deadline arrives and Jiang Yun remains unmoved? A brief hesitation enveloped Jiang Xian before a playful smile graced her lips. She responded slowly, "That would simplify matters. We would simply approach Lin Shui directly. I am confident Jiang Yun will acquiesce swiftly." Lin Shui represented Jiang Yun's Achilles heel, a notion Jiang Xian had long since discerned. Furthermore, they possessed the agreement in their grasp. Regardless of Jiang Yun's capabilities, he could not withstand the burden of this lawsuit. Jiang Shan chuckled softly to himself, casting several more glances at Jiang Xian before shaking his head. "It is no wonder you have garnered the old master's favor merely through your familial ties. I had not initially considered the merits of signing an agreement. You truly possess remarkable acumen." "Thank you for your kind words," Jiang Xian replied with a smile, crossing her legs and settling comfortably into a chair, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The atmosphere in the room gradually descended into a tranquil silence. Yet both Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian concealed their own clandestine machinations. Meanwhile, in the villa district, after Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had escorted Qin Shu back to her home, they finally made their way to their own residence. Upon entering the villa, Lin Shui enveloped Jiang Yun in her arms, her smile radiant. "You looked exceptionally handsome just now." I could see the way their gazes had shifted towards you. It was merely the presence of Jiang Qingying that altered their perception. Jiang Yun replied with an awkward smile, shaking his head. "Just a case of a fox borrowing the strength of a tiger." "No." Lin Shui nestled closer into Jiang Yun's embrace, gazing up at him. "Any resource that can be leveraged is a boon for you, whether they fear you or hold Jiang Qingying in esteem. As long as the objective is achieved, that is all that matters." Jiang Yun tousled Lin Shui's hair, shaking his head in playful reproach. "Such sweet nothings. Would you care to savor them?" Lin Shui playfully ensnared her delicate hand around Jiang Yun's neck, drawing her lips tantalizingly closer to his. In response, Jiang Yun enveloped her in his embrace, kissing her passionately. It was a rare occasion for his wife to take the initiative. How could he possibly refrain from reciprocating? After their embrace, Lin Shui wriggled free, gesturing toward the window. In broad daylight, we should return to the room." "All right." Initially, Jiang Yun presumed she would relent, only to realize that Lin Shui was, in fact, granting him an opportunity to indulge in their romantic escapades within the confines of their chamber. He swiftly shed his outer jacket, preparing to spring upon Lin Shui, when an unexpected knock at the door shattered the moment. "Mr. Jiang, are you home?" Chapter 109. Preparations before departure. Jiang Yun was taken aback, his brow furrowing as his enthusiasm was abruptly quelled. Sensing his disquiet, Lin Shui approached him with a reassuring smile. "Let's attend to the matter at hand first. Let's see who is at the door." Jiang Yun acquiesced, moving toward the entrance. Upon opening it, he was met by He Hu, who stood there bearing a gift. "Mr. Jiang, I presumed you were not at home. What brings you here?" Jiang Yun inquired curtly, his irritation palpable at the interruption just as he was poised to embark on his plans with Lin Shui. "I wish to discuss the prospect of traveling to the capital with you." He Hu replied, hastily placing the gift upon the ground and rubbing his hands together nervously. "After much deliberation, I have resolved to accompany you to the capital and establish a security company." Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, Clearing his throat to redirect his focus from Lin Shui, he gestured for He Hu to enter, saying, "Come in, and we shall converse." He Hu nodded eagerly and followed Jiang Yun inside, while Lin Shui retreated to the kitchen to prepare a fruit platter, which she presented to them shortly thereafter. He Hu stood respectfully, offering Lin Shui a courteous smile. "Madam, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I shall be departing shortly. It is no trouble. I need to check into the company soon anyway. You two may converse," Lin Shui replied before ascending the stairs. Jiang Yun crossed his legs, casting a sidelong glance at He Hu. "Have you considered everything thoroughly?" "Indeed," He Hu responded with a smile. "However, I am uncertain regarding how many individuals I may bring with me to the capital, and how we ought to calculate the initial funding for the security company. How much should I prepare?" Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers against his temple. This would mark his inaugural journey to the capital, and it was probable that he would establish his residence there, having resolved all affairs in Ning City. Consequently, He Hu's security company could serve as his foundation. With this notion in mind, Jiang Yun retrieved a bank card from his pocket and presented it to He Hu. "This contains 10 million. Consider it as seed capital. As for the contracts and documents necessary to establish the company, I shall enlist the assistance of Jiang Qingying. You need not assemble a large entourage. Merely a few trusted individuals will suffice." This 10 million was the very card Jiang Qingying had previously bestowed upon Jiang Yun, which had remained unutilized until now, finding its purpose at last. "Excellent." He Hu nodded vigorously, but after casting a glance at the bank card, he continued, "Mr. Jiang, if all we require is 10 million, there is no need to complicate matters. That I can manage that. You may retain your funds." He Hu comprehended that once the security company flourished, he would swiftly establish himself in the capital, an achievement that transcended mere monetary value. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Let us maintain clarity. This 10 million is my investment. Keep it." "Then I shan't be polite," He Hu replied with a smile. Jiang Yun disregarded him, pulling out his phone to contact Jiang Qingying. "Come to my residence. I need to discuss something with you." "Understood," Jiang Qingying replied readily before hanging up. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had donned a new outfit and approached Jiang Yun in her high heels, smiling as she inquired, "Are you prepared to depart for the capital?" "Indeed," Jiang Yun affirmed with a nod. "Perfect timing. You should attend to the remaining affairs at the company and distance yourself from the Lin family as much as possible. Once we arrive in the capital, I shall provide you with a far more substantial Lin family." The Lin family held profound significance for Lin Shui, serving as her emotional anchor. Previously, Jiang Yun had been indecisive, hesitant about venturing to the capital. But circumstances had shifted. The Jiang family had set their sights on Lin Shui, and with her parents' grave already disturbed, it held no further significance for her. Taking all these factors into account, Jiang Yun resolved to leave Ning City. "Very well, I shall attend to it now," Lin Shui stated with a smile, gracefully making her way out the door. The black tiger beside him gazed at Jiang Yun with evident envy. Not only did he enjoy the backing of the Jiang family, but he also possessed such a beautiful wife, an object of admiration for all men, including the black tiger himself. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingying arrived, with Yingzi still closely following as soon as they entered. Jiang Qingying swiftly approached Jiang Yun and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, are you contemplating stirring up trouble with anyone else? Just tell me directly. After all, the individuals I've rented are still at my disposal." "Rented?" Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly recalling their prior encounter at the Duan family residence, that he shook his head and inquired, "Are all those individuals you employed? Who else could it be?" Jiang Qingying replied with a mischievous smirk, "I only have Yingzi by my side, and he is more than capable of ensuring my safety. Even the most elite international assassins would find themselves outmatched by him. Why would I require bodyguards? However, today's circumstances are distinct. I must accord you the respect you deserve, which is why I engaged some security personnel from a professional agency." Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation, recognizing it was merely a matter of preserving appearances. Yet, he genuinely did not require such assistance. With Jiang Qingying at his side, Invoking the name of the Jiang family would likely send the Duan family members scurrying like frightened mice at the sight of a cat. Too intimidated to utter a single word, by the way, Jiang Yun decided to be forthright, gesturing towards the black tiger nearby. This is my friend, and he will be accompanying us to the capital. I trust you can facilitate the establishment of a security company at your earliest convenience. That acceptable? Jiang Qingying patted his chest and confidently asserted, Brother, I have no objections on my end. Do not forget, once we arrive in the capital, that is my domain. Establishing a security company. If you desire the moon from the sky, I can pluck it for you. Chapter 110. Are you taking drugs? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun could only shake his head in resignation. The black tiger, brimming with enthusiasm, stepped forward and respectfully expressed, Thank you very much, young Master Jiang. That do not mention it. Jiang Qingying replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Since you are my brother's friend, you are my friend as well. Rest assured, once we reach the capital, you will behold a security company that belongs to you. Wonderful. The black tiger clenched his fists in excitement. Withholding further comments, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted back to Jiang Qingying. By the way, there is one more matter I must remind you regarding the security company, that it is prudent not to mention it to Jiang Shan or Jiang Xian. Why not? Jiang Qingying instinctively inquired. Because in comparison to them, I place my trust in you more, Jiang Yun replied gently, giving Jiang Qingying a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Jiang Qingying immediately comprehended, and then, with a fist salute, declared, Brother, rest assured, our affairs will remain confidential and will not be divulged to anyone else. That is my good brother. Jiang Yun nodded with satisfaction. After a brief exchange, as the black tiger needed to return and make arrangements, Jiang Yun did not detain him any longer and soon departed alongside Jiang Qingying. Once they arrived at the Lin family estate, Jiang Yun alighted from the car and, noticing Jiang Qingying closely following, directly asked, What are your intentions? I am uncertain. Jiang Qingying responded earnestly, I am merely here to quietly accompany you and serve as your attendant. There is no need for that, Jiang Yun replied with an awkward chuckle, then waved his hand dismissively. I have matters to discuss with Xiaoxiu, that if you have nothing else, please inform Jiang Shan and the others to prepare for our departure to the capital. Very well. Jiang Qingying's lips curled into a delighted smile, that he had long grown weary of remaining in Ning City, and had it not been for Jiang Yun, he would have returned to the capital ages ago. Before long, they went their separate ways. Jiang Yun shook his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, Why is this fellow like a stubborn adhesive? Once he attaches himself, it becomes utterly impossible to dislodge him. Truly vexing. After grumbling a few more words, Jiang Yun made his way toward the elevator. Upon reaching the general manager's office, he boldly pushed the door open, comporting himself as if he had returned home. Do you not know how to knock? As the door swung open, he was met with the icy glare of Lu Qianqian, who was seated upon the sofa. This is my wife's office. She has not uttered a word to me. So what is the cause of your outburst? Jiang Yun retorted irritably, slamming the door shut behind him, but he disregarded Lu Qianqian and walked directly to Lin Shue's side, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. Wife, is everything arranged? Lin Shue nodded gently, replying, I have reorganized the company's affairs and we are preparing to temporarily hand over operations to the Lin family, and all shares have been liquidated. As she spoke, Lin Shue produced a bank card from her pocket and extended it to Jiang Yun. What is this? Jiang Yun inquired, puzzled. There are 30 million within, Lin Shue smiled brightly. After liquidating the company's shares, I set aside some funds for our future needs. This 30 million is a startup fund I am presenting to you. Why are you giving me money? Jiang Yun chuckled at Lin Shue's gesture, then pulled her onto his lap and said, Once we arrive in the capital, the Jiang family will likely go to great lengths to appease us, incessantly showering us with cash. Furthermore, I have no need for any startup funds. You ought to take this card back. Jiang Yun felt profoundly touched. 30 million was no insignificant sum, and it reflected Lin Shue's sincerity. With such a wife, What more could he desire? Just accept it, Lin Shui insisted, shoving the bank card into Jiang Yun's pocket, that I know you will not rely on the Jiang family. And since we do not possess much money at present, this 30 million might prove helpful in a time of need. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun accepted the bank card, but only to keep it secure for the time being. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian snorted derisively, remarking, clearly just desiring to take the money while pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Disgusting. Jiang Yun's demeanor shifted imperceptibly at her words that Lu Qianqian had intentionally sought confrontation from the moment he arrived. And now her derision was intolerable. Just as he was about to approach her, Lin Shui interposed herself, casting him a cautionary glance. Reluctantly, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, yet he dared not defy Lin Shui. Lu Qianqian rose from the sofa, her tone dripping with disdain as she declared, "You act as if you possess great strength, yet it is evident that you wish to depend on others." Jiang Yun clenched his teeth in response. However, before he could retort, Lu Qianqian had already stormed out of the office, forcefully slamming the door behind her. Drawing Lin Shui down beside him, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is amiss with Lu Qianqian? I do not recall having wronged her in any manner." "It is not your fault," Lin Shui replied, shaking her head in resignation. "She simply does not wish for me to depart. After all, we have collaborated for many years, closer than sisters indeed. Now that I am suddenly preparing to leave, it is only natural that she feels distressed." Suddenly, everything fell into place for Jiang Yun, sisterly affection. By the way, Lin Shui's expression turned grave as she asked directly, "Have you arranged everything on your end? When are we planning to set off? I am certain Jiang Shan is eager for us to depart at the earliest opportunity." "Let them handle the arrangements," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. "After all, we have settled our affairs." Lin Shui nestled into Jiang Yun's embrace, and for the first time in many years, she felt the reassuring presence of Jiang Yun. Chapter 111. The time to depart approaches. After they shared a moment of intimacy, a knock echoed at the door. Soon, Lu Qianqian re-entered, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Shui. "President Lin, the Lin family wishes to see you." "The Lin family?" Lin Shui nodded, adjusting her collar as she rose to her feet. "Let them come in." Understood. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the venerable Lin entered. Mr. Jiang was also present. With a smile, Lin remarked, "I have heard that Mr. Jiang is quite a busy individual, and I believe you are soon preparing to venture into the capital. Am I correct? Have all matters been settled?" Jiang Yun nodded subtly, indicating that everything was nearly in order. "That is excellent," Lin continued, moving closer to Jiang Yun and his companion as though they were old acquaintances, that he added, "Once you arrive in the capital, both of you shall undoubtedly flourish, and your future accomplishments will be limitless. After all, with the Jiang and Lin families supporting one another, the potential is boundless." However, Jiang Yun harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the elder Lin. Although the issues with the Lin family had been resolved, he still bore considerable resentment towards the elder. "You have come quite unexpectedly. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Yun interjected, posing his inquiry with a cool demeanor. At that moment, Lin Shui had already settled herself into a nearby office chair. "Indeed, there are some minor matters," the elder Lin responded with a faint smile, after taking a seat beside Jiang Yun. He candidly expressed, "I wish to accompany you both to the capital." Jiang Yun and Lin Shui exchanged glances, unable to decipher the elder's intentions. However, they were acutely aware that this old fox was notably cunning and not to be underestimated. "Yes," the elder Lin affirmed emphatically, continuing, "I trust you are both aware that I was once a member of the Lin family in the capital. Throughout my years in Ningqing, my heart has remained with the Lin family in the capital. I simply lack the opportunity to return. Given this chance to accompany you, why would I choose to remain in Ningqing?" Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. "Xiao Shui, Jiang Yun," the elder Lin continued, "since you harbor no objections, I shall accompany you to the capital. I will return home to make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, I shall not burden you with excessive belongings." Before Jiang Yun and Lin Shui could voice their dissent, they observed the elder Lin striding purposefully towards the office exit. After watching him depart, Lin Shui turned to Jiang Yun, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. What could be the reason for his obsession with going to the capital? She asked. Perhaps it is a consequence of his advancing age. Jiang Yun replied with a faint smile. Lin Shui looked perplexed, questioning the relevance of age in this context out of course. Jiang Yun nodded earnestly. He may simply be preoccupied with thoughts of his impending mortality, yearning to return to his ancestral home, with the hope of eventually entering the family shrine. Lin Shui instinctively covered her mouth, but chose to remain silent thereafter. Jiang Yun opted not to probe further into the elder Lin's affairs. Instead, he glanced through the glass window towards the outside and inquired, "What shall we do about Lu Qianqian? Should we take her with us or allow her to remain with the Lin family?" Lin Shui, crossing her arms, approached Jiang Yun that I initially intended to bring her along. But Qianqian wishes to stay here with her parents. Therefore, I felt it inappropriate to insist otherwise. Besides, the Lin family will be temporarily overseen by my third uncle, that a word from me should ensure that Qianqian will not encounter any difficulties. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. That is acceptable that Lu Qianqian is remarkably loyal, and even if Lin Shui does not make arrangements for her, I would not stand idly by. After exchanging a few brief words, Jiang Yun's phone began to ring. "Brother, uncle, and the others are inquiring when you plan to depart." Jiang Qing's voice resonated through the line, revealing that someone was even more eager than they were to return to the capital. "Tonight," Jiang Yun replied tersely. "Uncle, did you hear that? My brother has agreed to our departure," Jiang Qing exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Jiang Yun chose to refrain from further engagement and promptly ended the call. Lin Shui sighed softly. Although a sense of reluctance tugged at her heart, it was evident that they had thoroughly prepared to depart from Ningqing. Shifting her gaze, she inquired of Jiang Yun, "By the way, what shall become of our house and car? Those cannot accompany us, and we have yet to address them," Jiang Yun replied, enveloping her in an embrace while tenderly caressing Lin Shui's hair. "Let us entrust everything to your brother. He is of an age where considerations of marriage should be entertained. Given that our parents departed this world prematurely, it is only fitting for you, as a sister, to exhibit some thoughtfulness." Lin Shui giggled, finding a mutual understanding with Jiang Yun, yet she refrained from articulating it explicitly to avoid being labeled as overly pragmatic. With the handover within the Lin family concluded, the two swiftly gathered a few belongings and descended the stairs. Jiang Yun first escorted Lin Shui to relinquish the keys to her brother before returning to the villa to pack their luggage. As night descended, several vehicles were already stationed before the Lin family's villa. Across the way, Qin Shiyu stood by her window, casting glances toward Jiang Yun's residence, murmuring to herself, "Are they preparing to depart?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had sensed the commotion outside, grasping Lin Shui's arm with one hand and maneuvering a suitcase with the other. He made his way toward his yard. Upon observing the assembled crowd outside, a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "You all appear quite organized." Indeed, Jiang Qingying was the first to approach, taking the suitcase from him. "You have no idea how elated Uncle is. He has already orchestrated a welcome banquet for you in the capital. As soon as the plane lands, we shall proceed directly to the hotel for a feast in your honor." Jiang Yun shook his head that if we depart now, we are likely to arrive in the capital well past midnight. While you are eager to dine, I would prefer to relish some quality time resting with my wife. Lin Shui lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness tinting her cheeks. "Brother, you must join us for a meal," Jiang Qingying insisted, moving to Jiang Yun's other side and whispering, "I know a place that serves a restorative soup. Once you partake, you will feel invigorated." "Scram," Jiang Yun retorted, delivering a playful kick to Jiang Qingying's backside. The latter responded with a sheepish laugh and swiftly darted away. Outside, Jiang Shan cast a glance at the departing group before rolling up the car window, instructing, "Proceed directly to the airport." Jiang Yun, Lin Shui, and the others embarked upon another vehicle. Although none acknowledged the elder Lin, He maintained a close distance behind, seemingly unfazed by their demeanor. Among the throng, only He, who was conspicuously absent, as Jiang Yun had arranged for him to travel to the capital separately, thereby evading the scrutiny of the Jiang family and preventing any potential entanglements. Just as the vehicles were on the verge of departure, the door of the adjacent villa swung open, and Qin Shiyu emerged, striding towards Jiang Yun's vehicle and rapping on the window. Jiang Yun lowered the window and, upon recognizing her, greeted her with a warm smile. "You appear to be in high spirits. It seems you are recovering splendidly, that I do not require your concern," Qin Shiyu huffed, maintaining her imperious demeanor. Despite Jiang Yun's repeated kindness, she harbored no goodwill towards him. "I merely came to caution you. Do not mistreat Lin Shui. Should I discover that you dare to wrong her, do not blame me for being unkind." Jiang Yun chuckled awkwardly, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Miss Qin, please refrain from making unfounded accusations that I understand you are still preoccupied with Song Xiaoyan, but I assure you that there is nothing between me and her. Moreover, Xiao Shui is fully aware of Song Xiaoyan's existence. So there is no need for your concern regarding these matters." Qin Shiyu merely scoffed, disregarding Jiang Yun's words. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lin Shui, she turned and retreated to her own yard. As the vehicle pulled away, Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a glance at Lin Shui and remarking, "I never anticipated that you would become such a cherished figure. Everyone seems to rally around you. The most exasperating part is that, in their eyes, I appear to be a villain of the highest order. How infuriating! Lu Qianqian is indeed like this, and Qin Shiyu is even more so." Meanwhile, Lin Shui rested her head on Jiang Yun's shoulder and chuckled. "What is this? Are you jealous of women? What else could it be?" Jiang Yun replied with utmost seriousness, "My wife is so stunning. Women still pose quite a threat to me. Therefore, I must eliminate all obstacles." Lin Shui shook her head and chose to remain silent. Before long, the vehicle had arrived at the airport, where the Jiang family had prepared a private jet to at this moment. Airport staff awaited attentively by. A clear testament to the Jiang family's stature. Soon, Jiang Yun and the others followed Jiang Shan's lead and walked towards the private jet, drawing many onlookers who paused to gaze at them. Instantly, murmurs filled the AIS, a prominent figure arriving in Ningxing. That private jet is no ordinary one. The individual aboard must wield significant influence. Yet they appeared poised to take their leave, did they not? Amidst the lively atmosphere, the private jet ascended swiftly towards the capital. The journey unfolded without incident. After several hours aloft, the aircraft touched down gracefully at the airport of the capital. The instant Jiang Qingying disembarked, he knelt upon the ground and fervently kissed the tarmac. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Yun was nearly overcome with nausea, his visage flushed with mortification as he exclaimed, "What an odd proclivity is this! Unable to kiss a woman, you resort to kissing the ground instead. Are you even aware of the multitude of souls who traverse this very spot daily? Henceforth, do not partake in meals with me. Should you insist on sharing a table, prepare your own sustenance, lest you repulse me." Jiang Qing chuckled and swiftly rose, leaning towards Jiang Yun with a grin. "Brother, you may not comprehend. I am merely nostalgic for my homeland. Furthermore, once I return to the capital, I shall be surrounded by a plethora of ladies. Believe it or not, should I wave my hand, half the women in the capital will come rushing to me." Jiang Yun smirked derisively. "You would do well to exercise caution. Such a notion is improbable. Rest assured, the safety protocols shall not falter," Jiang Qingying declared with confidence, patting his chest. Jiang Yun, disinterested in his bravado, regarded him as nothing short of a scoundrel. Soon, they exited the airport, where sleek black Maseratis were meticulously parked on either side of the thoroughfare, with drivers standing silently beside their vehicles. Upon witnessing Jiang Shan and his entourage emerge from the airport, the drivers all bowed in deference. However, Jiang Yun did not hasten to enter the car. Instead, he approached Jiang Shan and casually remarked, "It is still early. I have orchestrated a banquet. Shall we proceed there directly? Or would you prefer to return to the hotel first? Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Shui, taken aback by the elevated status of his sister-in-law's family. Jiang Xian leaned closer, crossing her arms and beaming. My brother is truly a devoted husband. Witnessing his warmth ignites a flutter in my heart. Ahem. Jiang Yun awkwardly cleared his throat. Lin Shui lowered her gaze and gently proposed. Perhaps we should drop off the luggage and then enjoy a meal. Very well. Jiang Shan's gaze alighted on Jiang Qingying as he instructed, stay close to Jiang Yun, assist them in organizing everything, and then escort them to the restaurant. Do you comprehend? Understood. Jiang Qingying nodded, taking the car keys from a nearby driver. Brother, shall we depart? Jiang Yun nodded and guided Lin Shui towards the vehicle, just as they were about to part ways. Lin Leiazizi hurriedly approached Jiang Yun, rubbing his hands together and inquiring, Son-in-law, might you take me along? Chapter 113. The lonely old man, then let us proceed together. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Lin Shui had already acquiesced. A smile blossomed on Lin Leiazizi's face as he swiftly entered the car, settling beside Jiang Yun. What are your plans henceforth? After the automobile had traversed a brief distance, Jiang Yun directed his attention towards Lin Leiazizi. He had yet to unravel the complexities of the situation. Lin Leiazizi appeared somewhat perturbed. Although he had returned to the capital, he could not yet claim his place within the Lin family nor gain entry into their abode. Consequently, he found himself in need of establishing his own footing first, that if you truly have nowhere to go, then accompany us. Lin Shui interjected, breaking the silence once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression subtly altered. He recognized Lin Shui's benevolent nature and her desire to move beyond the past, yet a lingering unease remained within his heart. After all, Lin Leiazizi had nearly brought about their undoing. How could one simply dismiss such transgressions? With this contemplation, Jiang Yun cleared his throat. Though he chose to remain silent, Lin Leiazizi immediately discerned his sentiments. Soon, he smiled gently and replied, There is no need for that I shall find a place to stay. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you. Lin Shui hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. After all, Lin Leiazizi possessed substantial assets, and living comfortably in his twilight years should not pose a formidable challenge. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the hotel. Jiang Qingying was the first to alight, retrieving their luggage. Casting a glance at Lin Leiazizi, he bluntly remarked, Old man, our Jiang family has not arranged accommodations for you. If you wish to stay here tonight, you will need to secure a room on your own. Very well, Lin Leiazizi replied with a hearty nod, discarding any previous pretensions that in Ningqing. He was indeed a figure of authority. Yet in the capital, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must lie low. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Yun and the others, Lin Leiazizi proceeded to the front desk, observing his solitary figure. Lin Shui felt a surge of compassion envelop her. She turned to Jiang Yun and gently pulled him aside, whispering, What if we were to take the old man with us? He is, after all, our elder, and at his age, why should we intentionally impose difficulties upon him? Lin Shui perceived that both Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying were deliberately placing Lin Leiazizi in a precarious position. Wife, Jiang Yun quickly replied, I have neither acted nor spoken throughout the journey. Moreover, have you forgotten the events of the past? Although the Lin family thrust Lin Leiazizi forward to shoulder the burden. Do you genuinely believe that, in truth, Jiang Yun had been reflecting on this matter? Even if Lin Heir harbored intentions of retaliation against Lin Leiazizi, would he truly dare to instigate a conflict between Jiang Yun and Lin Leiazizi? Even going so far as to disturb the graves of Lin Shui's parents. Upon the mention of this, Lin Shui found herself momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she lowered her gaze and gently replied, The past is but a memory. I do not wish to dwell upon it any further. After all, he is our elder, and I harbor no desire to cause him any discomfort. Jiang Yun sighed and enveloped Lin Shui in his arms, reflecting on the kindness that characterized his wife. Ahem, Nearby, Jiang Qingying cleared his throat several times. After handing Jiang Yun his suitcase, he crossed his arms and remarked, "Brother, you and sister-in-law aren't planning to linger upstairs for an extended period, are you? If that is the case, I shall simply seek refuge in a CAF. I would rather not be left in the cold." Lin Shui's cheeks flushed a deeper hue. Jiang Yun playfully kicked Jiang Qingying, frowning as he retorted, "Where do you conjure all this nonsense? If you continue with such antics, I shall simply cancel tonight's banquet and forego accompanying you to meet the old M&No," Jiang Qingying exclaimed in alarm, waving his hands that if that were to occur, the old man would undoubtedly take my life. Jiang Yun dismissed his protests and guided Lin Shui into the hotel. Upon reaching their room, Jiang Yun proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face. Clutching a towel, he stood by the window, hesitating to depart. "Are you truly going to keep Jiang Qing waiting downstairs indefinitely?" Lin Shui leaned against the wall, crossing her arms while smiling at Jiang Yun. "Not quite," he replied, furrowing his brow as he began to voice his thoughts, "that I simply find certain matters difficult to comprehend." "Such as?" Lin Shui inquired, approaching from behind and wrapping her arms around his neck. "We have already arrived in the capital. What concerns you still?" "I can't quite articulate it," Jiang Yun admitted, gazing at Lin Shui. His mood began to uplift, yet his tone remained burdened that he continued, "Yet there is an unshakable sense of apprehension within me. If I no longer possess any worth, how will the Jiang family regard me?" Initially, when Jiang Qingying first encountered Jiang Yun, the two brothers had indeed enjoyed a harmonious relationship. However, the emergence of Jiang Shan disrupted this tranquility, conspiring with the Lin family to undermine him. Upon recognizing Jiang Yun's potential value, they abruptly shifted their stance, revealing the Jiang family's ignoble nature. "All right," Lin Shui said, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yun's waist with a smile. "Jiang Qingying is still awaiting us downstairs. Let us hasten our descent. As for the matters concerning the Jiang family, we can address them later. And no matter what challenges we face, I shall steadfastly stand by your side and will never forsake you." Jiang Yun simply nodded in agreement. "All right." After a brief period of tidying up, they made their way downstairs. A few minutes later, at the hotel entrance, Jiang Qingying shook his head in exasperation upon witnessing the two approach side by side. "Brother, you have merely dispatched some luggage, yet it took you a full half-hour. Are you aware of how many times Uncle has urged me? I feel as though my head is on the verge of bursting." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, responding with irritation, "Enough, just lead the way." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Qingying trudged towards the car, and their journey unfolded in silence. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Stepping out, Jiang Yun cast a curious glance at the restaurant before him and inquired, "Is this also an asset of the Jiang family?" "Indeed," Jiang Qingying affirmed, gesturing towards the grand sign that proclaimed Jiang's hotel. He elaborated slowly. "Not only is this an establishment of our Jiang family, but it is also an asset registered in my name that in the future, should you desire to indulge in finer dining, simply make your way here." Jiang Yun playfully patted Jiang Qingying on the shoulder, grinning. "Very well, then I shall undoubtedly feast you out of house and home." As they conversed, they entered the hotel. The lobby staff stood on either side, gazing upon Jiang Yun and the others with the utmost reverence. Upon their entry, everyone respectfully lowered their heads and bowed. Jiang Qingying gestured to them before summoning the lobby manager, inquiring, "Where are Uncle and the others?" In the Tianzi private room, the manager promptly replied. The Jiang's hotel boasted 4 private rooms named after the 4 cardinal directions, with the Tianzi room being the most esteemed. Typically, ordinary patrons were required to spend a minimum of 100,000 to gain entry and must also hold membership at the hotel. After taking a few steps, Jiang Qingying suddenly turned back. Regarding the lobby manager, he instructed, "Please arrange a VIP card for my brother. Remember that card number. Should he dine here with it, he shall enjoy complimentary meals without exception." "Understood," the manager nodded, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Yun before departing. "And no need to be so formal." Jiang Yun chuckled, "Da, It's all within our family affairs that I mentioned, if you ever wish for a meal. Simply come to my hotel, Jiang Qing replied cheerfully. Moreover, the hotel boasts top-tier chefs proficient in the 8 major cuisines, along with an array of exquisite dishes. There is nothing you can conceive that we cannot provide. Jiang Yun smiled. Very well. I shall henceforth consider this establishment my home. Their conversation continued. They arrived at the entrance of the Tianzi room. Two elegantly attired waitresses respectfully opened the door, standing aside with their heads bowed. It was evident that the Zhang's hotel was substantial, with all employees having undergone professional training. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by Jiang Xian, who smiled and gracefully approached Jiang Yun, saying, "You have arrived." Jiang Yun responded with a composed demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before him. Aside from Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian, several middle-aged gentlemen, contemporaries of Jiang Shan, occupied the seats around the table. While an elderly gentleman presided at the head, his countenance frosty and his murky eyes betraying a flicker of sharpness. The ambience within the room was palpably unusual. However, Jiang Yun remained largely unfazed. He guided Lin Shui to a nearby table, deftly picked up a pair of chopsticks, and remarked nonchalantly, "After such an arduous journey, I find myself quite famished." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Qingying, and he added, "Though I remain uncertain of the culinary offerings at your establishment, they certainly appear enticing." Indeed. Jiang Qing swallowed nervously, responding with an awkward demeanor. All eyes in the room were now fixed upon Jiang Yun. Yet he continued to partake of his meal, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others. It was noteworthy that these middle-aged men were of Jiang Shan's generation, their elders, wielding considerable influence and shares within the Jiang family. Were it not for the elderly gentlemen seated at the head, this assembly would be regarded as esteemed guests in any setting. After sampling a few dishes, Jiang Yun turned to Lin Shui and proclaimed, "Xiao Shui, you simply must try this. The cuisine here is truly exquisite, that if it pleases your palate, we ought to frequent this place daily." Lin Shui picked up her chopsticks but hesitated to serve herself. "Do not hesitate to eat," Jiang Shan interjected with calm assurance. "After all, we have traveled quite a distance, and I am certain you are hungry. Once we conclude our meal, we can turn our attention to business." Only then did Lin Shui feel emboldened to indulge. As the meal progressed, the guests gradually set down their chopsticks. Although the fare was delightful, Jiang Yun found himself uncomfortable amidst the stifling silence. As if the others were mere automatons, silently consuming their meals without uttering a word. Noticing that Jiang Yun had finished, the elderly man at the head of the table shifted his gaze towards him and inquired coolly, "Have you completed your meal?" It was evident that the elderly man's eyes brimmed with disdain. Jiang Yun, undeterred, nodded in response. In that case, let us proceed to the matter at hand." The elderly man cut straight to the point, stating, "I trust you comprehend the purpose of our gathering, do you not?" Jiang Yun remained silent, patiently awaiting the elderly man's continuation. My elder brother is gravely ill and urgently requires a bone marrow transplant. At present, you are the sole individual whose bone marrow is compatible with his. The elderly man cast a glance at Jiang Xian, who produced a bank card from her pocket and extended it to Jiang Yun. The elderly man proceeded, "This card contains 50 million. Consider it compensation for your sacrifice. Should my elder brother recover, further financial rewards will ensue, ensuring you shall never again worry about sustenance for the remainder of your life." Jiang Yun regarded the card, displaying no hesitation as he tucked it into his pocket. The elderly man's countenance turned scornful, as though he regarded Jiang Yun as insignificant. "The money is rightfully mine," Jiang Yun asserted, picking up a toothpick and fixing his gaze upon the elderly man. "However, if you desire my agreement to the bone marrow donation, I have but one condition. Should you refuse, this conversation shall conclude here." "What is it?" The elderly man inquired indifferently. "I wish to uncover everything regarding my father," Jiang Yun replied candidly. "You must understand that I have spent all these years in Lin City, entirely oblivious to the identities of my biological parents or their fate. Now that I have the chance to reconnect with my roots, I must naturally investigate every aspect pertaining to them. Huh. The elderly man smirked coldly at this, shaking his head. The Jiang family has no intention of welcoming you back. Nor do we plan to acknowledge you that we seek you solely for a business arrangement. You may regard this entire affair as a transaction. In an instant, Jiang Yun's expression darkened, that he was acutely aware that the Jiang family would likely turn against him. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift betrayal. 50 million for your bone marrow is already a considerable act of mercy, the elderly man stated calmly, that I have inquired, and the bone marrow transplant is not a significant operation. You will merely require a period of rest to recuperate. During this time, you would earn far less than 50 million, irrespective of the endeavors you pursue. Therefore, do not attempt to haggle. Should we identify a more suitable donor, you may find yourself with nothing that truly possible. Jiang Yun scoffed, a smirk curling upon his lips. The Jiang family's motivations were driven solely by the necessity to save the old master. Had they not been desperate, they likely would not have sought him out at all. The elderly man's bravado was but a facade. After casting a glance at the elderly man, a playful smile crept onto his lips. And he promptly returned the bank card to the old man, that if that is the case, then you may pursue someone more capable. I shall no longer consent to donate my bone marrow. As he spoke, Jiang Yun rose from his seat and grasped Lin Shue's arm, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he declared, Xiao Shui, let us take our leave. Lin Shui acquiesced with a nod, quietly trailing in the wake of Jiang Yun. Brother. Jiang Qing hastily rose to his feet, yet Jiang Yun paid him no mind, that as they observed the figures of Jiang Yun and Lin Shui fade from view. The elderly gentleman in the front seat seized a nearby cup and shattered it upon the ground, capturing the collective attention of the onlookers. Blast it! That rogue simply departed without a care? 50 million, for many, that sum represents a fortune they could only aspire to throughout their lives. Yet he dares to present himself with such arrogance before me. Does he truly believe himself to be a person of great import? No one among the crowd dared to utter a word. Jiang Qingying's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, the playful spark in his eyes having long since dissipated. Grandfather. Jiang Xian approached the elderly man. Her brow knitted in concern as she stated, I have long maintained that Jiang Yun is not as he appears in the records we previously examined. Having interacted with him for a spell, I perceive that he does not conform to the archetype of a typical affluent playboy, nor is he merely a parasite living off his spouse, since he has expressed a yearning to unravel the enigma of his heritage. Why not furnish him with the answers? If it serves to secure Jiang Yun's bone marrow donation, then all else pales in comparison. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. Chungying. Jiang Shan suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Chungying, commanding, You must engage with Jiang Yun, cultivate a favorable relationship with him, and persuade him. We cannot permit this lad to act recklessly or change his mind. We exerted tremendous effort to bring Jiang Yun to the capital. We cannot allow him to depart so easily, should we fail to rescue old Master Jiang. Every individual present shall find themselves in dire peril. Understood. Jiang Qingying nodded earnestly and swiftly made his way to the side. Within the private chamber, Jiang Shan regarded the elderly gentleman and said, Steady yourself. When we no longer require Jiang Yun, I shall personally ensure that this young man comes to offer his apologies and pays the requisite price. The old man snorted dismissively, remaining mute. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui stood in the lobby on the first floor. Upon spotting Jiang Qingying approaching, a gentle smile adorned Jiang Yun's lips as he patted Lin Shui's shoulder and remarked, So, was I correct? Absolutely, Lin Shui replied, giving Jiang Yun a thumbs up. Brother, sister-in-law, what are the two of you discussing? Jiang Qingying panted, curiosity evident in his tone, that I just wagered with Xiao Shui that you would undoubtedly come down to find us within 10 minutes. And look, you arrived precisely on time, Jiang Yun declared, raising his wristwatch with a grin that I never imagined you would predict everything so accurately. Jiang Qingying's expression betrayed a hint of exasperation as he inquired, If that is the case, why did you still choose to provoke second grandpa? Moreover, you slapped his face in front of everyone. Isn't that preposterous, second grandpa? Jiang Yun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Who precisely is that elderly gentleman? He is my grandfather's younger brother, and also the grandfather of Jiang Xian. Jiang Qingying elucidated, a hint of apprehension flickering in his gaze. Jiang Yun nodded thoughtfully and continued, So, now that the old master is unavailable, all affairs within the Jiang family are overseen by your second grandpa. How did you come to know that? Jiang Qingying responded, astonished, Isn't it rather evident? Jiang Yun reflected on the scene at the dining table and remarked, It appears that all of you harbor a profound fear of him, which certainly underscores his standing. Since you are already cognizant, why do you still? Jiang Qingying sighed, his words trailing off as a bitter smile graced his lips. Now that second grandpa is somewhat incensed, should you fail to provide your bone marrow, he may resort to drastic measures against you at that juncture. Matters could become exceedingly troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's countenance darkened considerably, and she swiftly grasped Jiang Yun's arm. Concern etched across her features that it will be all right. Jiang Yun assured her with a reassuring smile that if he truly intends to inflict harm upon me, I shall simply plunge a knife into my own throat. In that event, my life shall be forfeited, and with it, my bone marrow. Old Master Jiang shall accompany me to the netherworld. Lin Shui cast an exasperated glance at Jiang Yun, admonishing, Do refrain from speaking such things. I was merely jesting. Jiang Yun chuckled, affectionately tousling Lin Shui's hair. How could I bear to leave my wife to navigate this world alone? Observing the pair, Jiang Qingying shook his head in resignation and remarked, Brother, what hour is it? How can you still maintain such levity? We ought to contemplate how to mend our relationship with second grandpa. The situation has grown too strained. It serves no one's interest. As they conversed, the trio had already exited the hotel. Jiang Yun surveyed the desolate night before speaking slowly. How about this? Let us circumvent second grandpa and directly approach old master regarding our matters. Qingying, I trust you can facilitate a meeting with old master for me. Jiang Qingying's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he chuckled sheepishly. Scratching his head, Are you attempting to set me against second grandpa? Chapter 116. Entering through the window, and what then? Jiang Yun turned back to Jiang Qingying, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured toward the hotel behind them, saying, Can you not perceive your second grandpa's demeanor? He scarcely perceives me as a formidable opponent, but he even endeavors to dismiss me with monetary offerings as though I were a mendicant. Nevertheless, despite the generous sum of 50 million proffered by second grandpa, which undoubtedly incites envy in many, I find myself unacquainted with the need for such an amount. Brother Jiang Qingying scrutinized Jiang Yun for a protracted moment before rubbing his hands together and articulating slowly. In that case, I shall escort you to meet my grandfather, but you must vow not to lose your temper with him. His health is rather frail, and he currently resides in the hospital. Should a dispute arise and something unfortunate occur, we would both find ourselves in dire straits. Jiang Yun nodded in comprehension, acknowledging Jiang Qingying's concerns. After casting a gentle glance at Lin Shui, he smiled warmly and suggested, Xiao Shui, why not return to the hotel and await my news? I shall join you later. Lin Shui nodded softly that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying were en route to the hospital. Under Jiang Qingying's guidance, they swiftly navigated to the inpatient department. However, upon reaching the floor where old Master Jiang was situated, Jiang Qingying's demeanor shifted to one of distress, prompting him to pull Jiang Yun aside. What troubles you? Jiang Yun inquired, perplexed. Jiang Qingying gestured towards two individuals standing aside and whispered, Do you not observe that the entire floor is teeming with members of the Jiang family? What of it? Jiang Yun questioned. These individuals are not my subordinates. Should they spot me here, they are likely to inform my uncle, and soon the entirety of the family will be aware of our visit to old Master Jiang. Jiang Qingying urged in a hushed tone at that juncture. It will be evident to all that we are here to pay our respects, significantly complicating our endeavors. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly, tapping his fingers against his forehead before asking, "Are not members of the Jiang family entitled to visit Old Master? If Old Master were to depart this world in his hospital bed, I fear no one would be the wiser." Jiang Qingying replied with an awkward smile, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Given the elders' arrangements within the family, little could be done upon hearing this. Jiang Yun let out a resigned sigh, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, uncertain of how to proceed. He then stated, "So, what course of action do you propose we undertake to gain entry?" It was a straightforward affair. Jiang Qingying snapped his fingers and promptly led Jiang Yun back to the elevator. In no time, they arrived at the floor above. After ushering Jiang Yun into a patient room, Jiang Qingying swiftly closed the door and approached the window, gesturing downwards as he remarked, "My grandfather is situated in the room below. Previously, when they barred me from entering to see him, I would clandestinely slip in through here." Jiang Yun moved closer to the window, casting a glance downward, and felt as though the world was spiraling around him. They were currently positioned on the 10th floor of the hospital. Should he lose his footing and plummet, he would likely be reduced to mere pulp, with no hope for rescue. Observing Jiang Qingying, he inhaled sharply and retorted, "You cannot be serious. Are we truly going to climb down? This isn't my first time." "What are you afraid of?" With a radiant smile, Jiang Qingying approached the bedside and retrieved a rope from beneath the bed. Securing it firmly to the railing beside the window, he then grasped the rope and prepared to descend. Jiang Yun hurried to the window, feeling as though his heart had leapt into his throat. "Be careful," he cautioned. Jiang Qingying flashed him a reassuring smile and replied, "Do not worry, brother. Everything will be just fine." In the next moment, Jiang Qingying had swiftly reached the balcony below, waving up to Jiang Yun, "Brother, hurry down, damn." Jiang Yun cursed inwardly before seizing the rope. The moment he stepped out of the window, he felt goosebumps prickling across his body. He shut his eyes and slowly lowered himself, soon finding his footing on the railing below, where he exhaled a sigh of relief. Immediately, he saw Jiang Qingying leap down and embrace him. "That was close," Jiang Yun exclaimed. "Brother, I told you, there is absolutely no problem," Jiang Qingying replied, patting his chest with a grin. "I have done this numerous times. Safety is assured. Just keep your worries at bay." Hearing this, a cold smirk crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he retorted, "If there is even a single misstep, you might not get a second chance." Jiang Qingying scratched his head, falling silent, choosing not to engage in further banter. Jiang Yun brushed off the dust from his clothes before pointing towards the window and inquiring, "Are you certain grandfather is inside?" "Absolutely." Jiang Qingying smiled before stepping aside and gently opening the window, with Jiang Yun closely following him. The room was impeccably tidy, and upon the bed lay an elderly man, his body riddled with tubes. Jiang Yun scrutinized the old man for a moment, faintly recognizing the resemblance to Jiang Qingying, and surmised that this must be the patriarch of the Jiang family. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yun approached the elder, who had opened his eyes. He then patted Jiang Qingying's shoulder and asked, "Qingying, given grandfather's serious condition, why is there no caregiver by his side?" Jiang Qingying approached the door, seemingly engaged in a cordial exchange with someone outside, before returning to Jiang Yun and gesturing towards the exterior. The old man's bodyguard was stationed outside. Any disturbance would not elude his astute ears. Consequently, there was no necessity for anyone else to attend to grandfather. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression altered. "Have we already compromised our position?" "Truthfully, he has been aware of our presence for quite some time," Jiang Qingying remarked, drawing the curtain across the window with a smile. "His auditory perception is remarkable, and his abilities surpass even those of a shadow. Nevertheless, he is well acquainted with me and understands that I visit grandfather in this manner. Hence he will not create difficulties for us." Only then did Jiang Yun nod in comprehension. Soon, Jiang Qingying was at the old man's side, assisting him in removing the oxygen mask from his face while gesturing towards Jiang Yun. "Grandfather, allow me to introduce you to Jiang Yun, the very individual whose bone marrow is a perfect match for yours." Now that Jiang Yun has arrived in the capital, It will not be long before your surgery commences, and your recovery will begin. The old man nodded, his gaze resting upon Jiang Yun, his murky eyes betraying a glimmer of profound significance. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Did you come from Ningqing?" "Indeed," Jiang Yun replied, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. Jiang Qingying interjected, "Brother, did you not express a desire to converse with grandfather? Let us not squander time. We must get to the crux of the matter, that we should act swiftly before someone enters." Leaving us at a loss for words, that I in agreement. Jiang Yun spoke directly. "Grandfather, I sincerely regret that our inaugural meeting unfolds under such circumstances. Yet you should take solace in the fact that my arrival bears the potential to save your life." The old man remained silent, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Yun, his chest rising and falling rapidly, indicative of the gravity of his illness. Jiang Yun continued, "Grandfather, I have already conferred with the second master of the Jiang family, who proffered 50 million for my bone marrow. However, I declined that I have come to negotiate new terms with you." "That is unnecessary," the old man exhaled deeply before asserting. "You are my remedy. You may propose any terms you desire. As long as you are willing to donate your bone marrow, the Jiang family will likely acquiesce without hesitation." "Not necessarily," Jiang Yun countered, shaking his head as the image of the second master of the Jiang family emerged in his thoughts. "Grandfather, let us speak candidly. My objective is unequivocal, that if you wish for me to save you, you must disclose everything regarding my parents. Otherwise, all negotiations are null and void. This is my singular stipulation. As for monetary matters, they hold minimal importance for me." Upon the mention of Jiang Yun's parents, he discerned a pronounced alteration in the old man's demeanor, prompting him to scrutinize the elder's response closely. After a brief pause, the old man acquiesced, stating, "I concur." However, he insisted that he must be entirely recuperated before divulging all that you seek to uncover. Otherwise, all discussions would be rendered void. Jiang Yun nodded, affirming, very well, that he had faith that the old man would not mislead him. "Will you address the issue with the second master of the Jiang family?" The old man nodded in affirmation, that I in truth. Jiang Yun was hesitant to confront the second master of the Jiang family, finding the man profoundly disconcerting. Nevertheless, given his presence in the capital, it would be imprudent to foster an irreparable rift with the Jiang family. Before long, Jiang Qingying had reattached the oxygen mask to the old man's face and bowed respectfully before joining Jiang Yun. "Brother, now that we have clarified everything, shall we take our leave?" "Leave from here?" Jiang Yun glanced toward the rope in the distance, a chill coursing down his spine. Jiang Qingying scratched his head, a smile playing on his lips, conveying a vague sense of uncertainty. With just that expression, Jiang Yun grasped his intent, and with a resigned demeanor, he followed Jiang Qingying's lead. Ascending had proven far more arduous than descending. After considerable exertion, the two finally returned to the upper floor. The moment Jiang Yun crawled back through the window, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for fresh air, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow. Beside him, Jiang Qing leaned in, grinning as he remarked, "Brother, you really ought to improve your physical fitness. Perhaps consider taking up rock climbing to enhance your lung capacity." "Perhaps you should undertake it instead," Jiang Yun retorted, rolling his eyes at Jiang Qingying. They had barely rested for a few moments when Jiang Yun's phone rang, and he soon heard Black Tiger's voice on the line. "Brother, have you arrived in the capital?" After making some adjustments, Jiang Yun felt his composure gradually returning, that he inquired, "What is it?" "Brother, I have encountered some difficulties here. Do you have time to come over?" Black Tiger spoke in a hushed tone, as if wary of being overheard. Jiang Yun nodded and replied, "Send me your location. I shall head over immediately." "All right," Black Tiger confirmed before hanging up and sending Jiang Yun a text message. Jiang Qingying, standing nearby with his arms crossed, may not have been inclined to eavesdrop, but the room was so tranquil that he gleaned snippets of the conversation. He shook his head and commented, "Brother, Black Tiger isn't exactly a pushover. He has just arrived in the capital and has already found himself in trouble. Wouldn't that render him a ticking time bomb while he is in your vicinity?" Jiang Yun cast a displeased glance at him. simultaneously stating, "Isn't it merely because you failed to organize everything appropriately? Otherwise, how could there be such formidable resistance? Enough of your idle prattle. Hasten to accompany me downstairs to evaluate the situation." Jiang Qing promptly nodded and swiftly matched Jiang Yun's stride. And in the blink of an eye, the two were making their way towards the elevator. Meanwhile, within the confines of the elderly Master Zhang's hospital room, after confirming that Jiang Yun and his companion had departed, the old master raised his hand to summon the nearby bell. Soon, the door swung open, and a man clad in black entered with alacrity, standing with unwavering respect beside the old master. "Old master, do you have any directives?" The man's voice was gravelly, his gaze frigid, betraying his identity as an elite bodyguard forged in the crucible of conflict. The old master slightly narrowed his eyes, shedding his prior frail demeanor. He then calmly instructed, "Immediately prepare a dossier on Jiang Yun, and do so with utmost urgency." Half an hour later, within the hospital room, the second master of the Jiang family and others had gradually assembled. Standing before the old master, the second master swiftly passed the dossier he held to the old master. Frowning as he spoke, "I have heard of Jiang Qing's actions that I never anticipated he would audaciously bring Jiang Yun here to threaten you. It is truly despicable. Upon our return, I shall certainly impart a lesson to him." Upon hearing this, the old master waved his hand dismissively. After taking the dossier from the second master, he briefly perused its contents. And soon his eyes narrowed again, filled with an icy detachment, that in the next moment, the old master cast the dossier to the floor, pointing at the second master and coldly admonishing, "How do you conduct your affairs? Is this the dossier you have brought back? He is a wayward scion." The second master kept his head bowed, remaining silent. The room descended into an eerie silence. After a couple of coughs, the old master coldly regarded the second master and solemnly declared, "Immediately gather more information on Jiang Yun. I perceive he is far from the so-called wayward scion. He possesses his own convictions. Furthermore, irrespective of the conditions he proposes, we must acquiesce unconditionally to him, permitting him to assist with my bone marrow transplant before broaching any other matters." The second master quickly nodded, in his usual arrogance. He appeared as timid as a mouse before the old master. Treading cautiously, he acknowledged the old master and gestured to several individuals beside him, who then exited the room. In an instant, the hospital room was once again enveloped in profound silence. The bodyguard, who was supposed to be stationed at the door, slowly raised his head and, after glancing at the old master, inquired flatly, "Do you require my assistance in monitoring Jiang Yun?" "Not at this moment," the old master replied, lightly tapping his temple with his fingers. His murky, aged eyes were burdened with indifference, as the visage of Jiang Yun gradually emerged in his thoughts. After a brief pause, he slowly commented, "I must confess, he bears a striking resemblance to his father. It seems I must re-evaluate my perspective on him." Meanwhile, before an imposing office building, Jiang Yun and Jiang Qing stood side by side. Jiang Yun gradually retrieved his phone and dialed Black Tiger's number. "Mr. Jiang, have you arrived?" Black Tiger's voice resonated with profound respect over the line. Casting a glance at the grand edifice, Jiang Yun spoke in a subdued tone, "Come down and meet me. I am already downstairs." Black Tiger hesitated momentarily before stammering, "Mr. Jiang, I may not be in a position to—" In an instant, Jiang Yun's expression darkened considerably as he inquired, "Where are you?" "You can simply take the elevator to the top floor." "I am here discussing matters with someone," Black Tiger whispered before abruptly disconnecting the call. Jiang Yun lifted his gaze to the office building, a cold smirk curling upon his lips, despite Black Tiger's usual deference. His absence from the lobby suggested that something had indeed gone awry. Beside him, Jiang Qing, arms crossed, remarked blandly, "Brother, shall we ascend?" Jiang Yun nodded and promptly made his way toward the elevator. A few minutes later, upon entering the top-floor office of the building, Jiang Yun and his companion were instantly enveloped by the acrid scent of tobacco. Jiang Yun instinctively covered his nose, fanning the air as he scanned the room. Where several men clad in vests stood, their tattoos unmistakably marking them as untrustworthy individuals. One man, seated behind the desk, bore a peculiar black tattoo on his face and a scar resembling a centipede beneath his mouth, evoking a sense of unease. After merely glancing at them, Jiang Yun's gaze landed on Black Tiger, who was crouched nearby, his expression ghastly. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Black Tiger sprang up as though he had spotted a savior. Swiftly approaching with a furrowed brow to Mr. Jiang, "You've arrived. About an hour ago, these ruffians suddenly confronted me, claiming I had violated their rules and insisted I remain here. They even demanded 5 million as compensation for mental anguish. Or else." Black Tiger glanced at the man seated in the office chair, elongating his tone, "They would break my legs." "Ha!" Jiang Yun's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he seated himself on the sofa. His gaze drifting to Jiang Qingying, deliberately ignoring the others present. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Did you not assert that you had everything under control? You claimed that once we arrived in the capital, it would be your domain, and we could act with impunity. What has transpired now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingying's countenance flushed crimson. Clearing his throat, he diverted his attention to the unfamiliar man and inquired, "Who are you to create such a commotion here? Have you grown weary of living?" In the next instant, laughter erupted within the office. The man in the chair leaned forward, propping himself against the desk. After casting a frosty glance at Jiang Qingying, he scoffed disdainfully, "I was curious who possessed such audacity. So it is the young master of the Jiang family." Instantly recognizing his identity, Jiang Yun's expression turned notably grave. It was evident that the man held Jiang Qingying in contempt. The man languidly stretched and sauntered over to Jiang Qingying, snorting derisively before declaring, "Is young Master Jiang here to mediate matters? I advise you to mind your own affairs. Should you choose not to depart, do not hold me accountable for showing no mercy to the Jiang family." The atmosphere crackled with tension. Jiang Qingying clenched his fists. I understand you have your own rules, but I have mine," the man proclaimed, stepping closer to Jiang Yun, casually extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with an air of nonchalance. He cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Yun and continued, "I also own a security company nearby. When I established that company, I made it unequivocally clear to the local competitors that no one could establish a new security firm in this vicinity. Otherwise, they would be opposing me. Lit on you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingying's expression transformed instinctively. He hurried to Jiang Yun's side, lowering his voice as he leaned in. "This Li Tianyu is not to be trifled with. It is said that he is backed by one of the 4 major families, the Li family, and has been entrenched in the security industry for years. Unlike ordinary firms, many seek him out to mediate disputes between families. He has garnered quite a reputation around here." Jiang Yun frowned slightly, scrutinizing Li Tianyu before revealing a cold smile, responding lightly, "While you may hesitate to provoke him, I wonder if the Jiang family shares the same sentiment." "Certainly not," Jiang Qingying hastily interjected. "Both my grandfather and the second master hold significant status. Even if Li Tianyu is audacious, he would not dare to act recklessly in their presence. However, he shows me no respect whatsoever. Should I assist you in reaching out to him now?" Before Jiang Qingying could complete his sentence, the sound of footsteps resonated from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shan entered, accompanied by Jiang Xian. As they appeared, Li Tianyu's gaze immediately settled upon Jiang Shan. "What brings my uncle here?" Jiang Qingying inquired, his countenance a tableau of bewilderment, instinctively casting a glance at Jiang Yun beside him. Yet, Jiang Yun's visage betrayed no semblance of emotion. Prior to their arrival, he had discreetly communicated with Jiang Shan, instructing him to convene without delay. Jiang Yun harbored the intention of surreptitiously establishing his own influence. It was through such stratagems that he could secure his position within the capital. However, he currently served as the medicinal remedy for old Master Jiang. Failing to capitalize on this advantage would be an egregious squander of resources that in the future, when his worth diminished, the Jiang family would undoubtedly cast him aside without a second thought. It would be far more sagacious to maximize this opportunity and accomplish as much as possible. Observing Jiang Yun's reticence, Jiang Qing swiftly approached Jiang Shan and the others, raising his hand to indicate Li Tianyu in the distance before murmuring, "Uncle, he is causing trouble for my brother." Such an intimate address elicited a cold response from Jiang Shan, who chose to disregard Jiang Qing further. His gaze shifted to Li Tianyu as he spoke with measured calmness. "Regardless of the regulations you have instituted, Jiang Yun is one of our own. While we may not hold this security company in high regard, we shall not permit anyone to trample upon our dignity. You are an astute individual. I trust you comprehend my implication." Li Tianyu clenched his jaw, and after a moment's contemplation, he gradually responded, "Since Mr. Jiang has spoken, I shall extend you the courtesy that as he spoke." Li Tianyu waved dismissively to those behind him. "What are you all loitering about for? Depart with me." The crowd exchanged furtive glances before following in Li Tianyu's wake, swiftly disappearing from the sight of Jiang Yun and the others. As Li Tianyu departed, Jiang Shan settled beside Jiang Yun, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "If you wish to establish a security company, you could readily access the Jiang family's resources, thereby alleviating considerable difficulties. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Had I not arrived promptly, Li Tianyu may have utterly devastated your enterprise and left you grievously harmed." Jiang Yun, however, paid no mind to his remarks, with an air of nonchalance. He rose languidly, approached Heihu, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before casting a glance at Jiang Shan, casually remarking, "Take note of this man's visage. Should you find yourself in need in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to him directly. As you may have gathered, we are all kin." Heihu nodded earnestly, brimming with admiration for Jiang Yun. Despite having only recently arrived in the capital, Jiang Yun had already embarked on the cultivation of his own influence. "Truly remarkable, by the way," Jiang Shan interjected, observing Jiang Yun as he prepared to depart. "The old master has acquiesced to your request. He inquired about the timing of your bone marrow transplant, in a few days." Jiang Yun replied with a casual indifference, "I still require ample time to recuperate. In the next moment, the office door closed, and Jiang Yun exited alongside Jiang Qing. Jiang Shan slammed his hand upon the table, glaring in the direction Jiang Yun had taken before gritting his teeth and muttering, "That insufferable brat. Does he truly believe he can behave so arrogantly here? Who does he think he is?" Jiang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Heihu, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Heihu discerned her unspoken sentiments and respectfully approached the door, turning back just before his exit, his countenance brimming with deference as he said, "Should you require anything, please feel free to utilize the phone on the table to reach me. You are all relatives of Mr. Jiang, which renders you my family as well." Jiang Shan shot him a frigid, scornful glance and snapped, "Be gone." Frustration surged within him as he observed Jiang Yun and his associates, leaving him desperate to rid himself of Jiang Yun's presence. Heihu nodded, his visage betraying no emotion, and swiftly exited the room. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian approached Jiang Shan, gently patting his back while massaging his shoulders, cheerfully saying, "Uncle, why do you appear so perturbed? How could I not be incensed?" Jiang Shan retorted, his teeth nearly grinding to powder, "That brat dares to treat us as mere enforcers." Chapter 120. Lin Shui's disappearance. Jiang Xian maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Producing a slender cigarette from her pocket, she smiled and remarked, "So what? Given our current need for his assistance, we must heed his words. However, it shan't be long before he loses all worth. At that juncture, we can rectify matters." Jiang Shan remained silent, donning his coat as he made his way toward the door, with Jiang Xian quickly following suit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion returned to the vehicle. He reclined comfortably, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the security company, lost in contemplation. "Brother, you appear quite pleased," Jiang Qing observed, intrigued if some joyful tidings had befallen him. Jiang Yun lightly tapped the car window with his fingers and replied with a smile, "Did you not perceive Jiang Shan's expression earlier? I find it rather amusing. That old fellow must be seething. What on earth transpired? Jiang Qingying inquired, perplexed. I did not observe you contacting Uncle during our journey here. How did he arrive so promptly? Could it be that he has spies among us? As he spoke, Jiang Qingying cast a glance at the driver, yet the shadow remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. Impossible! Jiang Qingying shook his head. The shadow has been by my side for years. He would never betray me. Neither of us would ever betray the others. Oh, how did Uncle come to know? No need to speculate, Jiang Yun replied, his eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips as he elaborated. On my way to the security company, I specifically contacted Jiang Shan to request his assistance. Most importantly, I aim to establish that this security company is affiliated with the Jiang family, that in the future, no one shall dare to trouble the security company again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingying grasped the situation immediately. He gave Jiang Yun a thumbs up and sighed. This strategy of shaking the mountain to scare the tiger is indeed astute, but you could have at least informed me. Jiang Yun chuckled yet remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the hotel. Jiang Qingying glanced at the time and smiled. Brother, you should head upstairs early to rest, that I shall not accompany you. I will come to pick you and sister-in-law up tomorrow morning to explore the capital S sites and allow you both to experience the opulent life here. A faint smile danced upon Jiang Yun's lips as he shook his head. I have other matters to attend to. Should I require anything, I will reach out to you, if not, do enjoy yourself. Jiang Qingying began to explain, but Jiang Yun had already vanished from view. Clutching the room key, Jiang Yun ascended to the presidential suite on the top floor and entered his room, only to be engulfed by darkness. Shui, he called out, but received no answer. Frowning slightly, he switched on the light and made his way toward the bedroom. Where's Shui? Upon pushing open the door, he found the room immaculate, yet Lin Shui was nowhere to be found. Anxiety crept into Jiang Yun's heart as he pulled out his phone to call Lin Shui, but no one answered. Jiang Yun's expression darkened significantly. Memories of past events in Ningxing flooded back to him. Previously, Jiang Shan had employed Lin Shui to coerce him. Was he preparing to use the same tactic once more? Reflecting on these matters, Jiang Yun hastily made his way to the adjacent room and promptly rapped heavily on the door several times. Although Jiang Yun chose to disregard the actions of old Master Lin, he was acutely aware that the old gentleman resided next door. Yet, at that moment, the room was equally devoid of occupants. After swallowing hard, Jiang Yun retrieved his mobile phone and swiftly dialed Jiang Qingying's number, simultaneously calling out towards the interior, "Return to the hotel immediately to fetch me. We must go find Jiang Shan without delay." Jiang Qingying, driven by an urgent sense of purpose, swiftly took the lead and made his way back to the hotel. Mere minutes later, Jiang Yun had also returned to the vehicle. Jiang Qingying had managed to establish contact with Jiang Shan. Noticing the grim expression etched on Jiang Yun's face, he hastily inquired, "Brother, what has transpired?" "Do not concern yourself with the particulars," Jiang Yun replied coolly, "though we must meet Jiang Shan at the earliest opportunity." Beneath the canopy of the night sky, the car surged through the streets like a comet streaking across the heavens. Half an hour later, they arrived at the security firm of the Black Tiger. Just then, Jiang Shan and Jiang Xian were emerging, and upon catching sight of Jiang Yun approaching, Jiang Shan's demeanor shifted dramatically as he asked, "What brings you here?" In the next heartbeat, Jiang Yun rushed towards him, seizing his collar tightly and glaring with fierce intensity as he demanded, "Where is Xiao Shui? What have you done with her?" Jiang Shan's countenance shifted abruptly. Shaking off Jiang Yun's grasp, he retorted coldly, "Jiang Yun, have you lost your senses?" Concurrently, Jiang Qingying and Jiang Xian quickly moved to Jiang Yun's side, each grasping one of his arms and pulling him aside. "Brother, what on earth is occurring?" Jiang Qingying asked, his face a mask of helplessness. Had he foreseen such a predicament, he would never have brought Jiang Yun to confront Jiang Shan. Jiang Yun's teeth nearly ground together in frustration, casting a cold glance at Jiang Shan. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. "Upon returning to the hotel, I discovered Xiao Shui missing, and most crucially, I cannot reach her. This confirmed the grim reality that Xiao Shui had undoubtedly been abducted. In the entirety of the capital, who else would dare to target her? At this juncture, the others immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Before Jiang Shan could provide an explanation, Jiang Xian stepped forward. Furrowing her brows as she said, "There may be a misunderstanding. We have remained at the security company throughout and harbor no intention of troubling your wife. Moreover, we have already reached an accord. Why would we jeopardize our relationship?" Jiang Yun snorted derisively and retorted icily, "I care not for your justifications that if I do not see Xiao Shui before dawn, I shall take my own life." Chapter 121. The one being threatened is you. Jiang Shan ground his teeth in fury. Jiang Yun had once again issued a threat, and it was utterly infuriating. Jiang Qing stood nearby, equally exasperated, and with a sigh, awkwardly proposed, "Brother, when adversity strikes, we must seek a resolution. Do not incessantly speak of ending your life." Jiang Yun paid no mind to their remarks, dismissively waving his hand as he strode toward the car. Stating coolly, "I shall reiterate once more. If there is no news of Xiao Shui, do not expect to receive any marrow from me." In the blink of an eye, he was already ensconced within the vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Yun could not ascertain who had abducted Lin Shui. Yet within the capital, he felt utterly powerless, with all hope resting upon the Jiang family. Even if this predicament bore no connection to them, it was imperative that they intervene to rectify the situation. Jiang Shan clenched his fists. Since engaging with Jiang Yun, he felt his dignity dwindling, repeatedly subjected to intimidation. Contemplating this, he was overtaken by a murderous impulse. He cast a glance at Jiang Qing beside him and bellowed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find someone." Jiang Qing nodded vigorously and hastened toward the car. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian's expression was frigid. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke deliberately. "Lin Shui's sudden disappearance is no mere coincidence to my knowledge. She appears to have some ties with the Lin family in the capital. Could it be that someone from the Lin family has taken her?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan fell into a quandary, clenching his fists as he frowned and replied, "If that is the case, matters could become exceedingly complicated." The Jiang and Lin families were both venerable clans within the capital. Should a conflict arise between them, the outcome would be uncertain. Jiang Shan looked in Jiang Yun's direction and said with composure, "We cannot act recklessly. We must first stabilize Jiang Yun. Contact the family immediately and have them investigate whether this incident truly involves the Lin family. Above all, we must ensure Lin Shui's safety." Jiang Xian nodded, retrieving her phone and stepping aside to make a call. Jiang Shan gritted his teeth and solemnly declared, "Once everything is resolved, I will ensure you comprehend the consequences of your threats." Time passed slowly. Jiang Yun remained in the car, quietly awaiting news. Though he uttered no words, he fidgeted like an ant upon a hot skillet, feeling a fire in his chest that was most vexatious. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the window shattered the silence. Jiang Yun swiftly rolled down the window, glancing at Jiang Xian as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" "I have successfully located Lin Shui," Jiang Xian declared candidly. "She is presently residing within the Lin family estate. However, it appears they are unwilling to release her. Nevertheless, you may take solace in the fact that the Lin family is unlikely to inflict harm upon her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's countenance altered dramatically as he exited the vehicle, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What do you mean? Has Xiao Shui been taken hostage?" In a manner of speaking, Jiang Xian hesitated momentarily before lowering her gaze and continuing. "The Lin family seeks to establish a matrimonial alliance with the Qi family. However, they are deficient in female heirs, which is the reason for Lin Shui's abduction. But rest assured, they should not coerce her will." Jiang Shan approached, suppressing his own ire as he regarded Jiang Yun and stated calmly, "Keep your anxieties to yourself that I have already conferred with Second Master. He will personally negotiate with the Lin family. We shall ensure your wife's safe return." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun refrained from responding. Suddenly, his stare locked onto Jiang Shan, and he proclaimed, "Take me to the Lin family at once." "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Shan's expression shifted yet again, his tone growing increasingly urgent. "Jiang Yun, I implore you to consider carefully. The Lin family is not a marketplace, nor can you come and go at will. Should you recklessly storm the Lin family estate, you may not only fail to retrieve Lin Shui, but also invite considerable trouble upon both yourself and her." A chilling smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Shan and asserted, "I have made my position abundantly clear. If Xiao Shui is not by my side before dawn, I shall perish before you all." Jiang Shan's fists clenched tightly, the sound resonating ominously. He fervently wished to seize a knife and end Jiang Yun's life. Time and again threatened. Did Jiang Yun genuinely believe he could maintain his composure? "Are we going or not?" Jiang Yun demanded, his expression terrifyingly grim, his breath quickening. Jiang Shan gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse and strained. "Let us depart." In the blink of an eye, they were all ensconced within the vehicle. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate, the second master of the Jiang family was seated in the main hall. He cast a glance at the head of the Lin family and spoke coolly. "I trust the head of the Lin family comprehends my intentions." Indeed, the head of the Lin family frowned slightly, fiddling with a trinket in his hand as he replied, "Are you suggesting we temporarily release Lin Shui in exchange for a substantial profit?" Indeed, the second master of the Jiang family nodded in agreement. "Lin Shui holds significant importance to us, at least for the present moment. Once all matters are settled, you may deal with her as you wish. At that juncture, it will no longer concern the Jiang family." The head of the Lin family narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the situation at hand. Undoubtedly, the terms proposed by the Jiang family were exceedingly generous. After a moment of hesitation, he rose slowly, casting a sidelong glance at the butler beside him, and then spoke with a smile, "In that case, please bring them down. After all, we are not the sort of individuals who lack understanding." Meanwhile, the second master of the Jiang family inwardly cursed, recognizing the cunning nature of his counterpart. In the next instant, a jeep barreled through the main gate, racing towards the Lin family hall. Chapter 122. Coming to demand a person quickly protect the family head. A voice suddenly shouted from the crowd. And immediately, the members of the Lin family scrambled to shield their patriarch. The second master of the Jiang family, on the other hand, turned pale with fright and swiftly sought refuge to the side. However, the vehicle soon came to a halt, and Jiang Yun emerged from within. After surveying the assembled individuals in the hall, his gaze fixed upon the head of the Lin family, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Where is my wife?" Madman, the head of the Lin family had never encountered Jiang Yun before and was oblivious to his identity. Faced with this unexpected confrontation, his expression darkened considerably. After all, it was the first time he had ever experienced his door being broken down and felt a slap in the face. He waved his hand towards those nearby, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Immediately dispose of this scoundrel and feed him to the dogs." With red eyes, the Lin family members surged towards Jiang Yun. Yet, Jiang Yun exhibited no trace of fear. He merely cast a glance at the second master of the Jiang family and remarked, "If they intend to harm me, did you not hear that?" "You," the second master of the Jiang family frowned slightly, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Jiang Yun was clearly seeking trouble. The head of the Lin family hesitated momentarily, but upon noticing that the second master of the Jiang family offered no response, he did not command his people to halt their advance. Soon, they had encircled Jiang Yun completely. Standing to the side, Jiang Qing swiftly moved to Jiang Yun's side, shielding him behind himself, and shouted at the crowd, "This is the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yun. If anyone dares to lay a finger on him, they're declaring war on the entire Jiang family." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lin family furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the second master of the Jiang family as he inquired, "Does his word carry weight for you?" The second master of the Jiang family bore a fierce countenance, unmistakably seething with fury, his grip on the armrest quaking. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and replied, It does, in an instant. The expression of the head of the Lin family darkened ominously. Are you cognizant of what you are articulating? The second master of the Jiang family rose slowly, making his way to Jiang Yun's side, and spoke in a grave tone. He is indeed one of us from the Jiang family. Out of both reason and sentiment, we cannot permit this lad to endure even the slightest harm. However, he deliberately elongated his words, then leaned closer to the head of the Lin family, whispering, "Rest assured. It shan't be long before he loses his worth at that juncture. You may act as you please. He will no longer possess any ties to the Jiang family." The head of the Lin family hesitated momentarily before snorting disdainfully and stepping aside. The members of the Lin family likewise ceased their assault. Jiang Yun swiftly advanced, casting a frigid glance at the assembly before inquiring once more, "Where is Xiao Xue?" In the next heartbeat, two men clad in black descended from the second floor. With Lin Xue positioned behind them, Jiang Yun, Lin Xue in a frenzy, pushed aside the two men and dashed towards Jiang Yun, burying her head in his embrace. "That I knew you would come to my rescue. Silly girl, I would never allow you to suffer in vain." Jiang Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, disregarding the spectators, and then took Lin Xue by the hand, leading her towards the nearby vehicle. The second master of the Jiang family and the others hastily followed in Jiang Yun's wake. After observing the vehicle gradually depart, the head of the Lin family returned to his seat, narrowing his eyes as he gazed in the direction Jiang Yun had taken. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "Is that Lin Xue's husband?" "Indeed." A man in black standing beside him replied respectfully, "I have investigated this individual's background. He is not but a worthless wastrel. Over the years, he has solely depended on Lin Xue for his existence. Without her by his side, he would likely have succumbed to starvation long ago." Truly infuriating. The head of the Lin family slammed his hand upon the table. "That fellow is merely of average appearance. Why would Lin Xue entangle herself with someone of his ilk? Should I?" The man clad in black made a slicing motion across his throat, choosing to remain silent. However, his implications were unmistakable. The patriarch of the Lin family shook his head, remarking, "While I remain uncertain of the worth this rogue possesses, it is clear that the second master of the Jiang family holds him in considerable esteem, that I can also discern a trace of irritation in their gazes. Let us bide our time for a while longer. Once we uncover his true value, we may proceed to take action against him." The man nodded and subsequently took his leave. Meanwhile, within the confines of the jeep, Jiang Yun kept Lin Xue closely by his side, concern etched deeply across his visage that he had never imagined that upon their arrival in the capital, such a cascade of events would transpire, nearly ensnaring Lin Xue within the clutches of the Lin family. "Jiang Yun," the second master of the Jiang family spoke with icy disdain, "are you aware of the chaos you have wrought? Your recent actions have nearly endangered us all. Had Lin Junyi not granted me his favor, we would all be facing dire consequences due to your recklessness." The expressions of Jiang Xian and the others in the vehicle mirrored his grimness. Yet, Jiang Yun, visibly exasperated, cast a defiant glance at the second master of the Jiang family and retorted, "Why do you have so much to say? Did you not witness them abduct Lin Xue? Since it is not your wife in peril, you can afford to stand there and pontificate. I have already negotiated this matter on your behalf. Even had you not intervened, I would have successfully retrieved Lin Xue." The second master of the Jiang family clenched his fists, and had it not been for Jiang Yun's lingering value, he would have relished the chance to rid himself of him. Jiang Yun huffed dismissively, crossing his arms. "Anyone can speak eloquently. Moreover, I care not for the might of the Lin family. If you cannot broker a peaceful relationship between them and Lin Xue, I shall not part with my bone marrow. Do not allow the old man to meet his demise in solitude." Though his words were severe, they bore a certain gravity that in an instant, he struck a sensitive chord with the second master of the Jiang family and the others. Almost immediately, the second master's tone softened significantly, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean? Are you retracting your promise?" Jiang Yun sneered, "I am not retracting my promise. This is my stipulation, that if the Lin family cannot coexist harmoniously with Lin Shui, I shall take my own life without hesitation, that if I cannot live well, then neither shall anyone else you. The second master of the Jiang family was seething with fury, his countenance turning a deep shade of iron. He instinctively clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the tempest of rage brewing within him, fearing he may soon lose control. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Jiang Qing quickly intervened. Everything can be discussed. Brother, second master, everyone is in a foul mood today. Let us return home to rest, and tomorrow morning we can engage in a calm and rational discussion regarding the matters at hand. Shall we? The second master of the Jiang family turned away, his gaze fixed upon the window, deliberately disregarding Jiang Qing's words. Jiang Yun remained aloof, his attention solely captivated by Lin Shui nestled in his embrace. Before long, their vehicle arrived at the hotel. Jiang Qing hastily assisted them out, and as they stood before the hotel entrance, he cast a glance back towards the vehicle. Speaking softly, "Brother, sister-in-law, I urge you both to rest well, that I shall engage in a thorough discussion with the second master to ensure he provides you with a satisfactory resolution. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Jiang Yin merely offered a subtle nod, guiding Lin Shui into the hotel. As they entered the elevator, Lin Shui looked up at Jiang Yin, her grip tightening around his arm. "Why did you feel compelled to argue with them? Do you have any idea how terrified I was by your actions just now? Moreover, the second master of the Jiang family is indeed correct. Should Lin Junyi refuse to grant us our freedom, our predicament may become exceedingly precarious." Jiang Yun reached out to touzle Lin Shui's hair, his countenance softening as any trace of anger evaporated. "Do not fret. I hold sufficient value for the Jiang family, and they shall not permit the Lin family to act against us, that I suspect we can still harness the Jiang family's influence to subdue the Lin family. And we ought to fully capitalize on that. Having already strained relations with the Jiang family, there is no need for excessive contemplation. It is imperative that we swiftly utilize their resources to fortify ourselves." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui chuckled softly and shook her head. "Exercise caution. They are wily old foxes, and you must not fall prey to their schemes." Jiang Yun, however, wore a confident smile, for every detail was meticulously orchestrated within his plan, ensuring unequivocal success. In the blink of an eye, the two ascended to the upper floor, and after a brief tidying up, they made their way directly to the bed, while Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were enveloped in slumber. The Jiang residence remained aglow. The second master of the Jiang family occupied the seat of authority. With the elder absent, all power had shifted to him. As his gaze shifted, he turned to Jiang Xian, who was seated nearby, and furrowed his brow, stating, "Tomorrow, you must meet with Jiang Yun without delay. Do your utmost to acquiesce to any of his conditions," urging him to expedite the donation of his bone marrow for the transplant surgery. "This scoundrel has scarcely set foot in the capital, yet he has already embroiled us in considerable trouble, causing our family to share in his embarrassment." Jiang Xian nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she approached the second master of the Jiang family, offering to massage his shoulders while cheerfully saying, "Grandfather, do not worry. The young man cannot create much chaos. He is merely a minor figure relishing a fleeting moment of triumph." The second master of the Jiang family rubbed his temples and nodded, though his eyes betrayed a lingering fury, for indeed, recent events had been overwhelming, leaving him with a throbbing headache. The root of all this turmoil lay in Jiang Yun, and thus he must be addressed post-haste. Otherwise, prolonged troubles would surely ensue. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Jiang Yun rose with the sun, and Lin Shui slowly opened her eyes beside him, blinking sleepily at the world outside. She softly inquired, "What time is it? Why are we awake so early? Is there something we must attend to today?" Jiang Yun shook his head, drawing Lin Shui into his embrace, and responded with cheerful exuberance. "In the days to come, I simply wish to quietly accompany you, to savor the sights of the capital together. As for everything else, it holds no significance." That a glimmer of seriousness flickered in Lin Shui's eyes. Sitting upright, She continued, "While you may wish to overlook the affairs concerning the Jiang and Lin families, I fear they may seek you out once more. Furthermore, our stay in a hotel renders us vulnerable to their scrutiny. Perhaps we ought to contemplate securing alternative accommodations?" She added, "We possess the funds from the sale of the company. Although property prices in the capital are steep, obtaining a modest two-bedroom apartment should not prove insurmountable." It must be acknowledged that Lin Shui's considerations were indeed meticulous. Having resolved all matters in Ningcheng, the couple would likely remain in the capital for an extended period, necessitating their own residence. Upon reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "That is an excellent notion. Let us rise and prepare to embark on the quest for a home. And the most delightful part is, it shall not cost us a single cent." Lin Shui was taken aback. But before she could inquire further, Jiang Yun had already risen and moved to the side. After a brief period of tidying up, the two descended the stairs side by side, enjoyed breakfast, and set forth towards the real estate center. Upon their arrival at the sales office, Lin Shui quickly tugged at Jiang Yun's arm and exclaimed, "Are we truly purchasing a house here? I fear the prices will be exorbitant." They found themselves in the very heart of the capital. Even in the more remote locales, property prices soared into the tens of thousands. And this prime real estate was bound to be significantly pricier. Moreover, with the company no longer in their possession, they needed to contemplate future earnings. It would be unwise to squander all their resources. Jiang Yun patted Lin Shui on the shoulder, grinning as he reassured her, "Did I not mention that we need not spend a single cent? Rest assured, when we discover a property that pleases us, we shall secure it, and I will arrange for the payment." Lin Shui nodded, choosing to remain silent. Before long, they approached the sales center. As they entered, a salesperson approached them, warmly greeting the couple. "Are you two here to purchase a property?" she inquired with a smile. Jiang Yun glanced at her, muttering in annoyance. Meanwhile, Lin Shui tugged at Jiang Yun's arm and softly admonished, "Why are you being so unfriendly? She's merely asking." Jiang Yun chuckled sheepishly but opted not to respond further. Noticing Lin Shui's amiable demeanor, the salesperson quickly redirected her attention to her, asking, "What type of property are you interested in? What is your budget? I can propose a couple of alternatives." Before Lin Shui could articulate a response, Jiang Yun interjected, "I require but two essentials for my residence. It must be opulent and costly. All else is trivial." The salesperson hesitated, scrutinizing Jiang Yun, uncertain of his financial capabilities. Nevertheless, she felt an obligation to present her recommendations. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a brochure detailing the layouts of all available properties, extending it towards Jiang Yun. "Here are the various floor plans. Please take a moment to peruse them. Should you find one appealing, I can escort you to view the model unit." Jiang Yun briefly examined the brochure, his gaze ultimately resting on the last floor plan. "This one will suffice. It appears quite enticing," he proclaimed with a smile. The salesperson's eyes widened as she swallowed hard, hastily clarifying, "This is the largest unit within our development, situated on the top floor, but the price is substantially elevated. Moreover, there is no model unit available. If you express interest in purchasing, I can take you upstairs to inspect it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Are we not permitted to view it if we do not intend to make a purchase?" "You can," the salesperson replied, her countenance fraught with difficulty. Lin Shui sighed in exasperation, puzzled by Jiang Yun's demeanor, contemplating whether his behavior was influenced by the affairs of the Jiang and Lin families. However, just before ascending the stairs, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Where are you?" Jiang Xian, having just awakened after a prolonged night, responded with a hint of irritation. "I am at home, sleeping." "What is the matter? Come to the sales office. I shall send you the location shortly," Jiang Yun commanded before abruptly terminating the call. Jiang Xian, casting her phone aside, seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at the door in frustration. "That insufferable scoundrel! Disturbing me so early in the morning. Just wait. I shall make you pay for this." Within the sales office, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had already toured the properties. That it was undeniable that the residences were truly remarkable, boasting balconies and rooftop terraces, epitomizing luxury. Observing the couple seated nearby, the salesperson inquired, "If you find the price of that unit excessively steep, I can recommend a more economical alternative." While residing on the top floor signifies prestige, our upscale community guarantees that any domicile here implies affluence in the capital. Jiang Yun smirked coldly, dismissively waving his hand, "That I have already set my sights on the top floor. My friend shall arrive shortly to finalize the payment. So please exercise patience." The salesperson surveyed the refreshments arrayed on the table, her expression tinged with disdain. That it was evident she suspected they were merely there to enjoy complimentary snacks, rather than engage in a serious acquisition. As she turned to depart, Lin Shui leaned closer to Jiang Yun, her expression brightening as she inquired, "What troubles you today? Is there something weighing on your mind?" "Nothing," he replied curtly. Jiang Yun sat cross-legged, casting a glance out the window before breaking into a smile. "Not only will I not be unhappy, but I will also feel exceptionally at ease." "Why?" Lin Shui inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. "Because there's a fool rushing over to help us pay," Jiang Yun replied, his grin widening at the thought. Before Lin Shui could probe further, a red supercar glided to a halt in front of the sales office. Jiang Xian elegantly emerged from the vehicle, handbag in hand, and swiftly made her way inside, her gaze promptly settling on Jiang Yun and Lin Shui. "She's here," Jiang Yun remarked, snapping his fingers as he rose, taking Lin Shui along with him toward Jiang Xian. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Jiang Xian, despite having bathed and applied her makeup, exhibited signs of fatigue and irritation. Jiang Yun shrugged, gesturing toward the sales office as he spoke. "I've set my sights on a property and would like your assistance in making the payment." "That shouldn't be an issue, right?" Jiang Xian's teeth nearly ground together in frustration as she shot him a frosty glare. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she approached Jiang Yun, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Jiang Yun, I advise you to think things through before acting. While you may possess some utility for our Jiang family, that does not grant you the freedom to act recklessly. What transpired yesterday crossed our boundaries, and now you audaciously seek a house. Are you intending to settle in the capital?" Jiang Yun remained steadfast despite her demeanor, responding with a smile. "That I recall someone mentioning that I am also a member of the Jiang family, correct? If so, then I am merely acknowledging my heritage. Why should I leave the capital? I shall ask you once more. Do we proceed with the purchase of this house or not?" Jiang Xian clenched her fists, nearly wishing to hurl her handbag at Jiang Yun's face, but reason prevailed, reminding her of the words from the second master of the Jiang family, to unconditionally acquiesce to any of Jiang Yun's demands in order to momentarily placate him. As moments ticked by, Jiang Shan patiently awaited Jiang Xian's response. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spat out a single word through clenched teeth. "Bye." Chapter 125. A generous feast. Jiang Yun patted Jiang Xian on the shoulder, his smile broadening evermore. "Now that's more like it." As he spoke, he guided Lin Shui toward the payment counter. Jiang Xian, seething with wrath, cast an exasperated glance at them before reluctantly retrieving her bank card from her handbag, enunciating each word with venom. "You bastard. Just wait." Soon, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui completed their payment. Standing at the entrance of the sales office, Jiang Xian regarded the departing duo and casually remarked, "The Jiang family has already assisted you significantly. Do the words you spoke previously still hold weight?" "What exactly did I say?" Jiang Yun feigned ignorance, scratching his head, but he was acutely aware of the Jiang family's ulterior motives, which centered on his expedited donation of bone marrow. However, the predicament involving the Lin family had prompted him to reassess the matter. "You are to finalize the bone marrow transplant within 3 days. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Xian articulated each word with meticulous precision. "My apologies," Jiang Yun replied, nonchalantly waving the house key in his hand as though to mock her, before adding with a chuckle, "While I may have consented to the bone marrow transplant, I don't recall specifying a date." Moreover, I find myself rather frail and might require some time to recuperate, so let us defer the surgery for the time being. Jiang Xian's countenance darkened considerably, recognizing his excuse for what it truly was. After dismissively waving her off, Jiang Yun began to walk away. Jiang Xian stomped her foot in exasperation. Her patience had been stretched to its limits, nearly propelling her to the edge of fury. "Bastard," she muttered under her breath, uttering a few expletives before making her way towards her supercar. However, just as she settled into the driver's seat, she caught sight of Jiang Yun and Lin Shui returning. "What do you want now?" Jiang Xian instinctively inquired. "Well," Jiang Yun's gaze lingered on her crimson supercar, and he stroked his chin, a smile dancing upon his lips as he remarked, "My wife and I find ourselves lacking a suitable mode of transportation. It would be quite unbecoming for us to rely on taxis for our travels, would it not? While we might not be concerned, it would undoubtedly cast the Jiang family in a poor light. Don't you agree?" Jiang Xian immediately grasped his intent. Having recently expended millions on a residence for Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, he now audaciously sought her vehicle as well. After all, her automobile was a limited edition supercar. Invaluable and rare. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yun sighed and shook his head that if you're unwilling to lend us your car, let us forget I mentioned it, that I suppose if I continue to walk everywhere, my health might further deteriorate and the surgery could be postponed indefinitely. But that is of no concern to me. I can wait, but we cannot wait, Jiang Xian thought to herself. Although she recognized that Jiang Yun was issuing a veiled threat, she suppressed her indignation, withdrawing the car keys and tossing them into Jiang Yun's lap. "Here, drive it and I wish you smooth travels." "Thank you," Jiang Yun replied with a grin, ushering Lin Shui into the car, behaving as if he were returning to his own vehicle. Every movement fluid and familiar, in the blink of an eye, they had departed, stirring up dust in their wake. Suddenly, Jiang Xian's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she answered, "What is it?" "Did you meet with Jiang Yun?" inquired the second master of the Jiang family on the other end. "That we just parted ways," Jiang Xian responded, clenching her teeth and speaking through gritted jaws. "That bastard made an outrageous demand. Before I even broached the subject of the bone marrow transplant, he audaciously insisted that I procure a house for him, then nonchalantly drove off in my vehicle. What a thoroughly despicable scoundrel." After a moment's reflection, the second master of the Jiang family remarked, "Any issues that can be resolved by money are not genuine problems. Our immediate priority is to ensure his satisfaction, so that he will willingly proceed with the bone marrow transplant. Everything else is of secondary importance." Jiang Xian nodded, concluding the call. She had intended to confront Jiang Yun today, calmly deliberating the particulars of the bone marrow procedure. However, her patience had frayed, and she feared she might lose her composure and inflict harm upon him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the supercar, Lin Shui glanced at Jiang Yun and quietly inquired, "Why did you take her car?" Earlier, Lin Shui had experienced a flicker of discomfort. Jiang Yun chuckled, elucidating, "Isn't it because Jiang Xian perpetually carries herself with such haughtiness? If there's an opportunity to humble her, why should we endure her arrogance? Moreover, the Jiang family is among the wealthiest in the capital. A car and a house are mere trifles for them." Lin Shui simply shook her head, opting not to reply, given that their new abode had already been adorned with imported furnishings and appliances. They needed only to transfer their belongings. After a bustling morning, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had successfully established their new residence. By noon, Jiang Yun's phone buzzed once more, and shortly thereafter, the voice of Jiang Qing resonated through the line. "Bro, I heard you acquired a grand house. Care to invite me over for a visit?" "Not interested," Jiang Yun replied tersely. Jiang Qing sighed. "Bro, I'm beginning to question whether I am truly your brother." Jiang Yun, disinclined for small talk, cut to the chase. "Get to the point. We haven't had lunch yet." "Perfect timing," Jiang Qing exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I received an invitation to a new bar opening. Would you and your wife care to join?" Jiang Yun hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Shui. "Should we go?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shui responded. A little outing wouldn't hurt. What do you think? Jiang Yin nodded, then spoke into the phone. You should have heard what my wife just said. Understood. Jiang Qingying chuckled. That I'll send you the address shortly. Let us rendezvous at the bar later. Jiang Yin concurred and ended the call. Are we still having lunch? Lin Shui asked, her large eyes fixed upon Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin gazed at her visage, a subtle smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth, as he drew her into his embrace, affectionately tousling her hair as he chuckled and remarked, My little darling. There are still several hours until evening. Do you intend to indulge in a sumptuous feast on an empty stomach? Chapter 126. Cashing in, Lin Shui scratched her head, a faint smile illuminating her lips as she shrugged and replied, I'm not hungry at the moment anyway. What difference does a lavish meal make? Jiang Yun emitted a helpless chuckle, for he had merely been jesting without any ulterior motives that in the blink of an eye. He had escorted Lin Shui into a boutique. With a car and a house already secured, it was time to assist Lin Shui in acquiring some upscale attire. Upon entering the opulent clothing store, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. After casting a glance at Jiang Yun, she quickly exclaimed, You can't possibly intend to purchase me garments here. Can you? Is there a problem? Jiang Yin replied as he extricated the car keys and guided Lin Shui out of the vehicle. After all, someone was footing the bill. Why worry unnecessarily? Are you planning to swindle Jiang Xian again? Lin Shui remarked with an expression of resignation, but Jiang Yin paid her no heed and confidently led her into the store. As they stepped inside, a sales assistant approached them with enthusiasm. Jiang Yun, with a cheerful demeanor, surveyed the array of garments and waved his hand nonchalantly, declaring, Wrap up all these clothes. I shall take them all. Sir, you can't be serious. The sales assistant looked at Jiang Yun in astonishment. The total value of the clothing exceeded 7 figures, and when including the garments reserved for VIP clients, it could even ascend to 8 figures. Having toiled in the fashion industry for so long, she had never encountered someone so extravagant. Jiang Yin merely regarded her with confusion and, still smiling, inquired, Is there a problem? No. The sales assistant shook her head and mechanically moved to commence wrapping the items. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian sat in the Jiang family's hall, her expression dark and brooding. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she seethed, That scoundrel Jiang Yun is blatantly extorting me. First, he compelled me to purchase a house. And now he has taken my car. That vehicle is worth over 10 million. How dare he? Jiang's second master and Jiang Shan sat quietly nearby, opting not to interject. Jiang Qingying approached Jiang Xian with a smile, shaking his head as he said, Actually, elder brother isn't the kind of person you presume him to be. Perhaps he's merely acting out of spite, wishing for you to buy a house. But our Jiang family isn't short on resources. If you choose to purchase it, so be it that I can cover the expenses. As he spoke, Jiang Qingying nonchalantly produced a bank card from his pocket and extended it to Jiang Xian. She shot him a frosty glance, then snapped the card in half before tossing it to the floor, her voice icy as she retorted, Do you think me a fool with money to squander? Or have you lost your mind? Is it the money that concerns me? You may not care about it. Does that mean I should? Jiang Yun is publicly humiliating me and the entirety of the Jiang family. Only you would entertain the notion that he is a respectable individual. It is utterly absurd. Jiang Qing chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that silence was the wisest course of action. Jiang Xian then directed her attention to the second master of the Jiang family and stated candidly, Second master, I wish to sever all ties with that rogue. Please dispatch someone else to engage in negotiations with him. I fear my temper may flare, leading to unfortunate consequences. The second master of the Jiang family appeared pale, clearing his throat before replying, Just bear with it a little longer. This too shall pass. Furthermore, Jiang Yun is a shrewd individual. It is unlikely he will persist in his reckless antics. Before he could elaborate, Jiang Xian's phone rang once more, capturing everyone's focus. After a fleeting glance at the caller ID, her breath quickened. She forcefully slammed her phone onto the table, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, That scoundrel again. He truly will not leave me in peace. Jiang Qingying promptly stepped forward and pressed the answer button on her phone. Jiang Yun's voice resonated through the receiver. Jiang Xian, where are you? I have procured some garments for your sister-in-law. Hasten over to settle the bill, or I can send you the invoice directly. You may scan it remotely. Either option is acceptable to me. Jiang Xian's face flushed with indignation when she chose to remain silent. Jiang Shan interjected swiftly, just send it over. I shall take care of it on her behalf. Only then did Jiang Yun's expression shift to one of satisfaction before he ended the call. In a fit of fury, Jiang Xian seized her phone and hurled it to the ground, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Rising to her feet, gritting her teeth, she proclaimed, "This scoundrel is clearly intensifying his provocations. Now he expects me to cover the cost of 2 pieces of clothing. Does he presume I am his family's servant?" The atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably tense. Jiang Shan sighed, lamenting their current dependence on him for his bone marrow. Contemplating, it is merely a few garments. I might as well assist him in settling the bill. Moments later, Jiang Xian's phone vibrated once more. Upon glancing at the bill that had arrived, she felt her breath constrict. Over 10 million? What on earth did they purchase? A solid gold coffin? Bastard. Jiang Xian spat in fury, and the expressions of the second master of the Jiang family and Jiang Shan darkened considerably. Having lived for decades, they had never acquired such exorbitantly priced clothing. It was sheer madness. Yet, despite their resentment, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Jiang Yun's demands and soon assisted him in settling the payment. Meanwhile, at the boutique, the sales assistant, having received the payment, smiled at Jiang Yun and respectfully inquired, "Sir, everything is processed. Would you prefer that I deliver the garments to your residence, or shall you take them with you?" Jiang Yun waved his hand with an air of nonchalance and replied, "Let us proceed thus. I shall provide you with an address. Kindly deliver them to the security desk below." The sales assistant nodded with eager enthusiasm. Once all arrangements were finalized, Jiang Yun departed from the boutique. Lin Shui sighed, now adorned in an elegant evening gown in anticipation of the bar's opening ceremony that evening. She gazed at Jiang Yun and said with a sense of resignation, "Are we perhaps indulging a bit excessively?" "Excessively." A smile danced upon Jiang Yun's lips. "This is merely the inception. We are only embarking on our journey." Chapter 127. The entire venue's expenses on me before Lin Shui could fully grasp the situation. Jiang Yun had ushered her back into the car. Throughout the afternoon, the duo had amassed a remarkable collection of purchases, totaling several tens of millions, while Jiang Yun and Lin Shui reveled in their shopping escapade. The Jiang family teetered on the brink of madness. Indeed, the Jiang family was prosperous. Yet if Jiang Yun persisted in his extravagant spending, it would not be long before the family faced financial ruin. After all, who could withstand such relentless expenditure? By evening, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui returned home, meticulously organizing their shopping bounty. After a brief tidying session, they set forth towards the address provided by Jiang Qingying. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a bar. Jiang Qingying stood by the roadside and, upon seeing the two emerge from the car, hurriedly approached them. With a smile, he remarked, "Brother, I have heard quite a bit about your recent endeavors." Jiang Yun regarded him with curiosity as they entered the bar. "What have I done? Must I truly elucidate?" Jiang Qingying chuckled, shaking his head as visions of the Jiang family members flitted through his mind. He sighed and continued, "You have expended nearly 100 million today. The second master and the others are in a frenzy that if it were not for their interest in your bone marrow, they might have already sought you out, ready to confront you." "Huh." Jiang Yun smirked with disdain, casually retorting, "Isn't your Jiang family affluent? Can't you manage to procure a few items for me?" No. Jiang Qingying quickly interjected. "The Jiang family indeed possesses considerable wealth and is willing to indulge your spending. But to deplete such an amount in a single day is quite difficult for anyone to comprehend. However, rest assured, while the second master and the others are incensed, they would not dare to trouble you." Jiang Yun let out a cold snort through his nose, clearly anticipating this reaction that he intended to temper the arrogance of the Jiang family. As they conversed, they had already entered the bar. After surveying the establishment's layout, Jiang Yun smiled and remarked, "This bar is quite expansive. It wouldn't happen to be one of your ventures, would it?" Despite being a privileged scion of wealth, Jiang Qingying was far from a frivolous libertine. He skillfully managed several enterprises under his aegis, and his influence was indeed formidable. "Not in the least." Jiang Qingying responded with a smile, adding, "Moreover, had I genuinely wished to extend an invitation, I would not require any ostentation. Given our fraternal bond, I am confident that my elder brother would readily acquiesce to my request. Would he not? I tend to be quite pragmatic. I often evaluate friendship in terms of financial value. Thus, should you have any desires, monetary compensation will suffice." Jiang Yun chuckled, interpreting it as a jest, yet Jiang Qingying's expression betrayed a sense of resigned exasperation. Before long, they had secured a private booth and settled in. Jiang Qingying gestured to a nearby waiter, instructing, promptly, "Bring forth your finest libations. Do you not perceive that my brother has arrived?" In the capital, it was indeed uncommon for anyone to overlook Jiang Qingying's esteemed stature. Soon enough, the waiter hastened away, and shortly thereafter, an array of bottles along with a platter of fruits was presented before them. Jiang Yun crossed his legs and drew Lin Shui into his embrace, surveying the offerings before shaking his head. "Neither my wife nor I partake in alcohol, that I have heard that bars serve Wangzai milk. Might you procure a few bottles for me?" Jiang Qingying coughed awkwardly a couple of times, but felt compelled to acquiesce to Jiang Yun's request. As the Wangzai milk arrived, Jiang Yun raised his glass to clink with Jiang Qingying's. By the way, Jiang Yun beckoned with a finger, and once Jiang Qingying was seated beside him, he playfully inquired, "Jiang Xian must be rather perturbed, I presume?" "Naturally," Jiang Xian sighed, shaking his head, "that I can discern that she is on the brink of losing her composure, asserting that she will never encounter you again. Nor will she engage in any discourse regarding the Jiang family. When I departed from home, it appeared she had already severed contact with you." Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. The more discontented the members of the Jiang family appeared, the more satisfaction he derived in that case. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stood up, gesturing to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, indulge yourselves in food and drink to your heart's content this evening. All expenses are on me. Jiang Yun." A resounding cheer erupted immediately. In the bar, all eyes were riveted on Jiang Yun, who had undoubtedly become the focal point of the evening's revelry. Jiang Yun smiled and waved before returning to Jiang Qingying's side. "Could you assist me in establishing contact with Jiang Xian later? I would like her to settle the bar tab for tonight. Would that be agreeable? Is there any way to decline? You have already made promises to everyone." Jiang Qingying sighed, already envisioning the forthcoming complaints from Jiang Xian. Lin Shui, seated beside them, wore a look of embarrassment. Indeed, Jiang Yun had a penchant for theatricality. After spending the night at the bar, they finally took their leave in the late hours. Upon returning home, Jiang Yun surveyed the unfamiliar expanse of his new residence, collapsing onto the sofa and drawing Lin Shui into his embrace. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he inquired, "What else do we intend to acquire? We cannot simply let this matter rest. That would be granting the Jiang family a free pass, would it not?" Alarmed by his words, Lin Shui quickly glanced at Jiang Yun and waved her hands. "Let it go. Please refrain from inciting further turmoil, that if matters escalate, I fear the Jiang family will retaliate against us. This is the capital, not Ningqing. We ought to exercise discretion to avoid unnecessary complications." Jiang Yun snorted, evidently dismissing Lin Shui's apprehensions. Even if he were to quietly donate his bone marrow to old Master Jiang, did he genuinely believe the Jiang family would let him off so easily? He understood that they regarded him as a thorn in their side, even a burden they wished to expel from the capital. The more he stirred the pot, the more his identity would become known throughout the city. This worked to his advantage, affording him a significant upper hand. As the night passed in silence, the dawn broke bright, with luxury cars lining the street below, just as Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were awakening. A persistent knocking echoed at the door. Who could it be at such an early hour? Irritated, Jiang Yun rose from bed and opened the door. Upon seeing the individuals gathered outside, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, instantly rousing him from his lethargy. "What brings you here?" he asked, casting a puzzled glance at the second master of the Jiang family before retreating into the room. The second master gestured for his companions to follow, leading Jiang Shan into the room and shutting the door behind them. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shui emerged from her quarters, her expression startled upon encountering the Jiang family members. The second master of the Jiang family paid little heed to their reactions. Wearing an air of indifference, after casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yun, he remarked, "I have heard of your actions from yesterday. It appears you find yourself in dire need of funds. Am I correct? If that is the case, kindly articulate a figure and expedite your bone marrow donation." The entire night had unfolded in sleepless torment for the members of the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Xian, who seemed almost entranced, fixated upon her phone. Any vibration or sound would elicit a startled reaction from her, akin to an individual teetering on the brink of madness. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers against his forehead, crossing his legs as he replied with a smile, "I possess little interest in monetary compensation. I am well aware that your family wants for nothing," that he continued, "should you fail to meet my stipulations. I shall not part with my bone marrow, that I am capable of waiting. Others may not share that luxury." His words alluded to old Master Jiang, whose urgent ailment necessitated prompt treatment to alleviate his suffering. The second master of the Jiang family nearly ground his teeth in exasperation, subsequently producing a stack of documents and slamming them down before Jiang Yun. "This is what you seek. Everything pertaining to your biological parents is meticulously documented herein." Jiang Yun remained silent, picking up the file and briefly perusing its contents. As he absorbed the information, his expression grew somber. He extracted his phone and began to search for additional details. The second master, discerning his intentions, remarked coolly, "Do not squander your time. This information is not available online, and there are no records of our Jiang family on the internet." Jiang Yun appeared troubled, casting a frosty glance at the second master as he inquired, "If the information is erroneous, how am I to verify it? I assure you, upon the honor of our Jiang family, that all you observe within these documents is accurate," the second master replied with stern conviction. "Moreover, there is no necessity to deceive you. These events belong to the past." Jiang Yun remained silent, yet internally he was engulfed in turmoil. The documents suggested that his biological parents had merely embarked on a journey and subsequently vanished without a trace. The Jiang family had searched for them for years, yet their efforts yielded no results. As time wore on, they ceased their pursuit. Although the records contained a plethora of details, Jiang Yun felt an insatiable urge to investigate further. Suspecting there might be more to the enigma surrounding his parents' disappearance, that we have upheld our end of the bargain. Should you not now? The second master of the Jiang family pressed once more, evidently growing impatient. Jiang Yun recognized that his actions had evidently crossed a line, and he understood that once he relinquished his bone marrow, the Jiang family would not allow the matter to rest. The Lin family might also come seeking trouble, compelling him to resolve these issues expeditiously. After all, his bone marrow was a potent trump card. Surrendering it would significantly complicate matters. "Are you even listening to me?" The second master rose, proclaiming, "Jiang Yun, I implore you to refrain from trifling with matters at hand. The old master and I possess our limits. Your incessant transgressions have thoroughly tested our forbearance. We have endured quite enough. Should you persist in your provocations, do not be astonished if our response is less than cordial. The old master requires your bone marrow, yet that does not imply that every member of the Jiang family shares the same necessity." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. His gaze flitted, and a warm smile adorned his lips. "In merely one day, I shall willingly present myself at the hospital for an examination. And if all my health indicators are satisfactory, we shall proceed with the bone marrow transplant surgery." The second master of the Jiang family snorted disdainfully and departed alongside Jiang Shan. After bidding them farewell, Jiang Yun returned to the sofa, lightly tapping his fingers upon the table as he murmured to himself, "What could the second master of the Jiang family possibly mean? Could it be?" In an instant, Jiang Yun's eyes widened in epiphany. The internal dynamics within the Jiang family are exceedingly convoluted. Should anything befall the old master, who stands to gain? Lin Shui promptly settled beside him, inquiring, "Are you apprehensive that the internal strife within the Jiang family will escalate?" "No," Jiang Yun replied, his brow furrowed. "But if the second master of the Jiang family is merely feigning concern for my marrow donation, it suggests he harbors no desire for the old master's recovery. He might very well manipulate the surgery, potentially ensuring that the old master never leaves the operating table, that I fear that I might. The bone marrow transplant surgery carries profound implications for both parties involved. Moreover, the associated risks are considerable. Should one perish upon the operating table, it would be all too easily dismissed." The mere contemplation of this caused cold sweat to bead upon Jiang Yun's forehead. "Indeed, it is a chilling thought. What shall we do?" Lin Shui swiftly grasped Jiang Yun's arm, urgently inquiring, "Should we flee the capital at once? This is evidently a perilous place. The Jiang family is conspiring against you. And the Lin family has shown no concern for my welfare either. They both tread cautiously, for a single misstep could plunge them into an abyss of despair." Jiang Yun shook his head. His brow knitted in contemplation as he replied, "No, if we depart now, neither family will allow us to escape unscathed. They will pursue us like shadows, that we must confront these issues head-on." But Lin Shui's face paled with fear, her voice trembling. "What can we possibly do? In the presence of these two formidable families, we are but insignificant specks of dust." Chapter 129. Taking responsibility for oneself, the situation has not yet spiraled to such dire circumstances. There remains room for maneuver. Jiang Yun asserted promptly, "Contact Zhang Qing immediately. I need to meet with the old master in the hospital. Would you like me to accompany you?" Lin Shui inquired with palpable anxiety. "Remain at home with utmost obedience. I shall have Zhang Qing keep a vigilant eye on you, ensuring your safety at all times. Should the worst come to pass, I will arrange for your departure abroad, far removed from this perilous place," Jiang Yun asserted with unwavering determination. Heaven has bestowed upon him a second lease on life, and he is resolute in his duty to protect those he holds dear. Lin Shui felt a surge of emotion, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, she observed Jiang Yun stepping aside to dial Zhang Qingying's number. Half an hour later, all arrangements were made, and both Jiang Yun and Zhang Qingying descended the stairs, making their way directly to the hospital. The atmosphere within the car was laden with tension. Zhang Qingying hesitated multiple times, ultimately summoning his courage to ask, "Brother, I have heard that the second master has already granted you what you desired. Why then do you still seek an audience with the old master?" "I have my own designs," Jiang Yun replied, gazing contemplatively out the window. "What is the nature of the relationship between the old master and the second master?" The unexpected inquiry left Zhang Qing momentarily speechless. After a moment of deliberation, he responded, "Their bond has not been particularly robust. Ever since the old master was hospitalized, all familial responsibilities have been thrust upon the second master. As there was no head of the family before, the old master managed everything single-handedly. However, as the old master's ailment lingers, the second master has gradually assumed control of the Jiang family. And I have heard that once the old master fully recovers, there may be a re-election for the position of family head." Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct? "Brother, what is transpiring?" Zhang Qingying inquired urgently. Yet Jiang Yun remained lost in thought, paying him no heed. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, just as Zhang Qingying was about to guide Jiang Yun through the window on the upper floor. Jiang Yun redirected him towards the corridor instead, that he surveyed the two bodyguards stationed nearby and spoke with authority, "Inform the old master that I wish to see him. Should he refuse my request, I shall perish right here." The two bodyguards exchanged glances, and one of them stepped into the corridor, Jiang Qing quickly tugged at Jiang Yun's arm, stepping aside as he whispered, "Brother, could you please refrain from incessantly invoking death? Such words are bound to give me a heart attack." A cold smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth, that if he did not articulate his sentiments in this manner, how could the old master possibly acquiesce? Moreover, with his life hanging by a thread, he could hardly afford to concern himself with such trivialities, that as they conversed, footsteps approached. One of the bodyguards nodded at Jiang Yun, stating, "The old master is awaiting your presence inside." "Good," Jiang Yun replied. Just as he was about to enter alongside Jiang Qingying, the two bodyguards obstructed Jiang Qingying's path, declaring, "You cannot enter." "Why not?" Jiang Qingying was taken aback, gesturing towards himself. "Open your eyes and see clearly." "I am Jiang Qingying." The bodyguard stood resolutely, resembling unyielding sentinels, displaying no signs of acquiescence. Jiang Qingying, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and pointed at the two bodyguards. "You, meanwhile," Jiang Yun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and stepped boldly into the corridor. Inside the hospital room, the bodyguard who should have been stationed at the door was now vigilantly positioned by the bedside, maintaining a watchful demeanor with a stern countenance. The old master appeared significantly rejuvenated. The oxygen mask that had once obscured his face had been removed. Their gazes interlocked, and the old master initiated the conversation. "What brings you here with such urgency? If my memory serves me right, you should have attained what you sought by now, and I have been informed that you consented to the date of the surgery. Is there something amiss?" Jiang Yun, however, refrained from responding to his inquiry and instead fixed his penetrating stare upon the bodyguard standing nearby. The old master, being a seasoned strategist, grasped the underlying implication of Jiang Yun's demeanor, that a subtle smile graced the corners of the old master's mouth as he reassured, "Rest assured, he has been by my side for over a decade and is a man of integrity." "Speak freely without hesitation," that moment. Jiang Yun, without a trace of hesitation, addressed the matter directly. "I suspect someone is scheming to bring you harm." The old master chuckled incredulously, shaking his head. "I believe you may not fully comprehend my stature." "Do you?" "Even if I were to stand on a street corner, my adversaries would think twice before acting against me, for they must consider their own families. That's so. Who would dare to harm me?" Jiang Yun regarded him with a hint of disdain, crossing his arms. "What if it were someone from within the Jiang family?" "What do you mean?" The old master's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized Jiang Yun. "Do you possess knowledge of something?" "Not exactly," Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head. Pausing for a moment before continuing, "I have meticulously examined the records of the Jiang family. The second master has recently ascended to power, yet he has already amassed considerable influence within the family and garnered substantial support. Should you suddenly return to the Jiang family, it would inevitably undermine his authority, compelling many within the family to reassess their allegiances, thereby gravitating back to your side and ensuring the family's dominance remains intact. But what if someone aspires to maintain absolute control?" Upon hearing this, the old master fell into a profound contemplation. "So, you suspect the second master would betray me?" "Indeed," Jiang Yun affirmed with a firm nod, expressing his deep-seated concern that they might manipulate the surgery, endangering not only my life but potentially yours as well during the procedure. Although you are my biological grandfather, I find myself indifferent to your fate, just as you once showed disregard for my biological parents. However, I am now bound by the responsibilities of marriage. I must prioritize my own well-being and eliminate all potential threats. Thus, I cannot afford to proceed with the surgery recklessly." The old master's countenance grew increasingly somber, his silence betraying the weight of his thoughts. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his murky eyes flickered, settling upon Jiang Yun. "Articulate your intentions," he urged. Chapter 130. Standing firm, the matter was straightforward. Prior to this meeting, Jiang Shan had meticulously crafted a preliminary strategy. After a prolonged gaze at old Master Jiang, he finally addressed the crux of the matter. "First, it is imperative that you replace all the surgeons with individuals of your choosing. Secondly, I require the establishment of a subsidiary under the Jiang name. This subsidiary must adhere to a singular condition. It must possess 10% of the Jiang family shares. Jiang Shan understood the necessity of making bold demands to safeguard his own interests. Only through such measures could he ensure his security. Apart from himself and Lin Shui, he placed his trust in no one else. "You are indeed requesting a considerable share," old Master Jiang remarked with a slight furrow in his brow, evidently weighing the practicality of the proposal. Taking a seat nearby, Jiang Shan gently tapped his temple with his fingers before continuing. "This agreement ultimately favors you. Most critically, life is invaluable, a truth you are likely more acutely aware of than I. Furthermore, even with the concession of 10% of the shares, the Jiang family will remain firmly under your dominion." Old Master Jiang remained silent, and the atmosphere in the hospital room thickened with tension. Nevertheless, Jiang Shan possessed an abundance of patience. He could afford to wait indefinitely, for it was not his life at stake. "Very well," old Master Jiang finally spoke, "but I must insist that the surgery is conducted without delay. I harbor concerns regarding the repercussions of prolonged postponements." "Understood." Jiang Shan nodded in affirmation. "Once the arrangements for the company are finalized, I shall come directly to the hospital to facilitate the surgery preparations." Given that this was a transaction, Jiang Shan perceived no need for excessive politeness. Old Master Jiang nodded in agreement, instructing, "Return home and await further news, that I will ensure the transfer contract for the company is delivered to you before noon, and it will undoubtedly meet your expectations." With matters settled, Jiang Shan exited the hospital room. As he made his way down the corridor, he was approached hurriedly by Jiang Qingying, who inquired anxiously, "Brother, what precisely were you discussing with grandfather? Do you realize you nearly frightened me to death?" Jiang Shan had spent a full hour within the confines of the room, leaving Jiang Qingying anxiously awaiting tidings. The stakes were high, should the negotiations falter. Jiang Shan's very life could hang in the balance. This was the capital, a territory firmly under the dominion of the Jiang family. If old Master Jiang desired to eliminate Jiang Shan, it would be as effortless as squashing an insect. Observing Jiang Qing's tense demeanor, Jiang Shan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and offered a comforting smile, urging him to remain calm. "Do not worry. Grandfather would not wish me harm, and soon I shall solidify my position in the capital. If the day arrives when I must stand against the Jiang family, whose allegiance will you pledge?" At this, Jiang Qingying hesitated momentarily, unable to provide a response. Their conversation continued as they descended to the ground floor. With a sense of lightness now that the matter had been resolved, Jiang Shan made his way home. Upon entering, he discovered that Lin Shui had prepared a meal and was awaiting him at the table. "You've returned?" she inquired, to which Jiang Shan nodded with a smile. He casually discarded his suit jacket and, upon surveying the feast laid before him, felt a pang of melancholy. He sighed. "My wife is an indomitable spirit, tirelessly contending in the realm of business. Yet since our arrival in the capital, she has taken on these domestic responsibilities." With a gentle smile, Lin Shui nestled against him and softly replied, "As husband and wife, I would go to any lengths for your recovery. Furthermore, is it not a time-honored tradition for the man to toil outside while the woman tends to the home?" Jiang Shan affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Fear not. I shall swiftly establish my standing in the capital and provide you with a secure home." Lin Shui nodded earnestly, picking up her chopsticks with a smile. "The food will grow cold. Let us dine, and you may savor my culinary prowess." Soon, the couple began to relish their meal. This was the most exquisite feast Jiang Shan had ever partaken in, surpassing even the offerings of a Michelin-starred establishment. Perhaps this was the authentic essence of home. By midday, a knock resounded from the door. Jiang Shan, who had been indulging in a brief respite, rose to open it, revealing a bodyguard stationed outside. This bodyguard had previously been in close attendance to old Master Jiang, and with a mere glance, Jiang Shan grasped the gravity of the situation. The bodyguard presented him with a document, stating, "Enclosed is what you sought, that if all is in order, kindly sign promptly. We shall proceed with the surgery tomorrow morning." Jiang Shan nodded, accepting the document without hesitation and swiftly closing the door. After all, the Jiang family had never extended amicable sentiments towards him, and old Master Jiang was no exception. Were it not for certain exigencies, Jiang Shan might have long been cast aside as a mere pawn. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shui approached, her gaze inquisitive as she inquired, "What is that?" Jiang Shan smiled and said, "Open it and see for yourself." As Lin Shui took the document and briefly perused it, her hand instinctively covered her mouth, her face illuminated with astonishment that a share transfer agreement. The Jiang family has bestowed upon you a company. Once a company owner herself, Lin Shui recognized the immense worth of this enterprise. In comparison to the Lin families, it was exponentially superior. The company's market valuation effortlessly surpassed 100 billion. Furthermore, the contract explicitly stated that Jiang Shan would possess half of the shares, endowing him with absolute dominion over the company. How could Lin Shui not be astounded? Jiang Shan settled into a nearby chair, retrieved his laptop, and searched for the company online. After a swift verification, everything appeared to be in order, prompting him to nod with satisfaction and remark, "It seems old Master Jiang indeed holds his life in high esteem that I never anticipated that within merely a few hours he would transfer the company to me, that it appears I have no justification to decline the surgery now." Having secured what he required, Jiang Shan, despite being in the capital for less than a week, already possessed a car, a house, and even a company. While he may not have seized the economic lifeblood of the Jiang family, he still wielded considerable influence. He retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Qingying's number, stating directly, "Come to my residence downstairs immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Chapter 131. Taking office half an hour later, Jiang Shan and Jiang Qingying arrived downstairs. Jiang Qingying, arriving fashionably late, glanced at Jiang Shan and inquired hastily, "Brother, why did you summon me in such haste? Is something amiss? Accompany me to a company," Jiang Shan instructed, handing the document to Jiang Qingying, who instantly widened his eyes, his breath quickening. "How did this company come into your possession?" "It was a token of gratitude from old Master Jiang," Jiang Shan replied nonchalantly. "Such a valuable gift." Jiang Qingying was fully cognizant of what this company represented, a market value in the billions and one of the Jiang family's core enterprises, long under the stewardship of the second master of the Jiang family. The fact that old Master Jiang had transferred it to Jiang Shan was nothing short of astonishing. "Brother, you cannot simply take this company," Jiang Qingying urged, "that it has always been under the second master's control, that if you seize it now, he will undoubtedly perceive you as a thorn in his side and will pursue you relentlessly." Jiang Shan merely smiled dismissively. "Do you think, given my current actions, that the Jiang family will easily allow me to depart once the surgery is concluded?" Jiang Qingying hesitated, acutely aware of the swirling rumors surrounding him. He comprehended the second master's stance. Should Jiang Shan lose his value, not only would the Jiang family turn against him, but the Lin family would also pose difficulties for Lin Shui. He found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament on multiple fronts. "Calm down. I am not privy to the precise location of this company, so I require your guidance from the outset," Jiang Shan remarked with a radiant smile, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of their circumstances. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Qingying acquiesced and led Jiang Shan towards the company. Having conducted research on the company's personnel structure from home, Jiang Shan was already cognizant that this enterprise was directly linked to the second master of the Jiang family. Not only did he possess shares in the company, but Jiang Xian also held a prominent executive position there. Clearly, old Master Jiang's intentions were far from transparent. He likely sought to employ Jiang Shan as a means to keep the second master and his faction in check. However, the ultimate victor remained shrouded in uncertainty. Before long, several figures had already congregated at the company. Standing beneath the edifice, Jiang Shan observed as the second elder of the Jiang family, and others descended with expressions steeped in darkness. What could the old man be contemplating? Was it truly the case that this young man coveted the company, and we are to simply relinquish it to him? If he aspires to assume the mantle of leadership within the Jiang family, Must we then lend him our support? Beside him, Jiang Xian clung to the arm of the second elder, her brows knitted in concern as she spoke. Grandfather, the situation is not as dire as it appears. After all, we still possess a portion of the shares and can continue negotiations with him. Furthermore, given that the old man has appropriated your shares, he will undoubtedly offer you other companies as compensation for your loss. When we encounter the old man shortly, please refrain from displaying anger. It is prudent not to provoke him at this juncture. The second elder of the Jiang family clenched his fists, remaining mute. Yet within, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Shan, whose presence in the capital had thoroughly derailed all their plans. Suddenly, upon spotting Jiang Shan and his companions approaching, the second elder halted in his tracks, his demeanor still ominously grim. Although Jiang Xian was somewhat taken aback, a smile soon illuminated her face as she eagerly approached Jiang Shan, exclaiming, "Brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? I have come to reclaim my company." Jiang Shan replied, crossing his arms, that acceptable. The second elder experienced a sensation akin to a dagger piercing through his chest, inflicting upon him a profound agony. This enterprise represented the cornerstone of his relentless endeavors over many years, only to be seized by Jiang Shan at the very moment of its fruition. Naturally, such a scenario is entirely acceptable. Jiang Xian, the more charming of the two, interjected softly. Nevertheless, the executives within the company are rather accustomed to their autonomy. I would advise you, dear brother, to treat them with care. Should you incite their ire, I fear they may resort to striking, thereby bringing operations to a complete halt. Yet, the overt threat seemed to hold no significance for Jiang Shan. He stepped beside Jiang Xian, confidently patting her shoulder, and remarked, "Rest assured, the company's valuation remains steadfast. While I may not excel in generating profits, I am indeed proficient in the expenditure of funds. Others may remain oblivious to this fact, but you are acutely aware." Inflicting a psychological wound, Jiang Xian vividly recalled the events of the preceding day, during which Jiang Shan had cost her billions. How could he dare utter such words now? Were it not for her lingering sense of reason, she would have wished for her companions to eliminate Jiang Shan on the spot. Why persist in conversing with him? The second elder's voice darkened as he commanded, "We are departing." In the next moment, he led the others out of the company. Jiang Shan merely chuckled with disdain, then grasped Lin Shue's arm and said, "My dear wife, let us proceed upstairs to inspect our new enterprise." Lin Shue nodded gently, remaining silent. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shan found himself atop the highest floor. Yet, the staff within the company paid him no heed. Engrossed in their own tasks, he approached the door of the general manager's office. An assistant obstructed his entry. The assistant regarded Jiang Shan with suspicion before furrowing his brows and inquiring, "Who are you? Who granted you permission? What business do you have here?" The rapid-fire questions irked Jiang Shan, whose expression grew increasingly frigid. He slammed the share transfer document onto the assistant's desk and coldly declared, "Open your eyes and behold. I am the largest shareholder of this company. I not possess the right to enter my own establishment." In truth, Jiang Shan was generally affable and rarely lost his temper. However, given the unwelcoming demeanor of the company's staff, he felt no obligation to extend them kindness. Most importantly, the second elder's associates were already cognizant of the share transfer news. How could the employees remain oblivious? They were all keen gossips during their breaks. The assistant, not even glancing at the transfer document, retorted, "I care not who the chairman is. I am the assistant to the general manager. Without her express permission, no one is allowed to tread within the general manager's office." Chapter 132. Jiang Shan's contingency plan. Meanwhile, the employees in the office rose from their seats, their gazes riveted upon Jiang Shan. A sly smirk danced upon his lips as he glanced at the time and remarked, "Very well. I have an abundance of time to squander here. I am intrigued to see who shall endure longer." As he spoke, Jiang Shan settled himself comfortably on a nearby couch alongside Lin Shui. Jiang Qingying maintained his silence. Although he was in Jiang Shan's company, he harbored no desire to engage in this murky affair. "What precisely are you scheming?" Lin Shui murmured. "These individuals clearly do not welcome our presence. Why not seek out the elder? With him here, they might treat you with greater civility, thereby facilitating our future endeavors." "My dear, you are truly naive and charming," Jiang Shan chuckled, tousling Lin Shui's hair. "Observe the demeanor of this assembly. It is apparent they wish to oppose me. After tonight, they may very well resort to a strike why should we extend them any courtesy? Fear not, I have orchestrated everything. We need only to bide our time." Lin Shui chose to remain silent, instead settling comfortably against Jiang Shan. Jiang Qing busied himself with his phone, appearing utterly disinterested in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the general manager's assistant discreetly stepped aside, dialing Jiang Xian's number. "Miss Jiang, just as you foresaw, they have all arrived and are currently outside the office. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression remained an inscrutable mask. After all, they had already encountered Jiang Shan on their descent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she instructed, "Simply maintain your stance. Deny any knowledge of management changes within the company. That alone will suffice. Then, immediately contact security and have them removed." Jiang Shan had previously outmaneuvered her on multiple occasions, and she was eager to reclaim some semblance of dignity. Although the company was soon to change hands, at least for the time being, she still wielded authority and needed to wield that power adeptly. The assistant complied and promptly hung up, seizing the office phone to contact security, instructing, "Bring personnel up immediately. There is a disturbance." In mere moments, the elevator doors opened, and security personnel rushed forth. The assistant swiftly guided them toward Jiang Shan, pointing him out. "It is them. Remove them all." The onlookers nodded and swiftly approached Jiang Shan and his companions. Lin Shui's countenance paled, and she clutched Jiang Shan's arm tightly. Jiang Qing contemplated rising, but ultimately refrained, cognizant that even if he did stand, security would likely afford him no consideration in this establishment. Everyone adhered to the second elder's wishes. Jiang Shan, however, paid no mind to the tumult surrounding him, fixated instead on his watch. The employees in the office stood to witness the spectacle. "Are you incapable of comprehending human language?" The head of security advanced, his countenance darkening as he coldly commanded Jiang Shan, "Depart at once." Otherwise, before he could complete his sentence, the elevator doors slid open once again, and a cadre of men clad in black swiftly entered. At the forefront stood He, who, his expression devoid of emotion. After surveying the assembly, he promptly approached Jiang Shan and bowed respectfully. Merely half an hour prior, he had received a communique from Jiang Shan and had brought his security team to the company, poised to ensure his protection. What could this signify? The head of security was taken aback by the sudden twist of events, casting a quick glance at He, who, in asserting, "This is Jiang's company. Should you dare to act recklessly, the Jiang family will not show mercy." Yet He, who remained unmoved, his demeanor as unyielding as that of a machine, a chilling smirk curled upon Jiang Shan's lips as he rose deliberately, stepping towards the head of security and gently patting him on the shoulder, before coolly inquiring, "Is there not a responsible individual who can step forward to speak?" The crowd exchanged furtive glances, yet none dared to utter a word. Not long ago, all the senior executives of the company had vanished without a trace, leaving an air of enigma surrounding their absence. Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon the assistant. "Are you the general manager's assistant?" Yes, as He, who and his associates made their entrance, the employees appeared as though they had been struck by a frost, their former vitality utterly extinguished. The assistant, with her head bowed, wore a visage as pale as parchment. "Immediately contact the general manager," Jiang Shan commanded. However, just as the assistant was about to respond, she witnessed Jiang Shan kick over a chair, his voice escalating in intensity. "Do not think I have not seen you whispering to others. Execute it at once, or I shall have this place razed to the ground. The company is mine. I shall do as I please." Upon hearing this, the assistant was taken aback. She could scarcely afford to hesitate any longer. Swiftly, she moved aside and dialed Jiang Xian's number, promptly relaying the situation at hand. "Stay calm." Jiang Xian's voice was frigid. "Did I not instruct you to maintain your position? I refuse to believe you would actually destroy the company. Adhere to my orders and do not contact me again." Utterly ineffectual. With that, the call was abruptly severed. The assistant stood immobilized, her hand trembling around the phone, nervously glancing at Jiang Shan, stammering, "I'm sorry I couldn't get through." Jiang Shan's patience was wearing thin. Did she truly consider him a fool? In the next moment, he waved his hand dismissively and commanded the others, "Ravage this place." Without a trace of hesitation, He who commanded his men, who immediately sprang into action. The office soon resonated with a chaotic symphony of destruction. Chapter 133. The game of chess. Meanwhile, the employees, gripped by terror, clutched their heads and crouched on the floor, overwhelmed by the pandemonium that unfolded before their eyes. They had never beheld such a scene. Who could possibly remain unperturbed? In mere moments, Jiang Shan had ushered his entourage into the general manager's office, but he settled into the chair behind the desk, then turned to He, who with a look of satisfaction, remarking, "Your timing is commendable. Had you arrived any later, matters could have become quite precarious. Everything I possess has been bestowed upon me by Mr. Jiang, and his affairs are inherently my own." He who solemnly replied, "As long as Mr. Jiang commands, I would not hesitate to undertake even the most extreme of tasks." Jiang Shan waved his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "That is unnecessary. We inhabit a harmonious society. Who would engage in illicit activities?" Suddenly, Jiang Shan produced a bank card from his pocket and extended it to He, who. "This card contains 10 million. Utilize it to enlist some competent individuals, gradually expanding your influence, and ensure the security company is operational without delay. Prior to that, arrange for 2 skilled bodyguards to accompany me. Remember, they must be both bold and meticulous." Having reached an accord with Elder Jiang, Jiang Shan was resolute in his commitment to expedite the bone marrow transplant surgery. Yet he harbored concerns regarding potential complications during the procedure. Everything must be painstakingly organized. He who nodded, "Leave it to me." Concurrently, Jiang Xian and her associates received word of the unfolding situation. That moment, Jiang's second master and the company's executives stood outside the hospital corridor, thwarted from entering due to Elder Jiang's replacement of all the guards. Clenching his fists, Jiang's second master glared at the bodyguards clad in black, bellowing, "You wretches! Open your eyes and behold. I am Jiang's second master. Who dares to obstruct me?" However, the bodyguards exhibited no signs of emotion. Entirely disregarding his words, frustrated, Lin Shui seethed with indignation. He needed to confront Elder Jiang directly regarding the company's affairs and could not permit Jiang Shan to continue his rampage unchallenged. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the group. Regrettably, 2 bodyguards quickly restrained Jiang's second master, pushing him aside, clearly unimpressed by his status. "You." Jiang's second master felt his fists clenched tightly, nearly shattering under the pressure, sensing the escalating tension. Jiang Xian swiftly positioned herself in front of him, urgently advising, "Grandfather, it is evident that the old man no longer places his trust in us. Continuing this commotion will not grant us entry. We should retreat and contemplate alternative strategies." Jiang's second master frowned. "What alternatives are there? The company has undergone a change of ownership, and Elder Jiang remains an enigma. What more effective strategy might we concoct?" The executives trailing behind him commenced a hushed exchange, their determination faltering. Although they pledged their allegiance to Jiang's second master, they were equally hesitant to jeopardize their positions within the organization. Soon, several individuals discreetly made their way towards the elevator, slipping away unnoticed. Jiang Xian observed this, but chose not to intervene. After all, these were their own decisions to make. "That we shall remain here," Jiang's second master declared through gritted teeth, watching the diminishing assembly around him. Jiang Shan had acquired all he desired. It would not be long before they initiated the operation. "I refuse to accept that the old man will remain concealed." No sooner had he uttered these words than the bodyguards in the corridor parted to reveal Elder Jiang. Being escorted by one of them, Jiang's second master leapt to his feet and advanced toward Elder Jiang, suppressing his rage as he inquired, "Old man, what is the meaning of this? With so many companies under the Jiang family's banner, why would you relinquish mine to Jiang Shan? This was not my intention." Elder Jiang replied with an icy demeanor. "Everything has transpired at Jiang Shan's behest, that I have long urged you to comply unconditionally with his requests. For the sake of my life, what is a mere company?" Jiang's second master nearly ground his teeth to dust. Was this the essence of rational discourse? What of his losses? Elder Jiang clapped his hands, summoning two bodyguards who stepped forward, presenting a man clad in a white coat before them. Upon seeing the man, Jiang's second master's countenance shifted to one of palpable unease. "How fortunate that you have arrived. I have some inquiries to make of you," he stated. Elder Jiang's gaze bore into the man, delivering his words with a chilling detachment. "This individual once attempted to inject air into my veins. Fortunately intercepted by my associates before calamity ensued, he asserts that he acted under your orders. Perhaps you should elucidate. The prospect of injecting air into the bloodstream could prove fatal in an instant." While none present were medical professionals, they comprehended this reality. Jiang's second master's visage drained of color, and he hastily retorted, "Old man, someone must have conspired against me, sending this man to perpetrate such deeds. I have been overseeing the Jiang family's affairs. If I truly harbored malevolent intentions, would I have waited until this moment to act?" Jiang Xian's expression also darkened, beads of perspiration trickling down her brow. "Is that so?" Elder Jiang's murky gaze remained fixed on Jiang's second master. His voice deliberately elongated as he coldly remarked, "I considered this possibility, which is why I refrained from placing undue blame upon you. Now that I have inquired, you may take your leave." Jiang's second master dared not linger, hastily ushering Jiang Xian toward the elevator. Observing their retreating figures, the man in black who was escorting Elder Jiang down the corridor frowned. "Shall we simply allow him to depart, despite the evidence against him? Our objectives have been successfully accomplished," Elder Jiang replied with an air of indifference. "Did you not discern their expressions? Jiang's second master refuses to acknowledge any wrongdoing, leaving us in a state of impotence. I require the surgery without further delay. A mere display of strength will suffice. Once I regain my health, we shall settle the scores. Enough, I am fatigued. Kindly escort me back." Chapter 134. A significant upheaval in upper management. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital, the Jiang family found themselves embroiled in fervent disputes that in stark contrast. Jiang Yun reclined comfortably in the company, leisurely savoring tea in the general manager's office. Lin Shui and Jiang Qingying occupied seats on either side, while He Hu and his associates stood sentinel outside, casting icy glances at the employees within the workspace. The atmosphere was thick with tension and foreboding. Moments later, the office door swung open, and He Hu entered with a respectful demeanor, accompanied by a contingent of unfamiliar men. "Mr. Jiang, these individuals assert that they are high-ranking executives within the company and wish to confer with you. What is your opinion?" Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the assembly before him. After a brief pause, he tapped his fingers lightly upon the table and inquired, "The company's executives, so they are now aware of my return?" The crowd exchanged furtive glances, and soon several of them circumvented the imposing figure of He Hu, hastening into the office. The man at the forefront smiled and nodded at Jiang Yun, promptly stating, "Mr. Jiang, we have just come from the hospital and have learned of your ascension as the new chairman of the company, and we extend our sincerest apologies for any past transgressions. We were merely adhering to the directives of the second master of the Jiang family, which compelled us to depart the company alongside him. Initially, we believed we were accompanying him on official business, only to discover, to our astonishment, that he was covertly acting against you. Rest assured, we have severed all connections with the second master of the Jiang family, and shall unequivocally pledge our loyalty to you henceforth." It must be acknowledged that they were indeed a capricious lot, reminiscent of weather vanes. Regrettably, Jiang Yun was disinclined to afford them any opportunities. After all, betrayal breeds an insatiable distrust, compounding itself 100-fold. Before Jiang Yun could articulate a single word, a middle-aged gentleman entered the chamber, clutching a bundle of documents that he paid no mind to the others present and swiftly approached Jiang Yun, depositing the materials upon the table before addressing him. Mr. Jiang, here is the information regarding the talents you seek. Excellent, Jiang Yun replied, nodding in satisfaction. The bystanders exchanged silent glances, an ominous premonition settling in their hearts. Merely an hour earlier, Jiang Yun had reached out to a headhunting firm to orchestrate a considerable reshuffle within the organization. After all, he had not nurtured these individuals and therefore harbored no trust in them. Given that this faction was now conspiring with the second master of the Jiang family against him, how could he possibly let them off lightly? Jiang Yun briefly skimmed the documents and then smiled. The individuals listed herein appear to be quite capable. Let us recruit them all into the company. Commencing tomorrow. The middle-aged man nodded eagerly and stepped aside, while Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the others in the room, that he rose slowly, advancing towards them with deliberate steps, that I have acquired a fundamental understanding of the company's internal structure. The distribution of shares is rather straightforward. You, the so-called executives, possess no more than 20% of the shares. Therefore, I propose to repurchase your shares at their original value, allowing you to depart with dignity. How does that proposition resonate with you? Upon hearing this, the faces of the assembly paled in alarm, and they promptly knelt before him. Jiang Yun, however, betrayed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Adults must inevitably confront the consequences of their choices. Having opted to ally with the second master of the Jiang family, they ought to have anticipated that this day would inevitably come. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yun addressed them once more. Are you unwilling? Mr. Jiang, the man at the forefront, responded hastily. We are but a collective of laborers, oblivious to the abrupt sidelining of the second master, nor were we aware that you had been appointed as the newly installed chairman. We earnestly hope you might extend to us the opportunity to remain within the company and continue serving you. Their enterprise, albeit merely a subsidiary of the Jiang family, flourished remarkably well that if they could persevere until retirement, they would not only accumulate substantial wealth but also secure a generous commission. To lose their shares at this juncture would constitute an irretrievable loss. However, Jiang Yun did not engage with his entreaty. Instead, he stated coolly, as you can see, I have identified superior candidates through the headhunting firm. Even if you were to remain with the company, you would not retain your current positions. Moreover, I will ensure that you depart with utmost expediency. Therefore, I suggest you leave with dignity. At the very least, it will safeguard your self-respect. The group turned pallid, regret flooding over them in that moment. Had they not so resolutely aligned themselves with the second master of the Jiang family, how could matters have deteriorated to this extent? Jiang Yun cast a glance at He, who patted his shoulder, having conveyed all that needed to be articulated, should they choose to remain. He trusted He, who would know the appropriate course of action. He, who nodded firmly, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid as he approached one of the men, seizing him by the collar and forcibly expelling him from the office. The bodyguards encircling him followed suit, and within moments, all the high-ranking executives had been ousted. The office descended into silence once more. Jiang Yun leisurely stretched, then settled beside Lin Shui, smiling as he remarked, Tomorrow morning, I shall undergo a bone marrow transplant that I in the interim. I entrust the affairs of the company to you. Remember, your foremost task is to rename the company, ensuring it becomes unequivocally ours. Lin Shui nodded, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Will everything be all right? Once on the operating table, life and death remain uncertain. Jiang Yun did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he turned to Jiang Qingying, smiling as he said, Ultimately, whether matters unravel depends on you to me. Jiang Xian exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. What does this have to do with me? Furthermore, I have no intention of interfering with the decisions made by the old master. Jiang Yun shook his head, gently patting Jiang Xian's shoulder, a playful grin dancing upon his lips. You need not concern yourself greatly. Simply find a quiet place to conceal yourself until I emerge from the operating room. And that will suffice. Jiang Qingying scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Yun's intentions. Yet he did not decline. Chapter 135. Yun Shui Group with matters within the company resolved. Jiang Yun and his companions did not tarry. Upon returning home, Lin Shui finally inquired, "What did you mean earlier? What is the reason behind your desire for Jiang Qingying to conceal himself?" Jiang Yun adopted an air of intrigue, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he replied. The Jiang family possesses considerable acumen, yet the old master holds Jiang Qingying in high esteem. Should Jiang Qingying inexplicably disappear, the old master would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon me. Naturally, I yearn for this very outcome. In essence, if the old master remains in a state of uncertainty, my personal safety will be significantly fortified. Lin Shui grasped Jiang Yun's intent, nestling into his embrace, her heart swelling with admiration, a gentle smile illuminating her features. You are indeed a master of cunning. One learns from those with whom they associate. Yes, we are now compelled to engage with these individuals, should I fail to adopt a shrewd strategy. My life may soon be at risk. Jiang Yun chuckled softly, while Lin Shui chose to remain silent, finding comfort in their shared predicament. The night unfolded in tranquil quietude. The subsequent morning, Jiang Yun arose early. He refrained from rousing Lin Shui, instead donning his attire and descending the stairs. Upon stepping outside the community, he observed vehicles lined along the thoroughfare. At that moment, Jiang Xian stood before the foremost vehicle. Casting a glance at Jiang Yun before casually remarking, "Brother, you are quite early." "Indeed," Jiang Yun replied, stretching languidly, offering her no warmth in his demeanor. "The sooner I address these matters, the sooner I can return to a life of tranquility." As he spoke, he entered the CAR. It must be noted that Jiang Xian was indeed a perceptive individual that in recent days, she had been subjected to Jiang Yun's every whim, even contemplating severing ties with him. Yet now, for the sake of the greater good, she feigned indifference. Such individuals are the most formidable adversaries. During the drive, Jiang Xian attempted idle conversation, but Jiang Yun maintained an impassive facade. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Experts summoned from various cities had already convened in the operating room, while the old master of the Jiang family awaited at the entrance in his wheelchair. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, surrounded by a throng of people, a satisfied smile crept across his face. For many years, he had been beset by illness, relying on medication for survival, uncertain of when he might meet his end. Such an existence had been unbearable. Yet, Jiang Yun's arrival rekindled his hope that in no time. Jiang Yun stood before him, smiling as he proclaimed, "Old master, I am a man of my word. Now that you have entrusted the company to me, I shall share my bone marrow with you. Ultimately, it is the old master who stands to gain the most. The company holds value, but life is invaluable, particularly that of the old master." The old master nodded slightly. Though he had spent his time in the hospital, he was still cognizant of the happenings outside. It is evident what Jiang Yun has been occupied with in recent days. Take your time to develop, for I have faith that you will eventually find your footing in the capital. I eagerly await that day. After leaving behind this statement, old Master Jiang was the first to stride towards the operating room. Jiang Yun followed closely behind him, and just before stepping onto the surgical table, he leaned toward old Master Jiang's ear and softly uttered, "Although I am uncertain whether I can depart the operating table, should anything transpire, I will not traverse the path to the underworld alone." Hearing these words, old Master Jiang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not comprehending the underlying implication. Jiang Qing is indeed a good brother. I genuinely relish his company. After delivering this enigmatic remark, Jiang Yun proceeded to the side of the surgical table. Old Master Jiang remained frozen in place, for while the Jiang family was numerous, most members belonged to various branches, and his direct grandson was none other than Jiang Qingying. Thus, he had always treated Jiang Qingying with exceptional regard over the years. Being a seasoned veteran, Old Master Jiang quickly glanced at the bodyguards clad in black beside him and commanded, "Immediately investigate Jiang Qingying's whereabouts and ensure Jiang Yun's safety, that he is a madman, and no one knows what he might do." In that moment, Old Master Jiang could no longer disregard Jiang Yun. The bodyguards nodded and swiftly departed the operating room. Time passed, minute by minute. Jiang Yun and Old Master Jiang remained within the operating room. The bone marrow transplant surgery was far from straightforward. The experts and attending doctors busied themselves until the afternoon, at which point the lights above the surgical room dimmed, and the anxious hearts of the Jiang family members began to ease. The moment Old Master Jiang was wheeled out, the Jiang family erupted in cheers. Yet amid the throng, the second master of the Jiang family felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once Old Master Jiang recovered, his own position would inevitably be jeopardized. However, he could not allow any such emotions to manifest upon his visage, lest it bring calamity upon the entire family. The surgery was a success. The attending physician spoke first. "The old master merely needs to rest for a while to fully recover." Soon, amidst the crowd's adulation, Old Master Jiang was escorted to his hospital room. Jiang Yun was also pushed out, yet none paid him any heed. At that moment, he had lost his value and was akin to a discarded remnant. As night descended, Jiang Yun gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lin Shui seated beside him. "You have finally awakened." Lin Shui grasped Jiang Yun's hand, gazing at his somewhat pallid visage for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "Are you aware of how worried I was for you?" Jiang Yun merely offered a faint smile. Uttering not a word, he felt profoundly weak, yet it represented a slight improvement in comparison to Old Master Jiang's condition. After a few moments, Jiang Yun's breathing gradually stabilized. With caution, he propped himself up in bed and cast a glance at Lin Shui, inquiring, "Have all the matters in the company been arranged?" "Rest assured, the personnel have all been redeployed," Lin Shui replied with unwavering resolve. "Now, everyone is one of our own, and the company has been rebranded as Yinshui Group, severing all connections with the Jiang family." Jiang Yun nodded with satisfaction, having assiduously examined the company's background. Under the cunning strategies of the second master of the Jiang family, it had flourished remarkably. Now, even if he were to stand alone, the company would certainly remain unscathed. By the way, what is the situation with Old Master Jiang? Jiang Yun countered with a question. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. The surgery proceeded smoothly. "He merely needs to recuperate adequately, and he will be as good as new. I have learned that the members of the Jiang family have all gathered in the old master's room, and Jiang Qingying has returned." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression turned markedly grave. "Jiang Qingying has returned." Lin Shui nodded solemnly. "Hurry and pack. We must discharge ourselves immediately." That he understood that the Jiang family harbored a profound animosity towards him. If Jiang Qingying did not make an appearance, he could still feign confidence. However, once Jiang Qingying showed up, the predicament would undoubtedly become far more convoluted. Lin Shui did not hesitate and complied with Jiang Yun's instructions. Soon, she had assembled their belongings and swiftly guided Jiang Yun towards the exit. However, just as they approached the main entrance, they were confronted by two men clad in black who obstructed their path. One of them stated directly, "Apologies, but we must insist that you remain in the hospital to recover." "Why?" Jiang Yun's countenance darkened. Having just undergone surgery, he felt exceedingly weak and coughed a few times. The man who spoke replied coolly, "This is the old master's wish, and it is for your own well-being. What if I refuse?" Jiang Yun clenched his fists tightly. Did they truly perceive him as an easy target? The two men in black remained silent, yet it was evident they had no intention of allowing them to leave that moment. A standoff ensued. Jiang Yun had not anticipated that the Jiang family would respond with such swiftness, launching a counteroffensive against him in such a brief span. Lin Shui's expression darkened as she pulled Jiang Yun back into the hospital room, continuing, "Do not confront them directly. The Jiang family has evidently come prepared." But I believe they would hesitate to create a disturbance within the hospital. That a cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips. This was the capital, the Jiang family's domain. How could these individuals possibly fear him? Furthermore, the desire of the Jiang family to see him eliminated was akin to the trivial act of squashing an ant. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun summoned the courage to dial Black Tiger's number. Fortuitously, he had taken precautions, ensuring he would not be caught unawares by the Jiang family. Once all arrangements were in place, Jiang Yun reclined once more upon the hospital bed. However, it was not long before footsteps reverberated outside, heralding the entrance of the second master of the Jiang family, closely followed by Jiang Xian. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yun's countenance darkened further. The second master of the Jiang family cast a frigid glance in Jiang Yun's direction and spoke with an air of indifference. "I have no intention of engaging in futile discourse with you. Immediately return the company's shares to me, and I shall ensure both you and your wife are released, even offering assistance in fending off the Lin family. You must comprehend that the Lin family's restraint in not forcibly taking Lin Shui was solely due to our Jiang family's influence. Should you persist in your obstinacy, neither the Jiang family nor the Lin family will show you mercy." Jiang Yun merely glanced at his watch, choosing to remain silent. "That I have ample time to squander with you," the second master of the Jiang family declared as he pulled up a chair and seated himself beside Jiang Yun. "I have no pressing matters to attend to. However long you wish to linger here, I shall accompany you." Jiang Yun clenched his teeth, fully aware that the Jiang family would not easily concede. Lin Shui's visage mirrored his ashen pallor, yet she maintained her silence. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, revealing old Master Jiang, who entered slowly in a wheelchair, flanked by several familiar figures. "Elder brother, why are you out here?" The instant he laid eyes on old Master Jiang, the second master of the Jiang family sprang to his feet, bowing respectfully, his demeanor exuding utmost humility. Truly, a case of one power subduing another. Old Master Jiang surveyed the second master of the Jiang family with a cold gaze and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Naturally, to reclaim what is rightfully ours." The second master of the Jiang family promptly indicated Jiang Yun with a pointed finger. "Not long ago, this brat threatened us with his bone marrow, seizing our properties and vehicles, and usurping control of the company. While we may relinquish the other possessions, this company must not be surrendered to him. You are surely aware of how vital that enterprise is to the Jiang family. Once it is fully entrusted to him, it could jeopardize all our plans." Old Master Jiang nodded slightly, fully cognizant of the ramifications, yet choosing to remain silent. That a brief stillness enveloped the room. Jiang Yun's gaze rested upon old Master Jiang. Now that he had fully recovered, the affairs of the Jiang family naturally rested upon his shoulders. Thus, as long as he secured old Master Jiang's acquiescence, it would suffice. That it appears the old master is also prepared to apply pressure upon me? Jiang Yun inquired with an air of casual indifference. "Indeed, your conduct in this affair has been rather deficient," old Master Jiang continued. "Let us each take a step back. You may concede a portion of the shares while retaining your status as a shareholder of the group. Yet the ownership of the company must revert to the second master. That should not present an issue, correct? So, you intend to sever ties after traversing the chasm?" Jiang Yun clenched his jaw tightly, coming to the realization that the members of the Jiang family were, indeed, of a similar ilk. Beside him, Jiang Qing yearned to advocate for Jiang Yun, yet found himself bereft of any authority to voice his thoughts. Relegated to the role of a silent spectator in this unfolding drama, Lin Shui grasped Jiang Yun's arm with fervor, her anxiety unmistakable. Just as the standoff intensified, a resounding crash echoed through the air, and the door to the hospital room was forcefully flung open. He Hu, accompanied by a multitude, swiftly entered, positioning himself protectively before Jiang Yun. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the countenances of the Jiang family members darkened considerably. To their astonishment, "You had indeed devised a contingency plan?" Old Master Jiang was the first to shatter the silence. increasingly gratified by Jiang Yun's ingenuity. His meticulousness far eclipsed that of the younger generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Yun emitted a scornful snort, laboriously rising from the bed and drawing Lin Shui behind Hu and the others that he then spoke deliberately, asserting, "It is merely a matter of being driven by circumstance. Had you not been so aggressive, we would not have arrived at this deadlock that I caution you. Should this escalate to a point of mutual annihilation, it would serve no one." Chapter 137. A storm approaches. Old Master Jiang found himself ensnared in a moment of indecision. The hospital room had become so congested that mobility was nearly rendered impossible. Despite the presence of numerous bodyguards from the Jiang family, a genuine altercation would inevitably entangle him as well. As he contemplated this predicament, old Master Jiang furrowed his brow in deep thought. After a fleeting glance at Jiang Yun, he gestured for those surrounding him to restore calm, instructing, "Since this is an internal matter of the Jiang family, we shall address it upon our return to the family estate. Enough, I am feeling rather fatigued. Kindly escort me back." Soon, the bodyguards behind old Master Jiang began to wheel him away, closely followed by the members of the Jiang family. As they departed, the hospital room became significantly more spacious. "That Mr. Jiang, I shall remain by your side for the next few days," Hu declared as he approached the door, once the others had vacated the premises. He turned back to convey this sentiment. Jiang Yun shook his head, his brow knitted with worry as he pondered the looming threat that beset the Jiang family. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, asserting, "There is no need for such trouble. The Jiang family will undoubtedly not relent easily. Let us simply tidy our affairs and depart promptly. And what of your health?" Lin Shui grasped his arm urgently, her concern palpable at that moment. Jiang Yun's palm felt icy, that he had recently undergone surgery and was exceedingly frail. His endurance thus far had been sustained solely by sheer willpower. Should they vacate the hospital, any sudden complications could prove exceedingly challenging to manage. Jiang Yun embraced Lin Shui, offering a reassuring smile as he replied, "Do not worry. I am acutely aware of my own condition. Let us gather our belongings and depart the hospital swiftly." The Jiang family had exited, yet no one could ascertain whether they would return. Jiang Yun harbored apprehensions regarding this very possibility. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shui gently nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and the others stealthily left the hospital under the cloak of night, making their way home. However, upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Yun hesitated. "What troubles you?" Lin Shui inquired, opening the car door and glancing at Jiang Yun in confusion. "It is not safe at home," Jiang Yun replied, his brow slightly furrowed as he tapped the car window with his fingers before redirecting his gaze to Hu. "Does your security company have accommodations?" "There is staff lodging available," Hu responded with alacrity. "Furthermore, there exists a bed in my office. Should you harbor any concerns, you are welcome to stay with me at the security company." Jiang Yun nodded without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of exercising caution. Both the Lin and Jiang families were formidable forces, and he currently lacked the strength to confront either clan. His only recourse was to concentrate on restoring his health while stabilizing the immediate circumstances. Lin Shui opted to honor Jiang Yun's judgment. Soon, the vehicle altered its trajectory, proceeding directly to the security company. The night enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yun and his companions finalized their arrangements, reclining on the office bed. Jiang Yun remained engrossed in his phone. Lin Shui approached, bearing a plate of fruit, and after settling at the head of the bed, smiled as she remarked, "The doctor has advised that you must rest and recuperate during this period. Otherwise, you may suffer significant aftereffects. We do not yet have children. Surely, you do not wish to jeopardize your fertility, do you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he replied, "It is not quite so dire." "No, no, no." Lin Shui swiftly seized the phone from his grasp and set it aside. "Rest assured, I will manage everything at the company. Your sole responsibility now is to recuperate here. Once you are fully healed, we can address other matters." Jiang Yun sighed, lamenting that this would place all burdens upon her shoulders. Why must we articulate such sentiments between spouses? Lin Shui replied with a smile. Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude envelop him. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? By the way, Jiang Yun, while nibbling on some fruit, glanced at Lin Shui and inquired, "Why have I not seen old Master Lin recently? Where has he gone?" During their sojourn at the hotel, old Master Lin had occupied the adjacent room. Lin Shui shook her head, responding, "I am uncertain. There have been numerous matters to attend to, and no one has had the opportunity to check on him. However, we need not worry. He is affluent and influential, and even in the capital, he can manage quite well." Jiang Yun was acutely aware of this reality. His concern lay in the potential alliance of old Master Lin with the Lin family, which could pose a threat to them. Noticing Lin Shui in good spirits, Jiang Yun refrained from burdening her with these thoughts, lest he dampen her mood. Due to Jiang Yun's frail condition, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber after a light meal. The following morning, before Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had risen, Lin Shui's phone rang. Almost instantly, her assistant's anxious voice filled the line. "Lin Zong, where are you? There has been a bit of trouble at the company. Please come quickly." Lin Shui rubbed her eyes, instantly feeling more alert, as she dressed to depart. Jiang Yun slowly rose from the bed, casting a glance at Lin Shui before inquiring, "Has something occurred at the company?" Indeed, just yesterday, with the aid of a recruitment agency, Lin Shui orchestrated a significant transformation of the company's personnel. The assistant now by her side was one of her most trusted confidants, lending credence to her words. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow as he rose from his slumber, asserting, "I shall accompany you. You ought to remain here and concentrate on your recovery. Why entangle yourself in this matter?" Lin Shui interjected swiftly. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun's determination remained steadfast. "I am aware that the Jiang family will not easily acquiesce, yet I did not foresee their rapid response. It appears my plans will require recalibration." "What plans?" Lin Shui inquired. Perplexed. Jiang Yun feigned an air of mystery with a smile, remarking, "Once we arrive at the company, you shall comprehend." Lin Shui shook her head in resignation, acknowledging Jiang Yun's resolve. After assisting him in donning his attire, they hastily descended the stairs. Chapter 138. The company must not be sold as dawn broke. The majority of the staff at the security company remained in slumber. Jiang Yun and Lin Shui arrived at the front entrance, where Jiang Yun rapped on the door of the security office. The drowsy guard, upon recognizing Jiang Yun, quickly widened his eyes and then respectfully bowed, inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here so early? Please arrange for a vehicle to transport us to the group." Jiang Yun instructed. The guard nodded and promptly stepped outside. In a short while, a vehicle awaited them, and without hesitation, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui set off towards their destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at the company's entrance. Although the official workday had yet to commence, chaos reigned within the office. Upon spotting Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, the assistant stationed at the door rushed over, her brow knitted with concern as she spoke. "Mr. Jiang, Ms. Lin, you have finally arrived. Let us get straight to the point." Jiang Yun replied coolly. The assistant opened the office door for them and continued, "Last night, we received no fewer than 100 termination notices. All the groups that had previously collaborated closely with us have declared their withdrawal from any agreements with our company. That if this situation continues to unfold, the company is likely to face closure." Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly. "Is it not necessary to compensate us for our economic losses if they unilaterally terminate the contract?" The assistant shook her head and elucidated, "I have meticulously reviewed all these contracts, and there are no issues whatsoever. Furthermore, each contract contains an additional clause stipulating that Party B may unilaterally terminate the agreement." Jiang Yun exchanged glances with Lin Shui. Previously, Lin Shui had been at the helm of the company and was well versed in the contracts, which primarily served to regulate and restrict Party B. Who would ever propose such a demand? "Are you certain there are no issues with the contracts?" Jiang Yun inquired coldly. After all, the personnel within the company had experienced considerable turnover. Although the information supplied by the headhunting firm appeared promising, true competence could only be validated through practical application. The assistant swiftly replied, "Absolutely. There are no issues with the contracts. Furthermore, I have meticulously cross-checked. And all the companies in question are subsidiaries of the Jiang family, along with several groups that maintain internal connections to the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's understanding crystallized. Everything fell into place. Since both Party A and Party B are subsidiaries of the Jiang family, there is no necessity for them to regulate themselves with contracts. Instead, this arrangement functions as a safeguard for the Jiang family subsidiaries. Should anyone attempt to act unscrupulously, this mechanism can be invoked to restrain them. One must concede. The Jiang family is indeed meticulous in their machinations. What kind of impact would it have on our group if we were to disregard these cooperating companies? Jiang Yun inquired, for although he had assumed control of the group, he remained largely unfamiliar with many internal affairs. The assistant promptly responded, "The impact would undoubtedly be significant, potentially impeding the group from functioning normally." Jiang Yun's fingers lightly drummed upon the tabletop, and his expression involuntarily darkened considerably. The company had just been taken over, and already it faced such a thunderous setback, catching everyone off guard. President Jiang. The assistant cleared her throat, casting a tentative glance at Jiang Yun before softly proposing, "We could consider selling the group. While it would incur some financial loss, the company has become a mere shell and serves no purpose in our possession. It may be prudent to liquidate it swiftly. What do you think?" Lin Shui's eyes sparkled in response, and she nodded that I end this era of cash flow as long as they convert the company into liquid assets. They could effortlessly establish a new enterprise and rise anew. With capital in hand, securing a foothold in the capital city would not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, shaking his head in refusal. That wouldn't that play right into the hands of the Jiang family? This approach is unfeasible. I will devise a means to reinstate the group's operations. However, the assistant hesitated, frowning as she spoke. In the capital, who would dare to offend the Jiang family? No one shall persist in their collaboration with us. Should we extend this situation, our losses will only escalate. Lin Shui acquiesced, recognizing this as a timely opportunity to mitigate losses. While it may induce a degree of embarrassment, they would nonetheless secure a considerable sum of funds, thus avoiding an absolute loss. Initially, when the Jiang family sought Jiang Yun's bone marrow, they tendered a mere 10 million. However, divesting the company now could yield returns manifold that I believe they possess a valid argument. Suddenly, the office door swung ajar that I in that moment. The second elder of the Jiang family, and Jiang Xian entered. Flanked by several security personnel, one of the guards cast an awkward glance at Jiang Yun and, with a troubled demeanor, remarked, "President Jiang, they assert they are your relatives, so—" Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed upon the second elder of the Jiang family. The next instant, the office door closed with finality. The second elder of the Jiang family settled onto the couch, glanced at Jiang Yun, and then leisurely produced and lit a cigar. "That I apologize, but my husband has yet to recover, that if you wish to smoke, kindly step outside," Lin Shui stated firmly. Yet the second elder of the Jiang family paid her no heed. Jiang Yun gestured dismissively and, regarding the second elder with a cold snort, declared, "My dear, he is quite advanced in years and likely has little time remaining, that if he finds pleasure in smoking, let him indulge." "You!" The second elder's countenance paled with fury. Jiang Xian, positioned behind him, clenched her fists tightly. Who in the capital would dare to address the second elder of the Jiang family in such a manner? Sharp-tongued brat. The second elder's brow furrowed slightly as he exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking with indifference. "I do not have time to squander on you. I just overheard your conversation and understand that you are contemplating the sale of the company. Am I correct? Conveniently, I am here to discuss the acquisition. It was evident that the second elder still had his sights set on the enterprise in question." Jiang Yun chuckled. "Old man, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Who informed you of my intention to sell the company?" "Stop playing coy," the second elder replied flatly. Everyone knows that the longer the company remains under your stewardship, the more financial losses will accrue. As a businessman, you should comprehend this principle, should you not? Jiang Yun, however, dismissed his words, shaking his head and responding, "Some individuals are truly vexatious. They are no longer in positions of authority, yet persist in meddling in matters that do not pertain to them. Such persons deserve to be overwhelmed by their own burdens." What a provocative declaration. The second elder's expression darkened considerably. For years, he had meticulously orchestrated schemes to supplant Elder Jiang. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Yun's emergence would disrupt all his plans and even usurp his most vital company. Now, he dares to make sardonic remarks? Are you suggesting that the company will not be sold? The second elder of the Jiang family gritted his teeth, his demeanor revealing a mixture of frustration and indignation. Jiang Yun, observing his countenance, felt not anger but amusement, and responded, "The company may be sold, but certainly not to you in that very moment." The office door swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged man who entered with a hearty laugh. "Precisely. As long as it is not sold to anyone from the Jiang family, it can be sold to anyone, including myself." Upon seeing the newcomer, the expression of the second elder of the Jiang family soured considerably. "What brings you here?" he demanded. Yet, the man paid no heed to the elder's words, swiftly making his way to Jiang Yun's side. "Mr. Jiang, the moment I received your message, I hurried over. I had no idea it would be such a lively affair." Jiang Yun smiled, standing to shake the man's hand, before turning to Lin Shui to introduce him. "This is Mo Juan." While speaking, Jiang Yun cast a glance at Mo Juan and added, "This is my wife, Lin Shui." Lin Shui offered a polite smile to Mo Juan, though she remained unaware of his identity. However, his designer attire clearly signaled his elevated status. Conversely, while Lin Shui was unfamiliar with Mo Juan, the second elder of the Jiang family and Jiang Xian were acutely aware of who he was. Jiang Xian leaned closer to the second elder and whispered, "Grandfather, how did Jiang Yun become acquainted with Mo Juan? Did he not just arrive in the capital not long ago? There seems to be no reason for him to know Mo Juan." It was evident that Jiang Xian was not alone in his bewilderment. The second elder of the Jiang family shared the same confusion. "Old man." Just then, Mo Juan's gaze fell upon the second elder of the Jiang family. "That I advise you to relinquish any ulterior motives you may harbor. I have already prepared to sign a cooperation agreement with R. Jiang. In the near future, Mr. Jiang will become our strategic partner. Should anyone seek to create difficulties for Mr. Jiang, they shall find themselves at odds with the Mo family." As soon as the words escaped his lips, the second elder of the Jiang family slammed his hand upon the table, his lips twitching with indignation, that he felt as though his dignity had been cast to the ground and trampled upon. Is the Mo family truly that formidable? Mo Juan's lips curled into a playful smile as he scrutinized the second elder of the Jiang family, speaking in a tone laced with mockery. "The capital is replete with hidden talents and numerous distinguished families. Our Mo family is certainly not extraordinary. However, the Jiang family does possess the right to look down upon us, just not you. To my knowledge, the elder of the Jiang family has recently recovered from a serious illness. Has he not? As the acting master of the household, your tenure is likely approaching its conclusion, a devastating blow indeed." The second elder of the Jiang family was particularly attuned to this situation, and Mo Juan's remarks struck a chord, inciting his wrath. It is no wonder he found commonality with Jiang Yun. They are indeed of a similar ilk. The second master of the Jiang family cast a baleful glance at Jiang Yun and his companion before opting not to prolong his stay. With Mo Juan in attendance, he realized he would derive no advantage in the blink of an eye. He had already taken Jiang Xian and departed from the office. Jiang Yun, with a radiant smile, gestured to Mo Juan and then beckoned him to take a seat on the sofa. Now that the troublesome individuals had vacated the premises, might we engage in a discussion regarding the matters of our collaboration? The assistant nearby widened her eyes in astonishment. Over the years, she had maneuvered through life in the capital and was well acquainted with the dealings of prominent families. Thus she recognized Mo Juan's significance. "Mr. Jiang, we need not maintain such formality. Mo Juin continued, I am cognizant that the Jiang family will undoubtedly pose challenges for you, so I've already apprised my colleagues within the company. Shortly, you shall receive the cooperation documents from the Mo family. This afternoon, the company will be poised to operate seamlessly. Jiang Yun nodded in contentment, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Why must we adhere to such politeness? Mo Juin replied nonchalantly. The relationship between the Mo and Jiang families has never been congenial. And through you, I can afford the Jiang family a modicum of difficulty. Why not seize the opportunity? Jiang Yun merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mo Juin gradually rose and swiftly exited the gathering. Who, pray tell, is that individual? Lin Shui inquired, her countenance reflecting confusion as she regarded Jiang Yun. She had been keenly observing the expressions of the second master of the Jiang family and others, who appeared rather discontented. Jiang Yun drew Lin Shui closer, seating her upon his lap, and then smiled as he spoke. How many prominent families reside in the capital? These families are in perpetual opposition, and the Jiang and Mo families have always been at odds. Now, do you comprehend? Lin Shui seemed to grasp part of the situation and probe further. How did you manage to establish a connection with the Mo family? Upon the mention of this matter, a subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips, for he understood that knowing oneself and one's adversary guarantees triumph in countless battles. Prior to my arrival in the capital, I had diligently prepared, already well acquainted with certain internal affairs of the Jiang family. Upon acquiring this company, I reached out to Mo Juin, anticipating any unforeseen circumstances. After all, the Mo family, too, is keen to collaborate with us. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, a principle we grasp profoundly. They understand it even more acutely. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, bestowing upon Jiang Yun a thumbs up. You are truly astute, for reasons unknown. She sensed that Jiang Yun had undergone a significant transformation, to the extent that she could scarcely recognize him. Jiang Yun continued, I am merely here to ensure your safety, that I have accomplished what is requisite. And now the company rests in your capable hands. However, should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to inform me at once. Chapter 140. Recuperation. Lin Shui nodded earnestly. Although she had previously withheld certain matters from Jiang Yun, it was solely to spare him from worry. There were no ulterior motives. Jiang Yun affectionately tousled her hair before continuing, I shall now return to rest. It is imperative that I concentrate on my recovery. In truth, Jiang Yun had merely been projecting a facade of bravery. After all, he had recently undergone surgery and had not yet fully healed. Fortunately, however, everything remained within his control, resulting in minimal emotional turmoil and physical strain. Before long, he had retreated to his room and closed the door behind him. With the partnership established with the Mo family, Lin Shui would inevitably find herself quite occupied in the forthcoming period. And Jiang Yun wished not to intrude upon her too much. Soon, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family, the news of the events at the company had reached the ears of the second master. The old master lay in his chamber, in a considerably frilier state than Jiang Yun, necessitating a period of tranquil recuperation, that a knock echoed at the door, followed by the entrance of his personal bodyguard, who first cast a glance at the old master before speaking. The second master wishes to meet with you. He is awaiting you outside. What are your thoughts? The old master nodded faintly. Before long, the second master of the Jiang family had entered the room. After assessing the old master, he hastily began, Elder brother, that scoundrel Jiang Yun has actually... I am already aware, the old master replied coolly. Is it not merely that he has allied himself with the Mo family? What is there to be so alarmed about? He is clearly opposing our Jiang family. The second master of the Jiang family took a seat nearby, his expression grave. And what of it? The old master responded indifferently. Had you not been so aggressive, Jiang Yun would not have reached this juncture. Ultimately, is not all of this a consequence of your own actions? Now you have come here to voice your grievances. It is indeed a source of amusement. The second master of the Jiang family furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment. Enough for the time being. Desist from your provocations towards Jiang Yun. As for the company, allow him to manage it. I am rather intrigued to observe how he will navigate this situation. The old master chuckled softly. However, the corners of the second master's mouth twitched. The company Jiang Yun had appropriated from him was among his most vital enterprises. While the old master spoke so lightly, he felt a profound pang of heartache. Nevertheless, in light of the old master's position, he dared not voice any dissent. The second master gritted his teeth, several times on the brink of speaking, before he turned and exited the room. After his departure, the old master snorted disdainfully and muttered irritably. All he knows is to engage in petty schemes from the shadows. What great skill does he possess? He cannot even best a junior. Who else is to blame? Soon, the room descended into a profound silence. After leaving the old master's chamber, the second master of the Jiang family lingered in the hall, hesitating to depart, his murky old eyes darting around, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian approached him and inquired, "What did the old master say?" The second master of the Jiang family scoffed, glancing instinctively towards the upper floor before muttering irritably. What else could he say? Merely that we should not provoke Jiang Yun any further. The old man is clearly employing Jiang Yun to keep me in check. His strategy is quite astute. Jiang Xian's expression darkened considerably. Rest assured, that lad will not bask in glory for long. The second master remarked coldly, the old man will not easily let Jiang Yun off the hook. While he has humiliated me, our family has also endured disgrace. Let him remain arrogant for a while longer. Once the old man recovers, I am certain he will be the first to seek out Jiang Yun. By that time, we shall have a spectacle to behold. Jiang Xian remained silent, her primary concern being her own predicament. She had now been sidelined by Jiang Yun, rendering years of effort utterly futile, a truly painful realization. Yet there was no way to reverse the situation. In the week that followed, both Jiang Yun and the old master managed to coexist peacefully, each recuperating in their respective domains. After a period of rest, Jiang Yun's spirits had improved significantly. After stretching languidly, he slowly emerged from his office. Mr. Jiang. Black Tiger was taken aback upon seeing him. For the past few days, Jiang Yun had been sequestered in his room, even eschewing meals. It was no surprise that Black Tiger was astonished to behold him once more. Jiang Yun approached him, giving his shoulder a friendly pat, and spoke with vigor. The security company should be functioning smoothly by now, correct? Indeed, Black Tiger nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Jiang, in accordance with your directives, I have located a bodyguard for you. Shall I escort him to meet you? Jiang Yun acquiesced, for he indeed required a protector akin to Jiang Qingying. If it were feasible to enlist a capable individual, he would genuinely desire Yingzi by his side. After all, he had witnessed Yingzi in action, reminiscent of a martial arts virtuoso from a television drama. Before long, Black Tiger arrived, accompanied by a robust man. Jiang Yun's gaze flitted back and forth, appraising the individual. One could not deny that his muscular form was rather imposing, though it remained uncertain whether it was mere fade. Mr. Jiang, Black Tiger introduced the man. This is Dong Taizhan. True to his name, he boasts a formidable physique and has even resided abroad for a time. He claims to have engaged in underground fighting. Greetings, Mr. Jiang, Dong Taizhan offered with a hearty demeanor. Jiang Yun nodded in contentment, appearing quite pleased. Very well. Let us retain your services for a while. Should you successfully navigate my assessment, you shall become my personal bodyguard. Otherwise, you may remain within the company. What Jiang Yun sought was far beyond a mere protector. Tio remained by his side. Raw strength was insufficient. One must also possess remarkable intellect. He favored not bears, but wolves, those who were not only ferocious, but also exceedingly astute. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for this opportunity. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Chapter 141. Investigating the truth, please proceed. Jiang Yun gestured to Dong Taizhan, who stood nearby, his gaze already fixed on Black Tiger. The office descended into silence. Jiang Yun addressed the matter directly. Has anyone from the Jiang family caused any disturbances recently? All remains tranquil. Black Tiger replied with a hint of a smile. Furthermore, our security company has now established its footing that we have secured a plethora of clients. And during this time, I have been augmenting our bodyguard ranks, aspiring to position ourselves as the preeminent security firm in the capital. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction. Bringing Black Tiger to the capital had indeed been a sagacious decision. Not only had he gained a reliable ally, but the security company and Yunxua Group could also mutually reinforce one another that as Jiang Yun's enterprises flourished, he would fortify his standing in the capital, liberated from the constraints imposed by the Lin and Jiang families. By the way, have you located the individual I tasked you with finding? Jiang Yun inquired abruptly that a week prior, despite his resolution to concentrate on his recuperation, he had delegated all responsibilities to ensure the steady advancement of both enterprises. Yet, the most pressing conundrum persisted, the quest to unveil the enigma of his origins. Devoid of reliable confidants, he had entrusted this endeavor to Black Tiger. Black Tiger nodded solemnly that I have reached out to several esteemed journalists. They possess profound insights into the affairs of the capital. Shall I arrange for you to meet them now? You may inquire directly about your concerns. Jiang Yun nodded, stretching languidly and shaking his arm. Indeed, lying in bed for an extended period has left me feeling rather rusty. It seems I must venture out and engage in some movement. Black Tiger merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and Black Tiger arrived at a tea house. They paused before a private chamber at the rear, where Black Tiger, with deference, regarded Jiang Yun and remarked, "Mr. Jiang, the individual you wish to meet is inside. I have already apprised him of your arrival. You may converse with him directly." Black Tiger was perceptive. He recognized that while certain matters were best uncovered through personal investigation, others were more prudent left unexamined. Jiang Yun smiled in appreciation and patted Black Tiger on the shoulder. "Very well. You may attend to your affairs." Once they parted ways, Jiang Yun entered the private room. Within sat a woman attired in a tailored suit. Upon perceiving Jiang Yun, she rose and offered a courteous bow. "You must be Mr. Jiang." "Greetings, I am Shiryu." Jiang Yun nodded, closing the door behind him as he settled into the seat opposite Shiryu. His gaze lingered upon her, noting that although she appeared to be in her 30s, not a wrinkle marred her complexion, which possessed a luminous glow. Coupled with her exquisitely proportioned figure, she seemed far younger. Had Black Tiger not furnished a brief introduction beforehand, Jiang Yun might have mistaken her for a recent university graduate. Yet, despite her youthful visage, Shiryu exuded a maturity and elegance devoid of the naivety typically associated with a student, enhancing her allure. "Hello," Jiang Yun greeted courteously. "I presume Black Tiger has briefed you on the purpose of my visit." There is no necessity for Mr. Black Tiger to elaborate. I can deduce the implications. Shiryu replied with a subtle smile. "Recently, Mr. Jiang, you have incited quite a commotion in the capital. It is rumored that both the Jiang and Lin families are vigilantly observing your movements. You are, after all, the first to adeptly maneuver between these two formidable families." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It is not as effortless as you implied. I am navigating a perilous path. A single misstep could lead to my untimely demise without my awareness. Those belonging to the Jiang and Lin families are ruthless predators. Engaging with them necessitates preparation for the most dire outcomes at Mr. Jiang. I shall be forthright," Shiryu stated, her smile dissipating as her tone adopted a more serious note. "Our publication indeed possesses extensive archives concerning the Jiang family, yet these are merely compiled from societal observations. Whether they merit your scrutiny is a determination for you to make. I will escort you to our archive room shortly, where you may examine the pertinent materials. However, I must advise you, should circumstances take a turn for the worse, please refrain from implicating me." Jiang Yun regarded her shrewd demeanor and produced a pre-prepared bank card from his pocket. Although Black Tiger had already set the scene with Shiryu, Jiang Yun recognized the significance of cultivating an amiable relationship with her. After all, he might remain in the capital for an extended duration, and having a journalist as an ally could prove advantageous. You are exceedingly gracious, Mr. Jiang, Shiryu responded, albeit she promptly accepted the card. Very well. After this cup of tea, we shall proceed. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a newspaper office. However, Shiryu did not usher Jiang Yun inside immediately. Instead, she retrieved her phone and made a call. After a brief interval, a young woman clad in formal attire and spectacles emerged, scanning the vicinity until her gaze settled upon Jiang Yun and Shiryu. She lingered on Jiang Yun for a moment before directing her attention to Shiryu. Director, is there something you require? Please assist me, Shiryu replied, tossing a set of keys to the young woman. Kindly escort this gentleman to the archive room and aid him in locating the materials he seeks. Should anyone impede your progress, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The young woman nodded and then turned to Jiang Yun. Sir, this way, please. After exchanging cordialities with Shiryu, Jiang Yun followed the young woman toward the archive room. It was evident that Shiryu was quite perceptive, skillfully designating a scapegoat for their endeavors. Chapter 142. A fruitless search. The archive room of the newspaper was not particularly clandestine, yet every institution adheres to its own regulations. Although Shiryu's newspaper was a private enterprise driven by profit, the records contained within were regarded as commercial secrets. That it was no surprise that she had cautioned Jiang Yun against entangling her should circumstances take a turn for the worse. Jiang Yun paid little attention to such admonitions. His objective was straightforward: to swiftly unearth any information pertaining to his parents. While the elderly Jiang patriarch had shown him certain documents, they appeared spurious and devoid of credibility. Further fueling his suspicion and intrigue regarding his origins, that in just a few strides, they arrived at a building not far from the main office. Its decor somewhat worn and aged. Sir, this is the archive room, Shiryu said, unlocking the door with the keys. What specific information are you seeking to review? I am capable of aiding in the search. No need for assistance. I can manage on my own. Jiang Yun replied with a smile. It may prove to be somewhat of a nuisance, the young woman elucidated. Although I have only frequented the archive on a handful of occasions, I am aware that it houses an abundance of records. Should you embark on your own search, you might find yourself toiling for 3 days and nights without uncovering what you desire. Upon entering the archive, Jiang Yun was immediately enveloped by a sense of awe. The chamber was adorned with towering bookshelves, each laden with a multitude of volumes. Despite the presence of certain identifying numbers, Jiang Yun was oblivious to their significance. The woman, ever accommodating, approached him and succinctly clarified the meanings behind the various numbers, offering him a measure of enlightenment. Very well, you may find a place to rest for the time being. If there are pressing matters, it is wise to address them first. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively and began to observe the transformations unfolding before him. Clearly exhibiting a sense of impatience, the woman hurried over, proclaiming, "The director has tasked me with assisting you, and this is within the scope of my responsibilities for today. I would not dare to depart without express permission. Should you find my presence bothersome, I can wait over there." As she spoke, she approached a nearby sofa and began to scroll through her phone. Jiang Yun paid her no heed and ascended to the second floor. The arrangement upstairs mirrored that of the lower level, brimming with dense files and materials that left one somewhat disoriented. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Yun finally came to a halt before a bookshelf and unearthed some documents pertaining to the Jiang family. He nonchalantly extracted those documents and settled at a nearby table, briefly scanning their contents. Yet they appeared to offer little utility. As time elapsed, Jiang Yun had perused a considerable portion, but unearthed no references to any scandals involving the Jiang family, nor any significant events that had transpired within. The recorded incidents bore minimal consequence for the Jiang family. After a moment, Jiang Yun gestured toward the woman seated at a distance, inquiring, "Are all the documents regarding the Jiang family housed here?" The woman seemed momentarily taken aback, hesitating briefly before responding. That should indeed be the case. The archive adheres to a certain order, with each family's documents meticulously grouped together. If you have thoroughly examined them all, It is conceivable that the information you seek is simply not available. In an instant, Jiang Yun's countenance drained of color. Could it be that any information regarding his parents had been utterly expunged? Yet, there are no walls that do not leak secrets. If something truly transpired involving his parents within the Jiang family, there must be witnesses. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers upon the table and then inquired, "By the way, do you possess a section that chronicles the scandals of certain families?" The woman arched an eyebrow, a glimmer of perplexity evident in her gaze. In the grand halls of ancient palaces, official chronicles often served to convey affairs to the emperor, yet there also existed unofficial accounts that unveiled lesser-known secrets. Thus, do you possess? Upon hearing this, the woman erupted into laughter, covering her mouth. "Sir, please do not place me in an awkward position. We are merely a newspaper office." Disappointment flitted across Jiang Yun's eyes. It appeared yet another lead had evaporated. Yet, the more this transpired, the more agitated he became. When an individual disappears without a trace, it suggests that something is amiss. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun extracted his phone and began to photograph the documents strewn across the table. Although these records held minimal worth, he could not afford to depart empty-handed. Once he completed his task, he made his way towards the exit. Casting a glance at the woman waiting nearby, he could not help but chuckle. She had already succumbed to slumber, her head resting upon the table. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, she jolted awake as if startled. "Sir, have you concluded your business?" she inquired, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, presenting a somewhat comical sight. Jiang Yun nodded and, with a smile, replied, "At this hour, I presume you are about to clock out as well? Pack up and return home to rest. You have toiled diligently today." The woman waved her hands insistently. No, this has been my easiest day thus far." It was her inaugural day on the job, and she had managed to indulge in leisure. Jiang Yun simply shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Before long, he had accompanied her to the front entrance. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the daylight was dwindling, and dusk was descending. After checking the time, he remarked with a smile, "Please convey my regards to Shiryu. Just inform her that I have taken my leave." The woman nodded, watching Jiang Yun depart. However, unbeknownst to them, a man lurking in the shadows was documenting their interactions with a camera, muttering to himself, "Dare you allow someone to infiltrate the archives? This time, I shall not let you escape easily." In the next instant, the man stealthily slipped away, vanishing swiftly into the night. Upon exiting the newspaper office, Jiang Yun summoned a cab and proceeded towards Yushua Group. Chapter 143. The Chen family of Shanxi. During the journey, Jiang Yun persistently scrutinized the materials in his possession. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved his phone and dialed Mo Juin's number. "Mr. Jiang, what a delightful surprise to hear from you. I heard you've been recuperating. I trust all is well." "Oh," Juin inquired with utmost courtesy. Jiang Yun responded succinctly, "I am feeling considerably better, but I would like to arrange a meeting with you, Mr. Mo, to discuss certain matters in person. Is this a convenient time for you?" "Indeed, it is," Mo Juin replied with a gracious smile, "that I shall find a suitable venue. Simply make your way over when you are prepared." After confirming their plans, Jiang Yun concluded the call that he had originally intended to dine with Lin Shui to commemorate his recovery, yet it seemed that time was not on his side. Having provided the driver with specific instructions, Jiang Yun made his way to the location designated by Mo Juin. As the city lights began to shimmer, the two found themselves seated in a sophisticated restaurant. The atmosphere was splendid, with each dish commencing at a price in the 4 digits and a bottle of wine reaching 5. Once their meals were served, Mo Juin jovially remarked, "Mr. Jiang, now that you are recuperating, I shall not press you to drink. Shall we opt for some juice instead?" "That sounds delightful," Jiang Yun replied with a warm smile. "By the way, I am curious if there is a particular reason for your eagerness to meet with me." Mo Juin inquired with the utmost politeness. "That I have heard that the Jiang family has been rather reticent of late. Likely due to old Master Jiang's ailment, that he is a shrewd old fox. Having dealt with him for many years, I can assure you that if you have taken a company from him, he will not release his grip easily. Thus, it is wise to be prepared to avoid being caught unawares." Jiang Yun nodded, acknowledging the well-meaning caution. "Rest assured, I have been preparing diligently, and the Yushua group is advancing well. Moreover, with my alliance with the Mo family, they will need to think twice about their subsequent moves." That Mo Juin chuckled. "That is quite logical. In fact, the reason I sought your company today is that I have a personal matter for which I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Jiang Yun replied as he enjoyed his meal. "Please feel free to speak openly. There is no need for formality between us." Mo Juin encouraged with a friendly demeanor. "I believe you may have heard that my biological parents had some connection to the Jiang family. I wish to learn more about them, but despite extensive research, I have discovered nothing of significance. That I wonder if you could lend me your assistance." Mo Juin's eyes narrowed slightly, after lightly tapping the table with his fingers. He spoke slowly. "I have heard of your parents' names and know that a significant event transpired within the Jiang family in times past, but the particulars would necessitate consulting those directly involved as much time has elapsed, and many details have faded from my memory." Jiang Yun was taken aback and swiftly inquired, "What event occurred within the Jiang family?" The absence of any record within the newspaper's archives, coupled with Mo Juin's revelations, detonated in Jiang Yun's mind like a bombshell. His breath quickened. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Juin continued, "To the best of my knowledge, your father was among old Master Zhang's most cherished sons. Yet your mother hailed from a background of lesser repute, which led to the old man's opposition to their union. It is said that when your mother found herself with child, your father attempted to use this circumstance to coerce old Master Jiang into yielding to their union. However, in an unexpected turn of events, old Master Jiang repeatedly sought to persuade your mother to terminate the pregnancy, even going so far as to arrange a marriage for your father. This undoubtedly took a severe toll on your mother's mental well-being. Ultimately, it is rumored that she succumbed to madness. Following this, news of either of them ceased entirely. Given the Jiang family's considerable clout, it did not take long for the matter to be buried, leaving few in the capital privy to the truth or aware of your parents' fate." Jiang Yun swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation, astonished by the myriad stories concealed beneath the surface. "Can you furnish any evidence?" He countered. That Mo Juin appeared momentarily taken aback. "That is it not sufficient to be aware of these events. You would merely need to establish boundaries with the Jiang family. What purpose does evidence serve? Rest assured, although my words may lack tangible evidence, I possess no motive to deceive you. After all, your rapport with old Master Jiang has deteriorated to such an extent that I need not further aggravate it." Mo Juin's remarks are indeed refreshingly forthright. However, Jiang Yun conceals his own ulterior motives. "This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. That I have received credible intelligence indicating that my parents, after entrusting me to Jiang Tingfei, reportedly met their demise shortly thereafter. While I am cognizant of a conflict between them and the Jiang family, the circumstances surrounding their deaths remain enshrouded in enigma." Jiang Yun's tone grew increasingly grave, imbued with a chilling coldness. "Yet, I shall not easily let this matter rest. There must be accountability for my parents' untimely end, even if it necessitates standing against the entire Jiang family. During this period, Jiang Yun has diligently devised a strategy. On the surface, it appears he is at odds with the Jiang family, but in reality, he seeks to fortify himself. Only through such empowerment can he aspire to avenge his parents. In his previous existence, he remained oblivious to the identities of his biological parents, and even at the moment of his death, he regarded Jiang Tingfei and his wife as his true progenitors. However, in this life, fortune has serendipitously unveiled this secret to him, rendering it impossible for him to disregard it. That it is apparent that you, too, are a person of profound affection and unwavering loyalty. That Mo Juin spoke solemnly. "Let it be so. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you in gathering evidence, though do not harbor excessively high expectations, for the events in question are quite distant, and the Jiang family is notoriously reticent. However, You might pursue inquiries through your mother's maternal lineage for pertinent information. Jiang Yun's eyes brightened anew. His maternal grandparents' abode, he had concentrated solely on the Jiang family, overlooking the fact that he had a maternal grandmother. Indeed. Mo Juin rubbed his temples in contemplation and continued, if my memory serves correctly, your mother originates from the Qin family in Xiangxi. Should the opportunity present itself, you might contemplate visiting them. However, Xiangxi is expansive, and the Qin surname is prevalent. Thus, you will need to exert considerable effort. Chapter 144. The Weight of a Dilemma. Thank you, Mr. Mo, for imparting this valuable information. Jiang Yun swiftly rose, expressing his gratitude with a glance at Mo Juin, before resolutely declaring, should Mo ever require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall never utter a word of dissent. Mo Juin inclined his head, gesturing toward the repast laid out before them. First, indulge in some sustenance. You have recently recovered from illness, and it is imperative to sustain your strength. In due course, all shall be unveiled. Jiang Yun merely acknowledged his words, yet his mind remained preoccupied with matters concerning his parents. As the meal drew to a close, Jiang Yun hailed a taxi to return home. At that moment, Lin Shui had already arrived, busily engaged in the preparation of dinner in the kitchen, upon hearing the doors creak. She emerged, a radiant smile gracing her features, her eyes alight with warmth as she welcomed Jiang Yun. You must be famished. Quickly, wash your hands and join me for supper. Jiang Yun approached her, enveloping her waist in his arms and resting his head upon her shoulder. Though he remained silent, Lin Shui regarded him with a look of perplexity. This was the first occasion she had witnessed Jiang Yun in such a state. What has transpired? She inquired hesitantly. Jiang Yun shook his head. It is not significantly tied to work-related matters. Rather, I wish to delve into my parents' circumstances. I have now discovered a new course. I intend to journey to Xiangxi. Lin Shui asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why venture to such a remote locale? My maternal grandparents' residence should lie in that direction. Though it may seem akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, I must endeavor to honor my lineage. The Jiang family evokes no sense of kinship within me. Should there still be relatives on my maternal side, I would like to pay my respects. As they conversed, they had already settled onto the sofa. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, responding, since you have resolved to pursue this path, then do so. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall support you unconditionally, fool. Jiang Yun tousled Lin Shui's hair, his heart aching for her. For this past week, I have been languishing in bed, leaving all burdens upon your shoulders. Even if I must travel to Xiangxi, I must first ensure that everything is in order. How shall I manage it? Lin Shui asked, bewildered. Given that the Jiang and Lin families had maintained a respectful distance, she believed it unnecessary to provoke further conflict. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. Responding coolly, old Master Jiang should have fully recuperated by now. Mr. Mo has cautioned me that the old man may resort to underhanded tactics. We must remain vigilant. Although I am uncertain of his potential actions, we cannot simply await their offensive. I intend to vie for market share against the Jiang family and declare war upon them. That Lin Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. She covered her mouth, exclaiming, Are you jesting? The Jiang family is a colossus. How could we possibly contend with them? To declare war would yield us no advantage, and the Yunshui group might very well face collapse. Lin Shui's sentiments were unambiguous. Her sole desire was to adeptly manage the company and to live contentedly alongside Jiang Yun for eternity, which sufficed for her. Other affairs were of no concern to her, nor did she wish to entangle herself in them. Jiang Yun smiled, reassuring her, Fear not. I have devised my plans. You need only oversee the company as you have been doing. I promise to protect you and remove all impediments from your path. Very well. Lin Shui nodded gently, opting not to delve deeper into the matter. Having already dined, Jiang Yun accompanied Lin Shui for a brief repast before proceeding to the study. He spent the entire evening therein, not intentionally distancing himself from Lin Shui, but rather needing to organize the information he had amassed throughout the day. He could no longer wield any leverage against the Jiang family, should a confrontation arise. He must prepare for self-preservation. The following morning, Lin Shui opened the study door and, upon discovering Jiang Yun asleep at the desk, shook her head in concern as she approached him, whispering, "My dear, you ought to return to your chamber and rest." Hearing her familiar voice, Jiang Yun gradually opened his eyes, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. A faint smile graced his features as he replied, "I lost track of time whilst engrossed in my tasks. I had no notion that dawn had already arrived. You must not have rested well last night," Lin Shui remarked as she sat beside him with a sigh. "Had I anticipated this outcome, we should have remained away from the capital. Now we are beset with numerous matters to address, and I genuinely fear for your well-being." "Not so grave," Jiang Yun responded with a playful smile. Drawing Lin Shui into his embrace, he continued, "Return early this evening. I shall take you out for a candlelit dinner." "Very well." Lin Shui nodded gently, her countenance aglow with happiness. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their moment. Jiang Yun glanced at the clock, perplexed. "Is that the takeout?" "No," Lin Shui replied, shaking her head in confusion. Jiang Yun rose slowly and approached the door, peering through the peephole before opening it. "What brings you here so early?" "Of course, I have pressing matters to discuss with you." Jiang Qingying sighed and stepped into the room. After offering a polite smile to Lin Shui, he settled onto the sofa as if returning home, stating, "Brother, old Master Jiang has made a complete recovery." And then, Jiang Yun crossed his legs, responding with a question, "Brother, are you not concerned?" Jiang Qingying furrowed his brow and responded, "Old Master Jiang has consistently viewed you as a thorn in his side. I have been informed that the second master has been instigating discord, seeking to turn old Master Jiang against you. Now that he has regained his strength, I have come to offer you a caution. You must tread carefully or contemplate reconciling with old Master Jiang." Jiang Yun felt a warmth bloom within his heart, yet upon hearing Jiang Qingying's subsequent remarks, he shook his head, stating, "I have taken a company valued in the billions from the Jiang family. Do you truly believe they would entertain the notion of peace even if I sought it? If you were in my position, what would you choose?" Jiang Qingying sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared he was fated to bear the brunt of this dilemma. "Enough, do not trouble yourself further with this." After Jiang Yun ushered Jiang Qingying to the dining table, he continued, just in time, "Your sister-in-law has prepared breakfast. Let us dine together, and once we are finished, you must return swiftly. For the time being, it would be wise to avoid any encounters with me, as it would aid in alleviating any suspicions." Witnessing Jiang Yun's determination to confront the Jiang family, he was reluctant to draw Jiang Qingying into the forthcoming conflict. After all, among the Jiang family, Jiang Qingying was the sole individual who displayed any semblance of warmth and humanity. Jiang Qingying gazed at Jiang Yun with gratitude. Although he had never interfered in familial matters, maintaining the facade of a carefree young master, it did not indicate a deficiency of intellect. As the three dined, Jiang Yun's phone rang. Soon, Shi Yu's voice resonated through the receiver. "Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient for us to meet?" The tone of Dong Taizan sounded somewhat melancholic, a stark contrast to the previous day, prompting Jiang Yun to furrow his brow. Could something have gone awry? He promptly replied, "All right, just select a location, and I shall arrive shortly." After hanging up, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon Lin Shui, and with a smile, he remarked, "Wife, you should head to the office early. I have some matters to attend to and may need to depart now." Lin Shui nodded. "Brother, you go ahead. I'll leave with sister-in-law shortly." Jiang Qingying waved his hand dismissively while continuing to eat, appearing entirely at ease as though he were not an outsider. Suddenly, Jiang Yun seized the collar of his shirt and yanked him upward. "You are the younger brother. With your brother absent, how can you shamelessly remain alone with your sister-in-law? Do you possess no sense?" A hint of embarrassment tinged Jiang Qingying's face as he scratched his head and replied softly, "Even if you do not believe me, can you not place your trust in sister-in-law? Enough with the frivolities. Let us proceed." Jiang Yun muttered as he dragged the unwilling Jiang Qingying down the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Shui shook her head, chuckling, You truly possess a childlike spirit. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Yun leapt into Jiang Qingying's vehicle. Take me to a destination. Brother, you won't allow me to finish my meal, and now you are whisking me off to work. Is your conscience clear? Jiang Qingying protested vehemently. Regrettably, Jiang Yun paid no heed to his words and resolutely placed him in the driver's seat. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of a quaint CAF. Your task is complete. Should there be nothing further, you may return home, Jiang Yun stated to Jiang Qingying before alighting from the car. Jiang Qingying observed Jiang Yun's departing figure, muttering under his breath, he truly does not regard me as an outsider. We are at the CAF, and he does not even consider inviting me for a cup of coffee. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Qingying had already driven away. Upon entering the CAF, Jiang Yun's attention was captivated by a table by the window, where he approached Shiryu, who was absently stirring her coffee. She appeared so lost in her thoughts that she did not notice him until he cleared his throat several times. When she finally looked up, a strained smile graced the corners of her mouth. You arrived rather promptly. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied, summoning a waiter to order a glass of lemon water before redirecting his gaze back to Shiryu. You summoned me at such an early hour. Is there something pressing you wish to discuss? After a moment of contemplation, Shiryu lowered her head and spoke softly. I have been dismissed. Dismissed? We parted ways just last night. And now you are no longer with the newspaper. How could this transpire so suddenly? A bitter smile crept across Shiryu's lips as she sipped her black coffee and continued. Someone witnessed me escorting you to the archives and captured a photograph, which subsequently reached my superior. The secret was out, and thus I was released from my duties. Jiang Yun nodded and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, casually offering it to Shiryu. There is 1 million in this card. Consider it compensation for your loss. However, Shiryu did not even cast a glance at the card, but instead raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yun. Do you presume I am here to extort you? Even without Mr. Mo's connections, I maintain my own principles. Moreover, you have already bestowed upon me a bank card. How could I accept your money once more? Rest assured, I am not here to deceive you. I wish to work alongside you and collaborate on your endeavors. What say you? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern her intentions. That certainly sounds agreeable. He responded with a smile that I could utilize some capable hands by my side, and I have noted your efficiency. However, I am curious about which department you wish to join. No, after gently tapping her fingers on the table a few times. Shiryu narrowed her eyes and declared, I wish to aid you in confronting the Jiang family, yet I anticipate a considerable reward in return. Confronting the Jiang family. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Then he noticed a subtle smile emerging on his lips as he shook his head, replying, Please do not jest with me. The Jiang family is a formidable force. Even with Mr. Mo's involvement, it would prove exceedingly arduous to undermine their standing. What could we possibly accomplish together? This was indeed a truthful assertion. Recognizing one's limitations is invaluable. He presently lacked the strength to challenge the Jiang family, and the idea of achieving significant results with minimal effort was merely a fanciful thought. After savoring a sip of her coffee, Shiryu continued, At this moment, I am unburdened. Hence I harbor no fears that I can assist you in infiltrating the Jiang family, providing you with inside information on matters you wish to probe. Furthermore, when the time comes for you and M.O. to confront the Jiang family, I could also facilitate certain advantages for you. What are your thoughts on this? Jiang Yun's curiosity was piqued. What are your conditions? However, he did not immediately acquiesce. Shiryu was a woman of cunning. She was not the most suitable choice for friendship or romance, yet as a potential ally, she could prove to be invaluable. My request is simple. Once the Jiang family is dismantled, I desire 1% of the shares in your possession. Do you presume that I will be the one to falter? Jiang Yun retorted. Even he possessed little confidence, and his strategies were merely reactive defenses. With M.O. by your side and your capabilities, I believe it will not be long before you surpass the Jiang family. I would merely be an asset. Shiryu smiled, appearing as though she had an astute understanding of Jiang Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun nodded that I accept your terms. Then we have a deal. Sure Yu rose with a smile, extending her hand toward Jiang Yun. Following that, she cheerfully proclaimed, "Here's to a prosperous partnership." Jiang Yun nodded, and after exchanging a few more words, they parted ways as Jiang Yun exited the CAF. A faint smile adorned his lips. It seems there are still many who hold faith in my ability to prevail over the Jiang family. With this realization, he acknowledged the necessity of striving diligently to avoid underestimating himself in the eyes of others. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun arrived at Yunxue Group. Although Lin Shui wielded authority there, the employees were all acutely aware of Jiang Yun's status and treated him with the utmost respect. Upon entering Lin Shui's office, he settled onto the sofa and regarded her as she diligently worked. With a playful smile, he remarked, "You are truly captivating when you immerse yourself in your work." "Is that so?" Lin Shui replied with an enchanting smile. After pouring 2 glasses of water, she took a seat beside him and inquired, "Are you free today?" "All matters have been resolved, and I now aspire to assist you in steering the company, accelerating our ambition to establish Yunxue Group as a cornerstone of the capital. Only then can we fortify our positions." Jiang Yun had long been prepared, devising strategies to confront the Jiang family. Nestling close to Jiang Yun, Lin Shui smiled and remarked, "If that is the case, I shall relinquish the reins of the company to you, and I will return home to embrace the role of a devoted wife." How does that sound? For an extended period, Lin Shui had yearned to support Jiang Yun's ascendance. The Jiang Yun of your had resembled a marionette, incapable of standing tall, yet now he appeared transformed. As if reborn previously, whenever anyone inquired about Jiang Yun's endeavors, Lin Shui would hesitate and falter, unsure of how to respond. In those days, Jiang Yun seemed akin to a dandy, squandering his hours in idleness. However, the tide has since turned. Jiang Yun now radiates a myriad of enchanting qualities that at times even ensnare Lin Shui's heart. "My dear wife, you possess a remarkable talent for managing affairs within the company. If you were to suddenly request that I take charge, I too would feel somewhat unprepared, particularly given that the company is still in its nascent stage. It would be prudent not to disrupt the status quo." Jiang Yun remarked with a smile. "So, do you intend to become a house husband?" Lin Shui teased. "If I could embrace the role of a house husband for eternity, I would not object in the slightest." Jiang Yun replied, crossing his arms, "By the way, I may need to venture to Xiangxi in the coming days. Should you have any matters to attend to in Beijing, please reach out to Mo Juan. I shall inform him to look after you before I depart." "Very well," Lin Shui nodded emphatically. She refrained from delving further into the affairs concerning Xiangxi. She no longer harbored any doubts about Jiang Yun. For as long as she was assured of his affection, everything else faded into insignificance. After indulging in a fleeting moment of intimacy within the office, Jiang Yun reluctantly took his leave. If circumstances allowed, he would wish to remain by Lin Shui's side indefinitely. However, he lamented that his presence often distracted her from her work. It is often said that beautiful women are a source of trouble. Is it not true that handsome men can be equally troublesome? After surveying the company, Jiang Yun descended while contacting Dong Taizhan. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan convened at the foot of the building. "Mr. Jiang," Dong Taizhan greeted with an innocent grin, "you have not reached out to me in the past few days. I assumed you had dismissed me." "How could that possibly be?" Jiang Yun gently patted his shoulder and led him outside, casually remarking, "Once you return home, please pack your belongings. I am planning an excursion to Xiangxi, and you shall accompany me." Dong Taizhan nodded vigorously in agreement. Serving as Mr. Jiang's bodyguard is indeed preferable, particularly as it affords the opportunity for travel. Jiang Yun merely shook his head and smiled. The role of bodyguard could entail perilous risks, and it was only Dong Taizhan who would regard it so lightly. In the blink of an eye, the two parted ways. Dong Taizhan returned home to gather his things, while Jiang Yun met with Mo Juan within a restaurant. Jiang Yun waited for a full half hour before Mo Juan finally arrived. Slightly out of breath, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. The traffic outside was exceedingly congested, Mo Juin said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he took a seat across from Jiang Yun. You needn't concern yourself with the traffic. It is simply the nature of Beijing, he added. What are you implying, Mr. Mo? If it were not for you, I might have already found myself entombed beneath a concrete pillar by the Jiang family. How could I possibly hold that against you? Jiang Yun chuckled. That is not entirely accurate. This is Beijing. The Jiang family must also exercise prudence. Although they harbor profound animosity towards you, they will not act rashly unless provoked. Mo Juin signaled to a waiter, ordered several dishes, and then handed the menu to Jiang Yun, inquiring, What would you like to eat? Please order freely. Do not concern yourself with the cost. Consider my apology. No need. Jiang Yun waved his hand. I did not invite you here merely to indulge in a meal. I sought your assistance in looking after my wife. Are you preparing to leave Beijing? Mo Juin quickly discerned Jiang Yun's intentions. Indeed, Jiang Yun replied, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before continuing. I have suddenly conceived a strategy to confront the Jiang family by uncovering information about my parents in a brief span of time. If there are indeed concealed truths, we can amplify public discourse and catch the Jiang family off guard. Even if we cannot entirely dismantle them, we can still derive some advantage from it. What are your thoughts? Chapter 147. A second visit that sounds rather agreeable. Mo Juin nodded. However, you must exercise utmost caution. The old Master Jiang is exceedingly shrewd and is unlikely to leave behind too many traces. Moreover, should you inadvertently encroach upon his core interests, I fear the Jiang family may resort to desperation. Jiang Yun merely snorted derisively, his gaze betraying a sense of disdain. Clearly, he did not perceive this as a matter of concern. Having resolved to stand against the Jiang family, he had long steeled himself for the inevitable consequences. Rest assured, I am fully cognizant of my own capabilities, he asserted. And do not forget, I possess not only the Yunxue Group, but also a security company to support me. I have recently made considerable investments, and they have begun to yield fruitful results. If it comes to a matter of life and death, the Jiang family will not emerge unscathed either. Did I end that scenario? You shall be the one to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crept onto Mo Juin's face, and he promptly replied, Mr. Jiang, what are you implying? We are allies standing shoulder to shoulder. I harbor no desire for you to encounter any troubles. Furthermore, I never intended to take advantage of you. Jiang Yun, however, chose to remain silent. Both were cunning foxes, and such discussions were ultimately futile. There exists no free lunch in this world. And Mo Juin was certainly not extending his hand out of sheer benevolence. Jiang Yun was acutely aware of this mutual exploitation. Yet he refrained from voicing this unspoken truth and continued, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it so seriously. That jest is hardly amusing, Mo Juin retorted, shaking his head before downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Before long, Jiang Yun and Mo Juin parted ways. Just as Jiang Yun was about to dial Dong Tieshan's number, he noticed a black sedan come to a halt before him. Two burly men emerged from the vehicle, one of whom approached Jiang Yun and stated, Are you Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun nodded. Is there something you require? Our master wishes to meet with you. The man replied coolly, gesturing for Jiang Yun to follow. The unspoken threat in his demeanor was unmistakable. Even if Jiang Yun wished to decline, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun discreetly dialed Dong Tieshan's number, slipped the phone into his pocket, and said, Let us proceed. He climbed into the car with an air of nonchalance. Half an hour later, they arrived at a familiar estate. As Jiang Yun gazed at the house before him, a faint smile crept onto his lips, and he shook his head, muttering, So, Lin Junyi wishes to see me? Why go to such lengths to summon me? A simple phone call would suffice. After all, we are considered family now. Yet, the two imposing figures beside him remained silent. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yun saw old Master Lin approach him with a beaming smile. I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Please come inside, he exclaimed warmly. What is it that you require of me? Jiang Yun cast a skeptical glance at old Master Lin, pondering whether he sought to provoke him. Their rapport had never been cordial, far from the realm of friendship, and considering that old Master Lin had nearly orchestrated his downfall, Jiang Yun harbored a lingering resentment, even if he chose to set it aside for the moment. Should old Master Lin exhibit no signs of contrition, a reckoning would undoubtedly ensue, and no more jesting. The master has awaited your arrival inside for quite some time. Old Master Lin insisted, guiding the way to the hall. Before long, they entered the opulent chamber, where Jiang Yun's gaze alighted upon Lin Junyi, who was seated at the head of the table that he was preparing for a journey to Xiangxi. And although his absence would not be prolonged, he felt compelled to eliminate any concealed threats beforehand, ensuring he could depart with a tranquil mind. Yet, his attention remained fixated on the Jiang family, blissfully unaware of the lurking perils posed by the Lin family. Lin Junyi maintained his haughty demeanor, casting a glance at Jiang Yun before coolly remarking, "It appears quite challenging to arrange an audience with you. I had presumed you might have perished on the operating table. You are considerably my senior. If you survived, how could I possibly meet my demise?" Jiang Yun retorted, unfazed by the circumstances, his words cutting as sharp as blades. The man in black standing beside Lin Junyi clenched his teeth in frustration. However, Lin Junyi interjected, speaking once more, still as sharp-tongued as ever. "Yet I find myself increasingly fond of you. Your presence has profoundly altered the dynamics of the capital. Much like a catfish stirring murky waters." Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the table, remaining silent as he awaited Lin Junyi's further remarks that he comprehended that Lin Junyi would not summon him without purpose. After all, who would squander their time on trifling matters? "I trust you are acutely aware of my persistent endeavors to contact Lin Shui," Lin Junyi articulated with forthrightness. "However, I can assure you that she will evade an arranged marriage. Provided you undertake a task for me." "Pray, enlighten me," Jiang Yun responded with an air of nonchalance. "The task I require is rather straightforward. I simply request that you divest yourself of your company and sell it to me." After adjusting his collar, Lin Junyi spoke with an air of defiance. "I never envisioned that you would attempt to seize one of the most critical assets of the Jiang family. I possess a profound interest in the enterprise under your stewardship. The price shall be exceedingly fair. So if you acquiesce, we may deliberate the particulars immediately. Once all is settled, I shall transfer the funds to you without delay." For anyone else, such a proposition might have resulted in an instantaneous conversion of the company into liquid assets. After all, the Yunshui Group resembled a scalding hot potato, with not only the Jiang family, but also various clans vying to possess it in order to fortify their standing. Ultimately, it is one of the Jiang family's principal industries. Whichever family acquires it will undoubtedly enhance their own advantages. "Jiang Yun," Elder Lin remarked with a smile as he sat across from him, "this is an extraordinary opportunity for you. You must grasp it." "I beg your pardon, but I must respectfully decline," Jiang Yun replied without a moment's hesitation. "The Yunshui Group has already cultivated extensive collaborations with the Mo family. Should I sell the group at this juncture, would it not constitute a betrayal to Mo Jun? While I have an affinity for wealth, I firmly believe in acquiring it through honorable means." Observing his countenance, Lin Junyi's lips twitched in annoyance. For many years, no one in the capital had dared to utter a refusal to him, yet Jiang Yun had rebuffed him not once, but twice. "How infuriating! What folly are you espousing, Jiang Yun?" Elder Lin interjected hastily. "This is an extraordinary opportunity. Why can you not recognize its value? Under your stewardship, the Yunshui Group shall not attain substantial growth, should the group falter in the future. You would find yourself impoverished. How then could you secure a contented life for Xiaoxue?" A subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he approached Elder Lin and patted him on the shoulder. "Old man, it appears you have realized your aspiration. You shall finally gain entry to the Lin family ancestral hall after your passing. Shall you not?" Elder Lin's expression turned awkward. This was indeed his lifelong ambition. Yet it sounded rather unappealing when articulated aloud. "Enough of this trifling discourse. My position is unequivocal. The company shall not be sold. Should you wish to create discord for me, Feel free, Jiang Yun shrugged with indifference. Having already offended the Jiang family, did he fear adding the Lin family to that list? Lin Junyi's teeth ground together in frustration. Though he had weathered many storms, he had never felt such rage before. He slammed his palm upon the table and rose defiantly. The last time, you had the Jiang family shielding you, which is why I spared your life. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? This is the capital, the domain of our Lin family. To eliminate you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. In the next moment, the guards of the Lin family swiftly obstructed the entrance. Casting frigid glances at Jiang Yun, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. Observing the situation deteriorate rapidly, Elder Lin hastily approached Jiang Yun and murmured, "Consider this. Why exacerbate matters to such a degree? The family head harbors good intentions. If you engage him with decorum and capitulate the group, perhaps he will permit you to depart unscathed. You could seize the funds and flee with Xiaoshu." Jiang Yun shook his head and smiled. Even at this critical juncture, he exhibited no signs of trepidation, for he possessed a hidden ace. Suddenly, he extracted his phone and addressed it directly. "After such a protracted wait, I trust you have arrived?" Previously, Jiang Yun's seemingly verbose declarations at the entrance of the Lin family were not born of a propensity for loquacity, but rather intended for Dong Taizhan on the other end of the line. Ensuring he was apprised of Jiang Yun's whereabouts. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated as Black Tiger and Dong Taizhan, accompanied by a multitude of security personnel, swiftly arrived and encircled the members of the Lin family. The security firm boasted hundreds of operatives, creating a grand spectacle. The guards of the Lin family had never beheld such a scene before. They hastily retreated, no longer daring to trouble Jiang Yun. Lin Junyi's lips quivered in disbelief. He had never imagined that Jiang Yun possessed such formidable backup. Jiang Yun cast a glance back at Lin Junyi and shook his head, stating, "It appears the matter concerning the company is no longer open for discussion. However, should you dare to lay a finger on Xiaoshu, I shall not hesitate to ensure our mutual annihilation. Each individual has their cherished possessions. Xiaoshu holds immense significance for me, though she may be my Achilles heel. She is also my point of no return." As he spoke, Jiang Yun gestured to his companions, and the group departed from the Lin residence in a grand procession. With a resounding crash, Lin Junyi overturned the table, his chest heaving with rage. His teeth nearly ground to dust as he bellowed, "Where did that scoundrel procure such manpower? He has only just arrived in the capital. Has it not been less than a month? And most of that time was spent in the hospital. Could these be the Mo family's people? That rascal Jun truly treasures Jiang Yun as if he were a gem." Elder Lin quickly rose and approached Lin Junyi, elucidating, "To my knowledge, after Jiang Yun's arrival in the capital, he promptly established a security company. All these individuals hail from that enterprise." "A security company?" Lin Junyi gritted his teeth. "Did you not assert that this boy was incompetent? Yet he operates so seamlessly. You truly have squandered decades of your life. Old man, depart and vacate the Lin family premises at once." The patriarch of the family, Elder Lin, began to voice his objections, but was swiftly subdued by several guards. "Family head, this is not my fault," he protested. Yet his words fell on deaf ears that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and his entourage had already boarded their vehicles, a lengthy procession making its way toward the city center. Jiang Yun cast a sidelong glance at Black Tiger beside him and awkwardly remarked, "You could have simply brought a few individuals. There was no need to orchestrate such an extravagant display. Those unacquainted might assume we are on the verge of a confrontation. In truth, witnessing that spectacle elicited a slight twinge of unease in Jiang Yun." Black Tiger scratched his head and chuckled. "It is crucial to maintain an imposing presence that a larger contingent can serve as a deterrent." Jiang Yun shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, a sense of gratification surged within him as he vividly recalled Lin Junyi's expression, part reluctance, part helplessness, and part fury. Yet, this predicament was entirely of Lin Junyi's own making. Had he not cornered Jiang Yun, the latter would never have severed their relationship so dramatically to be why the way. I heard you intend to venture to Xiangxi. Do you require additional personnel? Black Tiger inquired, steering the conversation in a different direction. There is no need for such trouble that I am going to investigate, not to engage in combat, Jiang Yun replied, giving Black Tiger a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Also, while I am in Xiangxi, I would appreciate it if you could look after Lin Shui for me. Although I have already entrusted this responsibility to Mo Juan, it would be prudent to have you keep an eye on her as well. A dual safeguard will allow me to rest easy. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure the lady is well protected, Black Tiger affirmed. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction, patted Black Tiger on the shoulder once more, and then joined the others in the vehicle. With all matters meticulously arranged, Jiang Yun refrained from dawdling any further. After quickly gathering 2 articles of clothing, he proceeded to the airport. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the capital's airport, the moment he boarded the plane, Jiang Yun felt an unexpected twitch in his right eyelid. Frowning slightly, he murmured to himself, could it be that this journey to Xiangxi will not unfold smoothly? Seated beside him, Dong Taizhan cast a perplexed glance in his direction and promptly inquired, Mr. Jiang, is something amiss? Nothing, Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head, just as he was about to close his eyes to rest. A familiar voice pierced through his thoughts. Big brother. Startled, Jiang Yun slowly opened his eyes to find Jiang Qingying standing before him. A look of confusion etched across his face as he asked, what are you doing here? I heard you were departing, so I came to bid you farewell. Jiang Qingying shrugged with an air of nonchalance and continued, furthermore, I find myself with nothing to occupy my time in the capital, and remaining at home feels suffocating. I might as well venture out and indulge myself to uplift my spirits. However, Jiang Yun wore a demeanor of caution. He placed a reassuring hand on Dong Tieshan's shoulder and remarked, shift your seat. I need to converse with him. Without hesitation, Dong Taizhan swiftly relocated, creating a shadowy distance. Jiang Qingying took the seat beside Jiang Yun, still adorned with a carefree smile. Brother, are you not astonished to see me? It's not merely astonishment. There is also an element of apprehension, Jiang Yun replied in a notably indifferent tone. Now, enlighten me. How did you come to uncover my itinerary? This abrupt departure from the capital was executed in haste. And apart from Mo Juan, Lin Shui, and a select few, no one else was privy to my whereabouts. Most importantly, all those surrounding me are utterly trustworthy, the sudden manifestation of Jiang Qingying here insinuated. Has the Jiang family been surveilling me all along? Jiang Qingying bit his lip, casting his gaze downward in silence. If you regard me as your elder brother, then do not withhold anything from me, Jiang Yun stated coldly. I had previously confided in Lin Shui that you alone in the capital provide me with a semblance of solace. However, should you persist in concealing matters from me, my heart shall truly fracture, brother. Jiang Qingying knitted his brows. The Jiang family has indeed been monitoring you. Yet rest assured, they shall not engage in any outrageous actions. The elder merely wishes to ascertain your intentions. Consider it from another perspective. I am the one accompanying you now, which is somewhat advantageous for you. At the very least, I shall not betray you. Jiang Yun scoffed softly, a frigid smirk gracing his lips as he retorted. Are you preparing to be a double agent? Certainly not. Jiang Qingying swiftly elucidated. All I need to do is furnish a succinct explanation to the elder, indicating that you are merely embarking on a journey for relaxation. He will harbor no suspicions, particularly given that you possess no kin in Xiangxi. Jiang Yun remained reticent. It was evident that Jiang Qingying was far more complex than he appeared. He found it impossible to extract any pertinent information from him. A sense of anxiety infiltrated Jiang Yun's thoughts. If he were to be subjected to continual surveillance by the Jiang family, Shi Yu's predicament would become perilous. Had she not infiltrated the Jiang family, it would have been manageable. However, once she established contact, she would be venturing into a lair of peril. The Jiang family would undoubtedly not permit her an easy escape. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to dispatch a text message to Shi Yu, he realized the plane had ascended, and his phone had lost its signal. The journey unfolded in silence. After several hours, Jiang Yun and his companions safely alighted at Xiangxi Airport. Upon disembarking, Jiang Yun hurriedly guided Dong Taizhan towards the restroom, with Jiang Qingying closely trailing behind them. I need to refresh myself. You two wait here. Jiang Yun cast a glance at Jiang Qingying and impatiently remarked. Very well, Jiang Qingying readily acquiesced, once inside the restroom. Jiang Yun swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Shiyu's number. Just arrived in Xiangxi and eager to assure your safety. Does your wife possess knowledge of this? Shiyu playfully inquired over the phone. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and replied, Please forego the pleasantries. The Jiang family has uncovered my movements. They may not yet be aware of my intentions for coming to Xiangxi, but I am certain that I am under constant scrutiny. Abandon all your current pursuits immediately. You must refrain from any contact with the Jiang family, nor should you infiltrate their ranks. After a brief pause, Shiyu resolutely responded, Do not fret. I am adept in this arena and shall not allow them to gain any leverage over me. Concentrate on your affairs. I am fully aware of what I am doing. Before Jiang Yun could elaborate further, the call was abruptly severed. Jiang Yun clenched his fists and muttered, Why must she be so obstinate? Beside him, Dong Taizhan swiftly inquired, Mr. Jiang, is there a problem? Nothing, Jiang Yun instinctively replied, casting a glance towards the restroom door before drawing Dong Taizhan closer and lowering his voice. Do you possess any means to assist us in evading them? That is rather straightforward, Dong Taizhan asserted with unwavering confidence. Prior to embarking on a career as a professional bodyguard, I served as a detective and acquired certain adeptness in counter-surveillance. You may rest assured. I shall aid you in eluding them as we depart the airport. Jiang Yun patted his shoulder and affirmed, I shall depend on you. In the past, he had indeed perceived Jiang Qingying as a comrade. Nevertheless, despite Jiang Qingying's reassurances aboard the aircraft, Jiang Yun remained somewhat apprehensive. To ensure that this journey remained free from unforeseen complications, he first needed to disentangle himself from Jiang Qingying and the others. In an instant, the two emerged from the restroom. Jiang Qingying approached them with a smile. Brother, I have arranged accommodations. A representative will be here to collect us once we exit the airport. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Jiang Yun replied coolly, I have an acquaintance to meet, so simply provide me with the room key. I shall make my way there later. Jiang Qingying wished to elaborate further, but upon witnessing Jiang Yun's resolute demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Chapter 150. Old photographs before long. The four dispersed at the airport. However, as Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan made their way toward the city, Dong Taizhan remarked, A vehicle is tailing us. It must be Jiang Qingying and the others. Without glancing back, Jiang Yun nodded. It was apparent that Jiang Qingying would not relent easily. Yet the more he pursued, the more resolute Jiang Yun became. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally declared, Let us proceed to the hotel we reserved and ascertain if there is a rear exit that should enable us to elude them. Naturally, Dong Taizhan shared the same inclination. The airport was expansive, and with so few vehicles in sight, evading their pursuers would not prove to be an effortless endeavor. In no time, they arrived at the hotel. Pulling their luggage, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan hastened toward the back exit. Moving with the stealth of thieves behind them, Jiang Qingying and his companions arrived shortly thereafter. Yet upon surveying the vicinity, they could not discern Jiang Yun's presence. Blast it, we've lost them. Jiang Qingying clenched his fists and cast a glance at the shadow beside him before urgently stating, It appears Big Brother has realized we are in pursuit. The shadow nodded in agreement. What course of action shall we take next? Before Jiang Qingying could respond, his phone rang. Soon, the voice of the elderly patriarch from the Jiang family resonated through the receiver. Raspy and stern. You should have reached Xiangxi by now, Jiang Qingying promptly affirmed. Indeed. Has he grown suspicious of you? The old man inquired directly. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Qingying gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, and he has already succeeded in eluding us. A momentary silence enveloped the call before the old man erupted in fury. You worthless fool! After all these years I have nurtured you. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. What purpose do you serve? Allow me to clarify. Should you fail to discern Jiang Yun's intentions and comprehend the reasons behind his journey to Xiangxi, do not hold me accountable for any perceived harshness. Before Jiang Qingying could utter a response, the call was abruptly severed. The shadow cast a glance in his direction and then posed the question, what course of action shall we pursue next? The Jiang family has persistently exerted pressure. If this situation is not managed with care, Jiang Qingying and his companion shall also face adversity. However, Jiang Qingying gradually extracted his phone and launched a particular application, revealing a map before them, adorned with two markers, one crimson and one azure. Have you affixed tracking devices to them? The shadow inquired, a faint frown creasing his brow. What alternative do I possess? Jiang Qingying's countenance darkened as he offered a self-deprecating smile and shook his head, stating, the old man has taken my parents hostage. While he may refrain from causing harm to my father, what fate awaits my mother? Should I fail to acquiesce to his demands, he might very well terminate her life, or render her incapacitated. As he spoke, Jiang Qingying's voice quivered with emotion. As the scion of the Jiang family, he garnered boundless respect wherever he ventured, yet few comprehended the inner torment he endured. Existing within such a prominent lineage, he was but a pawn in the machinations of others. Then why did you not disclose the tracking to the old man? The shadow queried. There exists no necessity to reveal such details to him. I merely require his assistance in attaining my objectives, Jiang Qingying replied with nonchalance. Furthermore, I remain undecided on whether to betray my elder brother. As their discourse unfolded, they proceeded towards the hotel exit. The crimson marker on the tracking system indicated their present location, while the azure marker denoted Jiang Yun's position. In truth, during their flight, Jiang Qingying had surreptitiously placed a diminutive, precise tracking device in Jiang Yun's pants pocket. Over the years, although Jiang Qingying had been perceived as a wayward youth, his intellect was undeniably exceptional. Yet he consistently feigned ignorance, adopting a foolish facade to navigate life with greater ease, for such a guise permitted others to lower their guard around him. After all, existing within a large family is no trifling matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion found themselves seated in a tea house. Dong Taizhan paced restlessly by the window, casting glances outside before expressing his concern. Mr. Jiang, is the individual you sought trustworthy? The agreed-upon time has elapsed, yet he has not yet arrived. Jiang Yun's fingers lightly drummed upon the table, anxiety gnawing at his composure. He was not intimately acquainted with this individual. Having been introduced solely through Mo Juin, they had exchanged but a phone call and never met in person. Just then, footsteps resonated from outside. A middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat and donning a flat cap entered, promptly securing the door behind him. He approached Jiang Yun and inquired, "Are you Mr. Jiang?" "I am," Jiang Yun replied with a cool demeanor. Dong Taizhan instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Yun, his expression cautious as he scrutinized the man. "There is no need to be so tense," the middle-aged man remarked, producing a business card from his pocket and presenting it to Jiang Yun. "I am an old acquaintance of Mo Juin. He has apprised me of your objectives. Over the past few days, I have been diligently researching information concerning your mother and have finally made some headway." As he spoke, the man retrieved a stack of documents from his coat and placed them before Jiang Yun. "Peruse these," he urged. Jiang Yun remained silent, his hands trembling as he opened the stack of papers. After years shrouded in secrecy, was the truth finally poised to be revealed? Would the enigma surrounding his parents' fates finally reach a resolution? He gradually extracted the documents, the first thing to capture his attention being a series of photographs. They were in black and white, slightly blurred by the passage of time, yet he could still discern the outline of a woman within. "Is this my mother?" "Indeed," the middle-aged gentleman nodded. "Given that you departed from home at such a tender age, this is all I could ascertain. Your mother has been missing for many years, her fate shrouded in uncertainty. Thus there is no need for you to be unduly concerned." Jiang Yin offered a wry smile, briefly scanning the materials before fixating on a singular name, Chen Jioga. The remainder of the information held little significance. Long ago, his parents had entrusted him to Jiang Tingfei, asserting they had been left with no alternatives. Therefore, there is no necessity to offer me solace. My parents are likely in dire circumstances, although the current era is one of tranquility. Numerous hidden secrets linger within illustrious families. Questions persisted, such as the reason for his parents' presence in Ningxing. These remain profound mysteries. You needn't be so despondent, the middle-aged man remarked, taking a sip of tea before continuing. I have employed my connections to further investigate your parents' whereabouts that as long as there is no confirmation of their demise, hope endures. Perhaps they have concealed themselves for particular reasons, but as long as they draw breath, there will be traces to pursue. Jiang Yun nodded, casting a grateful glance at the middle-aged man before producing a bank card from his pocket and sliding it across the table. Consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts. I implore you to keep a vigilant eye on my parents' situation. Should any information surface, please contact me immediately. That I am immensely grateful. The middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile. That I no need for that. Mo Juin has already compensated me. Rest assured, even without your payment, my association with him will compel me to assist you in resolving this matter expeditiously. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan took their leave. The middle-aged man lingered in the room for a few moments, ensuring that Jiang Yun and his companion had descended the stairs before departing in a different direction. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jiang Qingying held a glass teacup, pressing his ear against the backrest, the rim of the cup directed toward the wall that they've departed. He muttered. Moments earlier, he had been clandestinely eavesdropping on the conversation next door. The shadow, arms crossed, glanced down the staircase before casually suggesting, "Shall I assist you in eliminating that individual?" "What purpose would that serve?" Jiang Qingying retorted, casting aside the glass and settling into a chair. Jiang Yun has already sought the aid of a private investigator. Even if we were to eliminate this one, it would merely heighten his suspicions, prompting him to seek another investigator. Are we to eradicate every private investigator in existence? The shadow enveloped the scene in silence. Jiang Qing lightly drummed his fingers upon the table before continuing. Yet on a brighter note, we have now attained clarity concerning their intentions. They merely wish to investigate matters pertaining to his parents. He hesitated, pondering whether to inform the old man of this development. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Qing found himself ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Though it seemed a straightforward decision, disclosing the truth to the old man could plunge his relationship with Jiang Yun into an icy abyss, potentially irreparably fracturing their brotherly bond. How could he possibly reconcile himself to such a path? One thing, however, was unequivocal. He no longer needed to shadow Jiang Yun. Just as Jiang Qingying grappled with his dilemma, Jiang Yun and his companion returned to the hotel. After stowing away their luggage, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and opened the map, following the address provided by the middle-aged man, Chun Family Village. Since we have arrived here, why not pay a visit to my mother's hometown? Perhaps we might unearth some vestiges of her life, that if it weren't for the photograph bestowed upon him by the middle-aged man, he would remain oblivious to what his mother resembled. Dong Taizhan interjected, "Wherever you choose to go, I shall accompany you." "Very well," Jiang Yun replied, nodding as he led the way toward the exit. Soon, they arrived at the bus station. As Jiang Yun sought a bus to Chun Family Village, a youthful man, scarcely of age, inadvertently collided with him. Before Jiang Yun could react, the young man quickly apologized. "I am so sorry, I was lost in thought." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, preparing to depart, when he noticed Dong Taizhan had seized the young man's arm, coldly demanding, "Show me what you possess." Jiang Yun turned back, confusion etched upon his features. The young man furrowed his brow slightly. "What are you doing?" "I accidentally bumped into you. Yet I have already expressed my apologies, have I not? Are you still contemplating violence?" A sardonic smile crept upon Dong Tieshan's lips as he deftly seized the young man's arm and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Jiang Yun hurriedly stepped forward, noting the growing throng of onlookers, and furrowed his brow, declaring, "What are you doing? Release him at once." The gathering crowd began to murmur among themselves. After all, the young man had merely bumped into him and had already apologized. Why persist in this incessant quarrel? Indeed, the youth of today are truly vexing. Is a mere incident worthy of such a confrontation? Quickly summon the staff, lest blood be shed. Dong Taizhan, however, paid no mind to their words and coldly remarked, Mr. Jiang, do take a look at what you have lost. Jiang Yun was taken aback, swiftly rummaging through his pockets, only to unearth a diminutive black machine component no larger than a fingernail. It was certainly not his. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he witnessed Dong Taizhan retrieving a wallet from the young man's pocket. Isn't this not mine? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and inquired. Dong Taizhan nodded, elucidating that he had discreetly pilfered the wallet during the collision. Asserting that such a trivial ruse could hardly escape his astute observation, this revelation, the young man fell silent, while the onlookers began to comprehend the true nature of the scene. It was a case of apprehending a thief. Sir, I was wrong. I truly do not know how this wallet ended up in my pocket. Chapter 152, A Call for Justice. Regrettably, such words bore no credibility. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun chose not to linger on the matter. His thoughts consumed by the enigmatic machine component, he gestured dismissively to Dong Taizhan, stating, there is no need to waste words on such a person. Simply escort him to the police station. The young man's visage paled with trepidation. Sir, please spare me. This is truly my first offense. Dong Taizhan raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the young man, pointing a finger at his nose and coldly declaring, with such skill, how could this possibly be your first time? Spare me your futile prattle and move. As Dong Taizhan escorted the young man away, the crowd gradually dispersed, succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun stepped aside, meticulously examining the black machine component. Muttering to himself, what on earth is this? The machinery appeared exceedingly intricate, yet Jiang Yun could not fathom its purpose. Before long, Dong Taizhan returned, his eyes widening in astonishment as he approached Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, are you intending to follow someone? Follow? Jiang Yun was momentarily perplexed that if I am not mistaken, this appears to be the most advanced tracking software. I once glimpsed such a product online. It is said to encompass a global map, capable of accurately tracking anyone you desire. Dong Taizhan hastily clarified, being a professional bodyguard well-versed in such matters. Jiang Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly discarded the item onto the ground and stomped it into fragments. His mind raced with thoughts regarding the machine component, yet he remained baffled as to how it had found its way into his pocket. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, his expression darkening considerably. That I understand now. It was Zhang Qingying. During their time aboard the aircraft, he had purposefully situated himself beside me, and at that moment, I was oblivious to his ulterior motives. That it appears he sought an opportunity to discreetly place this object in my pocket. Moreover, considering the Jiang family's considerable wealth and resources, procuring a tracker would pose no significant challenge. Could it be? Jiang Yun clenched his fists tightly, continuing, does he already possess knowledge of our rendezvous with a private investigator? That seems improbable, Dong Taizhan replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Even if he is aware of our meeting, he likely lacks understanding of our true intentions. Therefore, Mr. Jiang, there is no need for excessive worry. Let us continue on our journey. A lingering sense of unease enveloped Jiang Yun. Just prior to boarding the plane, his right eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably. Although he was not superstitious, he harbored a profound aversion to such phenomena. An old adage states, left eye twitches for fortune, right eye for disaster, and the mere contemplation of it darkened his expression. Before long, Dong Taizhan had procured tickets and boarded the vehicle alongside Jiang Yun. In the blink of an eye, they were en route to Qinjiakin. The rugged mountain roads rendered the journey quite jarring, and as they navigated through the remote village, they arrived just as dusk began to settle. Jiang Yun beheld the tranquil little village before him, crossing his arms and smiling as he remarked, I never anticipated my mother's place of residence to be so exquisite. It is genuinely a paradise. He mused that when he and Lin Shui reached old age, they might well choose to reside here for a serene retirement. Dong Taizhan chuckled softly, shaking his head. You and your wife are not yet 30. Why are you already pondering retirement? Life can be exceedingly exhausting. One must indulge in thoughts of leisure from time to time, Jiang Yun replied with a smile, leading the way into Qinjiakan upon entering the village. He casually approached a local, inquiring, Do you know Qinjiuga? A rather futile question, indeed. Although his approach seemed somewhat awkward, it was the only means at his disposal. The villager regarded Jiang Yun with suspicion for a moment before frowning and responding. Who are you? I am the child of Qinjiuga, here to learn about the place where my mother once resided, Jiang Yun explained candidly. The next instant, the villager's expression soured considerably, and he shouted into the village. Everyone, come out quickly. Qinjiuga's son has come to visit. Jiang Yun scratched his head, pondering aloud, Are my mother and I truly so well known? Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan frowned slightly and leaned closer to Jiang Yun, whispering, Mr. Jiang, do you not perceive something amiss? Before Jiang Yun could respond, a throng of villagers emerged from their homes, brandishing sticks. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What is transpiring? He felt as though he had transformed into a mouse fleeing from a cat. What are you standing around for? Run! Dong Taizhan grasped Jiang Yun's arm and guided him out of the village, while a villager shouted from behind, Halt! Do not flee! You little scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? You must not be permitted to escape. Beat him to a pulp. Qinjiuga is a disgrace. Not only has she brought shame upon herself, but now she has allowed a wretch to come knocking. Suddenly, Jiang Yun came to a halt, his expression darkening considerably. These villagers could hurl insults at him, but they must never speak ill of his mother. Dong Taizhan furrowed his brow and urged, Mr. Jiang, they are numerous and aggressive. Let us avoid a direct confrontation. There must be some misunderstanding here. We can investigate further and return later. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun decided to heed Dong Tieshan's counsel. However, the rural path was fraught with peril, and after running for some distance, they realized the villagers were still in hot pursuit. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the underbrush, waving her hands and urgently calling out, Hurry! Follow me! Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan exchanged glances, and without a second thought, they swiftly followed the girl into the thicket. Under her guidance, they soon eluded their pursuers. The three of them settled beneath an ancient banyan tree, and Jiang Yun finally turned his attention to the girl, inquiring, Why did you come to our aid? Chapter 153. Cousin, led me from this abyss because you are my cousin. Of course I must assist you. The girl replied with a smile. Jiang Yun was taken aback. This was his first visit to Qinjiakan, and he unexpectedly discovered he had a cousin he had never known. You know who I am? He asked in confusion. Your mother is Qinjiuga, which makes her my aunt. Thus you are my cousin. The girl blinked her large eyes at Jiang Yun, then continued, But to be honest, you are quite handsome. It seems my aunt was also a beauty. Jiang Yun merely smiled, still harboring a degree of wariness towards the girl before him. After discreetly glancing at the situation outside the thicket and noticing that the villagers had ceased their pursuit, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently plopping down onto the ground, he then inquired, What is your name? Chun Pingping, the girl replied with a smile. Jiang Yun nodded and further queried, Why were the villagers chasing me? I do not believe I have done anything to offend your village. Have I? In truth, Jiang Yun found himself in a state of perplexity. While residing in the capital, the Jiang family had fervently sought his downfall. Now, upon his arrival at Qin's village to reconnect with his heritage, the circumstances remained unchanged. It felt as though he had ingested a bitter draught, and his heart was heavy with sorrow. Although he bore no fault towards them, his aunt had transgressed a significant taboo within the village, rendering him merely a bastard child in their eyes. Naturally, they regarded him with contempt. Chen Pingping elaborated. Yet I possess a method that could mend your relationship with them. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Was this a celestial angel gracing him with her presence? Not only had she aided him in Dong Tai's Han in evading peril, but now she was extending an offer to facilitate his reconciliation with the villagers. Yet, how could such serendipity possibly exist? In the next moment, Chen Pingping extended her hand and stated directly, "But you must provide some form of compensation, mustn't you? Surely, you wouldn't expect me to labor without reward this revelation." Zhang Yun swiftly grasped her intentions. It appeared that Chen Pingping had her sights set on the wealth within his pocket. However, this was not entirely objectionable, as Zhang Yun felt a sense of reassurance. Matters that could be resolved with money were certainly not insurmountable challenges. Soon, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it directly to Chen Pingping, declaring, "This card holds 100,000 yuan that I do not seek your assistance in reconciling with the villagers. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of my mother's homeland. However, once you accept the money, you must answer one question. What transgression did my mother commit that incited such disdain from the villagers?" Chen Pingping, unexpectedly candid, accepted the bank card and then, with a smile, remarked, "Though I may be youthful, I possess a considerable familiarity with the affairs of the village. Most of the inhabitants in Chen's village are my relatives. Thus they are also my elders. That it is said that years ago, there was widespread opposition to my aunt's association with the Zhang family, yet she disregarded their entreaties and even eloped. Consequently, they have never absolved her. Upon learning of her expulsion from the Zhang family, their disdain for her only intensified, perceiving her actions as a source of shame for the village. And since you are the offspring of that very aunt, it is only natural that you would find yourself in their disfavor. This revelation. A deeper understanding dawned upon Zhang Yun, yet his heart was filled with a bittersweet sensation. After all, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his father's departure from the Zhang family. But it was evident that the Zhang family had always held his father in contempt. Now his mother found herself ensnared in a similar plight, suggesting that their union had never garnered support from either side, thereby highlighting the considerable hardships they must have endured. Nevertheless, Zhang Yun recalled the words of Jiang Tingfei, who had once mentioned that his father had bestowed upon him a sum of money, which was deemed his support. However, if his parents had indeed been repudiated by both families, from whence could his father have procured such funds? Suddenly, Zhang Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze once more settling upon Chen Pingping. "I recall you stating that my mother was later expelled by the Zhang family. Is that veracity?" "Indeed," Chen Pingping affirmed, her demeanor surprisingly mature despite her youth. She crossed her arms and smiled as she added, "It is precisely for this reason that the villagers have ridiculed my aunt, as for the rationale behind her expulsion, that remains shrouded in mystery. You are your aunt's progeny, thus you must also bear the Jiang surname. Correct? If so, why not simply return home to inquire about it?" A self-deprecating smile curled upon Zhang Yun's lips as he responded, "Indeed, I carry the Jiang surname, yet my Jiang is not synonymous with that of the Jiang family. Furthermore, I have long severed my ties with them, reaching a point of irreconcilable differences. What confounded Zhang Yun were the secrets that the venerable Master Jiang and the family concealed from him. What tribulations had his parents endured prior to his birth? And what had ultimately transpired with them? Were they alive or deceased? Where might they be now? A swell of questions surged through his mind, provoking a throbbing ache in his head. Chen Pingping gently patted his shoulder and then wrapped her arm around his, smiling as she said, "Cousin, I presume you shall not tarry in Chen's village for long. Will you? I have a modest request, and I wonder if you might acquiesce." Zhang Yun, lost in contemplation, replied, "Please, do tell me. When you return, might you take me with you? I too yearn to embark on a journey to the capital." Chen Pingping declared, her visage alight with longing. "Since I withdrew from my studies, I have been laboring alongside my parents, harvesting potatoes at home day in and day out, and this existence has grown rather monotonous. You see, at my tender age, it is simply inconceivable for me to devote all my time exclusively to potatoes. Is it not?" Zhang Yun could not suppress a chuckle at her expression. Are you truly toiling away in the fields for 24 hours a day? Not exactly. Chun Pingping sighed, then continued. Each day, I am also tasked with feeding the pigs, and on Saturdays, I occasionally have the opportunity to visit the market. That encapsulates my daily routine. Cousin, I beseech you to persuade my parents to permit me to accompany you. After appraising her closely, Zhang Yun finally inquired, How old are you? I. Chun Pingping scratched her head and smiled. I am 18. Chapter 154. Turning against one another really. 18. Observing Chun Pingping's reticent demeanor, Zhang Yun began to harbor doubts. Just a little longer, and I shall reach adulthood. Chun Pingping continued to scratch her head, offering a sheepish grin. However, Zhang Yun remained silent in response to her words. Bringing Chun Pingping along would only lead to complications for him. She evidently did not strike him as an easygoing individual. At an age when she ought to be pursuing her studies, she was already laboring at home in the fields, which certainly spoke to underlying reasons. Cousin, please, Chun Pingping implored, clinging to Zhang Yun's arm and shaking it. She recalled how the heroines in idol dramas often employed similar tactics. Compelling the male leads to acquiesce to their desires. Regrettably, Zhang Yun was impervious to such antics. He waved his hand dismissively and stated plainly, If you wish to visit the capital for leisure, you are always welcome. But if you desire to remain by my side, I fear I cannot accommodate that. You. Chun Pingping abruptly rose to her feet, stamping her foot in indignation. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, Are you truly this heartless? This is not a matter of callousness. It pertains to my obligations towards you. Zhang Yun replied, also rising to his feet, patting her shoulder as he spoke. You are far too young for such matters. Stay with your parents and mature under their guidance. When you genuinely wish to venture to the capital in the future, I shall welcome you with open arms. However, there is one stipulation. You must be of legal age to at this. Chun Pingping's expression darkened considerably in the next moment. She shouted loudly, Everyone, come here, my cousin is here. Her piercing voice resonated through the mountains and forests, imbued with a remarkable penetrating power. Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock. Was she truly betraying him without hesitation? What a mischievous little rascal. Before long, numerous villagers had fixed their gaze upon them and were hastening towards Zhang Yun and the others. Dong Taizan swiftly seized Zhang Yun's arm and urged, Mr. Jiang, why do you linger here? We must make our escape. In destitute regions, mischief makers surfaced. Now that their discord with the villagers had come to light, who could fathom what actions these villagers might take if they were to capture them? Zhang Yun dared not linger. He extricated himself from Chun Pingping's grasp and swiftly trailed Dong Taizan as they hastened away. Meanwhile, Chun Pingping continued to cry out, Everyone hurry! My cousin is attempting to flee. Cursing inwardly, Zhang Yun muttered expletives but did not pause for an instant. Regret engulfed him. Why had he bestowed upon her 100,000 yuan? Fortunately, Dong Taizan was in commendable physical shape and managed to elude the pursuing villagers after taking a wide detour. Once Zhang Yun discerned that no one was in pursuit, he collapsed onto the roadside, exclaiming, This is utterly exasperating. My cousin is clearly the sort to betray someone. The next time I encounter her, I must impart a lesson. Would there indeed be another occasion? A chill crept up Dong Tieshan's spine. Mr. Jiang, I implore you to cease your jest. This is evidently not a familial visit. It resembles more a sentence of doom. Zhang Yun wore a look of mortification, for he had not anticipated such a turn of events. That it is often said that a maternal uncle holds significant importance. Yet now, upon his arrival at his mother's homeland, he was met with the imminent threat of violence. With the situation thoroughly examined and the sentiments of the Chun family village laid bare, there was no reason to linger, especially with Zhang Qingyin observing them like a hawk. Should he discover that you are still inquiring into matters concerning your parents, the Zhang family could very well pose a threat. Dong Taizan interjected hastily, acutely aware of their rather awkward predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yun slowly raised his hand and tapped his temple a few times. Are we truly going to depart in this manner? To be candid, Jiang Yun longed to enter the village and reconnect with memories of his mother. "Mr. Jiang, let us expedite our ticket purchase and not squander any more time here." Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, wrestling with profound inner turmoil. "Let us return to the hotel first." Dong Taizan nodded, as long as they were not retracing their steps to the village. All was negotiable that I in the blink of an eye. The two had hailed a taxi, directing it straight to the city center. However, Jiang Yun did not immediately return to the hotel. Instead, he sought out a bank and entered its doors. Dong Taizan, closely following, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Jiang, do you intend to withdraw funds? When embarking on a journey, it is prudent to refrain from carrying excessive amounts of cash, lest one falls prey to pickpockets." They had already encountered a thief at the station, and had it not been for Dong Tieshan's swift reflexes, Jiang Yun's wallet might have been purloined, although money was not of paramount significance. The wallet contained a plethora of vital documents, and the loss of such items would indeed pose considerable inconvenience. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun shook his head and declared with resolve, "I intend to report my bank card as lost. Has Chen Pingping provided us with any pertinent information? Why should I bestow upon her such a substantial sum?" 100,000 yuan was but a trifling amount to Jiang Yun. He scarcely regarded it. However, Chen Pingping's disheartening demeanor had prompted him to reconsider. Dong Taizan cast an admiring glance at Jiang Yun, astonished to witness Mr. Zhang's unwavering stance. Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at him, questioning whether this was intended as a compliment. Meanwhile, in Chun family village, the villagers were making their way homeward. Chen Pingping fiddled with the bank card in her grasp, though she had failed to persuade Jiang Yun to extricate her from her predicament. This 100,000 yuan would undoubtedly enhance her home life. "Pingping, whence did you acquire this bank card? Did you pilfer it from your parents?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man standing nearby scrutinized Chen Pingping with skepticism. "Steal?" Chen Pingping, arms crossed, retorted with pride. "My family possesses only a few thousand yuan in savings. Did you have any inkling of the sum contained within this card?" The crowd exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. "It cannot possibly amount to tens of thousands, can it?" One individual jested. "Indeed." Chen Pingping nodded vigorously. "The sum in this bank card is not merely tens of thousands. It is 100,000. Chapter 155. Cousin is a wealthy man. 100,000? You must be jesting." The first speaker guffawed heartily. To my knowledge, only the village chief could possibly amass such savings. Not only are you incapable of producing such a sum, but I doubt your parents have ever laid eyes on it either. Chun Pingping scowled, for nothing irked her more than being belittled. Her lackluster academic performance had often led to her exclusion from peers and educators, which was the primary reason for her premature departure from school. "What do you know? My family may indeed be financially constrained, but this sum was bestowed upon me entirely by my cousin, that he inquired after my aunt and generously gifted me 100,000. Moreover, her cousin undeniably appeared prosperous. Had he been willing to escort her to the capital, she would not have resorted to betraying him." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged furtive glances, their smiles gradually dissipating. A middle-aged gentleman stepped forward and proclaimed, "I shall ascertain whether there are any funds available on that bank card." Without hesitation, Chen Pingping confidently bestowed the bank card upon the man. The onlookers encircled him, keenly anticipating the unfolding events. Moments later, they observed as the man deftly manipulated the device, and soon every eye widened in astonishment that there truly money within. Someone gasped. The bank card indeed contained a sum of 100,000 yuan. The expressions of the crowd morphed into envy in that instant. Chen Pingping was the first to reach out and reclaim the bank card, exclaiming, "This is all my money." Little did she realize that Jiang Yun was at the bank reporting the card as lost. And within mere minutes, it would be rendered entirely invalid. The funds were merely a digit on a screen. Who could have anticipated that this individual was so affluent? He casually dispenses 6 figures. "That exceeds our entire year's earnings from farming," a villager remarked. The crowd nodded in concurrence. Chen Pingping, however, paid them no heed. The villagers' lives bore no significance for her, as long as she possessed money in her grasp. That sufficed that I in the next moment a villager observed. Had we known this sooner, we ought to have fostered a better rapport with him instead of confronting him. After all, by blood, he remains my nephew, and the past transgressions were unrelated to him. It was entirely Chun Jiogong's fault. Where there is milk, there is a mother. Where there is money, there is a father. The crowd echoed this sentiment, their attitudes shifting 180 degrees. Another voice emerged. The road leading to our village has perpetually remained neglected. When it rains, vehicles become ensnared in the mire. Those in power turn a blind eye to our plight. We must devise a solution ourselves. Now that this young man has unexpectedly returned to assert kinship, this could be our providential opportunity. Why not seek out Jiang Yun and implore him to assist us in repairing the road and renovating our homes? What do you all think? The crowd nodded in agreement. The prospect of someone offering to rebuild their homes and mend the road was an opportunity not to be overlooked. However, how were they to locate this young man? Suddenly, a young man within the crowd exclaimed, "If we approach in a large group, we will surely frighten him away." The village chief, having overheard the discussion, approached from a distance. He then proposed, "Let us send a few representatives to engage with him." Everyone nodded in affirmation. Chen Pingping, standing nearby, was the first to step forward. She patted her chest and declared, "Grandpa Village Chief, count me in. My bond with my cousin is the strongest, and you all witnessed that he bestowed money upon me. Did you not? Therefore, if I accompany them, we shall undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort." The village chief nodded and responded, "Very well. Then it is entrusted to you," as the villagers of Chen family village embarked on their journey. Jiang Yun had already exited the bank, that he had meticulously completed all requisite procedures, and the bank card had been reported lost. Henceforth, it was rendered entirely inoperative, and Chen Pingping would be unable to withdraw even a single cent from it. The moment he stepped out of the bank, Jiang Yun stretched languidly, then cast a glance at Dong Taizhan beside him and remarked with a smile, "After a day filled with activity, let us find a place to partake in a meal before returning for a restful night's slumber. I have resolved that we shall set forth early tomorrow morning to return to the capital. After all, I have been separated from Lin Shui for nearly 24 hours, and I find myself truly longing for her presence." Dong Taizhan chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that Jiang Yun was indeed quite the indulgent soul. Chapter 156. The pinnacle of etiquette. Before long, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan discovered a nearby restaurant and swiftly indulged in a meal. A mere half-hour later, they proceeded to the Starlight Hotel. Having spent most of the day in incessant activity, Jiang Yun felt the beginnings of fatigue in his calves. Were he not already married, he might have wished to indulge himself at a nightclub. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Starlight Hotel, Chen Pingping was engaged in a negotiation with the receptionist. "How could you not even be aware of your cousin's name?" A few minutes prior, Chen Pingping had ushered the group to the hotel, yet they had overlooked a pivotal detail. They were entirely ignorant of Jiang Yun's room number and identifying information. Now, regardless of how they described Jiang Yun's appearance, the receptionist remained unresponsive. In my haste, I neglected to inquire about my cousin's name. Chen Pingping lamented while running her fingers through her hair, frowning as she continued, "Shall we simply wait here to see if he appears?" "Wait." As soon as she uttered those words, Chen Pingping's eyes sparkled with recognition. She spotted two individuals standing by the elevator and hurriedly rushed towards them. "Cousin!" Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan, who were awaiting the elevator, turned around. Upon seeing Chen Pingping and the gathering of villagers from Chun family village behind her, Jiang Yun instinctively stepped behind Dong Taizhan, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "What do you mean? Are you intending to pursue me?" A middle-aged woman in the crowd swiftly grasped Jiang Yun's arm and exclaimed, "Nephew, I am your aunt at last. I have the pleasure of meeting you. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I shall sever their hand." Jiang Yun was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. He had perceived the men from Chen family village as formidable, yet he had never anticipated that the rural women could be so fearsome. With a mere disagreement, she was prepared to resort to violence. However, what confounded Jiang Yun was the apparent goodwill the crowd seemed to harbor towards him. "You are not intending to cause me trouble, are you?" Jiang Yun inquired tentatively. "How could your aunt ever bring you trouble?" The middle-aged woman drew Jiang Yun closer, adding, "Previously, although the villagers hurled threats your way, it was merely a misunderstanding. Residents from the neighboring village frequently infiltrate our Chun family village to pilfer chickens and ducks, leading us to mistakenly perceive you as a swindler, which accounts for our harsh treatment." Jiang Yun inwardly scoffed. Did they truly believe he was but a child of 3? Chen Pingping had already elucidated the situation to him, and even a simpleton could grasp the reality of it. "Nephew, shall we retire to your room for a more earnest discussion?" The others nodded in consensus. Jiang Yun regarded them with bemusement, hesitating momentarily before directly inquiring, "What precisely do you intend to do?" "There is no need for euphemisms. Well," the middle-aged woman rubbed her hands together, casting glances at the others before summoning the courage to say, "Nephew, you must possess considerable wealth, correct?" "I have no money," Jiang Yun replied with bluntness. "How can that be? Did you not bestow 100,000 upon Chen Pingping?" The woman smiled, continuing, "Please cease this charade of poverty. While we may all be destitute, we have no intention of draining you dry. We merely—" She faltered again, and a man standing nearby, evidently growing impatient, interjected, "Let us speak plainly, that we have come to solicit your investment in the village. You have observed the road leading into the village. It is riddled with potholes and nearly impassable during rainfall, that we hope you might sponsor the repairs for the road and perhaps assist in renovating our homes." Jiang Yun could not suppress a smile. It was no wonder these individuals had suddenly altered their demeanor towards him. They were here to exploit him. Nevertheless, he refrained from outright rejection. After lightly tapping his temple with his fingers, he stated candidly, "This matter is open to negotiation, but I require comprehensive information about my mother. Moreover, if anyone can furnish me with a photograph of her, I am prepared to offer 10,000 for each image." Jiang Yun aimed to reconstruct his memories of his mother. As for the monetary aspect, it held little significance for him. The middle-aged woman beside him clenched her fists in exhilaration. While she may not have been entirely forthright with Jiang Yun, one truth remained. A blood connection indeed existed between them. She possessed several photographs of Chun Jiogo at home, and should each fetch 10,000, she could effortlessly ascend to millionaire status. What they failed to comprehend was that Jiang Yun was no fool with finances. He merely sought to mend his rapport with the villagers of Chun Family Village, despite being acutely aware of their profit-driven motives. However, given their plight, how could he justly condemn them? "Shall we proceed now?" the middle-aged woman inquired with palpable eagerness. Jiang Yun responded with a "nod" that I in the next instant. Dong Taizan discreetly pulled Jiang Yun aside, his demeanor cautious as he articulated, "Mr. Jiang, this group has unexpectedly altered their comportment. They may not be reliable. If we venture to Chen Family Village unaccompanied, it could precipitate complications. Perhaps it would be prudent for them to send the photographs instead." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. Throughout his life, he had never experienced the warmth of familial affection. Even when he regarded Jiang Tingfei and his wife as parental figures, he had not discovered the nurturing warmth he sought within the Jiang family. Before long, they found themselves outside the Starlight Hotel. 2 hours later, they returned to Chin Family Village, the village's entrance. The village chief and others, already apprised of their arrival, stood in anticipation that the vehicle drew near. The village chief commanded those nearby to ignite the firecrackers suspended from a nearby tree, and the crowd behind him commenced beating drums and gongs. The atmosphere was as vibrant as a festive celebration. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the sudden cacophony, pondering the cause of such commotion. The middle-aged woman beside him quickly smiled and remarked, "Nephew, I wasn't misleading you, was I? Observe how fervently the villagers are welcoming us. This is the most distinguished welcome ceremony in our village." Chapter 157. The family's secret. Jiang Yun felt a profound sense of embarrassment. This welcome ceremony resembled more of a grand farewell than anything else. "Let us cut to the chase," Jiang Yun declared, fixing his gaze upon the village chief, "that my conditions are unequivocal, that if you can fulfill my requirements, I shall assist you in repairing the road." He merely sought to unearth fragments of memories regarding his mother. All else was secondary. The village chief nodded eagerly. "That is all negotiable. Let us proceed into the village to converse. We have prepared food and beverages at my residence, awaiting your arrival." Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. Acquiescing to the village chief's guidance that in a short while, they arrived at the village chief's home. The others exchanged glances, yet displayed no intention of departing, continuing to closely follow Jiang Yun. Upon entering the courtyard, the village chief waved his hand at the crowd and cleared his throat with authority. "You all have no business here, that I need to engage in a serious discussion with Xiao Jiang. So everyone else should return to their homes." That a man emerged from the throng and hurried to Jiang Yun, inquiring urgently, "So, if we provide you with a photograph of your mother, you will grant us 100,000. Correct?" Jiang Yun nodded slightly, affirming the assertion. Indeed, the man's visage radiated an unmistakable thrill, as though he were ensnared in a reverie. The money appeared far too effortless to acquire. Soon, he observed that many were departing for home, eager to sift through their cherished family albums in hopes of uncovering photographs of Chunjuga. Meanwhile, the village chief ushered Jiang Yun and his companion into a chamber that as the door swung open. A cascade of savory aromas enveloped them, prompting Dong Taizhan to swallow with difficulty. Hungry again, Jiang Yun cast a scornful glance in his direction that hadn't they just partaken of a meal 2 hours prior. It seemed scarcely any time had elapsed, and he was already ravenous once more. Was he a bottomless pit? The village chief interjected with a smile. "Since you're hungry, please come in. There's an abundance of food and drink." Before long, the two men followed the village chief to the table, where he eagerly seized a bottle of liquor, prepared to pour for Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun waved his hand, indicating that such formality was unnecessary, and suggested they proceed directly to the matter at hand. "What does the young gentleman wish to know?" The village chief inquired with a grin. "Why was my mother expelled from the village?" Jiang Yun asked forthrightly. Now, he was the village's harbinger of fortune, and they sought his aid in mending roads and renovating homes. Thus, the village chief dared not treat him with any levity. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's question, he hesitated momentarily, took a sip of the potent liquor, sighed, and began to speak candidly. "I was not the village chief when your mother departed from the village. However, I have heard tales regarding her departure. It is said that your mother, in her fervent desire to wed your father, disregarded her parents' wishes, which ultimately led to their untimely demise from distress. This incited the villagers' animosity towards her, culminating in her expulsion from the community. Ironically, shortly after your parents' union, your mother returned, yearning to reside here with your father. But, as you might imagine, the villagers could not possibly acquiesce to that. Consequently, your mother departed from the village once more, and thereafter there was no word of her." As he absorbed the village chief's narrative, Jiang Yun's expression shifted subtly. He had never fathomed that his parents' love story was so beset with tribulations that he then pressed on with another inquiry. "Why did my maternal grandparents oppose my mother marrying my father so vehemently?" "I cannot say," the village chief replied, shaking his head, though his eyes betrayed a hint of evasion, clearly concealing something. Yet such subtle gestures could not elude Jiang Yun's astute perception. He lightly tapped his fingers upon the table and shook his head, stating, "What you have imparted lacks substantial merit, and I see no justification for assisting the village with road repairs." With that, Jiang Yun rose to depart. Dong Taizhan, clutching a chicken leg, hastily swallowed his food and stood, preparing to follow Jiang Yun. "Wait! Let us engage in a calm discussion," the village chief entreated, stepping forward to grasp Jiang Yun's arm. "I have divulged all that I know. You cannot renege on your promise." Jiang Yun fixed his gaze upon the village chief's eyes, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips. "Really?" the village chief faltered. Lowering his head, "To be candid, my parents have been missing for many years, and I was not raised by them. This is why I am so fervently driven to uncover the truth regarding my parents. Should you persist in withholding information, I shall have no alternative but to forsake my commitment. That yes, he spoke. Jiang Yun resolutely maintained his intention to depart. He was acutely aware of his own value, and the village chief could ill afford to let him slip away. Indeed, after a brief pause, the village chief quickly conceded. Very well, let us sit down and converse. Jiang Yun, accompanied by Dong Taizhan, returned to the dining table. After lighting a cigarette, the village chief shook his head and began, "It appears that certain matters must inevitably be brought to light. Concealment serves no beneficial purpose. Now that we have reached this juncture, allow me to disclose the entire truth to you. Your maternal grandparents were not originally from our village, though very few are privy to this information, for our village enforces a stringent rule against sheltering outsiders. My father was the former village chief, and from him, I learned that your grandparents sought refuge here during a calamity and were taken in by a family in Xinjia village, eventually establishing their residence. However, your grandparents seem to bear some animosity towards the Jiang family. Although the villagers are conservative, they would not obstruct unions with outsiders. Yet upon discovering your mother's intention to wed your father, your grandparents were understandably disturbed, which ultimately culminated in their demise from distress. Jiang Yun was taken aback. He had not foreseen that such a diminutive locale as Xinjia village operated under hereditary leadership. More startlingly, it appeared that his maternal grandparents had some connection with the Jiang family. Did anyone truly know the reality behind this? Jiang Yun inquired once more. The village chief, shaking his head, replied, "The events lie far in the past. Those who possess the truth have long since departed from this world." Chapter 158. A secret departure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's countenance paled, that he could now surmise that the expulsion of his parents from the Jiang family was likely intertwined with the fate of his maternal grandparents. Yet, the precise nature of that connection remained elusive, even to Jiang Yun himself. Furthermore, the fact that old Master Jiang had intentionally provided him with misleading information suggested that he was cognizant of certain concealed truths, but chose to withhold them. Jiang Yun gently tapped his fingers against his temple. His thoughts were in turmoil, and he found himself unable to disentangle them. Why, young gentleman, the village chief sighed, I have conveyed all I needed to share. But you must vow that you will not reveal what I have disclosed today. Should it come to light that there are individuals in Xinjia village who disturb the established order, it would engender considerable turmoil. Jiang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless of who had taken in his maternal grandparents, that matter was now of little consequence. That it appeared that this visit had not been in vain. He would need to direct all his attention towards the Jiang family henceforth. Perhaps that pursuit would illuminate the reasons behind his parents' abandonment of him. That moment, hurried footsteps resonated from outside. And soon after, a woman claiming to be Jiang Yun's elderly aunt burst in, clutching a bundle of aged photographs. "Nephew, quick, take a look. These individuals are your mother." Jiang Yun leaped to his feet, having no recollection of his mother. He eagerly seized the photographs and scrutinized them intently. He could not deny that his mother possessed remarkable beauty. In the images, she appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a graceful allure that seemed to eclipse that of contemporary young women. After gazing at the woman in the photographs for a spell, he turned to Dong Taizhan and commanded, "Register these at once. Once everyone has submitted their photographs, I shall compensate them collectively." The middle-aged woman nodded in assent, displaying no signs of doubt. Shortly thereafter, numerous villagers returned with photographs, and Jiang Yun accepted them all without hesitation. Before long, he had amassed over 100 images. The stream of contributions continued until nightfall, at which point no others arrived at the village chief's residence. Jiang Yun sat quietly in the room, his gaze fixed upon the old photographs spread out before him. "Mr. Jiang," Dong Taizhan ventured, having closed the door and approached Jiang Yun. "I did a rough calculation, and the total value of these photographs is no less than 10 million, that you wouldn't genuinely intend to pay them such an amount. Would you?" A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he looked up at Dong Taizhan. and replied, "Do you take me for a fool? What do you propose to do?" Dong Taizhan furrowed his brow ever so slightly. These villagers were not to be underestimated. Should we fail to remunerate for the photographs or deviate from the agreed-upon price, they would not simply let the matter rest, that we could find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious position when attempting to depart from the village. Despite Dong Tieshan's expertise as a professional bodyguard, he understood that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, and given the villagers' imposing presence, he felt ill-equipped to ensure their safe passage. Jiang Yun merely smirked. Emitting a derisive snort, he cast a glance out the window before responding leisurely. "No one is a fool who would squander such a fortune on mere photographs. Even if these images hold profound sentimental value for me, I would never act so imprudently as the sky deepened into night, and while others succumbed to slumber." The 2 of them stealthily slipped out of the village. Dong Taizhan was momentarily taken aback, but soon offered Jiang Yun a thumbs up, acknowledging that Mr. Jiang had contemplated the matter with considerable depth. Jiang Yun shook his head. In truth, the several million was of little consequence to him. With his extensive assets in the Yunxue Group, his net worth had long surpassed 100 billion. Such trifles hardly warranted his concern. However, the villagers had nearly endangered his life, and had it not been for his extravagant expenditures, they likely would not have held him in such esteem. Jiang Yun was no naive benefactor. Did they truly expect him to arrive for philanthropic purposes? Most importantly, if his parents were indeed deceased, then the villagers' hands were tainted with their blood. Had the inhabitants of Qinjia village permitted his parents to remain, perhaps the present circumstances would have unfolded entirely differently. That night enveloped the landscape. Jiang Yun and his companion seized the opportunity to make their escape, relieved to discover that the villagers were not overly vigilant, allowing them to pass unimpeded. After navigating the treacherous mountain paths for a considerable time, they finally encountered a truck laden with goods, which they boarded to journey directly towards the city, just as dawn broke. The 2 had returned to Xiangxi. With all the requisite photographs in their possession, there was no reason to linger any further, and they had already procured tickets for an early flight back to the capital. Though Jiang Yun and his companion had departed, Jiang Qingying and Ingzi remained at the hotel. Throughout the past few days, Jiang Qingying had wrestled with the decision of whether to disclose Jiang Yun's motives to the venerable Master Jiang. He was acutely aware that although Jiang Yun had misconstrued his intentions, there remained potential for reconciliation between them. However, revealing Jiang Yun's true purpose to the old master would irrevocably sever their fraternal bond. "Young master, how long do we intend to remain in Xiangxi?" Ingzi coolly inquired from the periphery. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingying frowned and responded, "Let us wait a little longer." Half a day elapsed, and Jiang Yun along with his companion had returned to the capital. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying and Ingzi lingered in Xiangxi, still devoid of any updates in Qinjia village. As dawn broke, the village chief pushed open the door to his chamber, and, upon observing the now desolate quarters, his countenance darkened considerably, that he then bellowed in ire, "Where is everyone? They were here just last night." Instantly, numerous villagers outside began to scatter. "That rascal absconded with the photographs?" One villager exclaimed, clenching his fist, "that we treated him like family. Yet he has made fools of us. How infuriating!" The others around him nodded in agreement, their expressions suffused with indignation. The village chief, frantic as an ant on a hot griddle, recalled the road Jiang Yun was supposed to repair for them, but now he had fled. Such endeavors were in vain. Cursed be it! Suddenly, a cold voice sliced through the crowd, and Shen Pingping rushed in. Her visage contorted with rage. She clenched her fists and hurled her frozen bank card to the ground. "That scoundrel dared to deceive me. I shall not let him escape unscathed." The villagers murmured their concurrence. "We must return to Xinguang Hotel immediately." Just as everyone prepared to depart, the village chief smirked coldly and remarked, "Do you truly believe he would remain at the hotel? If they chose to flee, it signifies they must have returned to the capital, in this vast sea of humanity. How are we to locate him?" The villagers' faces fell. realizing that their aspirations of wealth through Jiang Yun had dissipated, leaving them engulfed in despair. Is this how it concludes? One villager voiced. How could that be? The village chief replied, frowning. He is, after all, a scion of the Jiang family, that we must search for him in the capital. If we can locate him, that would be ideal. That if not, we shall consider it a lesson learned. After all, we have not incurred significant loss. Those photographs hold little value to them. It is merely our pent-up resentment that has found no outlet. Several villagers volunteered to journey to the capital to apprehend Jiang Yun. Chen Pingping stepped forward resolutely, declaring, I shall go as well. Very well, the village chief nodded gravely, pointing to a few individuals in the throng. I shall make arrangements for your return. Pack swiftly and proceed to the capital at once. But remember, do not confront Jiang Yun directly. We need to negotiate with composure and ideally persuade him to return to the village to repair the roads and assist us in constructing new dwellings. The villagers nodded in agreement and dispersed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had returned to Yunxue Group. Upon entering his office, he was greeted by Lin Shui, who was diligently occupied at her desk. Their gazes met, and Lin Shui, filled with excitement, rose and rushed to embrace Jiang Yun, exclaiming, When did you return? Just moments ago, Jiang Yun responded with a smile, accompanied by a nonchalant shrug. I was eager to visit you at the company, he expressed. Lin Shui's countenance radiated with emotion. In recent days, she had profoundly missed Jiang Yun, as it was the first time he had been away for such an extended duration, and her concern was tangible. Once they settled in, Lin Shui inquired, How did everything transpire? Quite well, indeed, Jiang Yun replied, producing a collection of old photographs he had amassed. That I have indeed uncovered some information pertinent to my mother, which has provided me with a new direction for further inquiry. As for what lies ahead, we shall proceed with caution. That be by the way, how have matters been at the company? Lin Shui beamed. With me at the helm, what is there to fret about? I have always known my wife to be the most capable, Jiang Yun remarked, drawing Lin Shui close to him. Due to his unexpected return, Lin Shui momentarily lost her focus on work, and soon they found themselves back at home. Weary from travel, Jiang Yun reclined and swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, despite having established Yunxue Group as their enterprise, numerous spies of old Master Jiang remained woven into the fabric of their operations. Upon Jiang Yun's return, word rapidly reached the elder AT that moment. He sat in his study, picking up the phone to contact Jiang Qingying. What progress have you made? Old Master Jiang queried, his tone grave. Without hesitation, Jiang Qingying responded, Things are proceeding relatively well, that I have been closely monitoring Jiang Yun. It should not be long before I unveil their true intentions for coming here, that I in an instant. Old Master Jiang erupted with wrath over the line. At this juncture, you still dare to deceive me? Do you take me for a fool? I never anticipated that my most cherished grandson would collude with outsiders against me. This is a profound betrayal. Jiang Qingying was taken aback. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? How dare you even pose such a question? Old Master Jiang's voice turned frigid. Merely an hour ago, Jiang Yun returned to the capital, and you possess the audacity to assert that you remain by his side. Jiang Qingying, you have gravely disappointed me. That if that is the case, do not hold me accountable for any harshness directed at your mother. With that, old Master Jiang severed the call. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying, seated in Xiangxi, felt an icy chill traverse his spine, that he instinctively glanced at Yingzi beside him and murmured, Jiang Yun has returned to the capital. He had intended to deliberate on whether to betray Jiang Yun. Yet he never anticipated that in merely 2 days, Jiang Yun would have departed from Xiangxi. The most infuriating aspect was that the news had reached old Master Jiang. What shall we do now? Yingzi inquired swiftly. Upon their departure from the capital, old Master Jiang had cautioned Jiang Qingying that if he failed to manage the situation appropriately, the consequences would be dire, and his parents would bear the brunt of his actions. Jiang Qingying leapt to his feet, exclaiming, We can no longer delay. We must return to the capital at once. I cannot stand idly by while my parents are placed in jeopardy. Thus some reveled in joy, while others succumbed to despair. Jiang Qingying was as restless as an ant upon a scorching pan, whereas Jiang Yun had already succumbed to slumber for several hours. Upon awakening, he discovered that the sky had darkened into an inky abyss. And Lin Shui had prepared dinner. As Jiang Yun emerged from his chamber, he was met with the dim ambience of the living room, illuminated solely by a few flickering candles adorning the table. Awake? Suddenly, Lin Shui's voice pierced through his reverie, prompting him to smile and encircle her waist, directly inquiring, "Are we indulging in a candlelit dinner? After our lengthy separation, we must commemorate this moment properly." Lin Shui responded softly. Jiang Yun then raised his hand to playfully tease her nose, remarking, "Indeed, a brief parting can feel akin to a new union, particularly since we have been apart for over 30 hours. Chapter 160. An incident with Shiryu in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun and Lin Shui found themselves at the dining table. Just as they were poised to commence their meal, Jiang Yun's phone rang, and upon glimpsing a familiar name on the screen, his countenance shifted slightly. Lin Shui leaned in closer. "What could the Jiang family possibly want to discuss with you?" Jiang Yun shook his head, sensing an ominous foreboding, that he then answered the call. Soon, the voice of the elder master Jiang emerged. Hoarse and frigid, "Is this Jiang Yun? I wonder if you might spare a moment. I require a discussion regarding something of utmost importance." Jiang Yun frowned slightly and replied, "I am preoccupied. That is of no consequence. Since you seem indifferent to Shiryu's welfare, I shall take it as though I never reached out." As he spoke, the elder master Jiang commenced to terminate the call. Upon hearing Shiryu's name, Jiang Yun's expression shifted once more, and he swiftly inquired, "What have you done to Shiryu? She attempted to pry into our Jiang family's confidential affairs, so I assure you I will not cause her harm. At worst, I shall pursue legal action and have her incarcerated." Jiang Yun was rendered speechless, his visage draining of color, but he clenched his fists, his breathing growing noticeably labored. After a moment's hesitation, he urgently asked, "Where are you?" Initially, he and Shiryu had agreed to divide their efforts. Jiang Yun would investigate the Jiang family scandals, while Shiryu would infiltrate the Jiang family from within, collaborating to undermine it. Although Shiryu harbored her own motives, she was, after all, Jiang Yun's ally, and he could not abandon her lightly. The old residents. The elder master Jiang replied coolly, regaining control of the situation as the call concluded. Jiang Yun's fingers tightened around his phone, turning pale from the strain. "What transpired?" Lin Shui inquired with great anxiety. Jiang Yun shook his head, gently patted her shoulder, and forced a smile, saying, "I must go to the Jiang family. You remain here, eat well, and retire early. Do not wait for me." With that, he made his way out of the room. Lin Shui sighed, her eyes brimming with concern. Given the opportunity to choose again, she would prefer never to have set foot in the capital, even at the cost of sacrificing a more prosperous life and abundant resources, for she could not bear to live in such perpetual trepidation. As he descended the staircase, Jiang Yun dialed Dong Tieshan's number. After a brief wait at the community entrance, he spotted Dong Taizhan arriving in his vehicle. "Please take me swiftly to the Jiang family," Jiang Yun instructed, then proceeded to call Mo Juan's number. He was not naive. Entering unprepared could easily ensnare him, that if he were to venture into the lion's den, he needed to be thoroughly equipped. Half an hour later, they arrived at the venerable Jiang residence. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun, accompanied by Dong Taizhan, strode into the Jiang family home. Despite the late hour, the Jiang residence was resplendently illuminated. In the main hall, the venerable Master Jiang sat at the head of the table, while Shiryu occupied a chair, flanked by two men in black, who firmly restrained her shoulders. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yun, Shiryu immediately struggled to rise, yet the two men held her fast, rendering her immobile. "Jiang Yun, I am truly sorry." Shiryu bit her lip, her words escaping through clenched teeth. Jiang Yun shook his head, his demeanor calm and composed. He approached the venerable Master Jiang and directly inquired, "Let us cut to the chase. What is it that you desire?" You must be aware of my intentions, the venerable Master Jiang replied without even deigning to glance at Jiang Yun. I am unconcerned with your recent activities. But we should have resolved matters the moment you emerge from the operating table, allowing us to be. Yet you audaciously seized one of our most vital subsidiaries, which is utterly intolerable. Return Yunxua Group to us, and I shall refrain from pursuing any further grievances against you. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips. He had anticipated that the second Master Jiang was not to be underestimated. Nor was the venerable Master Jiang. Once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly turn against him. What if I refuse? Jiang Yun inquired with an icy demeanor. It was a matter of simplicity. The old master's gaze shifted toward Shiryu, and he pointed at her, proclaiming, should you refuse to surrender the subsidiary, I shall initiate legal proceedings against her for pilfering our Jiang family's trade secrets. She will languish in prison for the remainder of her days. Shiryu's complexion drained of color, fear gripping her as she instinctively shook her head, rendered mute by terror. Jiang Yun's brow knitted in frustration as he clenched his fists. He could scarcely fathom the old master's despicable machinations. To him, she was merely a pawn, one whose fate would not alter the grand design. The old master Jiang chuckled. Since you are incapable of making decisions, allow me to assist you in arriving at a resolution. He directed his gaze toward the two men in black, commanding, very well, escort her to the pertinent authorities and present all the evidence we possess. Let her find solace in prison. Please don't. Shiryu's countenance twisted in despair. Yet the two men behind her disregarded her entreaties, preparing to drag her away. Just as Shiryu was on the verge of being taken out, Jiang Yun urgently waved his hand, exclaiming, Wait, what? Have you changed your mind? The old Master Jiang lifted his teacup, his gaze returning to Jiang Yun. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and declared solemnly, I can make concessions, but I cannot completely surrender Yunxua Group to you. I am prepared to relinquish 50% of the shares in exchange for Shiryu's safety. Shiryu, touched, gazed at Jiang Yun with tears brimming in her eyes. The old Master Jiang smiled with satisfaction. Proclaiming agreed, he gestured to the men beside him, instructing, prepare the contract forthwith. Shiryu bit her lip, looking at Jiang Yun and murmuring, I'm sorry. Chapter 161. A sinister thought after casting a glance at Shiryu. A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips. Money held little significance for him. He could effortlessly transfer ownership of the company to a member of the Jiang family. However, he would not permit any harm to befall those dear to him. In no time, the butler had drafted the contract and presented it to the old Master Jiang. Upon meticulous review, the old Master Jiang smiled with satisfaction, addressing Jiang Yun, sign it. Jiang Yun took the contract into his hands, picked up a pen, and prepared to affix his signature. Suddenly, urgent footsteps reverberated from outside, and Jiang Qing's voice resounded. Brother, you cannot sign that. Jiang Yun swiftly turned, and all in the hall fixed their gazes upon Jiang Qing. The old Master Jiang's expression soured instantly. He slammed the table and rose, pointing at Jiang Qing with a frigid reprimand. You insipid fool! What nonsense are you uttering? Remove yourself from my sight, and I shall deal with you later. Yet Jiang Qing exhibited no inclination to depart. His gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Jiang Yun as he proclaimed, Brother, everything here is a conspiracy. Seize him, commanded the old Master Jiang with a sharpness that cut through the air. The guards of the Jiang family advanced to apprehend Jiang Qing, but just as they were poised to drag him away, a shadow interposed itself before him. Though no words were uttered, an imperceptible pressure radiated from this figure. All members of the Jiang family were acutely aware of the shadow's formidable prowess. Against him, they were utterly outmatched. Should hostilities erupt, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Shadow, what do you imply? Are you also preparing to defy me? The old Master Jiang seethed with such fury that he nearly choked on his own eye. Did not forget, it was I who welcomed you into the Jiang family, even though you have stood by Jiang Qing's side for a time. A mere utterance from me could expel you from our ranks entirely. I could even ensure that you were left without a foothold in the capital. Nonetheless, the shadow appeared to dismiss his threats, resolutely standing guard before Jiang Qingying. Encouraged by the shadow's unwavering support, Jiang Qingying felt fortified, unperturbed by the Jiang family members encircling him, that he swiftly approached Jiang Yun, gesturing toward Shiyu, who was restrained in a chair, and spoke in hushed tones, "Brother, this woman is in collusion with the old master. Her appearance before you was but a ruse to ensnare you." No sooner had he uttered these words than the old master Jiang, seething with rage, advanced toward Jiang Qingying, raising his hand to deliver a stinging slap across his face, exclaiming, "Wretched spawn! How could our Jiang family produce such a scoundrel?" Jiang Qingying grasped his face, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Had you not driven me to the brink, I would never have resorted to such measures. Did you ever consider my feelings while wielding my parents' lives as leverage against me?" The old master Jiang, his chest heaving with indignation, pointed accusatorily at Jiang Qingying for a protracted moment before his gaze shifted back to Jiang Yun, declaring, "Do not heed his nonsensical ravings. This boy has lost his senses. Sign the document at once." However, Jiang Yun cast aside the pen in his grasp. In comparison to the old master, he placed greater trust in Jiang Qingying. Despite Jiang Qingying's previous transgressions against him, Jiang Yun believed that he was acting out of desperation. In the next moment, Jiang Yun circumvented the old master and approached Shiyu, scrutinizing her intently before asking, "Is everything he has said true?" Shiyu lowered her head, remaining silent. "I am posing a question to you," Jiang Yun pressed, steadying himself against the table, his voice growing hoarse. "Did I ask it true or not?" He had perpetually regarded Shiyu as a confidant, even contemplating a collaborative endeavor to jointly dismantle the Jiang family. Yet, he could scarcely comprehend the extent of her betrayal. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yun began to discern the truth. Undoubtedly, Jiang Qingying was not jesting. He seized the contract from the table and, before the venerable patriarch, tore it into shreds, scattering the remnants into the air. Jiang Yun, the elder Jiang, consumed by fury, collapsed into a chair, while the butler and others rushed to his aid. Jiang Yun, undaunted, perceived that Jiang Qingying had no intention of departing and resolutely grasped Jiang Qingying's arm, stating unequivocally, "Come with me." Jiang Qingying hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Jiang Yun's insistence, with Dong Taizhan and Shadow in attendance. The Jiang family members dared not intervene, merely observing as the two departed. Once they had exited, the elder Jiang raised his hand and overturned the table, trembling with indignation. "These two wretched scoundrels have conspired against me. I shall make you comprehend the ramifications of opposing me." Meanwhile, the instant they vacated the Jiang family estate, Jiang Yun had already placed a call to Mo Juin, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired within the Jiang family. Now that all matters had been settled, there was no longer a need for Mo Juin's intervention. Once the call concluded, Jiang Yun and his companions entered the vehicle. The events that had unfolded were indeed chilling upon reflection. Had it not been for Jiang Qingying's timely intervention, a substantial portion of Yinshua Group shares would have reverted to the elder Jiang. Jiang Yun had never anticipated that he had been under the elder's surveillance all along, even with Shiyu positioned as a mere pawn beside him. "Why did you assist me?" Jiang Yun suddenly inquired of Jiang Qingying. That a faint, self-deprecating smile graced Jiang Qingying's lips as he shook his head, murmuring to himself, "I do not know. Perhaps I merely feel a sense of guilt towards you. You accompanied me to Xiangxi. This was all orchestrated by the elder, was it not?" Jiang Yun pressed further. "Indeed, he threatened me with the lives of my parents. While he would not harm my father, I am acutely aware of my grandfather's disposition. He could very well bring harm to my mother." Though Jiang Qingying appeared nonchalant, he concealed vulnerabilities. His parents, the elder Jiang, wielded that weakness against him, leaving him with no alternative but to comply. "So, your previous approach towards me was merely a facet of the elder's scheme?" Jiang Yun requested a cigarette from Dong Taizan, continuing to probe. Thus, it was all an act. How could that be? Jiang Qingying's eyes suddenly widened, his fist clenched tightly as he resolutely declared, I volunteered to seek you out in Ningxing because I truly regarded you as an older brother. At that time, I merely believed the old master genuinely wished to acknowledge kinship, considering his fragile health. Alas, it was naive of me to assume he harbored no ulterior motives. However, my feelings for you and the bond we share are entirely sincere. Otherwise, how could I have stood up in public today to expose you as being aligned with the old master? His actions, though ostensibly righteous, revealed a certain immaturity. Not only could it jeopardize his parents, but he might also forfeit any opportunity of returning to the Jiang family. Jiang Yun slowly lit a cigarette, indulging in its smoke only when troubled, using it to clear his mind and ponder the matters at hand. After a moment of silence, he reached out, pulling Jiang Qingying into a warm embrace, and spoke, I believe you. From this day forth, we shall remain brothers. Your affairs are my own, and your parents shall be regarded as my kin. I am aware that the old master Jiang must have threatened you concerning your parents. If that is indeed the case, I shall find a way to liberate them from their plight. Jiang Yun had been reflecting on the old master's previous remarks, and soon everything became clear. Jiang Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head as he responded, You needn't involve yourself with my father's situation. He will never abandon the Jiang family. After all, he lacks the capability, and I suspect he would struggle to adapt to a life devoid of wealth. However, I do hope you can devise a means to rescue my mother. I fear for her safety. Though we reside in a relatively peaceful era, one can still encounter untimely demise, be it through accidents, food poisoning, or the like. Jiang Qing dared not dwell on it further. He merely yearned to reunite with his mother as soon as possible. Jiang Yun nodded, patting Jiang Qing's shoulder and casting a sympathetic glance at him before stating, Rest assured, I shall expedite this matter on your behalf. Jiang Qing remained silent. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Jiang Yun's residence. As Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan exited the car, Jiang Qing lingered behind, remaining seated within. Puzzled, Jiang Yun inquired, Aren't you coming up with me? I won't be going, Jiang Qing replied, shaking his head, that I have another residence. I require some time alone to reflect. Once I have sorted everything out, I will come find you. Just as Jiang Qing was about to depart, Jiang Yun hastily approached him, hesitating for a moment before asking, What was your purpose in following me to Xiangxi? In a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qing finally articulated, The venerable master sought to discern your whereabouts and engagements. Thus he entrusted me, leveraging our acquaintance, to discreetly observe you as his informant. However, rest assured, although I am cognizant of your aspirations in Xiangxi, I have never uttered a single word to the old master. Furthermore, he shall remain oblivious to the fact that your mother hails from Xiangxi. Upon concluding his remarks, shadow departed into the horizon. Jiang Yun found himself immobilized for an extended period, the final words of Jiang Qing reverberating in his thoughts. Could it be that Jiang Qing possessed knowledge pertaining to his mother? Yet, considering the burdens Jiang Qing bore, Jiang Yun deemed it inappropriate to delve deeper, choosing instead to await a more opportune moment when circumstances had calmed to discuss such matters with Jiang Qing in a composed manner. Before long, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan ascended the staircase. With Lin Shui preoccupied at the company, the residence was devoid of life. After sinking onto the sofa, Jiang Yun retrieved the old photographs he had amassed. Scrutinizing them intently, standing nearby, Dong Taizan cautiously inquired, Mr. Jiang, what shall be our subsequent course of action? A sudden wave of uncertainty enveloped Jiang Yun in truth. He himself was at a loss regarding the next steps. All leads had been severed, yet the mystery surrounding his parents remained unsolved. He felt as though he had entered a chess match, with an enigmatic puppeteer manipulating the board from the shadows. Every move dictated by that unseen force. That moment, Jiang Yun's phone rang, that a peculiar voice resonated through. Are you Mr. Jiang? Yes, who might you be? Jiang Yin responded with a query. This is the hospital. Your friend has been involved in a car accident. Please come at once. With that, the call was abruptly severed. Jiang Yin sprang from the sofa as if struck by a bolt of lightning. After instinctively casting a glance at Dong Taizhan beside him, he clenched his fist and declared, "Let us hasten to the hospital." A foreboding intuition gripped Jiang Yun. The individual in peril was likely Jiang Qingying. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hospital. The attending physician sighed, shaking his head as he lamented, "I am truly sorry. The severity of the accident is unimaginable. One of your friends has succumbed, while the other is injured." Jiang Yun's countenance paled, and he collapsed into a chair, numbly inquiring, "May I see who it is?" Even in that moment, Jiang Yun could scarcely fathom Jiang Qingying's involvement. The attending physician retrieved a mobile phone from a drawer and handed it to Jiang Yun, stating, "This phone was discovered with your friend, though we reached out to you based on the first contact in the address book. Can you confirm the identity of the patient?" Upon casting a fleeting glance at his phone, Jiang Yun experienced a constriction in his chest. His breath becoming labored, and it was as though countless silver needles had pierced his heart, inflicting a pain so profound that it left him gasping for air. He recognized that phone all too well. Indeed, the individual in distress was none other than Jiang Qingying. "That I wish to see the surviving patient," Jiang Yun murmured softly. There were but two souls in the vehicle. Besides the shadowy figure, it was Jiang Qingying. Although he was not particularly close to this enigmatic presence, that figure had facilitated his escape from peril on numerous occasions, and Jiang Yun felt a profound sense of gratitude. After the attending physician acquiesced, he guided Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan toward the intensive care unit, but he gestured toward one of the beds and said, "Your friend is over there." Chapter 163. The vegetative state. Jiang Yun followed the direction of the physician's finger. And although the individual lay ensconced like a mummy, with tubes inserted in every conceivable orifice, he recognized him immediately, Jiang Qingying. Jiang Yun's hand gripped the glass, his nails scraping against it, producing a sharp, piercing sound, and his eyes began to redden. "Bastard," Jiang Yun ground out between clenched teeth that he could scarcely believe that such a coincidence could exist in the world. Jiang Qingying had just incurred the ire of old Master Jiang. And now, such a grave misfortune had befallen him. Could it truly all be mere chance? "Sir, my condolences," the attending physician said, patting Jiang Yun's shoulder. Sighing as he continued, "The other individual has succumbed, and while your friend has been stabilized, his brain injury is exceedingly severe, that we do not yet know when he will awaken. That it could be a day or two, or even a year or two, or possibly even a decade. You must prepare yourself mentally." In a vegetative state, the phrase resonated ominously in Jiang Yun's mind. Soon, the attending physician departed. Jiang Yun retreated to a corner of the corridor, lifted his foot, and kicked the trash can, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "I knew that old demon was insidious, but I never anticipated him turning against his own grandson. Brother, shall I assist you in taking him down?" Dong Taizhan cracked his knuckles, coldly adding, "I fear him not. I can trade my life for his. What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Yun frowned and replied, "Jiang Qingying has ended up in this state, and the shadow is dead. I will not permit anyone else in my vicinity to come to harm. This vendetta must be avenged, and I shall ensure old Master Jiang pays dearly, but not through your brute force." Dong Taizhan nodded, falling into a contemplative silence. Just then, the elevator chimed, and a middle-aged man approached hurriedly. The man was clad in a suit, yet his furtive gaze suggested a dubious character. Following him was a flamboyantly dressed woman, her eyes swollen, clearly having just wept. "Doctor!" Suddenly, the man shouted into the intensive care unit. "Where is everyone? Get out here at once, before long." A nurse emerged, her brow furrowed as she inquired, "What brings you here?" "My son is hospitalized here." "What do you presume I came for?" retorted the man, seizing the nurse by her collar and coldly insisting, "My son's name is Jiang Qingying. Ascertain his current ward immediately." The nurse's frown deepened slightly as she managed to extricate herself from his grasp. She gestured toward the intensive care unit and informed him, "Your son remains in critical condition. He lies within, and you may only observe him through the window." Before the man could utter a response, a woman behind him hastily entered. "You wasteful woman, can't you maintain your composure? Is it not sufficient that he is alive?" The man muttered, then coldly proclaimed, "Our Jiang family possesses ample wealth. Even if he were reduced to merely a head, I could ensure his survival." The nurse scoffed dismissively, opting not to engage further. Positioned at the staircase's corner, Jiang Yun listened intently to their exchange, his fists clenching as he proceeded toward the intensive care unit. "Son, how could you be lying here? If only you had heeded your grandfather's counsel. How could it have come to this?" The middle-aged woman wept incessantly. "Enough of this nonsense," the man remarked as he peered through the glass into the intensive care unit, coldly asserting, "Everyone in there resembles mummies. Which one is Jiang Qingying? What an inconvenience. He is not dead, so why drag me to the hospital?" The woman's face flushed with rage as she rose and struck the man, subsequently pointing her finger at him, declaring, "Do not presume I am unaware that it was your Jiang family who orchestrated this. You stand here making sardonic remarks while your own son lies inside. Is he truly your flesh and blood?" The man touched his face where she had struck him, then retaliated with a slap of his own, sternly rebuking her, "Whether he is my son or not, is that for you to determine? Why squander words here? Now that we know he is alive, hasten and depart. Do not humiliate yourself." Before the woman could retort, the man seized her arm and forcefully dragged her from the intensive care unit. Just as they reached the doorway, they were obstructed by Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan. "Good dogs do not block the way," the man remarked coldly. "You old scoundrel." Dong Taizan, already brimming with fury, could no longer tolerate the man's words. He clenched his fists and charged at him, that in no time. The man found himself on the ground, yet Dong Taizan remained atop him, relentlessly delivering blows. Jiang Yun, however, chose not to intervene. He had heard the man's words and recognized his identity. A wave of desolation enveloped him. Why did Jiang Qingying have such parents? Cease this violence, the middle-aged woman urgently implored. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, posturing like a thug, pointing at Dong Taizan and shouting, "You little wretch, you've got audacity. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? I will ensure you regret this. I care not for your identity." Dong Taizan drove his fist into the man's skull, gesturing vehemently as he proclaimed, "Are you not merely the Jiang family's refuse? Not only shall I administer a beating, but I shall also personally pay a visit to impart a lesson to that old demon of the Jiang lineage." Just as Dong Taizan was poised to deliver a fatal blow, Jiang Yun seized his wrist, shaking his head. "Enough." The man then hastily rose to his feet, seizing the moment to make his way toward the elevator. The middle-aged woman cast a lingering glance at Jiang Yun, yet chose silence, swiftly vanishing from their sight. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Beside him, Dong Taizan knitted his brow and remarked, "Old Jiang is no gentleman, and his progeny is even more despicable. They are both knaves. The entirety of the Jiang family is." As he was on the verge of articulating further, Dong Taizan held his tongue. For if one were to be judged by bloodline, Jiang Yun would indeed be acknowledged as part of the Jiang family, a legitimate heir at that. "Let us set aside our grievances," Jiang Yun interjected. His voice already strained, he waved his hand at Dong Taizan and descended the stairs to the hospital. With Jiang Qingying lying in the intensive care unit, their presence there would yield no benefit. The pressing matter was to swiftly seek justice for Jiang Qingying. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Upon reaching the hospital's ground floor, Jiang Yun raised 2 fingers and declared, "Procure me a cigarette." After Dong Taizan handed him one, he exhaled a weary sigh as so much had transpired within a single day that they found themselves somewhat bewildered. After taking a deep drag from the cigarette, Jiang Yun released a plume of smoke before retrieving his phone and dialing Mo Juin's number. Half an hour later, within a restaurant, Jiang Yun sat quietly by the window, smoking, while Dong Taizan stood nearby. His demeanor impassive to Mr. Jiang. You appear eager for my presence. Has something transpired? Oh, Jun inquired as he entered the establishment and swiftly approached Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun offered a faint nod, tapping his fingers lightly upon the table before frowning and stating, Dong Taizan is in trouble. Did I see well? Mo Jun's expression altered, instinctively questioning, what has prompted this sudden concern? A car accident, Jiang Yun replied, lighting another cigarette, convinced that this incident was inextricably linked to old Jiang. I require you to investigate the underlying circumstances and, if possible, procure evidence that I desire to dismantle old Jiang and ensure that the entire Jiang family is held accountable for Jiang Chengying's suffering. There exists not a single virtuous soul among the Jiang clan. Jiang Yun was consumed by fury. That may prove to be a formidable challenge. Mo Jun shook his head. You should be cognizant that our Mo family and the Jiang family have perpetually been at odds. If such an opportunity truly existed, do you think we would remain passive? Even in the absence of your solicitation, I would willingly embrace this endeavor. That a frigid smirk graced Jiang Yun's lips. The Dio not persist in this fade with me. There must be informants lurking within the Jiang family. Yet, even should the truth be unveiled, it is likely that the Jiang family would simply offer a scapegoat. Furthermore, even if old Jiang were to be incarcerated, it would scarcely alter the dynamics of the Jiang family, considering the presence of Second Master Jiang and Jiang Xian, both of whom are considerably more formidable than old Jiang. Thus, even if you were afforded the opportunity to overthrow old Jiang, the dismantling of the Jiang family's power would not be a simple task, would it? Mo Jun smiled awkwardly, taken aback by how swiftly Jiang Yun discerned his intentions. However, it was not entirely unexpected. Despite Jiang Yun's youthful visage, he possessed a sagacity that even Mo Jun dared not underestimate. The very reason Mo Jun had initially approached Jiang Yun was precisely because he recognized this quality and sought to utilize Jiang Yun to undermine the Jiang family's influence from within. I shall not permit you to assist me without recompense at that juncture. Jiang Yun laid his cards upon the table, stating plainly, if you can aid me in unearthing the truth and securing evidence, I shall bestow upon you a 30% stake in Yunxue Group. What say you? This. Mo Jun's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It is the nature of merchants to pursue profit. Despite the ongoing strife between the Jiang and Mo families, it ultimately boiled down to self-interest. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Jun replied, very well. Since you have made this proposition, I am prepared to sacrifice our Mo family's informants to unearth the truth for you. I trust you will honor your commitment. Therefore, we need not draft a written contract. After all, a gentleman's word is worth more than gold. Jiang Yun remained silent, but he was no gentleman. Yet he comprehended that Mo Jun was not merely speaking idly. His words were imbued with veiled threats. Should Jiang Yun fail to fulfill his promise, Mo Jun would likely turn against him in an instant. Their relationship was devoid of profound camaraderie. It was purely transactional. Without further ado, Jiang Yun rose and, accompanied by Dong Taizan, exited the restaurant. The night was desolate. Jiang Yun gazed up at the star-studded sky, shaking his head in disbelief at how they had occupied their entire day. Mr. Jiang, are we returning home or venturing elsewhere? Dong Taizan inquired once they were ensconced in the car. Home first. Throughout the day, Jiang Yun had refrained from contacting Lin Shui. He longed to return home and reassure her of his safety. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the building. As he pushed the door open, he beheld Lin Shui clad in an apron, diligently preparing dinner. Jiang Yun tiptoed behind her, encircling her waist with his arms, and whispered softly in her ear, You have toiled all day. Why subject yourself to such arduousness? One could effortlessly order takeout. Dong Taizan had already ascended the staircase. Lin Shui turned around, rising onto her tiptoes to plant a gentle peck on Jiang Yun's cheek before replying. Takeout is not nutritious, and I take pleasure in preparing meals for you. Such a petite one, Jiang Yun teased, playfully tapping her nose. However, his demeanor shifted, darkening as he licked his lips. his tone taking on a somber gravity. "I must convey something to you. Jiang Qingying has become incapacitated." The movements of Lin Shui's hands did not falter. She continued to stir the vegetables while responding. "I comprehend that it appeared that the news of Jiang Qingying's unfortunate incident had circulated earlier that afternoon. After all, he was the esteemed young master of the Jiang family, and a calamity of such magnitude naturally garnered attention." Jiang Yun sighed. "I intend to seek retribution for Jiang Qingying. Had it not been for my presence, he would not have confronted old Jiang so boldly. Ultimately, I am the root of this entire predicament." Yet this matter could not remain unresolved. He was determined to deliver justice for Jiang Qingying. "That I wish for all members of the Jiang family to come to the hospital and kneel before Jiang Qingying to confess their transgressions." Lin Shui was taken aback, instinctively turning to inquire. "You aren't contemplating something reckless, are you?" "Silly girl." Jiang Yun affectionately tousled Lin Shui's hair and replied, "I still wish to remain by your side for a lifetime. How could I possibly fall with him?" Chapter 165. You manage the external. I manage the internal very well. You should take a moment to rest. I shall complete the cooking. Lin Shui bestowed a light kiss on Jiang Yun's cheek and turned away. Picking up the spatula to resume her task, Jiang Yun nodded and moved aside. After returning from the hospital, Jiang Yun felt a lingering unrest, his countenance far from joyful. Yet he feared that Lin Shui would overthink the situation and worry about him. Thus, he feigned nonchalance. Once seated on the sofa, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and scoured the internet for news concerning Jiang Qingying. Upon perusing the comments, he tightened his grip on his phone, his knuckles paling slightly. These wretched scoundrels, what absurdities are they disseminating? Online, no one expressed the slightest sympathy for Jiang Qingying. Instead, they all vilified him, with some even resurrecting past indiscretions. They had completely transformed Jiang Qingying into a debauched libertine. Yet, Jiang Yun was acutely aware that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Although he had not spent extensive time with Jiang Qingying, he understood the essence of the man. How could he possibly engage in such lewd conduct or squander his resources recklessly? A person may mask their emotions, but their eyes remain a true mirror of their soul. Jiang Yun vividly recalled the clarity in Jiang Qingying's gaze upon their initial meeting. Footsteps approached from behind, drawing Jiang Yun from his reverie. Turning to see Lin Shui advancing towards him, he smiled and rose to his feet. "All completed? The meal is prepared," Lin Shui responded, her countenance illuminated by a radiant smile. "Just don't indulge excessively." Jiang Yun gradually ascended, taking hold of Lin Shui's arm, and together they proceeded towards the dining table. Had Lin Shui not been at his side, he might have succumbed to the burdens of the day's tribulations. He had envisioned a life of bliss with Lin Shui following his rebirth. Yet he was oblivious to the myriad complications that would ensue. "Then aren't you going to return to the company?" Lin Shui inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yun as she savored her meal. Since the inception of Yinshui Group, it had invariably been Lin Shui who wielded control, overseeing all corporate affairs. Although many still recalled Jiang Yun's initial presence, the internal restructuring of Yinshui Group had gradually relegated him to obscurity. Jiang Yun, however, had yet to reappear before them, and the employees had long since forgotten his existence. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he shook his head and replied, "I still have myriad matters to attend to, and you are far more suited to the role of general manager of the company. Even when everything eventually stabilizes, the company will be wholly under your stewardship. I shall embrace the role of a devoted husband, managing domestic affairs such as washing and cooking." Lin Shui shook her head, fully aware that Jiang Yun was jesting. She could perceive his ambitions, though they were presently constrained by the formidable Lin and Jiang families. Yet, as the adage suggests, a golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. After concluding their meal, Jiang Yun retreated to his chamber early, devoid of the energy even to cleanse himself. Once he reclined upon the bed, he swiftly succumbed to a profound slumber. Half an hour later, Lin Shui had tidied everything and gently pushed open the door to his room. Observing Jiang Yun, who was already deep in sleep, she approached him with measured steps, tenderly caressing his face. "You have truly endured much of late." In his dreams, Jiang Yun seemed to hear her words, seizing Lin Shui's arm and drawing her into his embrace, that "I haven't even showered," yet that a blush suffused Lin Shui's cheeks. However, Jiang Yun made no further advances, simply holding her quietly as he continued to slumber. The following morning, Jiang Yun received a call from Mo Juin. "I await you at the tea house where we previously met. Please hurry. I have something urgent to discuss with you." After a brief exchange, the call concluded. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Jiang Yun rose from his bed, and Lin Shui had already awakened beside him. She inquired with curiosity, "Is something amiss this early?" Mo Juin expressed a desire to convene. There must be advancements concerning Jiang Qingying's predicament. Jiang Yun responded, the weariness etched upon his visage supplanted by a surge of exhilaration. "Exercise caution," Lin Shui advised, turning over to succumb once more to the depths of slumber. Once matters were suitably arranged, Jiang Yun embarked towards the tea house, accompanied by Dong Taizan, that a half-hour later, within the confines of the tea house. In the same secluded chamber, Mo Juin was engaged in the meticulous preparation of a pot of tea. Upon hearing the door creak open, he glanced up slowly and waved at Jiang Yun as he entered. Come, just in time for a couple of cups that I'm still famished. I lack the habit of partaking in tea prior to breakfast," Jiang Yun chuckled, taking a seat opposite Mo Juin, while Dong Taizan stood dutifully by the entrance. Locking gazes, Jiang Yun directly queried, "The matters I entrusted you to investigate have all been thoroughly examined, correct? Patience, young man. Just a little longer, and I shall furnish you with a satisfactory elucidation," Mo Juin replied enigmatically. Returning to his tea preparation, seemingly engrossed in the endeavor, Jiang Yun's fingers rhythmically drummed upon the table. After a night of contemplation, his spirits had gradually lifted, yet the image of Jiang Qingying languishing in a hospital bed rekindled his ire. Moments later, footsteps reverberated from outside the door. Upon witnessing the entrance of two individuals, Jiang Yun momentarily froze, instinctively rising to his feet and clenching his fists. "What are you doing here?" The newcomers comprised a man and a woman. Jiang Yun could not recall the man, but the woman was all too familiar. She was Sun Fengjiao, Jiang Qingying's mother, whom he had encountered merely the day prior at the hospital. "Please do not harbor such animosity towards them," Mo Juin interjected, rising and gesturing for the man to take a seat while he guided Sun Fengjiao to his side, offering her a cup of tea. "You must be weary. Have some water." Jiang Yun continued to scrutinize the pair, his expression darkening significantly. "What on earth is transpiring?" he inquired coldly. "Remain composed," Mo Juin gestured for him to take a seat. "She will unveil to you all the truths you seek." Chapter 166. Hidden Motives. Just her. Jiang Yun ground his teeth, recalling the events that transpired yesterday before the intensive care unit. "I am aware of your close bond with my son, yet do I not also feel anguish for him?" Sun Fengjiao articulated, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Isn't everything a consequence of circumstance? Were it not for the constraints imposed upon me, who would voluntarily endure such a life?" "Cease the lamentations," Mo Juin gestured dismissively, proceeding to articulate. "The purpose of our gathering is unified by a singular ambition: to orchestrate the demise of the Jiang family and exact retribution for Jiang Qing. That I recognize the anguish both of you endure. Yet we must transcend our negative sentiments to devote ourselves wholly to this cause." Sun Fengjiao acquiesced with a nod, taking her place to the side. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What precisely do you propose to do?" "Quite straightforward," Mo Juin replied with a grin. "Although many suspect that Jiang Qingying's plight is intricately linked to the Jiang family, few possess the full narrative. While I have activated my connections within the Jiang family, I have yet to unearth substantial intelligence. You must comprehend that old Jiang is an astute tactician. His maneuvers are invariably meticulous." However, as he spoke, Mo Juin's gaze shifted to Sun Fengjiao, and he continued, She is Jiang Qining's mother and harbors knowledge far exceeding our own. Furthermore, she possesses a recording that can irrefutably substantiate that old Jiang is the architect of this calamity. If we judiciously exploit this recording, we can ensure that old Jiang faces justice and restore equilibrium for Jiang Qingyin. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed further, casting a cold gaze upon Sun Fengjiao. You are indeed rather naive if you genuinely trust her assertions. I discerned her true nature yesterday. Jiang Qingying's parents are devoid of compassion, perpetually preoccupied with their own gain. Even if she possesses that recording, it is improbable she would relinquish it readily. Sun Fengjiao lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her hands quivering as they clutched the cup. That I understand you still dwell upon the words exchanged yesterday outside the hospital, yet those were merely his father's sentiments and do not reflect my own. I am acutely aware that Jiang Qingying's present condition is also a consequence of my actions. Had it not been for the old man's threats against him, how could matters have escalated to this juncture? Until now, I have prioritized my family's interests, enduring the Jiang family's subjugation, but such tolerance is no longer requisite. That my son has been rendered a vegetable. If I, as his mother, do not take action, I would have no dignity to face him in the afterlife. Her heartfelt declarations, though deeply moving, drew no response from Jiang Yun. Previously, he had come perilously close to jeopardizing Yunxue Group due to misplaced trust in Shiryu. Enough, he said, I comprehend your suffering. Now, please relinquish the recording in your possession. Mo Juin produced a bank card from his pocket and slid it across the table towards Sun Fengjiao. Upon accepting the funds, you may depart the capital and establish a new life for your family elsewhere. The Jiang family's influence is not all-encompassing, and since you hold no further significance to them, they should not pose a threat. Jiang Yun's lips curled into a sardonic smile at this display. In the end, it all distills to monetary value, does it not? What lofty ideals you espouse. Sun Fengjiao retrieved the bank card and, after verifying the balance on her phone, transmitted the audio file to Mo Juin. I have sent what you requested. You may review it. If all is to your satisfaction, I must take my leave now. I have already procured my ticket and shall proceed directly to the airport. In the blink of an eye, Sun Fengjiao was poised to depart. Then Mo Juin waved her off and opened the audio file. Jiang Yun also leaned in, listening with rapt attention. The content of the recording was rather straightforward. Merely a fervent exchange between old Jiang and Sun Fengjiao. Yet within the discourse, old Jiang had indeed disclosed that he was the architect of the accident. Jiang Yun, exhilarated, clenched his fists and rose to his feet. He leaned over the table, his gaze ablaze with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Mo Juin. Splendid. With this evidence in our possession, we have regained the upper hand. Let us promptly deliver this audio file to the pertinent authorities and urge them to reopen the investigation. This time, we must ensure that old Jiang faces justice. Jiang Yun was consumed by a singular thought, avenging Jiang Qingying, that he was acutely aware of the old man's dread of death. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed the wealth of 100 billion company to procure Jiang Yun's bone marrow. How absurd! His desperate endeavors to prolong his existence for a few more years would ultimately culminate in his imprisonment. Jiang Yun could almost envision the moment the old man donned the silver bracelet, undoubtedly filled with despair. However, at that moment, Mo Juin unexpectedly grasped Jiang Yun's arm. A reluctant smile gracing his lips, that he shook his head and said, I can empathize with your sentiments, but the recording cannot serve as admissible evidence in court. Thus, even if we submit this document to the authorities, it will not significantly impact old Jiang. Once again, they found themselves at an impasse. Jiang Yun's expression darkened, his voice now low and heavy. What exactly are you trying to convey? Mo Juin proposed. Perhaps we should arrange a private meeting with old Jiang, that be why discussing this recording with him. We might leverage our advantage to gain even more. Jiang Yun fell into contemplation, realizing that Mo Juin had his own agenda. He had indeed underestimated Mo Juin, that if everything proceeded according to Mo Juin's plan, he would emerge as the ultimate victor. reaping substantial benefits from the Jiang family and even seizing shares from Yushua Group. It was a shrewd calculation that Mr. Jiang, he began, I understand this may be challenging for you, but it would be wiser to remain rational if we could shake the very foundation of the Jiang family. Would that not be preferable to merely imprisoning the old man? Chapter 167. The unyielding villagers Jiang Yun nearly uttered a curse that Mo Juin was indeed a duplicitous charlatan, preaching one thing while practicing another. Before he could articulate his response, his phone began to ring. I must take this call. Within moments, Jiang Yun had stepped aside. Meanwhile, Mo Juin resumed his tea preparation, repeating the same meticulous motions. What is it? Jiang Yun's tone softened as he answered the call. Lin Shue's voice resonated through the line, laden with concern. There are individuals causing a disturbance at the company. Please contact Heihu and have him bring some men to manage the situation. They can easily be driven away. Jiang Yun replied with a smile, his approach being direct and forceful, yet often the most effective. Lin Shue sighed, her voice tinged with frustration. That may not suffice. The intruders assert they are your relatives and have even unfurled banners outside the company. You must come here immediately. Relatives? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, the image of Qin Pingping flashing through his mind. He could scarcely believe that these villagers had traversed all the way to the capital. With that thought, he ended the call, cast a glance back at Mo Juin, and stated, I apologize, but I must attend to an urgent matter at Yushua Group that we can discuss the audio issue later. Mo Juin nodded with a smile, that of course. Soon, Jiang Yun departed the private chamber accompanied by Dong Tai. As he stepped out, his expression darkened, and he kicked a nearby trash can, not out of resentment towards Qin Pingping and the others, but due to the unprecedented anger stirred by Mo Juin's actions that Mr. Jiang. Is something amiss? Dong Taizan inquired anxiously. It is nothing. Jiang Yun replied dismissively. Let us proceed to Yushua Group. Before long, the two were ensconced in the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Yushua Group. Jiang Yun had scarcely exited the vehicle when he observed a crowd gathered nearby, accompanied by security personnel stationed at the entrance. What is transpiring here? Dong Tiashan's countenance grew grave as he swiftly exited the car. Upon opening the door for Jiang Yun, he frowned at Mr. Jiang. Those individuals appear familiar. They seem to be villagers from Chun Family Village. How did they locate us? Jiang Yun's expression mirrored Dong Tiashan's concern. After a brief moment of clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and replied, I have no idea. Let us ascertain the situation. These villagers were insatiable and unafraid of confrontation. If not managed properly, they could inflict significant damage to Yushua Group's reputation. Most critically, if the elder Jiang were to discover their identities, the secrecy surrounding Chun Family Village would be jeopardized. Although Jiang Yun was unaware of the precise grievances between his mother and the Jiang family, he recognized that there were undisclosed complexities at play. Amidst the throng, Qin Pingping stood at the forefront. Her voice piercingly shrill, reminiscent of a haranguing shrew. Jiang Yun, you scoundrel. You lack integrity. If you do not return my 100,000 yuan, I shall take your life. Upon hearing this, Heihu, who had arrived earlier after receiving word from Lin Shui, let out a derisive snort. Were it not for the substantial crowd of onlookers, he would have already acted. What are you laughing at? Qin Pingping glared at Heihu, jabbing an accusatory finger in his direction. Let it be known that I am Jiang Yun's creditor. Should he fail to repay me, I shall take his limbs. Is there an issue with that? Heihu glanced at his companions, all of whom erupted into laughter. Back in Ningqing, this had been their customary approach when confronting debtors. They frequently resorted to breaking limbs. Yet now, a mere girl dared to speak so audaciously before them. It was utterly laughable. Are you deaf? I am posing a question to you. Qin Pingping shouted, advancing toward Heihu with palpable fury. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, Heihu raised a hand to halt his companions, with an air of disdain. He pointed to his own head and taunted, If you possess the courage, then come forth and smash my head. Qin Pingping, having been raised in a rural environment, was accustomed to being domineering, often engaging in fights with her peers. Yet, she had never encountered someone as formidable as He who did that a tattoo. As she drew nearer to He, she caught sight of the ink adorning his chest, causing her expression to waver slightly. Little sister, maintain your composure. The individuals surrounding me shall not lift a finger to assist you. Even if you manage to slay me, they will not lay a hand on you. He beckoned with a finger. Come on, strike me. The throng behind He erupted in laughter, wholly dismissing Chen Pingping. Her breath quickened. She was merely a bully in her own domain, lacking the true courage to engage in a confrontation. In a moment of defeat, she cast the brick aside and returned to sit by the roadside, pointing at the banners held aloft by the villagers that I am a person of quality and cannot descend to your level. Hurry and summon Jiang Yun. Otherwise, we shall not depart today. I wish to see who can endure longer. He cracked his neck, visibly growing impatient. Just as he was about to advance, he spotted Jiang Yun emerging from the crowd. His expression transforming into one of respect at Mr. Jiang. You have arrived. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan navigated through the throng and approached the villagers, who instantly surged toward him like a wave, clamoring in unison. Jiang Yun, you are a fraud. Return with us to repair the road and construct our houses. Otherwise, you shall return our photographs. Chapter 168. A stalemate. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. Surveying the assembly before him, that he straightforwardly inquired, What are you discussing? I find myself at a loss in fully comprehending your intentions. That an elderly villager, trembling with apprehension, pointed a quaking finger at Jiang Yun, his entire being quivering in dread. Chen Pingping, equally incensed, wore a somber expression. The moment their gazes fell upon the Yunshui group, they understood that Jiang Yun was far from a mere ostentatious affluent individual. The sums Jiang Yun had previously promised them were, in his estimation, undoubtedly trivial. They had initially harbored the belief that by inciting such a tumult, they could obtain what they sought. However, they never anticipated that Jiang Yun would possess the audacity to renege on his word. He stepped forth, directing an authoritative glare at the crowd, and admonished, Mr. Jiang has clearly articulated his position. You all must vacate immediately. Should anyone dare to persist in creating a disturbance, do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility. Previously, He had been oblivious to the connection between these individuals and Jiang Yun, which had tempered his ire. Now that Jiang Yun had taken a definitive stand and the opposition had come to instigate trouble, he would not hesitate to impose discipline upon them, irrespective of the onlookers. After all, he vividly recalled Jiang Yun's assertion that even if the heavens were to collapse, Jiang Yun could withstand the burden. Very well, since you wish to play the rogue, we shall not withdraw. Chen Pingping gritted her teeth, asserting that even if they were to be met with violence, they would not retreat an inch. The villagers behind her echoed her sentiments, shouting in fervent agreement. Jiang Yun hesitated momentarily. Observing the passers-by beginning to murmur, he recognized the adverse impact this would have on the Yunshui group. After thoughtful consideration, he whispered a few words to He before leading Dong Taizan into the company. You lot, come inside. He beckoned to Chen Pingping and the others. They exchanged glances but remained motionless. Surely they won't usher us in there to eliminate us in some secluded location, one villager exclaimed anxiously, while the others appeared equally apprehensive. What is there to fear? Chen Pingping scoffed, the youngest yet the most audacious among them. Unafraid of confrontation, with an abundance of witnesses present, should anything untoward befall us, Jiang Yun and his associates would undoubtedly face repercussions as well. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions. He likely wishes to engage in a cordial discourse with us. Perhaps we might be able to reclaim our funds, she mused. Evidently, in the eyes of the villagers, Jiang Yun was duty-bound to construct roads and edifices for them, having completely disregarded their previous clamors for his downfall. Following a brief deliberation, they reluctantly steeled themselves and accompanied Chen Pingping into the company. He directed his companions to disperse the onlookers and followed the villagers' lead. Within the conference room of the Yunshui group, Jiang Yun presided at the head of the table, flanked by Dong Taizan and He. The villagers occupied the sides, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Yun, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. After surveying the room, Jiang Yun spoke coolly. You consistently demand that I construct roads and houses for you. Yet it appears we lack any formal contract, that my assistance would merely be an act of goodwill towards you. And should I choose to withhold my support, there is naught you could do about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingping's face flushed with indignation as she slammed her hands upon the table and rose to her feet. What do you mean? Are you toying with us, presuming we are illiterate? I have never sought to bully anyone. Rather, I have been the one subjected to bullying, Jiang Yun replied, his fingers lightly tapping upon the table. If memory serves, upon my initial arrival at Xinjia village, had I not fled with haste, you would likely have reduced me to a mere pulp. While I appreciate kindness, I shall not repay malice with grace. His tone was frigid, betraying his indignation. Had he been treated with respect upon entering the village, perhaps he might have felt inclined to assist them with their roads or homes. Ultimately, even if his mother hailed from elsewhere, these villagers owed her a debt of gratitude. Performing small favors for them would not have constituted a burden. However, their hostility towards both him and his mother irrevocably altered the equation. Enough of this nonsense. Chen Pingping waved her hand dismissively. You have made promises to us. Although we lack a contractual basis, should you intend to renege, we shall remain here and prolong this matter. The harvest season has concluded, and I possess little time to spare. Indeed, the other villagers echoed in agreement. Outside the conference room, bewildered employees whispered amongst themselves, Have you heard? President Lin's husband is in debt, and now people are pursuing him. Cease spreading rumors that it is said that he boasted and failed to fulfill his promises, which is why trouble has befallen him. Another chimed in, I believe President Lin's husband is of poor character and does not deserve her. The employees buzzed with idle chatter, all casting disparaging remarks about Jiang Yun. Within the confines of the conference room, an elderly villager rose to his feet, proclaiming, If you intend to renege on your promise, then return our photographs. Furthermore, you must reimburse all our travel expenses. Otherwise, we shall remain here indefinitely. I am aware that city dwellers hold their reputation in high regard. Should this situation escalate, your image will undoubtedly suffer as well. He added. Chen Pingping, her brow furrowed slightly, pulled the elderly villager aside and whispered urgently, Uncle, are you out of your mind? He has likely duplicated the photographs. This threat will not intimidate him. Moreover, our expenses are trivial. Let us not forget the purpose of our visit. The villager sighed, falling into a contemplative silence. Jiang Yun valued his reputation, yet so did they. Chen Pingping's gaze darted around the room, and she boldly approached Jiang Yun, her tone brimming with confrontation. How about this? Let us relocate. I wish to converse with you in private. About what? Jiang Yun retorted. You shall find out soon enough. Chen Pingping crossed her arms, her demeanor far from that of a Na'vi adolescent. I harbor no fear of you. Might you be the one feeling intimidated? Chapter 169. I am 16 years old. Very well, Jiang Yun acquiesced, observing her demeanor with a nod before making his way to He Hu, issuing a few instructions that he then exited alongside Chen Pingping. Upon entering the general manager's office, Jiang Yun pushed the door open, feeling as though he had returned to his own abode. Chen Pingping cast a glance at the sign above, swallowing hard as she reflected, I cannot believe he is indeed the general manager of such a vast enterprise. I knew this young man would not be lacking in resources. Moments later, Chen Pingping stepped into the office behind Jiang Yun. What is amiss? Have you reached an accord? Lin Shui inquired, glancing up at Jiang Yun with curiosity. Though she was cognizant of the context of the situation, she refrained from intervening, recognizing it as a matter of personal significance for Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun gestured toward Chen Pingping and settled onto the sofa, stating, The discussion is not yet concluded, but she wishes to speak with me privately, hence my bringing her here. Should I take my leave? Lin Shui inquired with a smile, casting a glance at Chen Pingping. That will not be necessary, Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting towards Chen Pingping. She is not a stranger. She is my wife. Thus, my affairs are inherently her affairs as well. You may speak freely in this space." Chen Pingping hesitated momentarily, but ultimately approached Jiang Yun. Gritting her teeth as she articulated, "I am aware of your desire to expedite our departure. Yet I believe you have discerned the villager's position. Should you fail to uphold your promise, no one will depart easily. However, if you were to return the 100,000 yuan to me, I could persuade them to leave." Jiang Yun smirked, a glimmer of amusement sparkling in his eyes. "You seem to harbor a lack of trust in me. Therefore, you must first disclose your plan, and I shall promptly transfer the funds to you. Surely, you must recognize that 100,000 yuan is but a trifling sum for me." Chen Pingping scrutinized Jiang Yun for a brief moment before biting her lip and conceding, "Very well. Since your wife is present, I hold no concerns regarding your fidelity to your promise." Shifting her tone, she continued, "The villagers are timid and averse to conflict. While I comprehend that instigating a disturbance is unwise, I had no alternative for the sake of my own interests that if you merely inform them of your intention to involve the authorities as a means of intimidation, they will likely cease their disturbances." Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction, snapping his fingers as he remarked directly, "I never anticipated that at such a tender age, you possess such remarkable cunning that I truly underestimated you, that I in truth, he had considered employing a similar strategy previously." However, even if he were to report the matter to the authorities, these villagers had not breached any laws, and the most they would encounter would be a mediation session. Furthermore, he believed that this group of villagers would not easily relent unless they received financial recompense, which is why he had refrained from taking further action. Yet now, after hearing Chen Pingping's words, he found himself inspired with a novel idea. "Very well, I have articulated all that is necessary. Now, where's my money?" Chen Pingping extended her hand towards Jiang Yun, simultaneously inquiring directly, "What money?" Jiang Yun crossed his arms, a playful smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded her. "What do you mean?" Chen Pingping's eyes widened in indignation. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Did you not promise that as long as I shared my countermeasures with you, you would return the 100,000 yuan? Are you truly reneging on your word? Are you even a man?" A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth as he shook his head, casting a glance at Lin Shui, who was seated at her desk, deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. "Whether I am a man or not is not a matter I need to substantiate for you, as long as my wife is cognizant. That is sufficient." Chen Pingping hastily approached Jiang Yun, seizing his collar with one hand while retrieving a fruit knife from her pocket with the other, menacingly brandishing it at his neck. "You scoundrel! Do you dare to deceive me with the same ruse twice? Do you truly believe I am easy prey? If you do not return my money, do you think I won't plunge this knife into you right here?" Lin Shui, seated behind the desk, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. She quickly rose to her feet, urgently imploring, "Young lady, please do not act rashly. Let us discuss this with composure. To jeopardize your future over such a trifling amount is hardly a prudent decision. Please set down the knife." However, Chen Pingping paid no heed to her entreaties, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, her fury intensifying at the sight of his countenance. That despicable Jiang Yun had the audacity to deceive her twice with the same stratagem. Did he truly regard her as a fool? "Wife, do not fret," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Lin Shui and dismissively waving his hand, a smile still gracing his lips, utterly unfazed by the perilous situation. "Even if she were bestowed with 100-fold courage, she would not dare lay a finger upon me." "You speak nonsense," Chen Pingping retorted with indignation. "Do you genuinely believe I am afraid of taking a life? I shall reveal the truth. At home, during festivals, I have personally slaughtered chickens and pigs. Yet, I have never taken a human life. Today would be a splendid opportunity to test that." She spoke with unwavering conviction. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yun could not help but erupt into laughter. "You, a mere child who has abandoned her studies to spend her days slaughtering chickens and sheep, I had presumed you to be merely a rural housewife." Little did I know, you possessed knowledge of the law, insulting me. Chen Pingping trembled with rage. You are the true rural housewife. I am merely 16. No sooner had she uttered these words than Jiang Yun swiftly raised his hand, deftly grasping her wrist, and before she could react, he snatched the fruit knife from her grasp. The entire encounter transpired in an instant. By the time Chen Pingping comprehended what had occurred, the knife was firmly held in Jiang Yun's hand. You scoundrel! Chen Pingping spat, her voice rising in fury as she made several attempts to reclaim her knife. Despite her slightly more robust build, she was still a minor, and her strength paled in comparison to Jiang Yun's. Stand aside, Jiang Yun barked, his expression darkening considerably. Otherwise, I shall summon security. Are you threatening me? Chen Pingping retorted, her tone reminiscent of a shrew. Despite her tender age, her demeanor was far from commendable. Perceiving the escalating tension, Lin Shui promptly advanced towards Chen Pingping, drawing her behind her and urgently imploring, regardless of the circumstances, you must not resort to violence. You ought to apologize to your brother and seek his forgiveness. Upon returning from Chen family village, Jiang Yun had recounted the events that transpired there to Lin Shui. Why should I apologize? Chen Pingping defiantly turned her face away. He owes me money. Why am I the one at fault? Lin Shui sighed, approaching Jiang Yun and stating directly, enough, it is merely 100,000 yuan. Just give it to her. Why bully a child? Very well. I shall heed my wife. Jiang Yun replied with a chuckle, shrugging his shoulders as he gestured towards Chen Pingping. Let us return and address the matter at hand. That I refuse. Chen Pingping turned her face away, exuding an air of pride. Sister-in-law has instructed you to repay me. Are you deaf? If you do not return the money, I shall remain here and not leave. Jiang Yun merely chuckled nonchalantly. Suit yourself. That as he spoke, he made his way towards the meeting room. Meanwhile, Chen Pingping plopped herself down on the sofa, believing that Lin Shui would be more accommodating than Jiang Yun. Thus, she resolved to remain, convinced that even if Jiang Yun turned his back on her, she could still procure the money from Lin Shui. With that determination, a faint smile graced her lips as she said, Sister-in-law, you may proceed with your work. I shall patiently await Jiang Yun. But rest assured, I will not disturb your endeavors. Lin Shui shook her head with a smile before returning to her desk, picking up the phone to contact her secretary. After issuing a few instructions, she resumed her tasks. Moments later, the secretary entered, carrying a fruit platter and a bag filled with snacks. President Lin, the items have been procured. The secretary stated respectfully. Just place them over there. Lin Shui replied without lifting her gaze. After the secretary set the items down, she quickly exited the office, while Chen Pingping, engrossed in her phone, glanced at Lin Shui and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Although Jiang Yun is a scoundrel, he is indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. Lin Shui merely smiled and refrained from responding. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, as Jiang Yun entered, all eyes turned towards him. An elder villager promptly inquired, Where is Chen Pingping? What were you discussing just now? Once Jiang Yun assumed his position at the head of the table, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and his tone turned icy as he cast the fruit knife onto the table before him. Moments ago, Chen Pingping had issued a threat, asserting that should I fail to comply with her demands, she would take my life. Consequently, I have reached out to the appropriate authorities, and she has already been apprehended. However, there is no need for concern. She will not endure any severe repercussions, at most a few years of confinement. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged anxious glances, their expressions darkening. Jiang Yun cleared his throat and continued, However, I overheard Chen Pingping mention that she did not arrive here of her own accord, but was compelled by you. He glanced at his watch, adding, in a short while, the authorities should be in contact with you. You are being implicated in inciting murder, but do not be alarmed. At worst, it will lead to a brief period of detention, and you will be released. The villagers' faces blanched at this revelation. The man who had spoken earlier quickly altered his stance, stating, We do not desire the money. I wish to leave this instant. The other villagers nodded in agreement. While financial gain was significant, being ensnared by the police would render it impossible for them to hold their heads high in the future. Black Tiger interjected, "Brother, should we allow them to depart? They not only incited murder, but also extorted us, that if both charges are pursued, they will undoubtedly face severe consequences." Suddenly, the villagers began to tremble with trepidation. One among them hastily implored, "Jiang Yun, we are also your kin. Let us go this time for the sake of your mother, as for the photographs. We shall provide them to you free of charge. You need not repair the roads and houses in the village. We only beseech you not to turn us over to the authorities." The remaining few echoed his sentiments, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yun lightly tapped the table with his fingers, then nodded and declared, "I shall grant my mother some consideration this time, that I am willing to refrain from escorting you to the police station. But should there be a next occasion, do not hold me accountable for my lack of civility." The crowd expressed their profound gratitude, bowing their heads in unison before hastily making their exit. After observing their departure, Jiang Yun stretched languidly and shook his head, remarking, "Is this truly the extent of their courage? How audacious they are to come knocking! They are even less competent than Shin Pingping. It is truly a source of amusement." Beside him, He Hu and Dong Taizhan exchanged knowing glances and chuckled softly. "Well, since this matter has been resolved, let us have a word with Chun Pingping." As he spoke, Jiang Yun had already stepped out of the conference room. Upon reaching the office door, He Hu and Dong Taizhan took their positions on either side. While the few individuals who had initially accompanied He, who had already descended the stairs, as there was no longer a need for anyone to bolster the scene now that the situation had been settled. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun entered the office. Chun Pingping, nibbling on snacks, widened her eyes upon his arrival, her treats suddenly losing their allure. After glancing at Jiang Yun, she immediately exclaimed, "Where is my money? Money, 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 such a little miser you are." Jiang Yun approached her side and, casting a glance at the snacks nearby, frowned and said, "You dare to order takeout? Do you believe this place is a hotel?" "I didn't order it," Chun Pingping retorted through clenched teeth. "It was my sister-in-law who took pity on me and purchased all these things." Chapter 171. Inviting the wolf into the house. "Wife, have you lost your senses?" Jiang Yun instinctively remarked, crossing his arms. "This little girl constantly opposes us. Why are you so indulgent towards her? The most pressing concern is that she intends to swindle us out of our money. Are you planning to repay kindness with kindness? Do you not know the tale of the farmer and the snake?" Lin Shui glanced at him before pulling Chun Pingping close and directly stating, "Enough, do not bicker with a child. Besides, I have heard her assert that this matter is not solely her fault. It pertains to you as well. After all, she is your savior and has offered you counsel in the past. The promised money should naturally be bestowed upon her." Jiang Yun sighed, evidently still in a state of hesitation. Meanwhile, Chun Pingping cast a grateful glance at Lin Shui, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." "Damn it," Jiang Yun muttered under his breath. Then approached Chun Pingping, retrieving his phone to initiate a transfer. "Were it not for my wife's intervention, you would never see a single penny from me in this lifetime." Jiang Yun grumbled, "Fine, the money is now in hand. Quickly make your exit that I won't leave." Chun Pingping's eyes sparkled with mischief as she swiftly leaned towards Lin Shui, wrapping her arms around Lin Shui's arm and nuzzling her head against it like an obedient kitten. "Sister-in-law, may I remain in the capital? Is that permissible?" Lin Shui observed her demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "If you wish to stay, then stay. Should you find yourself without a place to reside, you are most welcome to take refuge in my home. After all, our abode is quite spacious, and even with a few additional guests, it can accommodate them comfortably. Furthermore, each room is furnished with its own bathroom, rendering it exceedingly convenient." Chun Pingping's eyes shimmered with delight as she abruptly embraced Lin Shui, planting a kiss upon her cheek and exclaiming, "You are the best, sister-in-law, but I haven't agreed yet." Jiang Yun interjected, positioning himself before them with an exasperated tone, "Wife, do you not think you ought to consult me first? After all, I am the man of the house." Regrettably, Lin Shui paid little mind to his words, promptly taking Chun Pingping by the arm and declaring, "Come now, sister-in-law is in a splendid mood today. Let us go procure some new garments." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Chun Pingping exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Lin Shui as they made their exit. "Damn it." Jiang Yun's expression darkened, and after striking his fist upon the table, he sighed, "Oh, wife, are you not inviting chaos into our home?" After venting his frustration, Jiang Yun commenced pacing within the office, gesturing to He, Hu and Dong Taizhan behind him as he remarked, "The matters have been addressed. Let us return." As He, who still had obligations to attend to regarding the security company, he departed shortly after they reached the ground floor. Dong Taizhan quietly trailed Jiang Yun, inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, where to next?" "Homeward bound for slumber," Jiang Yun replied languidly as he settled into the car, perusing the notifications on his phone. Yet upon unveiling the city headlines, his countenance darkened once more, the smile upon his lips freezing in place. Though he had been deeply engaged in addressing the concerns of the villagers of Qinjia village, he was simultaneously pondering how to articulate an explanation to Jiang Qingying. The decision of whether to reveal that audio recording lingered indecisively in his mind. Merely confronting Zhang Leoi would not suffice to alleviate his ire, particularly given the ambiguity surrounding his parents' predicament. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, he was resolute in his intention to annihilate the entire Jiang family. "A change of plans. We are bound for the hospital," Jiang Yun declared flatly, gradually closing his eyes. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and his companion arrived at the hospital, before the intensive care unit. The familiar scene unfolded once more, yet Jiang Qingying, reclining upon the hospital bed, exhibited no signs of recovery. "Family of the patient, you have finally arrived." The attending physician approached Jiang Yun and his companion, glancing at the vital signs data in his hand before stating, "Jiang Qingying's condition has stabilized, but when he will regain consciousness remains uncertain. Please sign the form, and he can be transferred out of the intensive care unit. For the time being, he will still require intravenous fluids in the hospital to maintain at least the most basic life signs, that if family members are unable to attend to him, it would be prudent to hire a caregiver, as he cannot care for himself and will require companionship." Jiang Yun nodded, signing the form while wearing an expression of sorrow. Merely days prior, Jiang Qingying had been vibrant and standing before him, even risking everything to assist him. Yet, in an instant, he had been reduced to a state of vegetative existence. Now he could solely rely on cold machines to uphold the most fundamental signs of life. "I shall not permit those despicable scoundrels from the Jiang family to escape unscathed." Dong Tieshan's face darkened with fury as he ground his teeth. "Very well. Let us first transfer him back to the ward. And then you shall seek out 2 caregivers. Remember, do not concern yourself with the cost. They must be diligent and responsible," Jiang Yun instructed with further emphasis. Although he harbored no affection for the Jiang family, he had already come to regard Jiang Qingying as a brother and would not allow him to endure any indignities that in no time. With the assistance of the nurses, Jiang Qingying was swiftly relocated to a regular ward. Dong Taizhan had already arranged for the caregivers, who now stood before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the 2 caregivers, and he spoke with composure. "I trust my friend has already conveyed the basic requirements to you. I am not parsimonious with compensation, but the condition is that you must fulfill your duties. Should I discover any mistreatment of my friend, do not hold me accountable for my mercilessness." The 2 caregivers nodded in unison, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir, we are professionals." Jiang Yun responded with a nod, casting one final glance at Jiang Qingying before departing the ward. "Should we not inform his parents?" Dong Taizhan inquired as they descended the stairs. "Umph." A frigid smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he replied with indifference, "His parents are not virtuous individuals. Let us forego that. Allow Jiang Qingying to rest peacefully here. Perhaps he shall awaken sooner." Dong Tieshan's countenance mirrored a sense of resignation, yet he opted to remain silent. Chapter 172. Only sister-in-law is good. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiang Yun and his companion returned home. As he pushed the door open, He was met with a disarray of items scattered across the sofa, accompanied by the sounds of laughter emanating from within the room. He sighed in exasperation, realizing that Lin Shui and the others must have returned. Initially, he had presumed Lin Shui was merely jesting, but it appeared she had indeed brought someone back. Life from this point forward would undoubtedly be quite different. The occupants of the room soon seemed to have sensed the commotion from outside. And shortly thereafter, Lin Shui and Chen Pingping emerged. Upon catching sight of Chen Pingping, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. The Chen Pingping before him had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her long hair had been artfully cropped into a chic bob, and her attire radiated an aura of sophistication. While she appeared significantly more aesthetically pleasing, such an appearance was incongruous with her age. Jiang Yun approached them and gestured for Lin Shui to return to their room, indicating he had matters to discuss. Pingping, please wait for me for a moment. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Pingping, Lin Shui followed Jiang Yun back to the room, as soon as the door closed. Jiang Yun sank onto the edge of the bed, his expression darkening considerably. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Dear, why do we persist in keeping her around? Her inherent mischief is unlikely to dissipate easily. Having her close is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment, bringing us untold trouble. You must heed my counsel on this matter. You may indulge her for a few days, but subsequently, she must be returned to Qinjiakan." Lin Shui, however, chuckled and replied, "She is a person, not a pet. What do you mean by indulging her for a few days? As your sister, I genuinely struggle to grasp your viewpoint." Jiang Yun's frustration was unmistakable. In his eyes, Chen Pingping was little more than a mere annoyance. "Enough," he declared. "I have already assured Pingping that she could reside in the capital, and she has pledged to return to her studies promptly, aspiring to become a pillar of the nation," Lin Shui added with a smile. Jiang Yun shook his head with a bittersweet smile, pondering that if Chen Pingping were indeed committed to her education, he would willingly sacrifice his own head to serve as a lavatory. It was evident that his wife was far too innocent to discern the hollowness of such promises. Once Pingping arrives in the capital, she will undoubtedly come seeking financial support, scarcely pausing to savor a proper meal. We should take her to a fine establishment for a modest repast, a gesture to welcome her. What are your thoughts?" Just as Jiang Yun was about to express his opinion, Lin Shui interjected. "Wonderful. I knew you would concur. Now, change into something more suitable. We shall be departing shortly." Was this genuinely an invitation for his input? Jiang Yun awkwardly scratched his head, realizing it was more of an edict. Nevertheless, since Lin Shui had made her decision, he had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce to Chen Pingping's presence that he felt no apprehension, being well aware of Chen Pingping's character. She would never comply meekly. It would not be long before Lin Shui grew fatigued with her, and even in Jiang Yun's silence, Lin Shui would likely send her away. That a few minutes later, clad in a suit, Jiang Yun emerged from the room. "Oh, you clean up quite nicely," Chen Pingping remarked teasingly as she nibbled on something. "Could you repeat that?" Jiang Yun shot her a glare, slightly irked. "What difference does it make if I say it 100 times? Chen Pingping retorted defiantly. "You are nothing more than a leech. If it weren't for my sister-in-law, you would have perished long ago. Now that my sister-in-law has taken me in, do not presume I owe you anything. My gratitude is solely directed toward her." Having overheard some gossip at the company and deduced the employees' references to Lin Shui, Chen Pingping quickly pieced together the scenario, concluding that Jiang Yun was a man subsisting on the labor of another. "Enough, you two, cease your bickering," Lin Shui interjected as the tension escalated. She promptly stated, "Hurry and summon Dong Taizan. We are going out to dine. That hulking figure is still eating," Chen Pingping murmured under her breath. "With all that excess weight, he bears a striking resemblance to the brown bear from the back hills of our village that if he continues on this path, he will inevitably become a literal walking food barrel. Perhaps he ought to contemplate shedding some pounds to avert the perils of obesity." Upon overhearing this, Lin Shui promptly nudged Chen Pingping's arm and cast her a disapproving glance, cautioning her against such reckless speech. "But I am merely articulating the truth." Chen Pingping began anew, Yet upon catching sight of Lin Shue's expression, she lowered her gaze, adopting a more submissive demeanor. Jiang Yun could not help but marvel at the intricate dynamics at play. He then called out to Dong Tieshan's room, "Taizan, it is time to dine, Mr. Jiang, I shall pass." Dong Taizan replied, scratching his head with a goofy grin, "that I would prefer to catch up on some sleep." "Very well. Should anything arise, I shall reach out to you." Jiang Yun responded with a smile as he and the two women stepped outside. Once they descended the stairs, Jiang Yun inquired, "Which restaurant shall we patronize?" "I discovered a highly rated establishment online, yet I am uncertain of its location. How about I simply hail a cab and have them convey us there?" Lin Shui suggested as she retrieved her phone. Jiang Yun nodded, relieved that he would not have to drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant as sister-in-law. "This place must be rather pricey," Chen Pingping exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they entered. Rubbing her hands together, she remarked, "The most I have ever managed is to dine at a couple of shabby eateries in town, and even those were exorbitantly priced. With such lofty standards here, it must cost a pretty penny." Suddenly, her gaze flitted around, and she proposed, "Sister-in-law, why don't we select a more budget-friendly restaurant instead? I am not particularly discerning when it comes to food. You could simply provide me with the cash. What do you think?" Jiang Yin rolled his eyes, fully aware that Chen Pingping harbored ulterior motives. After tousling her hair, Lin Shui replied with a smile, "Rest assured, indulge yourself that if you find yourself short on funds, I shall transfer some to you later." "As Jiang Yun's sister, you are also my sister." Chen Pingping embraced Lin Shui, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you are simply the best. I adore you." Jiang Yun felt a pang of embarrassment. Was this not somewhat excessive? Did Lin Shui truly not recognize that Chen Pingping was her rival? Had it not been for the people of Chenjiakan, would they have found themselves in such a convoluted predicament? However, observing Lin Shui's buoyant spirits, Jiang Yun refrained from voicing further concerns. That as the drinks flowed and the atmosphere became more jovial, Jiang Yun found himself engrossed in his phone, perusing the latest city news. Meanwhile, Chen Pingping patted her round belly and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I have never experienced such delectable food in my life. I am utterly enamored with it." Lin Shui tenderly tousled her hair and replied, "If you find joy in this, my brother and I shall certainly bring you here frequently." "Absolutely," Chen Pingping enthusiastically affirmed, before gesturing towards the restroom. "Sister-in-law, I must freshen up. I shall return shortly. Go ahead." Lin Shui smiled as she observed Chen Pingping depart. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shui settled beside Jiang Yun, wrapping her arm around his. "Why do you harbor such animosity towards Chen Pingping? While she may appear willful, at her essence, she is merely a child. With proper guidance, she could accomplish remarkable feats." Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile faintly at her words, shaking his head. "Wife, she has swindled me out of a considerable sum and has perpetually been at odds with me. She even nearly inflicted harm upon me once. Do you expect me to forgive her? Even if I were to respond with kindness, do you think she would appreciate it?" Lin Shui sighed, her expression laden with helplessness. "But I have few friends in the capital. If we could keep Chen Pingping around, perhaps my days would be a tad brighter." Her words resonated with Jiang Yun, prompting him to pull Lin Shui into an embrace. "I realize I have indeed neglected you during this time. I've been consumed with my own affairs while placing the burden of the company upon your shoulders. That is entirely my fault." Having acknowledged his wife's sentiments, he resolved to allow Chen Pingping to remain, albeit with some stipulations. Lin Shui nodded in agreement. That as they continued their subdued conversation, an unexpected commotion erupted nearby, drawing their attention to a flurry of patrons and waitstaff hurrying towards the restroom. An unsettling premonition gripped Jiang Yun, leading him to swiftly grasp a passing waiter, inquiring, "What is transpiring over there?" "A fight has broken out." The waiter replied anxiously, "That I heard that one of the young women even brandished a knife. And there is blood everywhere. The police have already been notified, and the authorities should be arriving shortly." The gravity of the situation dawned on Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, prompting them to rise in alarm. "Damn it, I knew it." Chen Pingping would undoubtedly not allow us a moment's peace. In the brief span it takes to visit the restroom, she managed to injure someone with a knife? Jiang Yun spat in frustration, his visage radiating anger. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and grasped Lin Shue's hand, making his way towards the restroom. After all, Chen Pingping was akin to a sister to him. Should any misfortune befall her, he would find it impossible to justify it to the villagers. Soon enough, Jiang Yun had squeezed himself into the throng. Upon spotting Chen Pingping standing aside, he seized her arm, scrutinizing the bloodstains adorning her body and hands before casting his gaze at the young man sprawled in a pool of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun raised his hand and struck Chen Pingping across the face, simultaneously admonishing her with indignation. Look at what you have done, though you may not yet have reached the threshold of adulthood. Do you not comprehend that such conduct will inevitably culminate in grave repercussions? Chen Pingping shielded her visage, her gaze piercing as it bore into Jiang Yun. The assembly surrounding them turned to observe the unfolding drama. Their expressions a blend of bewilderment that in the next heartbeat, Chen Pingping pivoted on her heel and departed from the gathering without uttering a single syllable. Behind her, Lin Shui called out with urgency, "Pingping, wait for me." Just as Jiang Yun readied himself to pursue her, he was met with a rising chorus of whispers. Who is that man? Why does he resort to violence so readily? The young girl was merely attempting to mediate, and she nearly became a casualty herself. He must be her guardian, correct? But what of it? Just because one is an elder does not bestow the right to strike without provocation. Upon hearing these comments, Jiang Yun found himself immobilized. Had a misunderstanding occurred? He then discerned, aside from the young man lying in a pool of blood, another individual was pinned to the ground nearby, a bloodied knife lying beside him. In that fleeting moment, everything fell into place for Jiang Yun. Casting a glance at his own right hand, he murmured to himself, "Why must I be so impetuous? Perhaps it is because I have never regarded Chen Pingping as a virtuous person," which led me to strike her thoughtlessly. Without further ado, Jiang Yun hastened outside the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the alley adjacent to the establishment, Lin Shui grasped Chen Pingping's arm, earnestly imploring, "Pingping, what on earth transpired? Did you truly engage in a brawl? And with a knife? Sister-in-law, do you not trust me either?" A flicker of disappointment illuminated Chen Pingping's eyes. "That in your estimation, am I merely a girl who revels in conflict? Is that why you and my brother are alike? Am I correct?" Lin Shui vehemently shook her head, eager to clarify, "That is not what I intended. I merely wish to grasp the truth of the situation so that I may assist you. But rest assured, since you refer to me as sister-in-law, I shall ensure no harm befalls you, even if the heavens were to collapse." In the next instant, Jiang Yun's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind the alley. "Very well. The one at fault is that there is no need to further trouble your sister-in-law. I beg your pardon." As he spoke, Jiang Yun approached them. Lin Shui regarded him, her countenance a mask of confusion, and inquired, "What precisely is unfolding?" It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Jiang Yun sighed and shook his head. "That I never anticipated that the altercation involved others, and she was merely attempting to mediate, which is why she ended up stained with blood. Ultimately, Chen Pingping had acted with noble intentions. Yet at that moment, she averted her gaze, disregarding Jiang Yun entirely. Truly, what manner of situation is this? Lin Shui murmured softly. Every young woman possesses a sense of dignity. To be struck in front of an audience is hardly a pleasant ordeal for anyone. Chapter 174. Learning to operate an excavator. Who could have foreseen that it would unfold in such a manner? Jiang Yun responded with irritation. "You ought to compensate for the damages." Chen Pingping turned her head, directly grasping Jiang Yun's outstretched hand, asserting that unless he provided her with recompense, this matter would remain unresolved. "Hey!" Jiang Yun chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that Chen Pingping was quite the little money grubber, her thoughts perpetually consumed by the pursuit of wealth, irrespective of the circumstances. "How much do you desire?" Upon witnessing the significant brightening of Chen Pingping's expression, Jiang Yun opted not to engage in further discourse. 10,000. That after a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Pingping raised a solitary finger toward Jiang Yun. Very well. I shall transfer it to you immediately. As Jiang Yun retrieved his phone to navigate the transfer page, he nonchalantly inquired, "You are so young. What necessitates such a considerable sum of money? At your age, you ought to prioritize your studies. Have you contemplated the future that awaits you should you neglect your education? Do you intend to follow in your parents' footsteps and toil in the fields?" Chen Pingping remained silent, awaiting the bank's notification. Moments later, as the funds were deposited, a subtle smile graced her lips. She rubbed her face, shot Jiang Yun a glare, and retorted irritably, "Do you hold farmers in contempt? I do not mean it in that manner." Jiang Yun scoffed at her demeanor, bemused by her swift change in attitude. Just moments ago, she had been harsh, yet now, upon receiving money, her tone had transformed entirely. "Look at you. Not only are you unfamiliar with the most rudimentary of tasks, but you likely cannot even differentiate between grains. Even if you were to venture into the fields, I fear the weeds would outnumber the rice." Chen Pingping gritted her teeth, feeling as though he was attempting to demean her. "Am I truly so insignificant in your eyes?" she asked coldly. "Then you ought to concentrate on what you should be doing." Jiang Yin crossed his arms and declared coolly, "You must understand that your sister-in-law works diligently every day. And I am often preoccupied as well, that at your age, even if you sought employment, few would be inclined to hire you, that I have already made arrangements for you to attend a school where you can commence your studies. If you genuinely possess the determination, then achieve commendable results to demonstrate to me that you are not without merit." Although Lin Shui maintained a neutral expression, internally, she was elated. This was undeniably a strategy to provoke her. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Pingping clenched her teeth and responded, "Very well, I shall attend school, but on one condition. I must return to live with you each day. Otherwise, this matter is off the table." "Deal," Jiang Yun nodded. Having resolved the serious matters, Jiang Yun grasped Lin Shui's arm and turned to proceed down the alley, with Chen Pingping trailing closely behind. "You truly are remarkable," in just a few words. You managed to persuade her. Though Lin Shui yearned to keep Chen Pingping close, she had yet to ascertain the means of caring for her. After all, it was unreasonable for her to remain at the company on a daily basis. Considering Chen Pingping's disposition, if she were not kept under watchful eyes, one could only envision the chaos she might unleash. Fortunately, with Jiang Yun's assistance, everything had been impeccably resolved. With a grin, Jiang Yun remarked, "If even old Master Jiang cannot manage me, what can a mere young girl accomplish?" In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the car, embarking into the horizon. During the journey back, Chen Pingping maintained an unusual silence, uttering not a single word, as if she had finally grasped the reality of having fallen into Jiang Yun's carefully laid trap. However, it was far too late for any regrets. After all, in this world, there exists no magical remedy for remorse. Upon returning home, Chen Pingping collapsed into her room, utterly drained. Lin Shui pulled Jiang Yun towards the sofa, her smile illuminating her face as she mused. "I just had a thought. What if, after we send her to school, she misbehaves? What then? If she causes trouble at school, will we not still have to intervene?" Jiang Yun glanced towards Chen Pingping's room and replied with a smile, "No need for concern. We shall simply enroll her in a reputable institution. I refuse to believe that those seasoned educators cannot manage her, that a reputable institution." Lin Shui questioned, her expression rife with skepticism. Jiang Yun nodded in affirmation. Given her age, she ought to be entering her first year of high school. However, as she had not taken the entrance examination, there was no means for her to join high school. After some contemplation, he concluded that a vocational school would be more fitting for her, that I believe it would be advantageous for her to acquire some practical skills, such as cooking, baking, or perhaps operating an excavator. Lin Shui, who had been listening intently, erupted into laughter upon hearing the latter suggestion, shaking her head as she exclaimed, "What sort of jest is this? She's a girl. You wish for her to learn to operate an excavator?" Is there a problem with that? Jiang Yun retorted, crossing his arms, that a male excavator operator is sought after wherever he goes. Surely, a female excavator operator would be equally in demand. Certainly, the inclination to learn ultimately rests with Chen Pingping herself. It would be prudent for us not to make decisions on her behalf to avoid any potential complications. Lin Shui, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, seemingly in accord with this sentiment. Very well, let us tidy up and retire for the night. I suspect tomorrow will present its share of responsibilities, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile as he wrapped an arm around Lin Shui and led her towards their quarters. Half an hour later, the two had completed their evening routines. Lin Shui, clad in a bath towel, climbed into bed and turned to Jiang Yun, smiling as she inquired, "Why are you still awake? Are you still contemplating Chen Pingping's matters?" "Rest assured, those matters are now behind us." Jiang Yun shook his head, a bittersweet smile adorning his lips as he gently replied, "I was actually pondering the circumstances surrounding Jiang Qing, at present. Jiang Qing lay in a hospital ward. And although several days had passed since Sun Fengjiao had provided him with that recording, Jiang Yun remained in a state of indecision that he grappled with the moral quandary of whether to bring down the venerable patriarch of the Jiang family. In his estimation, Jiang Eryi represented a far greater obstacle, particularly with Jiang Xian at his side. "Enough of this. Let us retire for the night." Lin Shui's voice interrupted the silence once more. Jiang Yun nodded, gradually allowing his eyes to drift shut. The following morning, as Jiang Yun and Lin Shui emerged from their slumber, they discovered that Chen Pingping had prepared breakfast. "Did you make all of this?" Jiang Yun inquired. Chapter 175. The demise of the old patriarch of the Jiang family. Chen Pingping crossed her arms and huffed dismissively. "Whom do you regard with disdain? Do you believe I am incapable of cooking? I am quite the versatile talent. Far from the inept individual you imagine." That a smirk played upon Jiang Yun's lips as he stepped into the kitchen, casting a glance at the discarded packaging in the trash bin before bluntly asking, "Then what are these?" Taken aback, Chen Pingping's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Shui cleared her throat twice and gently guided Jiang Yun to the dining table, smiling as she said, "Someone has gone to great lengths to prepare breakfast for us. Does it truly matter whether she bought it or made it? Just relish your meal." Chen Pingping shot Lin Shui a grateful glance, appreciating her support. That moment, the door swung open and Dong Taizhan entered. Jiang Yun blinked in surprise and gestured towards the breakfast spread, saying, "Did you venture out for a morning jog so early? Come and partake in the meal." "Mr. Jiang, there has been an incident." Dong Taizhan approached him briskly, his face pale and his voice hoarse. "What transpired?" Jiang Yun inquired in response. "Last night was tumultuous. Not only was Jiang Qing's predicament made public, but the old patriarch of the Jiang family has also passed away." Dong Taizhan spoke gravely. Jiang Yun dropped his chopsticks in shock, immediately rising to his feet as he exclaimed, "How can this be? Even if everyone learned that the old patriarch harmed Jiang Qingying, surely that does not merit death. Furthermore, sentences are not handed down so swiftly." For a moment, Jiang Yun was at a loss for comprehension. Dong Taizhan shook his head, elucidating, "It is said that upon receiving this news, the old patriarch suffered a heart attack due to stress, compounded by his already fragile health, leading to his demise. Most importantly, all eyes are now upon you." Jiang Yun urgently queried, "What does this have to do with me?" "Mr. Jiang, it would be prudent for you to peruse the news," murmured Dong Taizhan, his gaze averted. Jiang Yun hastened back to his chamber, seizing his phone to delve into the matter. Lin Shui, her appetite dissipated, swiftly trailed him into the room. These scoundrels. At that juncture, Sun Fengjiao stepped forth, asserting that she had furnished Jiang Yun with the audio recording of her dialogue with the late patriarch, insinuating that he bore responsibility for its dissemination online. With the patriarch's demise now linked to this recording, Jiang Yun was effectively branded a murderer. In an instant, he found himself thrust into the glaring spotlight of public scrutiny. Given Jiang Yun's contentious reputation, he encountered widespread condemnation. Clenching his fists, he struck the wall behind him, his teeth nearly grinding to powder as fury ignited in his eyes, his voice hoarse with rage that it is all that wretched Mo Jun's doing. Clutching the audio in his hand, he recognized that Sun Fingjiao was among his contacts, and she had deftly shifted the entire blame onto him. Most infuriatingly, this rogue was the one poised to reap the greatest rewards. The turmoil within the Jiang family was precisely what he craved. With the patriarch's abrupt departure, the family was now devoid of leadership, and it was likely that the members of the Jiang family were already stirring with ambition. Should Mo Jun navigate this situation astutely, he could usurp a substantial portion of the Jiang family's wealth. Jiang Yun had never envisioned that throughout this ordeal, he had perceived Mo Jun as an ally, while in truth, he was merely a pawn in another's game. Well, given the circumstances, we ought to contemplate how to address this, Lin Shui spoke softly. After a brief pause, Jiang Yun rubbed his temples and declared, "Let us first visit Jiang Qingying at the hospital. I would prefer that no one else disturbs him, now that the public was privy to Jiang Qingying's condition as a vegetative state." An influx of reporters would undoubtedly besiege the hospital to cover the unfolding events. With concern etched on his face, Jiang Yun added, "Wife, you should abstain from attending the office today. They are aware of our relationship, and I would not wish for my troubles to complicate your situation. Since Chen Pingping is present, the two of you may remain at home together. Grant me a day, and I shall rectify everything, restoring tranquility to our lives." Lin Shui nodded, "Be cautious." Upon exiting the room, Jiang Yun gestured to Chen Pingping with a finger. Though she appeared reluctant, she acquiesced, crossing her arms as she coldly inquired, "What is it?" "I trust you are cognizant of the rather precarious predicament I am facing. Today, you must remain at home with your sister-in-law. If any issues arise, simply call me. Understood?" Chen Pingping averted her gaze, assuring him, "Although I may be reluctant to engage with you, I shall undoubtedly safeguard my sister-in-law. She is infinitely more admirable than you." Jiang Yun had no inclination for jest. Once he had made all necessary arrangements, he promptly departed with Dong Taizan. Before long, they reached the hospital. However, just as Jiang Yun was about to disembark, Dong Taizan grasped his arm, frowning. "Mr. Jiang, perhaps it would be wise for you to remain in the vehicle for the time being and await updates. I shall venture inside to evaluate the situation. You are currently a person of interest, and I would despise for reporters to pester you." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, replying with calm resolve, "I intend to make my presence known. I wish for everyone to witness my arrival." Dong Taizan appeared perplexed, yet Jiang Yun offered no further explanation. Stepping out of the sea aired to his astonishment. There were not many reporters at the hospital. Standing before the ward, he paused to observe the man lying within before gently pushing the door ajar, only to be met by a nurse approaching him. "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived," she greeted. Jiang Yun nodded slightly, gesturing towards Jiang Qingying. "How has he been faring of late?" "Not too poorly," the nurse replied with a smile. "The doctors have assured us that Jiang Shao possesses the potential to awaken. We must not lose hope." This was the most uplifting news he could have received. Amidst the recent deluge of grim tidings, it was a relief to finally hear something positive. Chapter 176. The traitor of the Jiang family after lingering for a while. Jiang Yun followed Dong Taizan outside. As long as there were no complications with Jiang Qingying, he felt a sense of relief. "Mr. Jiang, where do we proceed next?" Dong Taizan inquired. Jiang Yun gazed towards the direction of the Jiang family residence. Responding calmly, "We must attend to the old patriarch's affairs. Even if we do not intend to pay a visit, I am certain they will seek us out once more. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to pay our respects to the old patriarch." "What?" Dong Tieshan's eyes widened in shock as he furrowed his brow. "Mr. Jiang, you cannot be serious. The Jiang family perceives us as their greatest adversaries. If we approach them now, I fear we may not return." The members of the Jiang family were in a state of agitation. Should they act against them in this fervent atmosphere, even if they were to beat the two men to death? No one would dare assume responsibility for their actions. It would be a loss that far outweighed any potential gain. Jiang Yun appeared resolute in his decision. After casting a glance at Dong Taizhan, he smiled and asked, "What troubles you? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? Me?" Dong Taizhan thumped his chest, speaking in a foolishly earnest tone that I have been by Mr. Zhang's side during this time. Has there ever been a moment when Mr. Zhang faced even the slightest danger? You may rest assured. Even if it necessitates traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall safeguard Mr. Zhang as long as he remains unperturbed. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile and gently patted Dong Tieshan's shoulder. Yet he refrained from elaborating further. He was exceedingly gratified by Dong Tieshan's presence. One must concede that the Black Tiger had indeed identified a remarkable ally in him. Without Dong Taizhan by his side, he could scarcely fathom the multitude of perilous situations he might have already encountered. Having resolved his thoughts, the two gentlemen entered the vehicle and shortly arrived at the gates of the Jiang estate. At that moment, several luxurious automobiles were stationed outside, and a few youthful members of the Jiang family stood at the entrance, graciously welcoming the arriving guests. Jiang Yun fixed his gaze and discerned Jiang Xian among the throng. Clearing his throat, he hesitated not a moment longer and promptly advanced towards the main entrance of the Jiang residence. In an instant, he found himself before the door. The moment the members of the Jiang family beheld Jiang Yun, their expressions darkened considerably. They had previously encountered him and unmistakably recognized his visage. They encircled him, and Jiang Xian, standing at the forefront, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "How dare you show your face here? It was you, you scoundrel, who precipitated the old man's demise." As soon as the words escaped her lips, all eyes around turned towards Jiang Yun. A chilling smile crept upon Jiang Yun's lips, while Dong Taizhan had already positioned himself beside him. Fists clenched, neck cracking, prepared to spring into action at any moment. Observing this tableau, Jiang Xian scoffed derisively. "What do you mean? Are you intending to create a scene at the old man's funeral? Fear not. I am not so petty." Jiang Yun crossed his arms and replied, "I have come to vindicate my name, not to incite discord. This entire incident bears little relevance to me. Someone is orchestrating events from the shadows." As the confrontation between Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian unfolded, the second master of the Jiang family slowly emerged from the crowd. Jiang Yun soon realized that all the reporters had converged upon the Jiang residence. No wonder the hospital had been devoid of visitors. Yet this proved fortuitous. The presence of reporters served as a shield. With reporters in attendance, the Jiang family would think twice before taking action against him, and the situation would be considerably easier to navigate. At that juncture, the second master of the Jiang family approached Jiang Yun, clearing his throat before speaking in a frosty tone. "Jiang Yun, I do not wish to engage in a dispute with you today. I merely desire to see my elder brother laid to rest. Depart at once, or I shall ensure you pay a grievous price." Jiang Yun did not retreat an inch. Instead, he calmly responded, "Are you threatening me? You may regard this as a warning." The second master's teeth nearly ground together in exasperation. "You scoundrel! How utterly despicable! Has the Jiang family not treated you with kindness, although you were not raised within their fold? The moment your true identity was unveiled, the elder promptly entrusted you with the Yunxue group. You ungrateful scoundrel! Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to treat the elder in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun retorted, "Pray tell, how have I treated the old master?" "You have slandered and defamed the old master." The second master of the Jiang family shot back. Everyone present was acutely aware that Jiang Qingying was the sole heir of the Jiang family, and the old master held him in high esteem. How could he possibly engage in such nefarious acts? Clearly, you have fabricated the audio recordings and employed Sun Fengjiao's name to lend credence to your entire scheme. I must concede, your machinations are quite remarkable. Jiang Yun observed his demeanor and shook his head. At this juncture, the members of the Jiang family persisted in their attempts to vindicate the old master, as if they believed those present were fools. Setting aside whether he dared to frame the old master, the dialogue within the audio was undeniably authentic. How could it have been falsified? Furthermore, the entire matter was well substantiated. The old master was evidently incensed, perhaps regretting his actions later. Yet the undeniable truth remains that he was indeed culpable. The second master of the Jiang family interjected once more, insisting, "Depart at once. For your presence vexes me." He continued, "The grievances between you and the Jiang family shall be addressed following the old master's funeral." Yet, Jiang Yun exhibited no inclination to leave, directly demanding, "Where is son Fengjiao? I insist on confronting her face to face. If you all assert that I colluded with her to frame the old master, then she must come forth and clarify the matter in person." The crowd nodded in agreement, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, while the reporters sought the truth, they also feared the Jiang family's formidable influence. Did they truly believe they could confront him without repercussions? The second master of the Jiang family coldly remarked, "Who does not know of your cunning and devious nature? Perhaps you are plotting something nefarious once again." With a frigid smile, Jiang Yun shook his head. It appeared some were terrified of the truth coming to light. As he spoke, he stepped closer to the second master of the Jiang family, lowering his voice to declare, "So, you are the traitor within the Jiang family. Everything has been orchestrated by you and Mo Juin, has it not?" "What do you mean by that?" The second master's countenance darkened, his voice quivering slightly. "Do not disturb the peace here." All those in attendance were sharply cognizant that it was Jiang Yun who had conspired with the Mo family. To suddenly shift the blame onto him was undeniably a reprehensible act. The reporters swiftly raised their cameras, aiming them at Jiang Yun and the second master of the Jiang family. It was evident that everyone was poised for the impending spectacle. Jiang Yun, with his arms crossed and an air of confidence emanating from him, remained unfazed by the second master's words, instead addressing the reporters. "When Mo Juin approached me, he professed a desire for collaboration, offering his assistance repeatedly. Initially, I believed he merely intended to exploit me to undermine the Jiang family. However, I later discerned that his ambitions were far more expansive. He aimed to seize control of the Jiang family's subsidiary, now referred to as Yinxue Group, while simultaneously facilitating your ascension to the position of head of the Jiang family. In return, you would bestow upon him rewards, thereby strengthening the Mo family's influence. I must admit, the complexity of this scheme is indeed unnerving. Even now, I remain in the dark. Furthermore, Mo Juin executed this plan with such finesse that I was utterly unaware he was the true architect behind it all." The second master's lips twitched as he coldly retorted, "You are spouting nonsense. There are too many reporters present. Today's events will soon be broadcast across the internet, creating quite a sensation." Yet, Jiang Yun paid no mind to the second master of the Jiang family. His purpose in speaking was to ensure that the truth reached the reporters' ears. Only by doing so could he mitigate the negative impact on his reputation. Jiang Yun was indifferent to how others viewed him. However, every action he took represented Yinxue Group, compelling him to confront the second master of the Jiang family resolutely. "Bring him in. I want to break his legs and compel him to kneel before the old master, begging for forgiveness." Yet the members of the Jiang family remained immobile, as if frozen in time. In that instant, the second master of the Jiang family was genuinely taken aback. His voice grew even colder as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Did you not hear my command? Are you all dead?" The reporters and guests exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the unfolding drama. The second master of the Jiang family ground his teeth in frustration, declaring, "I see now. You lot have all been bribed by Jiang Yun, haven't you? A pack of treacherous dogs. Now that the old master has passed, the power of the Jiang family will naturally fall into my grasp. I shall ensure that you are all expelled." Yet in defiance of his menacing threats, the members of the Jiang family stood resolute, akin to immovable statues, refusing to yield even an inch in that fleeting moment. A wave of panic surged within the second master of the Jiang family. Almost instantly, Jiang Xian emerged from the throng, her arms crossed as she approached the assembly. Upon her appearance, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he remarked nonchalantly, "At last, you have graced us with your presence. Had I lingered any longer, I would have been left utterly bewildered by the actions of this senile fool. Thankfully, within the Jiang family, there remains at least one reliable individual to eye in that moment. The gaze of the second elder of the Jiang family fell upon Jiang Xian, who, with wide eyes, asked, "What do you mean? Are you unable to perceive the gravity of the situation?" Unfazed, Jiang Yun approached Jiang Xian, resting a hand upon her shoulder, reminiscent of an old friend reuniting after many years apart. During my sojourn with Mo Juan, I have gleaned a profound lesson. There are no perpetual adversaries in this world, only enduring interests. Not only do you aspire to lead the Jiang family, my dear sister shares similar ambitions. That my insights into the machinations between you and Mo Juan are largely attributed to my beloved sister. At this juncture, even a fool would grasp the unfolding events. The second elder of the Jiang family clenched his fists tightly, nearly shattering them, and after a prolonged gaze at Jiang Xian, his eyes began to redden. He could never have fathomed that the one he held in utmost trust would betray him. Jiang Xian remained impassive, her arms crossed, her gaze directed at the second elder with the indifference of a stranger. "Why?" The second elder rasped. "That I simply cannot condone your actions," Jiang Xian replied coolly. "Your brother is your own flesh and blood, yet for the sake of profit, you would condemn him to death. Though you are my grandfather, I am acutely aware of what you hold dear. Should I ever encroach upon your core interests, I suspect you would strike me down without a moment's hesitation, leaving me oblivious to my own demise. Thus, I must act preemptively to usurp your position and guide the Jiang family into the light." The second elder staggered back several steps, collapsing to the ground, and in that instant, his hair turned conspicuously grayer. He had schemed for decades to ascend as the head of the Jiang family, biding his time for the old patriarch's decline, believing he had finally glimpsed his opportunity. Yet Jiang Yun's arrival had disrupted all his meticulously laid plans. Partnering with Mo Juan, he had presumed their scheme was flawless, only to discover that his most trusted granddaughter had led him step by step into the abyss. "You scoundrels, you are all scoundrels," the second elder bellowed, nearly unraveling in madness. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian gestured to the members of the Jiang family, commanding, "Escort the second elder to his chamber for repose. Remember to tend to him with utmost care." The assembly nodded in unison and began to assist the second elder back toward the Jiang residence. Journalists, bearing witness to this momentous occasion, captured the scene, oblivious to the myriad twists and turns that this affair would take. Ultimately, it was the seemingly unassuming Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian who emerged triumphant, two young heirs skillfully maneuvering the seasoned elders of the family. The tumult subsided and reporters gathered the materials they sought. Jiang Yun approached Jiang Xian with a smile, remarking, "Our collaboration has proven rather harmonious, has it not?" "Indeed," Jiang Xian replied, returning the smile. With a shift in tone, Jiang Yun countered, "According to our agreement, you are to allocate me 30% of the Jiang family shares. You won't renege on that, will you? Rest assured, in my eyes, you are a venomous serpent. Should I fail to serve you well, I genuinely fear you may turn against me." Jiang Xian replied with a wry smile. "Do not worry. Do not forget the promise you made to me initially. Soon, we must convene with the second elder to elucidate the circumstances surrounding my parents." Jiang Yun's motivations transcended mere self-preservation. He sought the truth that in fact, from the moment Jiang Xian accompanied Jiang Shan to Ningqing, they had forged an alliance to seize the opportunity for collaboration. Furthermore, Jiang Xian had imparted to Jiang Yun insights into the intricate dynamics within the Jiang family, as well as the second elder's machinations over the years. Thus, they had navigated their way to this juncture with relative ease, achieving their shared objective. Although the old patriarch and his allies were cunning, the performances of Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian had even managed to deceive Jiang Qingying, rendering it improbable for others to unearth their deception. Before long, Jiang Yun arrived at the morning hall. Taking 3 incense sticks, he bowed before the portrait of the old patriarch, solemnly proclaiming, "Rest in peace, old patriarch. You could have relished a long and tranquil life, yet you chose to oppose me. Otherwise, How could we have arrived at this juncture? Both Jiang Yun and Jiang Xian had meticulously calculated every conceivable outcome, save for one unforeseen incident, the unfortunate accident of Jiang Qingying. Despite Jiang Xian's unwavering presence within the Jiang family and her intimate knowledge of numerous pivotal matters, her allegiance to the second elder rendered her oblivious to the patriarch's decisions. This ultimately resulted in Jiang Yun's failure to learn of Jiang Qingying's dire situation in a timely manner, culminating in a tragic mishap. Nevertheless, he now discovered a semblance of retribution for Jiang Qingying. After paying his respects, Jiang Yun, guided by the members of the Jiang family, proceeded to the villa alongside Dong Taizhan. Mr. Jiang, the second elder awaits you in this room. You may enter alone, a Jiang family member said with a respectful bow before departing. At this juncture, the majority of the family was preoccupied with the arrangements for the old patriarch's funeral, rendering the villa relatively desolate. After observing the Jiang family member's departure, Dong Taizhan, who had been closely following Jiang Yun, shook his head and remarked, Mr. Jiang, I had no inkling of your plan. Prior to our arrival here, I had steeled myself for the gallows, never anticipating that everything was part of your grand design. Jiang Yun discerned the subtle reproach in his words and gently patted Dong Taizhan on the shoulder, smiling as he replied, My silence was solely to safeguard you. Moreover, the fewer individuals privy to my plans, the more seamlessly they shall unfold. However, your recent performance was indeed commendable. Dong Taizhan sighed, his heart racing. By the way, there remains a matter I do not comprehend. As Jiang Yun prepared to enter, he heard Dong Tiashan's voice once more. What is it? Jiang Yun inquired, perplexed. You and Jiang Xian have indeed collaborated, and the results are praiseworthy. Yet I fail to grasp why the Jiang family members support Jiang Xian. Previously, when I accompanied you to the Jiang residence, I sensed palpable hostility from the family members toward you, indicative of their exclusivity and arrogance. How could a young Jiang Xian possibly command their respect? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he responded, To win hearts, the simplest method is through monetary incentives. An age-old adage proclaims that money can move mountains, and Jiang Xian has adeptly exploited this principle. She has painted a promising future for them, proposing that should she ascend as the head of the Jiang family, she would distribute 30% of the shares among them. Conversely, if the second elder were to assume control, he would undoubtedly seize all power for himself. Did I end that comparison, if you were in their position? Whom would you choose? Dong Taizhan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, casting a furtive glance out the window at Jiang Xian below, a chill creeping down his spine. Despite being slightly older than Jiang Xian, his cunning seemed to pale in comparison to hers. That it was time to attend to pressing matters. Jiang Yun produced a key and unlocked the door before him. At that moment, the second elder sat in a chair, one hand wielding scissors and the other clutching a book, incessantly snipping fragments of paper, seemingly oblivious to the sound of the door creaking open behind him. What is transpiring here? Dong Taizhan inquired, alarm evident in his voice. Jiang Yun shook his head. Mere minutes prior, he had parted ways with the second elder, who, though somewhat disheveled, was not in the bewildered state he now exhibited in a few determined strides. He approached the second elder, who continued to snip at the paper, murmuring incoherently that is he afflicted with senile dementia. Dong Taizhan queried skeptically, Surely, he cannot be that unfortunate. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, continuing, I meticulously orchestrated all of this to extract information about my parents from him. If he truly suffers from senile dementia, then my efforts have been in vain. Although he had secured a portion of the Jiang family shares, establishing his foothold in the capital, these gains were not his primary concern. He had been granted a chance to start anew by the heavens, yearning only to live harmoniously with Lin Shui. However, upon discovering that Jiang Tingfei was not his biological father, he found a new direction and pursuit in life. Little did he anticipate that each attempt to unveil the truth would dissolve into mere illusions, that I am the master of the Jiang family. I am the master of the Jiang family. Suddenly, the second master of the Jiang family shouted, rising abruptly to his feet, discarding the scissors and books in his hands, and swiftly approaching Jiang Yun. Gripping Jiang Yun's shoulders, he began to shake him fervently. I am the master of the Jiang family. That declaration had been repeated countless times. Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he hastily inquired, do you recall who Chen Zhoga is? Furthermore, what transpired within the Jiang family concerning Chen Zhoga? Why did he leave the Jiang family with my father? And what led to his sudden disappearance? What is the true nature of this situation? The second master of the Jiang family simply shook his head, muttering incessantly, I am the master of the Jiang family. Chapter 179. Proximity to Red and Black Mr. Jiang. He must truly be deranged, Dong Taizhan remarked with a furrowed brow. Each day, he immerses himself in fantasies of assuming the mantle of leadership within the Jiang family. It has morphed into an obsession lodged deep within his heart. Now, with the coveted position tantalizingly within reach, he finds himself betrayed by those he holds most dear, that it is highly probable that he cannot withstand such a devastating blow. Hence his current disarray. Jiang Yun remained silent, extricating himself from the second master's grasp and hastily departing the chamber. With the old patriarch having passed, and no leads regarding his parents from Chen family village. The sole custodian of the truth was the second master of the Jiang family. Thus, all hope hinged upon him. Jiang Yun was resolute in his determination to restore the second master to his former glory, even at considerable cost. Behind him, Dong Taizhan hurried to match his pace. So, have you clarified everything you needed to ask? Just as they exited, Jiang Xian approached. That old man hasn't made any demands of you. Has he? A sardonic smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he neared the window, gesturing with two fingers toward Dong Taizhan. The two shared an unspoken understanding, and soon Dong Taizhan presented him with a cigarette. After igniting it, Jiang Yun spoke softly, if only he could negotiate with me. He has truly lost his sanity, and it seems he won't recover anytime soon. How about this? Assist me in finding competent doctors to aid him. That should be manageable, correct? Jiang Xian paused, taking a moment before responding, and walked toward the room. Mad. How is that conceivable? He's older now and has endured such a profound blow. Anything could transpire. Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, the cigarette still dangling from his lips. With the mounting troubles surrounding him, the pressure on Jiang Yun had intensified, leading to the gradual emergence of his smoking habit. After assessing the situation, Jiang Xian emerged from the room. Her brow knitted in concern that I never anticipated our second master, who once held considerable sway, would find himself in such a predicament. That it is indeed a lamentable situation. Such feigned compassion, Jiang Yun muttered inwardly. This entire debacle was evidently a result of Jiang Xian's machinations, and now she feigned the role of the benevolent Samaritan. It was utterly ludicrous. Jiang Yun opted not to engage further and reiterated, do not forget what I instructed you. With that, he descended the stairs. The moment he exited the Jiang family estate, Dong Taizhan glanced back and inquired, Mr. Jiang, are you now able to command Jiang Xian? Although she holds the esteemed position of head of the Jiang family, her shares have been considerably diluted, leaving her with a mere 40%. Should she choose to defy me, I possess a multitude of ways to ensure she pays a heavy price. Dong Taizhan commended him with a thumbs dash up. It appeared that as long as he remained in Jiang Yun's company, he too would soon transform into a cunning old fox. After all, one who is close to vermilion becomes red. One who is close to ink becomes black. Dong Taizhan chose to refrain from further discourse, starting the car and making his way home. Half an hour later, at Jiang Yun's residence, upon entering, he discovered Lin Shui standing nearby with her arms crossed. Well done. I did not anticipate you orchestrating such a grand scheme. That I truly underestimated you, Jiang Yun remarked while changing his shoes. What does it matter? There is still no leads regarding my parents. All our endeavors have been in vain. That do not lose heart. We shall ultimately uncover the truth, Lin Shui encouraged, pulling Jiang Yun to sit on the sofa. So, Does that imply I no longer need to live in constant dread? Of course, Jiang Yun replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Shui's hair with a smile. Now that I possess a portion of the Jiang family's shares, and with Yinxue Group flourishing, we have firmly entrenched ourselves in the capital. Although Mo Juin schemes in the shadows, I have refrained from confronting him directly. Everyone is cognizant of the situation, and we are all inextricably linked. Yinxue Group still requires collaboration with the Mo family. And once we surpass them, we can settle accounts accordingly. Lin Shui nodded, leaning into Jiang Yun's embrace. Everything shall be executed according to your wishes. During this time, she felt increasingly estranged from Jiang Yun. Particularly in matters concerning the Jiang family, his actions had far exceeded her understanding. She never envisioned that Jiang Yun had been plotting for such an extended period, even deceiving those closest to him. Compared to the Jiang Yun from Ningxing, he appeared reborn, that moment. The door swung open, and Chen Pingping entered. Upon seeing the two, she stuck out her tongue and huffed. Could you two be any more considerate of your surroundings? There are underage girls in this house. Do you truly believe it appropriate to be so affectionate in broad daylight? Dong Taizhan, seated at the dining table enjoying a meal, chuckled. I have grown quite accustomed to this. Jiang Yun scoffed, rolling his eyes at Dong Taizhan before turning to Chen Pingping and beckoning her with a finger. You arrived just in time. Since it's still early, I shall take you to school to register. What are you jesting about? Chen Pingping gasped, her face paling. That we only discussed this yesterday, and now you wish to implement it. Isn't that rather extreme? I have just arrived in the capital and wanted to indulge myself for a few days. Jiang Yun stood, advancing toward Chen Pingping, and firmly declared, no more nonsense. If you do not comply with my wishes, even if your sister-in-law desires to keep you in the capital, I shall not consent. Chen Pingping ground her teeth in frustration, her chips crumbling within her grasp. After a brief moment, she managed to articulate a few words through her clenched teeth. Very well, I shall go. Dong Taizhan erupted in laughter. Quipping, isn't that the most forceful way to utter the most cowardly sentiment? Soon, the group was fully prepared. With matters settled, Jiang Yin opted not to bring Dong Taizhan along, instead escorting the two women towards the city. Half an hour later, at the entrance of a vocational school, Jiang Yin opened the car door with a smile, saying, this is where you will be pursuing your studies in the future. What do you think? Not bad, is it? Chen Pingping surveyed her surroundings, slightly taken aback. Why is it so quiet here? Chapter 180. Always guard against others. Do you think the school gate resembles a marketplace? Jiang Yun retorted impatiently. Come on, set aside your frivolous thoughts and accompany me inside to register. That as he spoke, Jiang Yun cast a glance back at Lin Shui. Dear, you remain in the car. Black Tiger has arranged everything. I shall merely take her in and return shortly. Lin Shui nodded with a smile, sharing a mutual understanding with Jiang Yun. Had Lin Shui accompanied them, Chen Pingping would undoubtedly create further disturbances. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Chen Pingping called out to Lin Shui before following Jiang Yun toward the school gate. That a few minutes later, in the principal's office, Jiang Yun settled onto the sofa, observing Chen Pingping as she became engrossed in her phone. He admonished, put that phone away. Chen Pingping rolled her eyes, completely disregarding him. Just wait. While I may not be able to teach you, someone else certainly will. Jiang Yun rose with a smile, approaching the principal and lowering his voice to speak softly. Principal, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in finding her a more proficient teacher. She displays a stubbornness that resists guidance. You need not concern yourself with my feelings, as long as she receives proper education. That is sufficient. Regarding her specialization, allow the teacher to introduce her to the options and let her make her own choice. The principal nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Jiang, that is a friend of Mr. Heihu. You're also my friend. And I will certainly ensure your sister is well cared for. Jiang Yin smiled but chose to remain silent. He returned to Chen Pingping, patted her shoulder, and with a playful grin remarked, enjoy your forthcoming school life. I hope it grants you lasting memories. Enough, Chen Pingping replied impatiently, waving her hand, that do not forget our agreement. Ensure your large friend picks me up this weekend, that I have plans to go shopping and dining with my sister-in-law. Jiang Yun disregarded her presence as he exited the office. Despite the private institution boasting an exemplary environment, the educators were notably more stringent, and with the semi-closed management system in place, students were generally prohibited from stepping outside the school during the weekdays. Alleviating any apprehensions Jiang Yun harbored, his decision to take Chen Pingping out for a weekend excursion hinged entirely on her performance. Moments later, Jiang Yun arrived at the school gate, only to discover Lin Shui was absent. A subtle change flickered across his expression as he retrieved his phone, revealing a multitude of missed calls. Furrowing his brow, an unsettling premonition seized him, compelling him to swiftly dial Lin Shui's number. "You finally returned my call." Lin Shui's voice resonated with urgency. "That I'm at the hospital. You must come quickly. Something has transpired with Jiang Qingying." Jiang Yun recognized the gravity of her words and hastily summoned a cab. Making his way to the hospital, upon arriving, Jiang Yun hurried towards Jiang Qingying's room. Quickening his pace as he entered, two nurses stood by the window, their heads bowed in somber contemplation, while Lin Shui sat nearby. Her expression laced with concern. Upon noticing Jiang Yun, she spoke first. "The attending physician just informed me that Jiang Qingying has sustained numerous injuries." "What is happening?" Before she could elaborate, Jiang Yun had already positioned himself before the nurses, his countenance darkening ominously. "Mr. Jiang," one of the nurses spoke softly, "you are aware that the temperatures have been elevated recently, and the hospital tends to be quite warm, so it is not uncommon for patients to develop some rashes. This is not primarily our fault, but we have been diligent in assisting him with his hygiene. It is all a misunderstanding." The other nurse nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun dismissed their reassurances and approached Jiang Qingying. Unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a prominent expanse of angry red welts in an instant, his expression deepened in severity. Lin Shui leaned closer, whispering, "I have already consulted with the doctor. These rashes are not merely a consequence of the heat. They arise from a lack of proper hygiene care for Jiang Qingying." Jiang Yun's fists clenched tightly, a dull ache settling in his chest. Jiang Qingying had been reduced to this deplorable state, and yet he had failed to ensure adequate care. He seized a chair, ascended it, and began rummaging through the cabinet. Soon, he unearthed a hidden camera, extracting the storage card and inserting it into his phone. The nurses' faces drained of color as they beheld his actions, and Lin Shui rushed to him, inquiring, "You installed a hidden camera here?" "One must always remain vigilant," Jiang Yun replied, casting a glance at Jiang Qingying. "Now that he is in a vegetative state, devoid of any physical sensation or speech, how could I not take precautions? Who knows if he has been subjected to mistreatment?" Lin Shui nodded, acknowledging Jiang Yun's meticulous nature. In the ensuing moment, Jiang Yun commenced his review of the footage. The recordings revealed the nurses occasionally congregating, absorbed in their phones whilst engaging in conversation. After meticulously examining several days' worth of footage, a startling realization struck him. These nurses were mere figureheads, drawing substantial salaries without fulfilling their obligations. This transgression was intolerable to him. He advanced towards the nurses, his voice icy as he demanded, "Do you not wish to elucidate your actions?" The two exchanged apprehensive glances, and one hastily responded, "Mr. Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. That we possess experience in caring for patients in vegetative states. They do not necessitate constant attention, only periodic monitoring of their vital signs. While we may have been distracted by our phones, we remained attentive to his condition. It has not impeded our responsibilities." Jiang Yun's lips twitched in disbelief as he raised his hand, striking the nurse across the face, accusingly pointing at him. "You scoundrel, is that how you articulate your defense?" At that moment, Jiang Yun was engulfed by fury. Although matters concerning the Jiang family had reached a resolution, he still bore a sense of guilt towards Jiang Qingying. How could he bear to witness Jiang Qingying languishing on a hospital bed in such a deplorable state? Suddenly, the door burst open, and Dong Taizhan and others rushed in, including Heihu. The two nurses had been employed by Heihu, Thus he bore some responsibility for this debacle. That Mr. Jiang, please compose yourself, Heihu implored, his fists clenched as he approached one of the nurses, seizing him by the throat and delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. Following that, he unleashed a punch to the nurse's face. After the assault, he pointed at the two nurses, declaring, "This matter is far from resolved. I shall speak with your supervisor, and if I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I will dismantle your establishment." The nurses, pale with terror, fled the hospital room, while Zhang Yun and the others made no attempt to hinder their escape. After all, they could elude the monk but not the temple. The priority was to address Jiang Qingying's predicament first. Up, Mr. Jiang. This is entirely my fault that I believe this cleaning service had a commendable reputation. But I never anticipated they would dispatch such inept caregivers. Rest assured, I shall confront their manager and demand clarity. Heihu made a solemn vow, preparing to depart. Yet Zhang Yun grasped his arm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Jiang Qingying. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I shall accompany you." "Very well," Heihu replied, though uncertainty lingered regarding Zhang Yun's intentions. That it was clear that Lin Shui was not the sole observer of Zhang Yun's transformation. Heihu too had noted the change. He still vividly recalled the day Zhang Yun was taken away, his keen intellect apparent even then. Yet now he emanated an enigmatic presence. Particularly striking were his deep, dark eyes, which instilled a sense of foreboding in those daring enough to meet his gaze. Zhang Yun turned to Lin Shui, instructing her, "Please remain here and attend to Jiang Qingying. I shall proceed to the cleaning service to arrange for 2 additional caregivers. I will return shortly to relieve you." Lin Shui nodded in agreement. "Go ahead and manage matters. I will handle things here." Jiang Yun acknowledged her, then followed Heihu and the others out, concerned for Lin Shui's capacity to manage alone. He also left Dong Taizan at the hospital, ensuring that she would have support should any issues arise. Half an hour later, Zhang Yun and his companions arrived at the cleaning service. Presently, Zhang Yun occupied the general manager's office, with Heihu and the others standing like statues behind him. The 2 nurses, still rattled from their earlier encounter, stood nearby, too frightened to breathe. That Mr. Chun, I trust you are aware of the incidents that transpired at the hospital? Zhang Yun held his teacup, never once casting a glance at the cleaning services manager, Mr. Chen. The man rose swiftly, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation, while unaware of Zhang Yun's true identity. He recognized Heihu as a formidable presence, notorious for employing ruthless individuals within his security company. To offend such a person would result in dire repercussions. That Mr. Jiang, I assure you that I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. As for the expenses you previously incurred, I will reimburse you in full. A cold smirk graced Zhang Yun's lips as he raised an eyebrow at General Chun before coolly retorting, "Do you genuinely believe I am someone who would quibble over a mere few tens of thousands?" "No." General Chen's visage was adorned with a disingenuous smile as he hastily elucidated, "I merely sought to convey my earnestness. Nothing more. Please do not misconstrue my intentions, Mr. Jiang." To his astonishment, Zhang Yun's countenance darkened, and he abruptly seized his teacup, casting it to the ground. In that instant, both General Chun and the 2 nurses felt a chill run down their spines. "Immediately procure 2 new nurses to attend to my friend," Zhang Yun commanded. "I trust you comprehend that I am not in want of financial compensation. I could even extend a more generous salary. However, I shall not tolerate any further incidents of this nature. If I uncover that you persist in treating my friend in such a manner, I shall not be so forgiving next time." Zhang Yun articulated his words with a chilling precision. En route to this location, he had perused the information regarding this home care agency. Despite its modest scale, it had upheld an impeccable reputation. Thus, after meticulous contemplation, Zhang Yun was inclined to procure 2 new nurses from their establishment. It was imperative to address the urgent demand for personnel at the hospital. Idleness was not an option. General Chun, who had been standing by, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and promptly acquiesced. Gesturing to the 2 nurses behind him, "Mr. Jiang, what shall become of them?" If you still harbor grievances, you are free to administer a lesson. Rest assured, as long as you do not end their lives. I can manage everything else, Jiang Yun scoffed, disregarding General Chen's words that he then rose, approached the door, and turned back to declare, have the new nurses hasten over for the handover, that my wife remains in the hospital. Her worth is millions per minute, that do not delay her affairs. General Chen nodded vigorously, respectfully seeing off Jiang Yun and his companions. Once Jiang Yun and his entourage entered the elevator, he collapsed onto the floor, lighting a cigarette. Who on earth is this individual? Even the Black Tiger shows him such reverence. He must possess an extraordinary background. Damn it, that I in the next moment, General Chen's gaze fell upon the two nurses. And he bellowed towards the outside, someone. It is due to these two inept fools that I nearly face calamity, drag them away, shatter their limbs, and then expel them from the company. The two nurses pleaded for mercy. But alas, their cries were met with indifference. It must be noted, General Chen's efficiency was remarkable. Just as Jiang Yun returned to the hospital, the new nurses had already arrived, after briefly outlining some essential matters. He guided Lin Shui out of the ward that you believe Jiang Qingying still has a chance of awakening. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. What are you contemplating? Chapter 182. Reaping what you sow, Jiang Yun sighed. Remaining silent for an extended moment, it must be acknowledged that he harbored some concern for Jiang Qingying. If he were to remain bedridden for the rest of his days, how could he atone for his transgressions? By the way, how is Jiang Qingying's mother faring? Lin Shui suddenly shifted the topic. Ever since the incident involving Jiang Qingying, the Jiang family had endured relentless scrutiny, although old Master Jiang had been the focal point of much discourse. With the emergence of that audio clip, both Sun Fengjiao and Jiang Yun found themselves ensnared in the turmoil. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with devising strategies against Jiang Xian, thus neglecting Sun Fengjiao's plight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun shook his head and replied, regardless of her circumstances, it is merely the consequence of her own actions. Moreover, the individual responsible for her son's misfortune is right before her. It is absurd that she would conspire against me for a sum of money. How could such parents exist in this world? Jiang Yun could not suppress a twinge of pity for Jiang Qingying. As their conversation unfolded, they reached the ground floor of the hospital. With nightfall approaching, Lin Shui opted not to return to the company. She merely made a phone call to inquire about the situation before heading home alongside Jiang Yun. Along the way, Jiang Yun gazed out at the illuminated streets, and suddenly, he turned to Lin Shui, who was at the wheel, a subtle smile gracing his lips that he then candidly remarked, Wife, tonight Dong Taizhan will attend a gathering with the Black Tiger and others. And Chen Pingping has already been sent to school, that it is just the two of us left at home. Shall we indulge in a world of our own? Perhaps enjoy some steak, sip some red wine, and embark on our plan for progeny. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. How can you be so shameless? I have been preoccupied with my own affairs lately, neglecting you. Were it not for Lin Shui's position behind the wheel, Jiang Yun might have already lunged at her. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally must make it up to you. Lin Shui felt her face grow increasingly warm, yet she remained silent, that if you do not speak, it implies your acquiescence that I shall call the restaurant to place an order, and we can enjoy a candlelit dinner at home. Relishing our time together, Jiang Yun declared with a smile. Lin Shui gently nodded in response, a silent acknowledgement of Jiang Yun's proposal. Soon, they arrived at their building. Just as they parked, they spotted Sun Fengjiao. Disheveled and ragged, running towards them in that moment. Sun Fengjiao appeared unkempt, her hair greasy, and her face smeared with dirt, utterly devoid of her former elegance. Jiang Yun, you have finally returned. I have been waiting for you here all day. Sun Fengjiao grasped Jiang Yun's arm and implored, for the sake of Jiang Qingying, could you do me a favor? Absolutely not. Jiang Yun rejected her outright, pulling Lin Shui around Sun Fengjiao as they proceeded toward the building. Jiang Yun, how can you be so heartless? I am Jiang Qingying's mother. Are you truly prepared to stand by and watch as I suffer? Furthermore, by virtue of our blood ties, I remain your aunt. Is this truly how you honor your elder?" Sun Fengjiao cried out in despair, that a frosty smile crept upon Jiang Yun's countenance as he paused, gravely stating, "So you acknowledge your role as Jiang Qingying's mother? Have you reflected upon the choices you made in the past? Were it not for your actions, would I have been compelled to navigate such a convoluted journey? Why was it necessary for me to reach out to Mo Juan? And why did I relinquish a multitude of shares in the Yunxue Group? All of this was in pursuit of retribution for Jiang Qingying, to unearth the truths long shrouded in obscurity. Yet, what did you accomplish? You audaciously attempted to lure me for financial gain and conspired with Mo Juan and others. How dare you stand before me now, brazenly offering justifications?" Sun Fengjiao furrowed her brow, momentarily bowing her head before gritting her teeth and articulating with great difficulty, "Must I not safeguard my own interests? You ought to recognize that old Master Jiang initially wielded me as a means to intimidate Jiang Qingying. Had I possessed sufficient resources, I would not be burdened by such concerns. Should the Jiang family persist in their threats, I could depart at any moment. Ultimately, it is all rooted in sheer selfishness." A chilling smile unfurled on Jiang Yun's lips as he finally discerned Sun Fengjiao's true character. "So what is it that you desire from me?" Jiang Yun inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I have been cast aside by the Jiang family. And since I have not adequately supported Mo Juan, the funds that rightfully belong to me have not been dispensed. In other words, I find myself utterly impoverished, which is why I seek from you." Sun Fengjiao hastily unveiled her intentions, so it was merely a plea for a loan. Jiang Yun internally scoffed, producing a bank card from his pocket and elegantly pinching it between his fingers. Sun Fengjiao's eyes gleamed at the sight. Just as she prepared to advance, Jiang Yun abruptly snapped the card in two and nonchalantly discarded the fragments, declaring, "Even were I to squander my wealth, I would not extend a single cent to you. Regardless of your present predicament, it is all a consequence of your own making. No one shall bear the weight of your transgressions." Without uttering another word, Jiang Yun turned and ascended the staircase with Lin Shui. Sun Fengjiao sank to her knees in despair, her wails resonating through the air. It was all over. Upon returning home, Jiang Yun casually discarded his suit, collapsing onto the sofa, his expression darkening considerably. His mind incessantly replayed Sun Fengjiao's earlier words. Lin Shui poured a glass of water and gently set it before Jiang Yun. "Well, since we have resolved not to extend any assistance, why entangle ourselves further in these matters?" She pondered, perhaps contemplating the arduous days that lay ahead, perceiving them as a form of retribution. Jiang Yun, with a gentle gesture, enveloped Lin Shui in his embrace, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead, thereafter succumbing to silence. The atmosphere, tainted by Sun Fengjiao's presence, rendered their candlelit dinner a mere disappointment. Soon, they sought refuge in each other's arms, surrendering to slumber, sharing a night devoid of discourse. As dawn broke, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of Jiang Yun's phone. Irritated, he grasped the device and muttered, "Who could be calling so early in the morning? May I inquire if you are Mr. Jiang?" A frantic female voice resonated from the other end, that "I am Chun Pingping's teacher. Would it be convenient for you to come to the school at this moment?" Chapter 183. The final opportunity. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. Sitting up in bed, "That I shall head over immediately." After terminating the call, he noticed Lin Shui had awakened. With a look of confusion, she questioned, "Has something transpired at the school?" "I am uncertain," Jiang Yun replied. Rubbing his temples, he proceeded to wash up and dress, preparing to depart. Lin Shui emerged from the room, her concern palpable as she asked, "Would you like me to accompany you?" "No need," Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Rest at home and ready yourself for work later. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you." Lin Shui nodded, cautioning, "You must promise me, even if it is Chun Pingping who has caused trouble. Do not hold it against her. After all, she is but a child." Jiang Yun remained silent, already making his way downstairs like a child, more akin to a little monster. Soon, he arrived at the school gates, after contacting the teacher. He proceeded directly to the dormitory that a few minutes later, at the foot of the girls' dormitory, he spotted Chen Pingping standing alongside another girl of similar age. As soon as she caught sight of Jiang Yun, she rushed over, her brow furrowed. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yun disregarded her, observing the scratches marring her face and the traces of blood upon her neck. The girl beside her exhibited a similarly disheveled appearance. Approaching swiftly was a middle-aged woman, who scrutinized Jiang Yun intently before inquiring, "You must be Mr. Jiang, Chen Pingping's brother?" Jiang Yun nodded, shifting his gaze to the teacher. "Is it true that she has misbehaved again?" The teacher's expression was grave, her voice frigid. "She has been here scarcely a day and is already engaged in a brawl with her dormitory mates. The reason for the altercation is utterly ludicrous." Jiang Yun was taken aback. What was the cause? She alleged that someone snored so loudly it disrupted her slumber, inciting her to provoke a confrontation. "Just look at the state of the other girl," the teacher exclaimed. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Chen Pingping crossed her arms defiantly, declaring, "Am I mistaken? Her snoring is akin to thunder, disturbing not only my sleep, but irritating many others in the dormitory. They may tolerate it, but I cannot. I am not her guardian. Should she exhibit misconduct, it is my duty to address it. If she remains obstinate in her refusal to amend her ways, then I shall impart a lesson upon her." Chen Pingping articulated her stance with such fervor that it seemed she was devoid of any fault. Jiang Yun's countenance darkened as he grasped her arm, whispering tersely, "Can you not spare me this trouble? Snoring is a phenomenon beyond one's control. Even if you find it intolerable, ought you not to discuss it with her first? Why resort to aggression?" The teacher approached Jiang Yun, stating, "I recognize your connections to the principal, which facilitated her admission outside the usual enrollment period. However, I can no longer endure such a student. Please remove her from my class. Alternatively, you might consider discussing with the principal the possibility of transferring her to another instructor. If this situation persists, I cannot foresee the chaos that may ensue." Yet Chen Pingping appeared undeterred. She harbored no affection for the institution. Should she be expelled, it would suit her just perfectly that if you dare to leave this school today, you will promptly return to Qinjia village, Jiang Yun warned coldly, having exhausted all patience. His decision to keep Chen Pingping close was solely motivated by Lin Shui. Should he forcibly expel her, even Lin Shui would not dare to object. "Are you threatening me?" Chen Pingping scoffed, producing a bank card from her pocket. "I possess funds as well. I can secure my own accommodation that I refuse to believe I cannot thrive." Jiang Yun replied with calm assurance. "At your age, no one will rent you an abode that you intend to reside in a hotel. Given the cost of living in the capital, how long do you suppose your modest savings will endure? I acknowledge your capability for work, but have you taken into account that you remain a minor? No one will employ you." Jiang Yun had foreseen every conceivable outcome, effectively closing off all paths for Chen Pingping. Her expression shifted, revealing a trace of discomfort. Having been raised in Qinjia village, her singular aspiration had been to escape her circumstances and shed the image of a village girl, only to confront the starkness of reality. Observing her silence, Jiang Yun continued, "For Lin Shui's sake, I shall extend to you a singular opportunity. Return to your teacher and classmates, offer your apologies, and attend your classes dutifully without further disturbances. Should you comply, I will permit you to remain in the capital. Otherwise, all bets are off." Chen Pingping clutched her bank card tightly. Time passed slowly as they stood firm in a tense standoff that moment. The teacher approached, frowning as she inquired, "How did your discussion fare?" Chapter 184. Unyielding reason. Teacher, we have reached a consensus, Jiang Yun replied, a subtle smile gracing his features. For the time being, she will assuredly conduct herself and will not instigate further disturbances. Rest assured, such incidents shall not recur. With a swift glance back at Chen Pingping, he commanded, "What are you still doing? Hurry and apologize to your teacher and classmates." After a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Pingping stepped forward, averting her gaze as she uttered a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry. Jiang Yun leaned closer to the teacher, whispering, I am well aware of her disposition. She has been sorely neglected in terms of discipline, resulting in numerous detrimental habits. Please provide her with proper guidance. Should she err in any way, do not hesitate to reprimand her. I assure you as a parent that I will not interfere. The teacher appeared genuinely taken aback, confronted by an unprecedented parent. Could this truly be her brother? However, given Jiang Yun's extravagant efforts to enroll Chun Pingping, it was evident he held her in high regard. Confusion enveloped her as she contemplated the situation. Very well, I shall grant her another opportunity, but should there be a recurrence, kindly take her home. Jiang Yun promptly nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief as he finally cast aside this burden at school. He approached Chun Pingping and playfully kicked her behind, exclaiming, What are you still doing here? Hurry up and follow the teacher back. Chun Pingping, gritting her teeth in indignation, retorted, Just you wait, when I see my sister-in-law. I will certainly inform her of this. Let her teach you a proper lesson. Jiang Yun made a fist gesture, causing Chun Pingping to recoil in fear, and she swiftly dashed back to the side of the female teacher. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a sharp voice pierced through the air. Which ill-mannered brat struck my daughter? The onlookers turned towards the source of the voice, where the girl who had fought with Chun Pingping was hastily running towards a man not far away, throwing herself into his arms. Dad, you finally arrived. Look at what she did to me. I'm terrified I might be disfigured. Jiang Yun then realized that the other party's parent had also arrived. The female teacher hurriedly approached. Mr. Han, the matter has been resolved. Although Han was struck, she also retaliated, and I have already spoken with the other parent and child. Let us consider this issue settled. The man paid no heed to the teacher's words. His gaze fixated on Han, his face etched with concern as he said, I can hardly bear to reprimand my precious daughter. Yet how could she be so grievously harmed? If you hadn't spoken to me, I wouldn't even have recognized you. Upon hearing this, the girl burst into tears, clinging to the man's arm, her sobs uncontrollable. That I just knew it. I'm surely going to be disfigured. Now even my own father doesn't recognize me. How will I ever face anyone again? The man gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, It's all right, dear. Your father has plenty of money. Even if you end up looking like a pig's head, I will still